Title: The Enigmatic Journey of Qiao Wanshu. Qiao Wanshu finds herself transmigrated into the role of a minor character, a child who meets a tragic fate by drowning. Furious, she clenches her fists, reflecting on the maliciousness of her stepmother. Upon hearing her thoughts, her parents, united in purpose, take decisive action against the wicked concubine. As Qiao Wanshu navigates this new life, she realizes she has unwittingly become the beloved of her family, despite their impending doom as antagonists. Chapter 1. My mother hears my thoughts after transmigration. How could my precious Shuer fall into the water? Is this how things are handled in the Prime Minister's residence? A woman's voice thundered in Qiao Wanshu's ears. Who is speaking? With a foggy mind, Qiao Wanshu opens her eyes to find herself in an exquisitely adorned room, surrounded by antique furnishings. There stands a beautiful woman clad in ancient finery, reprimanding the servants. Hadn't she been in the midst of a critical operation when her life was abruptly taken? Could it be that the heavens took pity on her and allowed her to transmigrate? And the Prime Minister's residence?
Shia?
Wasn't this the novel she had just finished reading? Overwhelmed, Qiao Wanshu fights back tears. Others who transmigrate often become princesses or powerful matriarchs. How did she end up as the one-year-old daughter of a villainous family? According to the narrative, the Qiao family, influential in the court, would soon fall into ruin, with her as the first to perish. She had just arrived in this world, and the thought of dying so soon was unbearable. With a cry, she burst into tears. Shu, my dear, are you frightened? Her mother rushed over, cradling her in her arms. Do not fear, for your mother is here. Hearing her mother's gentle voice, Qiao Wanshu pouted, raising her tiny hands to tug at her mother's sleeve, her round eyes brimming with tears. She longed to warn her mother of the impending doom that awaited her brothers and herself, yet the limitations of her infantile form rendered her voiceless. In her distress, she scratched her head anxiously. As she flailed her chubby hands and opened her mouth, her mother misinterpreted her actions as hunger, quickly taking a bowl from the wet nurse to feed her. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. What should I do? QAQ. Her mother paused, perplexed, as a frown creased her delicate brow. Had she just heard her daughter speak? Her gaze fell upon Qiao Wanshu's cherubic face, filled with confusion. Let us not rush first. Let us fill your belly. Qiao Wanshu opened her mouth wide, eyes fixated on the food, saliva nearly spilling. Mother, hurry and feed me. Your precious daughter is about to starve. Slurp 2. At that moment, her mother's hand trembled slightly, realization dawning upon her that she could indeed hear her daughter's thoughts. Lin Momo, did you hear any strange sounds? She inquired of the wet nurse, hoping to discern if this phenomenon was unique to her. Lin Momo shook her head, indicating she had heard nothing out of the ordinary. So, it was only she who could hear her daughter's inner voice. Just as relief washed over her, she noticed Qiao Wanshu pouting, her expression resembling that of an elderly man. Oh, how close I came to death. That wicked stepmother even dared to push a mere child into the water. A chill raced through her mother's heart, her fingers tightened around the spoon as rage bubbled within her. How could her daughter's misfortune be orchestrated by the wicked stepmother? It was evident that her authority as the matriarch needed to be reinforced. In her fury, she commanded, "Summon this stepmother. I wish to interrogate her about Shuer's fall." No, mother. Qiao Wanshu struggled to grasp her mother's sleeve, only able to utter incoherent sounds in her distress. Please, do not act so rashly. The stepmother is a favored concubine of the emperor. Any misstep could have dire consequences, and we currently lack evidence. In the original narrative, it was the discovery of Qiao Wanshu's plight that led her mother to confront the stepmother, resulting in discord with her father and ultimately a rift in their relationship, which the stepmother exploited. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, her mother fell into contemplation. The stepmother was a royal concubine, and any rash actions against her could complicate matters with her husband. Suddenly, Qiao Wanshu's dark eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her face, revealing dimples as she thought, but mother can discuss this with father. I am your precious daughter. Her mother's mind cleared, and she instructed, Wait, summon your father at once, for I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, my lady. The wet nurse hurried out to fetch Qiao Wanshu's father. How clever my mother is! She quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Qiao Wanshu sighed in relief, her tiny hands finally resting as she settled down to eat quietly. As long as the story did not unfold as written, their family might escape their grim fate. Thus, she could live on. Her mother playfully poked her round cheek, beaming, "You little rascal, eat slowly." With her cheeks stuffed, Qiao Wanshu resembled a little squirrel, her face adorably puffed. After swallowing her last morsel, she patted her round belly and let out an unintentional burp, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Her mother could not help but chuckle, affectionately ruffling her fuzzy hair. Before long, Qiao Wanshu's father rushed home upon hearing of his daughter's incident. "My precious Shuer, are you unharmed?" A striking man clad in red official robes entered, his handsome features softening at the sight of his cherubic daughter. This was Qiao Wanshu's father, Qiao Zhongtian. Currently holding a third-rank position, he was a man of considerable influence, a fact that made him a target of the emperor's jealousy. Upon seeing her father, Qiao Wanshu's face lit up, and she waved her chubby hands at him. Qiao Zhongtian, a devoted father, rushed toward his daughter, but her mother intercepted him. "Our beloved Shuer nearly lost her life due to the machinations of the stepmother. What do you intend to do about this?" Chapter 2, Dealing with the Deceptive Stepmother. Qiao Zhongtian's keen eyes scanned the room, noting that the servants stood in the corners with their heads bowed, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Madame Chen sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her head bowed as she meticulously arranged the delicate, rosy garments of her beloved daughter. The voice seemed to resonate solely within his ears. Suddenly, that soft, sticky voice echoed once more. "Woo-woo, I do not wish for father to die." At that moment, Qiao Zhongtian was utterly convinced that the voice emanated from his cherished daughter. With a heart pounding in trepidation, he cradled his daughter and circled the room, inquiring of the servants, "Have any of you heard any strange sounds?" The servants exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Qiao Zhongtian exhaled a sigh of relief, then approached Madame Chen, tentatively asking, "My dear wife, have you heard any peculiar sounds?" Madame Chen paused in her task, pondering the notion of strange sounds. Did hearing her daughter's innermost thoughts count? She parted her lips to speak, but upon seeing her daughter's wide, innocent eyes and her tiny pinky finger in her mouth, the words faltered. "There are no sounds. Why have you been so suspicious lately?" It would be best to keep the matter of hearing their daughter's thoughts a secret from her husband, lest it frighten him. Qiao Zhongtian became even more certain that only he could hear his daughter's thoughts. Gazing at his round, porcelain-like daughter, his heart melted. He resolved silently to keep this revelation from his wife, fearing it would alarm her. "My dear Shuer is safe, that's all that matters, but it nearly scared your father to death." He held his adorable daughter tightly, unable to let go. Qiao Wanshu stared back at Qiao Zhongtian, their eyes locked. Father would certainly not die, but with his constant drinking, his health has deteriorated. A stroke is imminent. The original father had suffered a stroke before the rebellion due to excessive drinking, which led to internal alcohol poisoning. Ultimately, when the family was accused of treason, he coughed up blood and perished. Qiao Wanshu sighed inwardly, feeling a deep sorrow. Alas, if father were to quit drinking and find a physician to restore his health, calamity could surely be averted. Qiao Zhongtian was taken aback. He had been feeling aches throughout his limbs after drinking. Could it be that his health was in jeopardy? Just then, Madame Chen stepped forward, taking Qiao Wanshu away. "You were utterly drunk last night. Do not let the stench of alcohol near my Shuer." Qiao Zhongtian quickly smiled apologetically. "You are right, my dear wife. I shall never drink again for the sake of his precious Shuer. He must indeed give up alcohol." As he reached for his daughter again, a maid hurriedly entered the room. "Master, madam, concubine, he refuses to kneel in the ancestral hall and is outside weeping, begging to see you." Qiao Wanshu shook her tiny fists, her face puffing up in indignation. "It seems this concubine, he is truly wicked. Is she not even a little remorseful? Coming to father to cry when she was the one who pushed me into the water, and Qiao saw it all." Madame Chen, holding her daughter, heard her inner thoughts and immediately ordered with a stern expression, "Bring that wretched woman in. I wish to see how she defends herself." Concubine, he slinked into the room, her eyes red and teary, kneeling pitifully on the ground. "Master, madam, I am wronged. I did not push the young lady. Why must I be made to kneel in the ancestral hall?" Qiao Wanshu raised her soft little head in her mother's embrace, scrutinizing concubine he. Truly, she was a beauty favored by the emperor, with a delicate waist and a lovely face. Even a man would be moved by her pitiable demeanor. You claim you are wronged? Madame Chen sat regally, her gaze icy, as she fixed it upon concubine He. Madam, I know you dislike me, but you cannot accuse me without cause. I implore the master to intercede on my behalf. Concubine He, realizing pleading with Madame Chen was futile, directly appealed to Qiao Zhongtian. Very well, summon Qiao. Madame Chen commanded angrily. As concubine He gaped in shock, the maid Qiao entered, head bowed, kneeling and greeting. I pay my respects to master and madam.
Speak.
Did you witness concubine? He pushed the young lady. Qiao stole a glance at concubine He, her eyes wide with fear at the latter's furious expression. I did see it. At that moment, the wet nurse had set the young lady by the pond to bask in the sun, and concubine He passed by and pushed her in. Wretched maid! You slander me! Concubine He, with her long nails pointed at Qiao, looked ready to explode. Master, Qiao is certainly in league with the madam, aiming to frame me. Fearing that concubine He's madness might frighten his precious daughter, Qiao Zhongtian quickly commanded the maids, seize her. Concubine He was firmly restrained by two maids, her eyes darting wildly. Master, you must not believe the words of this wretched maid. Even if this matter reaches the emperor's ears, I am still wronged. Her insinuation was unmistakable. Concubine He was attempting to leverage the emperor against Qiao Zhongtian. Qiao Wanshu, still sucking on her finger, rolled her round eyes. Humph! When she pushed me, her earring fell by the pond. Mother quickly sent someone to search for it. That is the evidence. Madame Chen's heart jolted. She had completely forgotten about that detail. She quickly summoned a maid and whispered instructions. The maid promptly exited the room. Madame Chen's gaze turned frosty as she addressed concubine He. I shall grant you one last chance. Did you push Shu? I did not push the young lady. I refuse to acknowledge it. As long as she adamantly denied it, the entire prime minister's residence would be powerless against her. For a moment, the room fell into a deadlock. Qiao Wanshu, with her round eyes, gazed at concubine He's beautiful face, unable to stifle a sigh. Alas, she is indeed lovely, yet her heart is so malicious. Just as concubine He believed Madame Chen had no means to hold her accountable and began to gloat, a maid hurriedly entered, producing an earring before Qiao Zhongtian. This earring was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a pearl at its center. Qiao Zhongtian, in a fit of rage, hurled the earring at concubine He's face. Wretched woman, this earring was a gift I bestowed upon you not long ago. Do you dare to deny it? Concubine He gazed at the earring on the ground, her complexion paling drastically. In her carelessness, she had left the earring by the pond. Master, I merely passed by. I did not push her. Concubine He's face turned ashen as she attempted to defend herself, but in the next moment, Qiao Zhongtian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Given the evidence, do you still wish to dispute it? Concubine He's hairpin clattered to the ground as she fell, her face ghostly pale, crawling to Qiao Zhongshan's side, clutching his leg and weeping pitifully. Master, I was momentarily blinded by folly. She knew that the master was most pained by the sight of her tears. However, in the next instant, Qiao Zhongtian kicked her hard in the chest, sending her sprawling half a meter away. How could you be so cruel to a mere one-year-old child? Qiao Zhongshan's eyes were cold and sharp. You ought to reflect on your actions. Bring this wretched woman away. No one is to let her out without my permission. Two maids dragged concubine He out, her eyes swollen from crying, struggling all the while, her attire in disarray, a shoe having fallen off. Once concubine He's cries faded into silence, Qiao Zhongtian turned to his wife with an apologetic expression. My dear, it is my fault. I nearly brought harm to Shu. If anything had befallen Shu due to that wretched woman, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Madame Chen, embracing Qiao Wanshu, felt an even deeper affection for her precious daughter. Yet, her expression soon turned troubled. Concubine He is, after all, a concubine granted by the emperor, and her father holds a position of 6th rank. Even knowing her malicious intentions, it remains unwise for us to take action against her. Chen harbored a deep-seated resentment even though He nearly caused her daughter's demise. The only recourse available to her was confinement. Fear not, dear mother. To deal with such a treacherous and malevolent person One merely needs to lace her meals with poison, and then speak of her lingering illness leading to her demise. Would that not suffice? In her previous life, Aunt he had presented forged evidence while framing the Prime Minister's residence for treason, leading to the execution and exile of their entire family. In this life, failing to address Aunt he would be akin to placing a ticking time bomb beside them, and the Qiao family would inevitably face the same fate once more. The couple had an epiphany. Indeed, their precious daughter was astute. Before long, a robust voice echoed from outside. What has happened to Sister Shuer? Chapter 3. Brother surprisingly brings home an enemy spy. A tall and formidable man clad in silver armor strode into the room. Before Qiao Wanshu could fully comprehend the situation, her petite frame was swept up in the man's embrace. He possessed an exceedingly handsome visage, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of unwavering integrity. This was Qiao Wanshu's elder brother, Qiao Jingchen. Qiao Jingchen, who had long been stationed in the field leading troops, was the youngest general of the Zhou dynasty and the most coveted son-in-law among the noble women of the capital. Qiao Wanshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her tiny hands. Wow, brother is so handsome. Oh my, he's lifting me up so high, how delightful. Suddenly, Qiao Jingchen heard this remark and glanced around in confusion, ultimately fixing his gaze on his little sister, who was kicking her legs and pouting her lips. Qiao Wanshu instinctively reached out her small hands, grasping at Qiao Jingchen, her mind racing with excitement. Let me touch the handsome face. Almost as if compelled by some unseen force, Qiao Jingchen leaned closer, allowing his little sister's soft hands to playfully torment his handsome features. At that moment, he was certain the voice belonged to his dear sister. He refrained from immediately informing their parents, knowing that if such an astonishing revelation reached their ears, his sister would surely be branded a monster. I am Bai Lu, honored to meet you, esteemed lord and lady. While Qiao Jingchen was momentarily stunned, a beautiful woman clad in a white silk gown gracefully entered the room and bowed to Qiao Zhongtian and his wife. Seeing the enchanting woman before her, Chen was filled with curiosity. Chener, who is this lady? Qiao Jingchen swiftly redirected his attention, a peculiar flush appearing on his cheeks as he held Qiao Wanshu in one arm and took Bai Lu's hand with the other, introducing her to their parents. Naturally, Chen was delighted that her burly son had found a wife. However, as soon as she opened her mouth to speak, her words were stifled by Qiao Wanshu's cries. Wow. This woman is a spy from the enemy nation, brother. You must not let her enter. She will relay every movement of the Prime Minister's residence to the enemy. In the original tale, Bai Lu was an agent sent by the enemy, deliberately approaching the elder brother to steal military secrets. Subsequently, Qiao Jingchen's repeated defeats in battle were attributed to this spy's treachery. To alter their fate, Qiao Wanshu had to prevent her brother from marrying the spy. Brother, do not be so foolish. What woman would venture alone to a military encampment? She is intentionally drawing near to you. Qiao Wanshu's barrage of protests left Qiao Jingchen stunned, his grip on his sister tightening. Chen and Qiao Zhongtian also heard Qiao Wanshu's heartfelt thoughts. Having learned from Aunt He's previous betrayal, they unconditionally trusted their daughter's instincts. Chen took Qiao Wanshu in her arms, soothing her. Do not cry. My dear, your mother will not allow such an untrustworthy woman to enter our Prime Minister's residence. Then, casting a scornful glance at Bai Lu, she remarked, Chener, your father is a second-ranked Prime Minister. The woman you marry must be of noble birth. This lowly orphan is unworthy even to cross the threshold of our family. Your father, and I will not consent to this union. Upon hearing this, Qiao Wanshu ceased her tears, secretly relieved. Thank goodness my parents understand the gravity of the situation. Quickly adopting a sorrowful demeanor, she knelt before Chen. My pure body has already been bestowed upon General Qiao, and moreover, I carry his child. If you, madam, deem me unworthy, I would rather end my life by the river. Bai Lu. Qiao Jingchen gasped in shock. You're pregnant? A glimmer of pride sparkled in Bai Lu's eyes as she lifted her outer garment to reveal a slight swell of her abdomen. Indeed, I am 4 months along. I had intended to share this news with you in a few days, but Qiao Jingchen, blinded by her beauty, firmly asserted to Chen, Mother, my love for Bai Lu is genuine, and she bears Qiao's child. She merely seeks to use a false pregnancy to remain in the Qiao household, executing her ulterior motives. Brother, How could you be so foolish? Qiao Jingchen's face contorted with confusion upon hearing his sister's thoughts. Chen and Qiao Zhongtian, however, were unwavering in their belief in their precious daughter's words. Qiao Zhongtian thundered, "Who can ascertain if she is truly pregnant? You, my wayward son, have been utterly deceived by this vile woman. I shall never allow her to enter the Qiao family. I genuinely love the general and carry his child, yet I am met with such suspicion. If my son and I are not accepted, then I may as well perish." Bai Lu gazed at Qiao Jingchen, her eyes glistening with tears. "General, I am yours in life and in death. Though we cannot be together in this life, may we be united in the next." As the final words left her lips, Bai Lu lunged toward a nearby pillar.
"No."
"Stop!" Qiao Jingchen felt as though his heart were shattering. He grasped Bai Lu's waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, his eyes bloodshot with urgency. "Bai Lu, fear not. I shall marry you and grant you and our child a rightful place." Qiao Wanshu thought, this is absurd. How could he not see through such a blatant act? Brother is truly blinded by love. Ignoring his sister's thoughts, Qiao Jingchen turned to face his parents, his gaze resolute. "Father, mother, whether you approve or not, I shall marry Bai Lu." Chen trembled with anger. Having raised her son with care now, for the sake of this spy, he defied her completely. Her attempts to thwart their union were solely for his benefit, for the sake of their family. What could she do now? Qiao Wanshu piped up once more. "Brother is being utterly unreasonable. I am infuriated. Cut off his salary and sever ties with him, strip him of his military power, and let him experience hardship. If this spy cannot see his worth, she will surely abandon him." Fuming, Qiao Wanshu clenched her tiny fists, her round face puffed with indignation, resembling an adorable bun. Regaining her composure, Chen glared at Qiao Jingchen. "Very well. If you insist on marrying this woman, I shall cut off your allowance, cast you out of our home, and you will relinquish your military command to your younger brother. You may frolic with this woman, living as a pair of wild lovebirds, and do not dare to acknowledge me as your mother." Bai Lu was utterly bewildered by the Qiao family's tumultuous actions. If Qiao Jingchen were cast out, stripped of his power, how could she proceed with her scheme? "Father, mother, I never anticipated your shallowness and materialism. Merely because Bai Lu hails from humble origins, you treat her thus, disregarding the bond of mother and son forged over many years." Qiao Jingchen chuckled bitterly. Chen was left speechless, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. How could she disregard their bond? Qiao Jingchen turned to Bai Lu, his expression filled with deep affection. "Lulu, I am no longer General Qiao. Would you be willing to share a humble life with me?" He cared not for wealth or military power. All he desired was to be with the woman he cherished. Even if he possessed nothing, he would willingly embrace it. Bai Lu smiled awkwardly. "I would certainly be willing. But, oh heavens, she was not inclined. Was this man a fool?" Just as she was about to persuade Qiao Jingchen not to act impulsively, he grasped her hand and began to walk away. "All right, let us go. Wait," Chen called out. "Qiao Wanshu. What a lifesaver. This infatuated fool is beyond redemption." "Accepting what?" "Bai Lu, this spy is merely after the border defense map. Isn't it worth a try?" Chapter 4. My elder brother's heartbreak. Alas, my elder brother's heartbreak is truly profound. Upon reflection, my younger sister's words hold some merit. That night, Bai Lu's attire was rather scant, and her solitary presence outside the military encampment in the snow raises suspicions. Yet Lulu is with child. How could he possibly abandon her? The notion that Lulu's pregnancy is a fabrication, as my sister suggested, is utterly preposterous. He distinctly remembers that night with her. It was indeed her first. "As the hour grows late, it would be prudent for you to remain at the estate tonight. Departure may be deferred until tomorrow." Initially intent on expelling them, Qiao Zhongtian's thoughts shifted, and he spoke in a grave tone. "Very well." Qiao Jingchen sensed that his parents could not truly part with him. Their earlier words were mere expressions of frustration. Yet a moment later, Qiao Wanshu's words fell upon him like a cold shower, chilling him to the core. Intruders are here to steal the border defense plans. They will surely make their move tonight. Should these plans fall into enemy hands, it would spell doom for our soldiers at the frontier. And you, consumed by love, would undoubtedly bear the weight of a death sentence. Qiao Jingchen clenched his fists, his countenance dark as night. He could not fathom that Lulu would conspire to steal the border defense plans. Yet, his sister's concerns planted seeds of doubt within him. That evening, Chunshi dressed Qiao Wanshu in a new garment. The little darling donned a pale pink outfit adorned with golden embroidery. Her skin as white and soft as snow, her exquisitely sculpted face reminiscent of a child from a traditional painting. Utterly adorable. "My precious daughter is truly delightful," Chunshi remarked, her heart swelling with affection as she kissed the little one. The child giggled, her laughter sweet and soft. At that moment, her large, dark eyes caught sight of the ceiling, where footsteps echoed. Chunshi exchanged a knowing glance with Qiao Zhongtian, and they commenced their charade. "My dear husband, the border defense plans are securely placed in your study, correct?" Qiao Zhongtian feigned nonchalance, declaring loudly, "Indeed, they rest upon the shelf in my study. Fear not, my lady. I shall present them to His Majesty tomorrow. Once we surpass tonight, the Qiao family shall be safe." Chunshi pretended to breathe a sigh of relief. "Ah, if we can just endure tonight, once the plans are delivered, I shall find peace in my slumber." Moments later, the footsteps above gradually receded until they vanished entirely. Qiao Wanshu could hardly believe her parents were such seasoned actors. It seemed a captivating performance awaited them that night. As night enveloped the Prime Minister's estate, a piercing cry echoed, "Assassin! Seize the assassin!" By the time Chunshi rushed into the study with Qiao Wanshu in her arms, Qiao Jingchen stared at her in disbelief. "Lulu, what brings you to the study at such an hour? Are you truly a spy?" He could neither believe nor accept the thought. Bai Lu fought to suppress her rising panic, gazing at him with doe-like eyes. "General, I only sought to protect the child within me. I feared the lady would cast me out of the Prime Minister's estate, so I intended to steal some paintings to sell. General, this is all for you and our child." What a magnificent facade! The border defense plans concealed in her possession. Had it not been for his father's reliability in apprehending her, chaos would have ensued had these plans fallen into enemy hands. At that moment, Chunshi emerged from the courtyard with the delicate Qiao Wanshu, her expression darkened. "Bring forth everything this wretch possesses." "Yes, my lady." Chunshi's personal maid approached Bai Lu, thoroughly searching her, ultimately retrieving a scroll from her sleeve. "My lady, this was found on this wretched woman." Bai Lu's face turned ashen, yet she maintained her composure. "I did not take it. I know not how this came to be in my possession." Desperately, she turned to Qiao Jingchen, throwing herself into his embrace. "General, I am wronged. I never anticipated they would frame me in such a manner, attributing such grave accusations to me. Will you not believe me?" Tears streamed down her face, rendering her an object of pity. Slap. Chunshi's maid struck her without hesitation. "You dare to argue at the brink of death." Bai Lu's face swelled from the blow, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as she cried out, "General, the child within me is your flesh and blood. Will you truly allow them to treat me thus?" "Enough," Chunshi barked. "Let the imperial physician examine her. I shall ascertain whether her condition is genuine or merely a ruse." Soon, Imperial Physician Lu arrived. Bai Lu resisted, unwilling to extend her wrist for examination. Such evasion only suggested guilt. Qiao Zhongtian scoffed, his face a thundercloud. "Lulu, if you claim to be with child, let the physician examine you thoroughly." Qiao Jingchen regarded her with a conflicted expression. His desire to believe her clashed with her dubious actions. "She is certainly an ally of the ladies, and thus biased against me. It is not that I intend to conceal anything. I merely fear their intentions," Bai Lu implored. "Rest assured, Imperial Physician Lu is the most upright man in the palace. No one can bribe him." "I can vouch for that," Qiao Jingchen asserted. Yet, Bai Lu remained reluctant. Qiao Jingchen seized her wrist, forcibly presenting it to the physician. Lu's fingers grazed Bai Lu's pulse, but after scarcely 3 seconds, he withdrew his hand. "This woman is not pregnant." "No, General, you must believe me." Bai Lu's face drained of color as she desperately protested. "How unnecessary. Just reveal the pillow concealed within her." Beside them, Qiao Wanshu yawned, her small hands rubbing her tired eyes. She had seen enough of this performance. Chunshi swiftly approached, reaching for Bai Lu. "Ah, my lady, what are you doing?" Bai Lu exclaimed, her face pale as she recoiled, seeking help from Qiao Jingchen with her misty eyes, appearing most pitiful. Qiao Jingchen, softened by her gaze, felt a pang of compassion. Just as he prepared to speak, Chen Shi pulled a pillow from beneath Bai Lu's garment. Qiao Jingchen, Qiao Zhongtian, Lu the physician. Bai Lu's complexion turned as pale as paper. Qiao Jingchen's face darkened, and he drew his sword, pointing it at her throat. You wretched woman, even your pregnancy is a fabrication. How absurd that he had contemplated abandoning everything for her. No wonder his sister deemed him lovesick. With the truth unveiled, despair consumed Bai Lu, she forced a smile. You, Qiao Jingchen, are simply foolish. I merely acted coy. Did you truly believe I loved you so deeply? How laughable. Alas, my elder brother is truly pitiable. After finally finding love, he was deceived by a spy who not only betrayed his affections, but also tarnished his integrity. Qiao Jingchen's heart lay in ruins, his gaze void of life. Coldly, he commanded, seize this spy and imprison her until further notice. 2 guards seized Bai Lu, dragging her away. Qiao Jingchen stood despondently, kneeling before his parents. Father, mother, I failed to discern the truth, nearly precipitating disaster. He raised his hand and struck his own face with force. Chen Shi's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at him, her heart aching. Jingchen, it is enough that you have awakened to the truth. Qiao Zhongtian exhaled in relief. Had the border defense plans been stolen, not only would our family perish, but the entire Zhou dynasty would be engulfed in turmoil. Thankfully, that calamity has yet to unfold. All of this was thanks to their precious daughter. The 3 of them cast their gazes upon Qiao Wanshu, her snow-white figure captivating their attention. At that moment, she playfully shook her 2 little flower-bun pigtails, her large, glistening eyes peering at everyone with an innocent charm that melted their hearts. In unison, they silently mused, Wanshu is indeed the Qiao family's lucky star. The following morning, as Qiao Wanshu lingered in the realm of dreams, her petite form was suddenly lifted. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the radiant smile of Qiao Jingchen, his handsome face beaming as he exclaimed, Little sister, come look at what big brother has brought for you. Qiao Wanshu yawned, rubbing her eyes with her tiny hands, gazing in a daze. Upon spotting the dazzling array of gold and silver treasures scattered on the ground, her large, watery eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with delight. Wow, brother is so good to me. It's all gold and silver jewels. I love them, she exclaimed joyfully. I'm rich. I'm rich. Qiao Jingchen picked up a string of agate beads and handed them to Qiao Wanshu, saying, as long as my little sister likes them, I will bring you gifts every day. After the incident with Bai Lu, he had learned that the Qiao family had remained safe due to the efforts of his little sister. If it weren't for her uncovering Bai Lu's true identity, he would not have been able to test her that night. His little sister had saved the Qiao family, as well as the lives of over 100,000 soldiers at the border. What was a small gift of gold and silver to her? The little one's bright, dark eyes sparkled with joy as she danced in delight, humming happily. Money, money, come to me in droves. Qiao Jingchen placed Qiao Wanshu amidst the pile of treasures, and she wriggled her chubby little body like a caterpillar, grabbing at the gold and adorning herself with jade necklaces. I'm so happy to be the daughter of the Qiao family. I love money, and money loves me, bringing jewels my way. Knowing his mother was often weary, Qiao Jingchen lifted his sister and told the wet nurse, please inform mother that I have taken my sister to pay respects to grandmother. Young master, you must be careful with the young lady, the wet nurse cautioned. Rest assured, Qiao Jingchen replied, carefully cradling the plump little Qiao Wanshu, taking utmost care not to exert too much force. Eventually, he hoisted her onto his shoulder, declaring, little sister, brother will give you a ride. Qiao Wanshu giggled, tugging at her brother's hair with her rosy little hands. So hi, brother, run a little faster. Seeing his sister so elated, Qiao Jingchen quickened his pace, startling the servants who hurriedly followed behind, fearful of causing harm to the beloved young lady of the Qiao family. As they entered the Showan Hall, a commanding voice echoed from within. You rascal, put Shuer down at once. She's only 1 year old. What will you do if you drop her? Grandmother Qiao, supported by the wet nurse, hurried towards the door, raising her hand to smack Qiao Jingchen on the arm. The 2 wet nurses quickly caught Qiao Wanshu, cradling her in the old lady's arms. Grandmother Qiao beamed at the chubby little bundle exuding a sweet milky fragrance. I was worried sick when I heard my precious Shuer fell into the water. I couldn't eat a thing all day. Now that I see she's safe, I can finally relax. Grandmother. The young lady merely fell into the water and was quickly rescued by the servants. There was no harm done, a wet nurse reassured her. Qiao Wanshu's round, glimmering eyes followed the sound, landing on a woman dressed in a pink gown adorned with delicate floral accessories, gracefully walking out with a tray of tea. Is it possible? Lin Jinger really thinks of herself as a lady of the Qiao family, wearing the same style of dress. Moreover, Lin Jinger had been responsible for the family's misfortunes, having murdered their grandmother and absconded with all her wealth, a true villainess. Qiao Wanshu inwardly scolded. What a green TBTCH. The old lady froze in her embrace. Was that voice truly her granddaughter's? But her granddaughter had not spoken. How could a 1-year-old articulate words? When would grandmother see through Lin Jingya's true nature? She had been stealing grandmother's jewelry to sell and even engaged in usury within the household, a veritable scourge. Qiao Wanshu spoke again, reinforcing the connection between the voice and her precious granddaughter, yet the old lady remained skeptical of the accusations against Lin Jinger. Then Qiao Wanshu continued, look at the jade bracelet she's wearing. Isn't it the one mother gifted grandmother on her 60th birthday? Not only did she steal it, but she also dares to wear it openly. Upon hearing this, the old lady's gaze fell upon Lin Jingya's wrist, and indeed, she spotted the bracelet, her brows furrowing in concern. Jinger, where did you get that bracelet? Could it be that grandmother was losing her mind? Surely, she wasn't senile yet. The old lady's pupils constricted, anger swelling within her as she focused on the bracelet. Although she was aging, she wasn't foolish enough to forget that the bracelet was a precious gift from her daughter-in-law on her 60th birthday. Such a valuable gift. How could she possibly bestow it upon Lin Jinger? That would be a slap in the face to her daughter-in-law. Just as she was about to express her fury, Qiao Wanshu's soft voice chimed in again. Lin Jinger has been engaging in such deceitful acts for more than a year. If she suddenly feels threatened, she will become wary. To uproot this poisonous thorn, it must be done in one swift motion. The old lady understood this reasoning well and told Lin Jinger, you may leave now. Your services are not needed here. For a fleeting moment, Lin Jinger appeared stunned. She thought she detected a hint of disdain in the old lady's eyes. However, she dared not linger and quickly departed with her own thoughts. The old lady, with a radiant smile, cherished her granddaughter, saying, come, grandmother will accompany you to the garden to catch butterflies. Xiao Jingchen immediately came over to carry his sister, stating, grandmother, let me hold her. I'm stronger, and little sister has been eating a lot lately. I wouldn't want her to tire you out.
Pa.
You're the one who eats a lot. I'm still a little baby. I need to eat to grow, she protested, having only consumed a bowl of porridge at each meal. Upon hearing Qiao Wanshu's inner thoughts, the old lady and Xiao Jingchen burst into laughter. In the center of the garden was a large lotus pond, rumored to have been excavated at great expense by Qiao Zhongtian when Chen was pregnant, all to win a smile from his beloved. Qiao Jingchen set his sister down, allowing her soft little legs to practice walking on the ground. Walking is so tiring. Though Qiao Wanshu was already 1 year old, her legs were still quite weak, making every few steps a challenge. Her chubby little body struggled to maintain balance, wobbling amusingly. Watching his sister's adorable attempts to walk, nearly toppling over yet determined to continue, even the most stoic of hearts would be softened. At that moment, a loud splash resonated from the lotus pond, followed by the frantic cries of a servant. Help! The young lady has fallen into the water. Qiao Wanshu's heart skipped a beat. It was the Qiao family's cousin, Fang Yener. The protagonist of this tale has appeared.
Yanea.
Qiao Jingchen's heart tightened, and he rushed forward to save her. With no support, Qiao Wanshu stumbled and fell, rolling over and bursting into tears. In her heart, she couldn't help but complain. Oh my goodness, is the calamity of the Qiao family making a grand appearance? Will we never catch a break? Brother, please don't go. The trouble she brings is worse than Bai Lu. She grasped Qiao Jingchen's pant leg, wriggling to climb back onto him, determined to prevent him from rescuing Fang Yener. Qiao Jingchen, hindered by the little dumpling clinging to him, dared not pull away for fear of harming his precious sister. Upon sensing her thoughts, he was struck with an icy chill. How could it be that even Yenner would bring misfortune upon the Qiao family? He could hardly believe it. The cousin, renowned for her beauty and grace, was said to be the envy of many suitors. Who wouldn't he say that the family fortunate enough to marry her must have burned countless incense in their past lives to earn such a blessing? Yet, after the incident with Bai Lu, every word Qiao Wanshu spoke seemed to ring true. Unaware of her brother's internal conflict, Qiao Wanshu turned to gaze at grandmother Qiao with wide eyes. With her mouth agape, she wept and howled, her small frame trembling uncontrollably. In her heart, she cried out, "Grandmother, please stop that big brother from making foolish decisions. Oh, how pitiful is Shuer. All she desires is for the entire family to survive. Why must it be so difficult?" Lady Qiao stood frozen, her gaze flickering as she fixed her eyes on Qiao Shuer. "Heavens, Buddha, have you seen my sincere devotion and thus sent this auspicious star, Shuer, to guide us and avert calamity?" She had heard of the Bai Lu incident and had witnessed Lin Jinger's unscrupulous actions, firmly believing in Qiao Wanshu's sentiments. After a moment of silent prayer, Lady Qiao spoke. "Chinner, how could you act so recklessly? You have not yet grasped the situation, yet you rush in at the sound of distress. What if it is a trap? Would you not be stepping into peril?" Exhausted from crying, Qiao Wanshu nodded vigorously at Lady Qiao's words. "Indeed, Fang Yenner is scheming against my brother. If he rescues her, she could claim that her purity was ruined by being seen with a man. My brother still pities her and treats her well, yet Fang Yenner is not one to be satisfied. She resents that the other 3 brothers and I share in the wealth that is rightfully hers. From then on, she bears a grudge against our family, colluding with outsiders to harm our father and brothers. She is nothing but an ungrateful wolf." Qiao Jingchen listened intently, his fists clenched in determination. If what Shuer said were true, would I not become the eternal sinner of the Qiao family? No. Regardless of the truth, I cannot act recklessly again. I must not endanger myself and my family. He silently made a vow. Seeing Qiao Wanshu clinging to his leg, sobbing without cease, his heart ached. He quickly bent down to embrace her, softly coaxing, "Shuer, be good, do not cry. Let big brother see where you hurt. Hands, feet, bottom. Want to save someone? You'll have to throw me out first. Let's see if you can bear to do that." Lady Qiao, observing the siblings' interaction, began to contemplate a different course of action. Although Yenner is of my blood, she is but a distant relative. If she truly harbors ill intentions towards the Qiao family, threatening our safety, then I shall personally rid us of this scourge, thus atoning for my failure to discern her character. With this thought in mind, she addressed Qiao Jingchen. "You carry Shuer and follow me. We shall go see for ourselves." Qiao Wanshu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wonderful. Grandmother is indeed wise. This way, big brother will not be ensnared." Her smile, however, squeezed out the remaining tears, leaving her face streaked with sorrow and her eyes and nose red, which tugged at Lady Qiao's heartstrings. This child, so deeply distressed, still worried for her foolish brother's safety. She couldn't help but shoot Qiao Jingchen a glare. Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Jingchen received a silent rebuke from his grandmother. Although he did not comprehend the reason, he rubbed his nose and fell silent. Whatever it was, he must have done something wrong. The group, accompanied by servants and attendants, made their way toward the lotus pond. From a distance, they could see a woman floundering in the water, weakly thrashing about. Having been delayed by Qiao Wanshu's intervention, the woman was clearly exhausted and could not hold on much longer. "Miss, hold on. Your cousin is coming to save you," the maid's voice rang out. The woman struggled to lift her head, catching a glimpse of Qiao Jingchen. With a roll of her eyes, she fainted completely, her body sinking like a stone to the bottom of the pond. Qiao Jingchen watched from afar, his gaze dark and uncertain. It truly was his cousin, Yenner. Qiao Wanshu trembled, tightening her grip around his leg, fearing her brother might act foolishly again, and rushed to save her. Fortunately, Qiao Jingchen merely instructed the young servant behind him, "You go, and bring her up." The servant complied, shedding his outer garments, before plunging into the lotus pond. Fang Yenner's maid, desperate to intervene, was held in place by Lady Qiao's icy stare, which pinned her to the ground like a dagger. She could only watch helplessly. The young servant soon emerged from the pond, his arms encircling Fang Yenu's neck, bringing her to the surface. Others on the shore hastily assisted, dragging both of them onto the bank. Fang Yenu, having swallowed a significant amount of water, appeared pale and disheveled, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Her maid rushed over, shaking her and calling out, patting her back until, to everyone's surprise, Fang Yenu coughed up water and began to regain consciousness. Ignoring her blurred vision and the burning pain in her throat, she weakly gasped, "Thank you, dear cousin, for saving my life." Each word was punctuated by labored breaths. Qiao Wanshu felt suffocated by the absurdity of it all, scrunching her face in disgust as she spat. What a performance. She doesn't even know who to thank. She just wants to latch on to Big Brother. Lady Qiao's gaze shifted slightly, her tone calm yet pointed. Has Yenu swallowed pond water and become muddled? Of course. Gratitude is due for saving her, but she ought to thank her savior. Do you see who it is that rescued you? Chapter 7. He is soft-hearted. Qiao Wanshu rolled her eyes, releasing bubbles of frustration. She need not look closely. She has already planned to cling to Big Brother from the start. Thank goodness Big Brother did not rush in to save her. Otherwise, it would have been a spectacle. Qiao Jingchen flushed, choking slightly on his own saliva. Lady Qiao glanced at him, well aware that had it not been for Shuer's cries, this grandchild would have undoubtedly fallen into Yenu's trap. The three of them harbored different thoughts while Fang Yenu, still sprawled on the ground, remained oblivious. Blinking, she suddenly realized she was cradled in her maid's arms. Not far off stood a soaked young servant, head bowed. And there, just a few steps away, was the object of her affections, Qiao Jingchen, standing impeccably dry and intact, casting a dark gaze upon her. How could this be?
Fang Yenu shook her head repeatedly,
unable to believe her eyes. With a sudden scream, she curled up, attempting to shield herself from the stares of those around her. The high-pitched sound startled Qiao Wanshu, who instinctively burrowed deeper into Qiao Jingchen's embrace, also internally screaming, "Oh, my dear heart, I'm about to explode from fright." Just wait and see. This is merely the beginning of her theatrics. That detestable White Lotus, let her make a scene, but why frighten everyone? She could truly scare someone to death. Before she could finish her thoughts, Fang Yenu indeed began to wail pitifully. I have been seen in a state that has ruined my purity. It would be better if I were to die. Struggling within her maid's grasp, she pulled at her hair and attempted to hit her head against the ground like a drowning fish, nearly causing her maid to lose her grip. Miss, please do not think such thoughts. The maid cried out, only to be suddenly pinched, causing her to loosen her hold, allowing Fang Yenu to tumble towards Qiao Jingchen. Rather than suffer the loss of my purity, I might as well drown. She cried out, "Cousin, I came to seek refuge with aunt, but left my innocence behind in the Qiao family. You must stand up for me, dear cousin." She had aimed her fall precisely at Qiao Jingchen, staggering forward until she collapsed at his feet. Qiao Wanshu clenched her fists, unable to restrain herself from swinging at Fang Yenu, internally cursing, "White Lotus, retreat. Do not trouble my big brother. Is there no one to pull her away? What if her misfortune rubs off on me?" Qiao Jingchen tightened his grip around Qiao Wanshu, gently caressing the back of her head, subtly stepping back to avoid Fang Yenu's clutches. Indeed, Shuer was entirely correct. He silently rejoiced within himself. Fang Yenu, always poised and graceful, was now utterly transformed into a disheveled wild woman, a stark contrast to her usual self. Had he acted a moment sooner, he might have found himself ensnared in a predicament from which escape would be impossible. The old matriarch, Lady Qiao, had long since extinguished any fondness or sympathy she once held for Fang Yenu. She wholeheartedly endorsed Qiao Wanshu's sentiments, and with a commanding voice, she declared, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and help Miss Biao to her feet and take her away for a bath and change." The day's servants, roused from their stupor, hurried to assist. Fang Yenu flailed her arms in a frenzy, but was ultimately hoisted up by the arms. She leaned towards Qiao Jingchen, her voice hoarse as she screamed, "Cousin, though I am but a solitary girl, I cannot allow myself to be so humiliated. The Qiao family has tarnished my reputation and offered me no justice. Do they truly wish to drive me to despair? Then do not stop me. Let me die. Her voice, once sweet and gentle, now resembled the raucous cawing of a crow. Even the servants holding her displayed visible disgust. They exerted their strength, their actions becoming somewhat rough. Suddenly, Qiao Jingchen interjected, "Stop. Yenna is a Miss Biao. Can she endure such treatment?" Qiao Wanshu, having barely begun to enjoy the spectacle, felt an icy chill at his words. "Surely not, dear brother. Do not act foolishly. At such a critical moment, how could you falter? Do not tell me that her shamelessness has clouded your judgment. What sort of swill could so thoroughly obscure your perception?" Lady Qiao, unable to bear the scene any longer, was further inflamed by Qiao Wanshu's complaints, her fury bubbling to the surface. Qiao Jingchen. The Qiao family has always been esteemed for its strict family values and decorum throughout the capital. If you harbor any thoughts, think them through. Do not allow a moment's folly to tarnish the Qiao family's reputation. Qiao Jingchen sighed almost imperceptibly. He admitted that there was a fleeting moment when he felt pity for Fang Yenner, thinking she should not be treated so harshly. Though Lady Qiao did not catch his subtle gesture, it did not escape Qiao Wanshu's notice. Observing Qiao Jingchen's discomfort, she felt not a shred of sympathy, but rather a wicked satisfaction. Served you right. Love-struck fools need a good reprimanding. Grandmother is indeed wise and perceptive. With a mere gesture, she can restore order. This is the steady anchor of the Qiao family. With grandmother present, I need not fear my muddled elder brother causing any further trouble. Qiao Wanshu could not express her thoughts aloud, yet in her heart, she showered praises upon Lady Qiao. The matriarch, pleased by the flattery, felt a sense of contentment. As she gazed at her beloved eldest granddaughter, her affection deepened. Unable to resist, she reached out and pulled Qiao Wanshu from Qiao Jingchen's embrace. After all, she had nearly been led in circles. Qiao Jingchen's face flushed with embarrassment from the veiled criticism. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Wanshu pouted her delicate lips and playfully nuzzled against Lady Qiao's cheek. Her soft lips and toothless gums eliciting a delightful tickle, causing the matriarch to chuckle with mirth. Suddenly, a group of people hurriedly approached from a distance, led by Qiao Zhongtian and his wife. Upon seeing the warm familial scene juxtaposed with the chaos of struggle and shouts, they felt a headache coming on. "Enough!" Qiao Zhongtian's voice rang out sharply. "What is this uproar? Have you no sense of decorum?" At his command, the servants ceased their actions. Only Fang Yenner continued to sob, as though she had suffered a great injustice. Qiao Zhongtian shot her a glance, his brows knitting together as he inquired, what transpired here to create such a scene? "Oh no. Father arrived far too swiftly. He is easily swayed, and Fang Yenner is adept at playing the victim. It seems her mother has orchestrated this perfectly." Chapter 8. The Art of Persuasion Through Virtue. Qiao Zhongtian's expression darkened, and the faces of Chen and the others were equally troubled. A servant who had been holding Fang Yenner was about to speak when someone bumped into her from behind. Fang Yenner stumbled over, collapsing to her knees and weeping. "Uncle, aunt, it is my fault for causing you trouble. My parents often spoke of my kind aunt and my open-hearted uncle, urging me to seek refuge with you after their passing, confident I would not be mistreated. I have been afraid of burdening you, so I rarely ventured beyond my room. Today, feeling stifled, I thought to take a stroll by the lotus pond. Alas, I stepped on a loose stone and fell into the water, igniting this commotion." Tears streamed down her face like pearls strung from a broken necklace, her sobs heart-wrenching enough to twist one's insides. Qiao Wanshu could hardly contain her rage as she longed to leap from Lady Qiao's embrace and smear mud on Fang Yenner's face. She squirmed in frustration, mentally cursing. "I can't take it anymore. I want to tear that deceitful mouth apart. She cannot win over my elder brother, so now she schemes to ensnare my father. Father cannot bear to see a beautiful woman weep. He will surely soften and allow her to remain in the Qiao household."
No, y absolutely refusa.
Chen shot Qiao Zhongtian a sharp glance, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Fang Yenner. Though they were nominally uncle and niece, their connection was tenuous at best. Yet one could force a semblance of a match if they tried. Qiao Zhongtian, somewhat intimidated, felt a strange sense of guilt under Chen's gaze.
Yenner, speak properly.
If you continue to cry, Outsiders will truly think the Qiao family has wronged you. Qiao Wanshu interjected, that is not true. She loosened that stone herself and deliberately stepped on it. Fearing she might slip, she even marked it with her handkerchief. Qiao Zhongtian's brow furrowed slightly. Yet he refrained from direct questioning. He turned to a servant and instructed, go over there and see which stone is loose. When we constructed this lotus pond, we took great care to ensure the stones were secure to prevent accidents. If negligence on the part of the workers led to Miss Biao's fall, I shall not let it go unpunished. Fang Yener was taken aback. Her uncle was not following the expected script. Shouldn't he first offer her comforting words and then devise a plan to clear her name, perhaps by promising her to Qiao Jingchen? But before she could intervene, several servants had already moved toward the spot where she had fallen. Sir, we found a handkerchief tucked under that loose stone. No other stones appear to be loose. Upon hearing the servant's report, Qiao Zhongtian's gaze shifted between the handkerchief and Fang Yener. Yener, is this handkerchief not your personal belonging? Why was it tucked under the stone? He emphasized the word tucked, the implication clear. Feigning confusion, Fang Yener patted her body and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, I thought my handkerchief was still at my waist. It must have slipped off when I fell and became wedged in the stones." At that moment, Qiao Wanshu was still cradled in Qiao Jingchen's arms. Lady Qiao, growing weary from holding her for too long, fearing she might drop this precious gem, willingly returned her to Qiao Jingchen. Qiao Wanshu, initially content in the embrace of the handsome man, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Fang Yener's evasive response, her heart boiling with indignation. How shameless! This ploy to provoke a fall and entangle my brother into the Qiao family is truly despicable. If this is not dealt with promptly, it will surely lead to greater troubles. In the end, they will exploit the Qiao family's reputation and drain the people's resources. The treachery of foreign collusion has left the common folk homeless and their lives in ruins. This is the true sin of the Qiao family. Her accusations sent chills down the spines of the Qiao family, spanning 3 generations. They believed Fang Yener to be a scourge upon their household, not realizing she posed a threat to the entire realm. No wonder Shuer would assert that her danger surpassed that of spies from enemy nations. Qiao Zhongtian and his wife exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing, yet subtly shaking their heads. They both deemed it imperative to dispose of Fang Yener swiftly. However, she had been taken in by the old matriarch, who had publicly bestowed upon her a reputation for kindness and compassion. Without the old matriarch's consent, they felt reluctant to take harsh measures. Unbeknownst to them, the old matriarch could hear Qiao Wanshu's innermost thoughts. At that moment, she was filled with fear and indignation. Her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions, wishing only to rid the world of the calamity that was Fang Yener. She twisted the Buddhist prayer beads in her hand, producing a creaking sound, and coldly proclaimed, "Though the servant's attempt to rescue Yener from drowning stemmed from compassion for a life, it has indeed tarnished your reputation. Thus, a reckoning is in order." Fang Yener felt a flicker of hope at this pronouncement, but before her elation could take flight, she heard the old matriarch continue, "If it is justice you seek, then you shall be wed to the one who saved you. This fulfills your desire to repay your benefactor and provides you the justice you deserve." Qiao Wanshu's heart raced, a thrill more exhilarating than a roller coaster. She nearly clapped in delight. This was the mark of a truly astute individual, playing their cards with finesse, championing the power of virtue. Fang Yener felt as if struck by lightning, her complexion turning as pale as parchment, her gaze losing focus, as though her very spirit had been shattered. The beauty that once graced her countenance faded, gradually cloaked in a layer of frost. "Is this the justice the Qiao family has promised me?" she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, as if it might dissipate with the wind. After posing the question, she seemed uninterested in an answer, allowing a cold laugh to escape her lips. The esteemed Qiao family, holding the rank of 2nd grade, had sullied the reputation of a destitute orphan. The resolution seemed to rest with a mere servant. "I, Fang Yener, am of scholarly descent. My father once served in the court. Should he learn that after his demise, his only daughter is to be betrothed to the lowest of servants in the Qiao family, would he not rise as an avenging spirit to demand justice from you all?" She ceased her impassioned tirade abruptly, a flash of resentment igniting in her eyes. "If I were to take this matter to the Dali temple, Do you think the Qiao family could withstand the scrutiny of the court and the tongues of the world? Ah, so now we have a threat. Qiao Wanshu thought disdainfully as she regarded Fang Yener with a sidelong glance. This is the Qiao residence. Only members of the Qiao family are present. Yet she dares to issue threats before us, clearly overestimating her own worth and courting danger. The old matriarch shared this sentiment, turning to signal a servant behind her. The servant, understanding her cue, promptly produced a silk handkerchief and stuffed it into Fang Yenu's mouth. The other servants swiftly restrained her arms, effectively subduing both her and her maid, Chuanhuan. In an instant, the two ladies became birds of a feather in their shared fate. Since you disdain to preserve your dignity, allow me to teach you the rules you ought to observe, the old matriarch thought as she waved her hand, instructing that the pair be locked in the woodshed to await their fate. In the Showan Hall, the old matriarch cradled Qiao Wanshu, seated at the head of the table. She gazed at the delicate child in her arms, wishing she could cherish her forever. My precious dumpling, tell your grandmother what delicious treats you desire. Qiao Wanshu's eyes widened in excitement, her little hands flailing as she tried to articulate her wishes. And indeed, she was expressing herself. Money, gold and silver, jewels, fine silks and satin, precious stones, paintings, anything of value. Xiao Zhongtian and his wife exchanged glances, their foreheads creased with worry. Their little treasure was far too young to be so fixated on wealth. Xiao Jingchen, however, had seen this side of her before and merely chuckled to himself without revealing her secret. The old matriarch, amused, pinched the soft cheeks of her beloved grandchild. Grandmother has plenty of treasures for you, my little meatball. I shall reserve them for your dowry, so you can have a splendid wedding, all right?
Qiao Wanshu paused. Ah?
Must I wait so long? Can I have a little advance now? The old matriarch chuckled, her eyes squinting with delight at her granddaughter's eagerness. Qiao Wanshu gazed at the doting face before her, unable to suppress a sigh. My grandmother is unparalleled, both shrewd and loving, a truly distinguished matron. It is a pity she was misled by Fang Yener, agreeing to take her into the household. And what happened? That ungrateful wolf deceived my elder brother, offering poison disguised as nourishment to grandmother, claiming it was a gesture of filial piety from the eldest grandson. Poor grandmother, blissfully consuming it daily, only to find her health deteriorating within half a year. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Xiao Zhongtian and his wife shot incredulous glances at Qiao Jingchen, unable to fathom how their usually astute son could have made such a foolish mistake. The old matriarch let out a cold huff, declaring, Fang Yener cannot remain imprisoned in the woodshed indefinitely. There must be consequences. Let us deliberate on how to deal with her. Chen Shi despised anyone who plotted against her children. With Fang Yener following the treachery of He Nyang, she was not inclined to show mercy. Just as she prepared to speak, she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Xiao Zhongtian, seated beside her, remained focused on his tea, but subtly shook his head. Chen Shi's expression dimmed, and the words she intended to voice faltered. Qiao Wanshu, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of sympathy for Chen Shi. Alas, what a shame. How could such a wonderful daughter-in-law fail to win grandmother's favor? I recall when grandmother fell ill, mother was frantic, unable to eat or sleep, desperately searching for a remedy. She was even nearly deceived by a quack, almost resorting to extreme measures to concoct a medicine for grandmother. Isn't that far superior to that ungrateful wolf? The old matriarch was taken aback, glancing incredulously at her daughter-in-law seated below her. How had she been unaware of this? Yet if what Wanshu said was true, it certainly had to be. Contemplating this, the old matriarch's demeanor softened significantly, and she turned to Chen Shi, asking, Chen Shi, what would you propose as the best course of action regarding her? Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. Her mother-in-law typically showed little patience for her company, let alone sought her opinion. What had prompted this sudden change? However, she barely had time to ponder. For the well-being of the Qiao family required her to deal with the calamity that was Fang Yener, even if it meant offending the old matriarch. Mother, Fang Yener is of noble birth. Marrying her to a servant would surely invite scorn upon the Qiao family for mistreating an orphan. Before the old matriarch could respond, Qiao Jingchen interjected in opposition. Just as Qiao Wanshu was about to chastise him in her mind for being hopelessly infatuated, the old matriarch's voice thundered. Fang Yana is of corrupt virtue. She schemed to tarnish your reputation in order to enter the Qiao household. Do you still have pity for her? Fearing that she might face public scorn? I believe your mother's words ring true. She should be sent far away to prevent any further ill intentions that might harm our family. Qiao Wanshu nodded vigorously, raising her tiny fists as though to affirm the old matriarch's words. Indeed, grandmother is wise. Truly, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Without grandmother, this family would surely fall apart. The old matriarch, delighted by her granddaughter's eloquence, felt a wave of comfort wash over her, her smile returning. She casually removed a fine jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it into Qiao Wanshu's arms. My little meatball, you are the most obedient and the least troublesome. Grandmother gives you this bracelet to make your elder brother envious, all right? Yes, yes. This is wonderful. Qiao Wanshu clapped her chubby little hands and laughed joyously. I do not despise small fortunes. My grandmother is indeed a deity of wealth, bestowing abundance and longevity. Lady Qiao laughed heartily, but her good mood was swiftly dampened upon noticing Qiao Jingchun lingering nearby. Jingchun, as a general, do you not fear being accused of neglecting your duties by returning home so often? Qiao Wanshu thought to herself, wow, it is indeed my grandmother's influence. She ought to give my elder brother a good talking to. How could someone so seemingly well-rounded fall prey to the folly of romantic obsession? Her words inadvertently reminded Qiao Zhongtian and his wife. The old lady's peculiar behavior seemed to manifest each time Wanshu offered her reminders. Could it be that she could hear Wanshu's innermost thoughts? Chapter 10. Can he hear them too? Lady Qiao, despite her advancing years, accompanied Qiao Wanshu on a leisurely stroll through the gardens, yet soon exhibited signs of fatigue after managing an array of affairs. Observing this, Qiao Zhongtian and his wife graciously took their leave, also taking Wanshu along to allow the old lady a moment of respite. Wanshu, having received a reward, was initially quite thrilled. However, being but a 1-year-old, she soon began to feel drowsy. Just as Qinsher laid her down, a servant's voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing it, Wanshu clicked her tongue, reflecting inwardly. Who would have thought? Is this the aura of a great fortune's heroine? Even when bound and confined, she still manages to escape. What extraordinary luck! Qinsher had long grown accustomed to her daughter's occasional utterances of phrases beyond her comprehension. Although she did not grasp the concept of a great fortune heroine, she inferred that Wanshu was referring to Fang Yenner's enviable luck. She increasingly felt that this individual needed to be dealt with swiftly. Any delay could result in unforeseen complications. My lord, might it be wise to send her away today? Should she evade us, she could very well head straight to the Dali Temple to lodge a complaint. While we may not fear repercussions, it could tarnish the reputation of the Qiao family and your esteemed position. Qiao Zhongtian nodded in agreement. His wife spoke wisely. Thus, they resolved to send her away today. He instructed his servants accordingly, emphasizing the need for vigilance. Having resolved this matter, Qiao Zhongtian approached the bedside, hoping to amuse his daughter and relish in the joys of familial connection before she drifted into slumber. As Wanshu dutifully played the role of an innocent infant, she mused, it must be my good fortune to have been reborn into such a wonderful family. Look at my parents, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect pair. If only they could remain this loving forever. Initially flattered by their daughter's praise, the couple soon found her subsequent remarks unsettling. Alas, my father shall soon fall prey to Aunt He's slander, leading to estrangement from my mother, and ultimately my own demise shall not be far off. Before they could react, urgent footsteps echoed from outside. My lord, madam, trouble looms. Aunt He has suddenly collapsed and Granny Gu is kneeling outside, beseeching her permission to summon a physician to attend to her.
See.
I knew it. Wanshu suddenly became animated, her cherubic face devoid of smiles, brows furrowed tightly, and her limbs flailing with agitation. It is during this medical consultation that Aunt He has bribed the doctor to feign pregnancy, subsequently framing my mother for causing her miscarriage. My father, easily swayed by Aunt He's deceit, will unwittingly lead to my demise. Alas, how tragic it would be for me to perish at such a tender age, leaving my mother in a state of confusion. My father will succumb to the bottle, suffering a stroke in the process. Meanwhile, and he, unrestrained, will wreak havoc upon our household, ultimately leading to our family's ruin.
No.
I cannot allow myself to meet such a fate. I must devise a plan to thwart this calamity. A cascade of revelations left the couple trembling with dread. They could scarcely fathom the extent of the calamity that awaited them, especially Qiao, a noble woman brought low by a mere concubine's machinations. The realization that her husband could be so easily deceived by such a wretched woman left her feeling unforgiving. In her fury, she pushed Qiao Zhongtian's hand aside and took Wanshu into her arms, simmering with frustration. Seeing Qiao's sudden change in demeanor, Qiao Zhongtian, in a panic, blurted out, "My dear, rest assured, I will never heed the words of treacherous men. I vow to abstain from alcohol henceforth, ensuring your safety, Wanshu's, and the entire Qiao family's protection from harm." Hearing these words brought Wanshu a measure of comfort, regardless of whether her new father could fulfill such promises. At least his intentions appeared earnest. However, Qiao regarded him with suspicion, sensing he might also be privy to Wanshu's thoughts. Otherwise, how could he make such solemn vows in response to her words? "Nanny, please take the young lady away. I have matters to discuss with my lord." She was determined to have a thorough conversation with Qiao Zhongtian. If her husband could indeed hear their daughter's thoughts, it would be even better. She refused to believe that they could not protect their daughter and the Qiao family together. Wanshu, curious about her mother's intentions, wished to eavesdrop. Yet, despite her animated protests, she was carried away by the nanny to a side room. "Father, mother, do you find me such a nuisance that you wish to arrange for more siblings? That can wait until our family's hidden dangers are resolved. And besides, it is still broad daylight. How embarrassing." Wanshu's musings drifted further away, her later thoughts nearly inaudible. Qiao, flushed with her daughter's remarks, began to ponder the importance of instilling lessons on proper conduct in young girls. Otherwise, should Wanshu grow up to speak so boldly, it might prove difficult for her to find a suitable match in the future. Unbeknownst to Wanshu, misfortune loomed ahead. After being placed in the side room, she was set upon the bed. Initially, Qiao instructed the nanny to feed her and then coax her to sleep. However, instead of offering nourishment, the nanny moved to prepare a bottle. Just as Wanshu was disinclined to accept a stranger's offering, she found the bottle enticing. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her of her hunger. Being young was indeed troublesome. She craved food and sleep, and soon began to feel drowsy again. Wanshu's eyes followed the nanny's actions closely, particularly as the sweet scent of milk wafted through the air, drawing her attention even more. Yet, instead of presenting the bottle, the nanny pulled out a packet from her sleeve. After ensuring no one was watching, she emptied its contents into the bottle and shook it vigorously. Wanshu's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, the nanny is up to no good. Is she planning to poison me? Chapter 11. The struggle to survive is real. A carriage came to a halt at the Qiao estate's entrance. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in official robes as he alighted. He possessed striking features and an affable demeanor, akin to a fine piece of jade. However, fatigue marred his countenance, suggesting he had not rested well for some time. The doorman greeted him respectfully. This young man was none other than Qiao Jingyue, the second son of the Qiao family. He held the esteemed position of minister of the Dali Temple, having resolved numerous injustices and errors, and was the youngest and most reputable judge in court. Only this morning had he concluded all pending cases, and now hurried homeward. While concern for his parents was a priority, his deepest yearning was to reunite with his cherished younger sister. Who could have imagined that the illustrious Judge Qiao Jingyue was, in fact, an unabashed, doting brother? However, as he approached the side room, he overheard a cherubic voice emanating from within. You, stay away from me. I'm not even a year old yet, and you would stoop so low as to harm an infant? Are you even human?" Qiao Jingyue was taken aback, casting a suspicious glance around. There were no other children nearby. The cries indeed emanated from within the house.
"Ah, help.
Is anyone there to save me? I want tea, drink it. Get your filthy hands away from me." The voice suddenly grew more anguished and frantic, accompanied by the plaintive wails of an infant. Without further hesitation, Qiao Jingyue hurried inside. Regardless of whose child it was, it seemed they were in peril, and he could not stand idly by. Upon entering, he discovered the wet nurse was attempting to force-feed the struggling Qiao Wanshu with a milk bottle. His beloved sister was flailing her limbs desperately, her small face flushed crimson, shaking her head in refusal while crying heart-wrenchingly. "Stop! What are you doing?" Zhao Jinghua's eyes blazed with fury as he rushed forward, swatting the milk bottle from the wet nurse's hands and cradling Qiao Wanshu in his arms. "My heavens! You have finally sent someone in. I was nearly at my end." Qiao Wanshu, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. She clung tightly to her savior, not even pausing to discern his identity. Yet, although she was merely wailing, she seemed to have conveyed her thoughts to him. Though Zhao Jingyue was a scholar, he had encountered numerous bizarre cases and supernatural phenomena. Absorbing this revelation was not particularly challenging. Moreover, he was filled with relief at having arrived just in time to save his precious sister. Simultaneously, he was incensed that someone dared to commit such an atrocity within the Jiao estate in broad daylight. Without delving into the reasons, he glared at the wet nurse, demanding, "What were you doing just now? What were you trying to feed the young lady?" The wet nurse, utterly unprepared to be caught mid-act by the second young master, was terrified to the core, almost fainting on the spot. She pinched her thigh desperately, fearing that if she fainted, she would lose her chance to explain. Stammering, she replied to Zhao Jingyue, "I was feeding the young lady as instructed by the madam. She said the young lady might be hungry." At this moment, Qiao Wanshu regained her composure and glared fiercely at the wet nurse, spitting at her. "Finish your sentence. Dare you speak of the drugs you put in the milk?" In her fury, she even forgot she had called out to Zhao Jingyue. Just the thought of the nipple that had almost been forced into her mouth made her stomach churn, and she couldn't help but dry heave while clutching Zhao Jingyue's arm. Seeing his cherished sister in such distress struck Zhao Jingyue like a blow to the chest, causing his heart to ache bitterly. With a fierce shout, he called out, "Bring someone, retrieve the milk bottle, and take it to the Dali temple for examination." Although Qiao Wanshu was just a baby, she would not lie. If she claimed the milk was drugged, there must be something amiss. The wet nurse realized the gravity of the situation and, in a panic, bit down on her lip before lunging towards Qiao Wanshu, using the silver hairpin from her head to press against the girl's throat. "Second young master, you are forcing my hand." Zhao Jingyue felt a surge of frustration, cursing himself for being ineffective. A grown man was being thwarted by a frail woman, allowing his precious sister to be endangered. Yet, with Qiao Wanshu in the wet nurse's grasp, he was hesitant to act, fearing that any sudden movement might harm her and threaten her life. He extended his hands in a gesture of both reassurance and intimidation, saying, "Do not act rashly. Release Wanshu, and I may consider sparing your life." The commotion had already drawn the attention of Jiao's parents, who rushed in, with the fainted concubine he following behind. Zhao Jingyue was oblivious to the fact that concubine he had previously harmed Qiao Wanshu. His mind was solely focused on his sister, neglecting to exchange even a few words with his parents. Seeing her beloved daughter held hostage sent a chill through Qinshe, causing her vision to blur. Trembling, she questioned the wet nurse, "I didn't want this, but the second young master left me no choice. I must take the young lady with me." The wet nurse, now desperate, understood that clutching onto Qiao Wanshu was her only means of survival. She pressed the silver hairpin deeper, the sharp tip breaking Qiao Wanshu's skin, a trickle of crimson flowing down her delicate neck. "Get back. If I can safely escape, I will release the young lady. Otherwise, she will accompany me to the grave." Qinshe, witnessing her daughter's injury, felt her heart wrench in agony, her blood boiling. Before she could utter a word, she fainted in Zhao Zhongtian's arms. Qiao Wanshu, gasping for breath due to the pressure from the wet nurse, felt a surge of panic and pain. "It's over. I'm going to die. Oh, why is my fate so cruel? Just when I thought I could enjoy a few peaceful days, I must face rebirth again. Why is it so difficult to survive?" Chapter 12. They are all spies. The wet nurse pressed against the wall, leaving no space for escape. Nervously swallowing, she urged, "Master, second young master, have you made your decision? I have little patience and cannot wait any longer." Zhao Zhongtian, holding his unconscious wife, looked at Qiao Wanshu. whose face had turned purple from the strangulation and was struggling in agony, feeling as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. He was about to speak when concubine, he suddenly rushed forward. Lin Shi, have you lost your mind? Holding the young lady of the Xiangfu hostage? Even if you're let go, do you think you can leave the capital alive? I advise you to think clearly and release the young lady. There is still a chance for resolution. The wet nurse seemed to waver, loosening her grip slightly. Qiao Wanshu finally managed to inhale fresh air, but began to cough violently. Her mind, however, cleared considerably, and she suddenly realized, I remember now. The wet nurse is in cahoots with concubine he. No wonder she rushed over. What an opportune moment to frame someone. Seeing Chen Shi's eyelids fluttering, as if she might awaken, Qiao Wanshu struggled fiercely in the wet nurse's embrace. Father, don't let mother near concubine he. She will scheme to push her down, and then pretend to have a miscarriage, falsely accusing mother of intentional harm. Concubine, he will also demand a swap of the young lady for herself. Before she could finish her thoughts, concubine he opened her arms, soothing both Qiao Wanshu and the wet nurse. Sweetheart, don't move. You might hurt yourself. Lin Shi, do not make things difficult for a child. I am willing to take Wanshu's place as your hostage. Exchanging a subtle glance with the wet nurse, which others could not perceive, Qiao Wanshu saw it clearly. Concubine he, do you take me for a fool? Thinking I know nothing? The young lady holds far greater value than you. To suggest you as a hostage is to lose a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. The wet nurse's disdainful mockery caused concubine he's face to flush with a mixture of anger and embarrassment, forcing her to turn towards Jiao Zhongtian. Father, no. She is deceiving you. Her thoughts struck fear into all members of the Jiao family. Chen Shi, now awakening, clung tightly to Jiao Zhongtian's arm, her nails digging into his flesh. Of course not. You are my favored concubine. How could I neglect you? Chen Shi, filled with rage, retorted, Jiao Zhongtian, do you wish to endanger our daughter? Concubine he, however, wore a triumphant smile as she approached the wet nurse. So, are you reassured now? Hand over the young lady, and I shall be your hostage. Qiao Wanshu was left in a daze. Father, are you abandoning me? I will die, I truly will. The trembling voice of fear and confusion twisted the expressions of Chen and others, piercing their hearts with pain and leaving them unable to forgive Qiao Zhongtian's decision. Just as Aunt he revealed a fierce glint in her eyes and coldly laughed while preparing to take Qiao Wanshu, a sudden angry shout erupted from behind. You insolent maid! Seize her! 3 or 4 servants rushed forward, forcefully pinning Aunt he's arms behind her back and pressing her firmly to the ground. The air was thick with a refreshing scent of herbs, and the chilling cries of the wet nurse echoed in their ears. With a single remark from Qiao Jingchen, Chen realized that she had wronged Qiao Zhongtian moments ago. Let go of me. Are you all insane? Why are you capturing me? I am here to save someone. Aunt he struggled and shouted desperately, but almost no one paid her any heed. Su tightly embraced Qiao Wanshu, showering her with kisses and glances. Fearful that she would be snatched away again, the Qiao brothers, Qiao Jingchen and Qiao Jingyue, stood protectively on either side of the mother and daughter. My lord, I am a favored concubine bestowed upon you by His Majesty. To indiscriminately accuse me and subject me to punishment is to insult the emperor. And he redirected her accusations towards Qiao Zhongtian, attempting to leverage the emperor's authority as a means of coercion. Nestled in Su's embrace, Qiao Wanshu gradually calmed her racing heart. Upon hearing Aunt he's threats, she huffed disdainfully. How dare she mention the emperor? If His Majesty knew that she and her father had been bribed by the enemy country, just imagine their fate. Indeed, the enemy's leader knows how to manipulate Aunt he to sow discord between father and the emperor. And they have also bribed her father, the 6th-rank official. Could they be plotting to assassinate the emperor? Fortunately, all these bribed spies bear distinctive tattoos on their necks, which reveal themselves upon contact with water, leaving them no room for denial. The Qiao family had long since grown weary of the situation, especially Qiao Zhongtian. He had not anticipated that enemy spies had infiltrated the Qiao residence. But when had Aunt he and her father been bought off? If he Diany held a higher rank, he could truly pose a threat to the emperor's safety. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he felt an urgent need to verify Qiao Wanshu's claims. Oblivious to the exposure of her true identity, Aunt He continued to plead fervently with Qiao Zhongtian. My lord, I am devoted to you and the Qiao family. My loyalty is as bright as the sun. You must not let the slanders of others lead you to misjudge my sincerity, for it will only bring pain to those who care and joy to our enemies. Silence. Qiao Zhongtian barked, throwing the teapot from the table at her. Do you think I need your guidance? The teapot struck Aunt He's shoulder, splashing tea all over her, dampening her neck as well. Aunt He's countenance changed drastically, instinctively retracting her neck in an attempt to conceal it. Yet, that fleeting moment was enough for the Qiao family to see a peculiar tattoo rapidly emerging on her neck. Qiao Jingyue narrowed his eyes and said to the servants restraining Aunt He, "Look closely. Does Aunt He have something on her neck?" They promptly forced her to tilt her head, revealing the tattoo clearly. The Qiao family broke into a cold sweat simultaneously. Indeed, Qiao Wanshu's words had proven true. Could it be that you have already been bribed by the enemy? Chapter 13. Second brother's misfortune. Aunt He's face turned ashen, staring in disbelief at Qiao Jingyue. She could not fathom how the situation had escalated so quickly, exposing her most shameful identity. Should the accusations be substantiated, she would not face a mere slap on the wrist, but rather the annihilation of her family, even with some cleverness in her mind. The overwhelming calamity left her utterly paralyzed with fear. Drench the wet nurse too. Let's see if she is also a spy. Qiao Zhongtian commanded immediately. He recalled Wanshu saying that Aunt He and the wet nurse were in league. The wet nurse had already been rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. She bore no tattoo, which made Qiao Zhongtian instinctively breathe a sigh of relief. Having heard Qiao Jingyue's earlier words, the wet nurse understood the reason for being splashed with water. She immediately prostrated herself before Qiao Zhongtian, urgently explaining, "My lord, please see clearly. I am not a spy for the enemy. It is Aunt He. She threatened me and forced me to follow her orders. I could not defy Aunt He, as my family's lives are in her hands, which is why I had to harm the young miss. My lord, please spare my life." In her desperation to survive, the wet nurse betrayed Aunt He completely. "You wretched maid, how dare you slander me?" Aunt He was both shocked and furious, but before she could utter another word, Qiao Zhongtian had ordered her mouth be silenced. You will have your chance to speak. Rest assured, I will not wrongfully accuse anyone, nor will I allow any guilty party to escape their due punishment. Oh yes, father is so handsome. I declare that in the Qiao family, father is the most handsome, and I accept no rebuttals. Qiao Wanshu gazed adoringly at Qiao Zhongtian. Indeed, this was the demeanor befitting a prominent official of the second rank. To be controlled by a mere concubine would be to appear foolish. Father, I will take her to the Ministry of Justice. This matter is of great significance and involves Hidieni. It is not suitable to make it public just yet. I will conduct a discreet interrogation and gather more detailed evidence before confronting Hidieni. Qiao Jingyue, with his mind racing, had already devised a follow-up plan. Qiao Wanshu gazed at her second brother's chiseled profile, perfect to the utmost degree, her eyes sparkling with countless hearts.
Wow.
Second brother is so handsome. Is this how all serious men look? What a pity that such an outstanding second brother has such a tragic fate. Qiao Jingyue stiffened, striving to control himself, resisting the urge to turn around and interrogate Qiao Wanshu. What tragic fate? Qiao Wanshu seemed to hear his unspoken thoughts and continued to murmur, "Ah, it's all that scoundrel Lu's fault. He is a treacherous villain. Second brother has the emperor's trust, and he was given full responsibility for the persistent child trafficking cases in the capital, but that Lu sabotaged him and set traps. As a result, the emperor was enraged, demoting second brother and exiling him. How pitiful!" The more Qiao Jingyue listened, the darker his expression became, especially when Qiao Wanshu mentioned his demotion, abruptly trailing off. His heart hung in limbo, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He quickly scanned his mind for the officials who might conspire against him, but he had mistakenly heard Lu instead of Lu. Thus, he searched through a multitude of officials with the surname Lu, unable to glean more information to help him eliminate suspects. Sighing, Qiao Jingyue resolved to remain vigilant in the future and slowly search for clues. In his moment of distraction, he failed to notice that his father and brother were eyeing him with peculiar expressions. Jingyue, weren't you supposed to take the person to the Ministry of Justice? What are you waiting for? Xiao Zhongtian reminded him. He too would keep a close watch on officials with the surname Liu or Liu to ascertain who had the audacity to plot against the son of Qiao Zhongtian. Oh right, I must go. He pulled out a delicate box containing a beautiful set of jewelry from his pocket. From earrings to necklaces to bracelets, all were perfectly sized and styled for a 2- or 3-year-old child. Qiao Wanshu was still under 1 year old. In another 6 months, she would be able to wear them. Little Wanshu, this is a gift from your second brother. Do you like it? He nervously presented the gift before Qiao Wanshu, eagerly asking.
Oh wow.
This jewelry set is so thoughtful and adorable. Second brother is truly a woman's confidant, the one who understands a woman's heart best.
No.
No, second brother loves me the most and knows exactly what I like. If only these pieces of jewelry were a touch more exquisite, they would be utterly perfect. Qiao Wanshu danced with delight, laughing gaily at Qiao Jingyue, showering him with compliments that he eagerly absorbed. He contentedly reached out to caress his little sister's cherubic face before hastily departing with Aunt He and the wet nurse. Qiao Jingchen, watching from the sidelines, felt a pang of envy and bitterness. How could this ungrateful child forget the many treasures he had bestowed upon her? A mere set of trinkets could win her heart, while his generous gifts seemed to fade from memory. No, he must give her more, much more. Enough of this gathering. Shu'er has endured a great shock and requires rest and recuperation. Chen Shi had remained silent for quite some time, gently soothing Qiao Wanshu. Only when the Qiao family had finished their business did she finally speak. She gazed at Chen Shi's tear-streaked, pale face and once again succumbed to infatuation. Oh, mother, how can you cry yet still appear so radiant? If I were father, I would be utterly captivated by you, choosing to spend my life adoring you and living harmoniously. Listening to her daughter's innocent musings, Chen Shi's heart softened. She leaned down, showering Qiao Wanshu's face with kisses. My precious, you truly are your mother's little treasure. My good fortune. Rest assured, your father and I will always be together, protecting you and providing you with the finest things in the world. Just as Qiao Wanshu prepared to shower her mother with more flattery, a maid entered, performing a respectful bow. Sir, madam. The old madam has heard of the little Mrs. Misfortune and is anxious to see her. She is already at the door. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Laolao hurried into the room, followed closely by Lin Jinger. Before the old lady could utter a word, Lin Jinger rushed ahead with concern. How is Shu'er? I heard she was hurt by the wet nurse. Was it serious? Chapter 14. A loving family silence, if you cannot speak kindly. No one complains about your muteness. Qiao Zhongtian's face darkened instantly. Chen Shi and the others wore equally grim expressions. No one expected Lin Jinger to utter such unpleasant words. Though she feigned concern for Qiao Wanshu's safety, her tone dripped with a hint of schadenfreude. Who could fail to notice it? Lin Jinger's eyes brimmed with tears after being reprimanded. She glanced nervously at Qiao Zhongtian and then lowered her head, stammering, I am sorry, sir, madam. I did not mean to offend. My concern for Shu'er led me to speak thoughtlessly. Please forgive me. Her voice quivered with the threat of tears. In the past, such a display would have elicited sympathy from Qiao Laolao, who would have comforted her with gifts. Yet today, the old lady merely regarded her with a cold stare, even snorting in disdain. Her blatant contempt left Lin Jinger even more flustered. Biting her lip and wringing her handkerchief, she lamented her hasty words. Since learning of Qiao Wanshu's heartfelt thoughts, Qiao Laolao had developed a rift with Lin Jinger, realizing she had pilfered numerous precious items. The old lady believed she had treated Lin Jinger well, taking her in and caring for her as if she were a daughter of the Qiao family. Initially, she had thought Lin Jinger to be a well-mannered and charming young lady, even considering arranging a prosperous marriage for her. However, she was disillusioned to discover that Lin Jinger was not only greedy but also vain and ungracious. Go fetch some tea. Let us all sit down and converse. Qiao Laolao waved her hand, intending to dismiss Lin Jinger from sight, preferring not to be troubled by her presence. Qiao Wanshu rolled her eyes. If only she could speak. She would have already scolded that wretched girl for daring to curse her. Had she not been given enough goodwill? Hearing her grandmother suggest that Lin Jing'er prepare tea, she felt compelled to voice her discontent. Why let Lin Jing'er make the tea? What if she poisons it? I wouldn't dare drink it. Tainted water could bring calamity. Upon hearing her granddaughter's thoughts, Qiao Laolao assumed she was upset about Lin Jing'er's curse and immediately pulled her close. Oh, my dear, let grandmother take a look. My sweet child, suffering such an undeserved ordeal breaks my heart. Would you like to visit Showan Hall and play with some trinkets? Qiao Wanshu's eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect of treasures. Little coins, gold, silver, jewels. Come to me. The Qiao family had grown accustomed to her obsession with wealth and felt relieved to see her spirits lift. She seemed to be recovering well. Mother, you must be exhausted after today. Allow me to carry Shuer. Chen Shi held deep respect for Qiao Laolao and, despite never receiving a warm smile from her, always upheld her duties as a daughter-in-law. Observing Chen Shi's exquisite beauty and recalling her impeccable conduct, Qiao Laolao's previous unfounded biases began to dissipate. She softened her voice. Addressing Chen Shi, I am well. You too have been startled and need to take care of yourself. As for the wet nurse, do not worry. I will have Mama Fong keep an eye out and find you a suitable replacement. This series of reassurances and gentle demeanor left Chen Shi, Qiao Zhongtian, and Qiao Jingchun in a state of astonishment. Particularly for Chen Shi, her previously sharp mind found little use in this moment. Qiao Jingchun instinctively blurted out, Grandmother, did the sun rise from the wrong side today? He did not finish his sentence before receiving a sharp reprimand from Qiao Zhongtian. What business is it of yours? Mind your tongue. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Qiao Jingchun quickly cast an apologetic glance at Chen Shi. It seems I was mistaken. I misjudged many situations. It is thanks to Shuer, our little blessing, that I now see how wrongly I treated Chen Shi. We are all family, and misunderstandings are inevitable. Once cleared, they are no great matter. Moving forward, let us be understanding and caring towards one another, and life will surely be more enjoyable. Chen Shi, recovering from her shock, hastily apologized to Qiao Laolao, expressing her own shortcomings. After several exchanges, the rift between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law vanished, and their relationship grew ever more harmonious. Qiao Wanshu, witnessing the scene, felt tears welling up. Her emotional threshold was low, especially in such heartwarming moments that struck at her very core. Oh, how wonderful! Mother has finally endured her hardships and gained grandmother's approval. Indeed, grandmother and mother are both good people. How lovely it is for us to love one another, creating a harmonious family atmosphere. Having uttered a few kind words, her small face soon fell, and she sighed in discontent. Alas, such a harmonious atmosphere may not last long. Chen Shi, having just received her mother-in-law's affirmation, felt a mix of joy and trepidation, fearing it was merely a fleeting dream. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, her heart quaked. She noticed Qiao Wanshu seemed hesitant to continue speaking and cautiously probed, Shuer, shall I carry you to bed? Your eyes can hardly stay open. Qiao Wanshu immediately shook her head vigorously, using all her limbs to express her dissent. No, I must keep an eye on things here. Some individuals are about to cause a ruckus, and I cannot afford to be careless. As she pondered, she craned her neck to peek outside the door. The others, bewildered, followed her gaze, yet remained oblivious to what Qiao Wanshu was observing. With the sound of soft footsteps approaching, the disdain on Qiao Wanshu's face deepened. Here she comes, the show is about to begin. That troublemaker is approaching us with a tray of freshly brewed tea. But even if she had 1,000 brains and 1,000 guts, she wouldn't dare to use the purchased aphrodisiac right now. Chapter 15. What the hell? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Lin Jing'er gracefully approached, her steps delicate. Her eyes sparkled, and her crimson lips curved upward. As she entered, Lin Jing'er seemingly glanced around the room, but when she failed to spot Qiao Jingyue, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Qiao Wanshu was fixated on her, puffing out bubbles in disdain, and began to voice her thoughts. Look at her. What is she staring at? Can't she see that my second brother is disappointed? Fortunately, my second brother is quick on his feet, so he doesn't have to endure your pretentiousness. The elderly Madame Qiao and others were aware of Qiao Wanshu's aversion to Lin Jing'er and merely assumed her complaint stemmed from encountering someone she disliked. Thus they paid no heed to her words. Lin Jinger began serving tea to the seated guests, and when she poured for Qiao Jingchen, she deliberately leaned slightly to one side, showcasing her exquisite features, bashful demeanor, and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand. Qiao Wanshu let out a couple of retching sounds, startling Qinsher. Just as she was about to soothe her, Qiao Wanshu launched into another round of complaints. Keep acting. You clearly want to marry my elder brother, waiting for him to inherit the title so you can become a noble lady. Yet you don't want to let go of my second brother's gentle demeanor while coveting the riches that my elder brother can provide. You want to feast at both ends. Don't you care about your own face? Pfft. Just as Qiao Jingchun brought the tea to his lips, he overheard the little darling's heartfelt remarks and sprayed tea and leaves all over Lin Jinger. He immediately jumped up, coughing uncontrollably, his face turning crimson. Brother, what's wrong? Are you all right? Lin Jinger, hastily pulling out the embroidered handkerchief from her bosom, disregarded the tea splattered on her face and reached toward Qiao Jingchen. Standing at just over 5 feet tall, she had to tiptoe to reach him, maintaining her elegant posture while leaning forward, nearly collapsing into his embrace.
Ah!
You shameless hussy. Don't touch my elder brother. Qiao Wanshu kicked and flailed in Qinsher's arms, her small hands clawing towards Lin Jinger as if the air before her was the face that made her cheeks flush. This vixen is wrapped in the guise of a pure lotus, causing my elder brother to fall for your tricks. You clearly plotted to climb into his bed and then falsely accused my elder brother of forcing himself on you while intoxicated. You may be pitied, but my elder brother was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for 7 days and nights, catching a cold and nearly losing his life. Damn it. I want to tear you apart. The crowd could see how much she despised Lin Jinger, and with every accusation, their glares turned increasingly hostile. Qiao Jingchen waved Lin Jinger's hand away, pushing her back several steps, nearly causing her to fall. I cough, it's nothing, no need to fuss. Lin Jinger, on the verge of embarrassment before everyone, felt tears welling in her eyes. She timidly gazed at Qiao Jingchen, her voice frail. Brother, I only wanted to help you wipe your face.
Get lost.
Qiao Wanshu, still out of breath, began her tirade anew. That is my elder brother. What gives you the right to call him brother? You made my elder brother seem like a brute because of your sob story, and now you refuse to take responsibility, causing a rift between him and my second brother. You see, my second brother has a lady he admires, and you are envious and resentful. You can't have him, and you don't want my second brother to find happiness. After all your scheming, you made that girl think my second brother liked you, leading her to leave in despair, leaving my brother to live a lonely life. Mother, let me go. I need to tear her apart now to prevent further chaos. If the earlier heartfelt expressions had already sown disdain for Lin Jinger, these words stirred a tempest of outrage. Lin Jinger had single-handedly ruined the lifelong happiness of the Qiao brothers and even their fraternal bond, which was a grave offense in the eyes of Madame Qiao and Qiao Zhongtian. Lin Jinger could hardly fathom how her silence had turned her into a target of public disdain. Not only did they wish to avoid her, but even a glance at her felt tainted. She remained hopeful that her carefully curated appearance would stir something in Qiao Jingchen. Seeing him still coughing, as if he might expel his innards, she hesitated before stepping forward with her handkerchief toward him. Brother, you're coughing so hard. Let me help you wipe your mouth. Enough. Madame Qiao slammed her teacup onto the floor. Trembling, she pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Jinger, rebuking her fiercely. Lin Jinger, have I not taught you that one should not be so intimate with men in front of elders? Do you remember the principles of womanhood and maintaining a virtuous reputation? Not to mention that Jingchun is but a distant relative. Even if he were a brother, there are rules. Boys and girls of 7 should not share the same seat. And boys should not touch girls. Have you forgotten all this? In front of so many elders, what do you intend to do? Seduce your brother in a bid for power? Her words were heavy, nearly accusing Lin Jinger of being shameless. Lin Jinger felt her vision darken, her limbs grow cold, and her mind go blank. In the past, she had also offered Qiao Jingchen a handkerchief and inquired after his well-being, but at that time, Madame Qiao had not spoken a word against her, much less chastised her in such a severe tone in front of Qiao Zhongtian and Qiao Jingchen. How could she maintain her authority and control over the household if she was to be treated like this in the Qiao residence? Lin Jing'e still clung to the dream of marrying into the Qiao family, utterly oblivious to where the problem lay. To her shock, Madame Qiao was not finished scolding her. She commanded someone, go to Lin Jing'er's room and search it. See if there are any unclean items that might tarnish the reputation of our Qiao residents. This was a direct response to Qiao Wanshu's words, fearing Lin Jing'er had prepared something vile to ensnare Qiao Jingchen. Yes, yes. Be thorough. Check the vanity, hidden compartments, under the bed, and within her clothing. Leave nothing unchecked. There will certainly be unexpected discoveries. Madame Qiao, accustomed to the clandestine affairs of the household, gave her orders with meticulous detail. Lin Jing'er bit her lip tightly to suppress a scream, her face as pale as a sheet, her mind consumed by a single thought. It was over, utterly over. Chapter 16. I have brought someone for you. Aside from Lin Jing'er, who felt like an ant on a hot pan, restless and anxious, the others remained seated like mountains. Qiao Zhongtian and Chen Shi wore grim expressions, yet without tangible evidence, they could do nothing. Qiao Jingchen gritted his teeth, his face dark as thunder, refusing to even glance in Lin Jing'er's direction. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanshu, thoroughly entertained, sucked her thumb, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. The trays they held were covered with cloth, clearly containing something. Madam, we found quite a few items. The disgust on Mama Fong's face was evident as she waved her hand, and several maidservants approached with the trays, unveiling what lay beneath the cloth. Madame Qiao merely cast a glance before turning her head away, repeatedly waving her hand to hastily remove the tray. However, Qiao Wanshu craned her neck, straining to glimpse the contents within. Chen Shi had just held her, leaning in to take a look, and inadvertently revealed the book's contents to her. The cover alone was so sensational that the interior sparked her imagination even further. Qiao Wanshu had never before seen such ancient scandalous literature, and her heart was filled with an insatiable curiosity. Yet, her elders were trembling with fury, momentarily too enraged to heed the thoughts racing through her mind. You, wretched maid! Madame Qiao trembled with rage, her refined upbringing unable to suppress her expletive. Where did you procure such filthy items? And these packets of medicine, what purpose do they serve? As a young woman of respectable upbringing, what wicked schemes are you concocting day in and day out? Lin Jing'er suddenly fell to her knees before the matriarch, tears streaming down her face. In a panic, she exclaimed, Madam, please see reason. Jing'er merely harbors admiration for my elder brother and secretly yearns for him. That is why I prepared the embroidery patterns and the lucky doll. As for the medicine, it is for treating heart ailments. I have long suffered from unrequited love, and at times my heart aches painfully, leading me to consult the apothecary for remedies. She stammered through her explanation, deliberately emphasizing her affection for Qiao Jingchen. Nonsense.
She lies.
Those are the very medicines she uses to harm my elder brother. Grandmother, do not be deceived by her. Qiao Wanshu exclaimed in distress. This girl was far too crafty. Lin Jing'er was not lacking in intellect. Rather, she was full of devious schemes. Madame Qiao, of course, would not be swayed by Lin Jing'er's flimsy words. She summoned the house physician to examine the questionable packets of medicine. The physician, after inspecting them briefly, wiped his fingers meticulously with a cloth dipped in liquor. The potency of the medicine was such that even the most virtuous maiden could be turned into a wanton woman in an instant. Madame Qiao staggered slightly. Though she had anticipated this outcome, the revelation still struck her like a thunderbolt. This was the very girl she had taken in out of kindness, nurtured with care, and trusted implicitly. Shameless, despicable, she uttered in pain, clutching her chest. Daughter, grandmother. Qiao Zhongtian and the others, alarmed, immediately surrounded her, fearing for her well-being. I am fine. The matriarch waved her hand, taking a moment to compose herself before fixing her icy gaze upon Lin Jing'er. It is I who misjudged your character, raising you, a wretched creature devoid of gratitude. My family's honor cannot harbor such filth that stirs up trouble. If I do not impose severe punishment, I would be unworthy of my ancestors and would fail to protect the promising futures of Jingchen and Jingyue. Take her away. Give her 30 lashes, if she survives. Sell her off to a brothel. Madame Qiao was resolute, unwilling to show Lin Jingyu any mercy. Terrified, Lin Jing'er crawled on the ground toward Madame Qiao's feet.
Please spare me.
I am not scheming. My heart is pure in my admiration for my elder brother. I mean no harm. I beg you, have mercy. At that moment, she no longer dared to hope for leniency. She simply wished to preserve her life. Just as chaos ensued in the room, a servant entered and bowed to Qiao Zhongtian. Sir, Lord Lu has arrived. Who? Which Lord Lu? Qiao Zhongtian, concerned for the matriarch's health, momentarily failed to respond. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Lord Lu Zhan. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhongtian recalled the sole Lu among the officials. Seeing a visitor arrive, Madame Qiao understood that it would be inappropriate to deal with Lin Jing'er at that moment. She instructed Mama Fong to take Lin Jing'er away, intending to address her later once the situation had calmed. Just as Lin Jing'er was being escorted out, Qiao Jinghua entered with an odd expression. I have come with Lord Lu. Before he could finish, a tall, handsome man with a refined appearance entered, akin to a graceful bamboo. Upon seeing his face, Qiao Wanshu gasped internally.
Goodness.
Is that the treacherous Lu Zhan? I should have anticipated his arrival. It was he who conspired with Fong Yener to ensnare the Qiao family and usurp the throne, ultimately laughing last. The Qiao family, though unable to comprehend the last remark, were already taken aback by the mention of treachery, particularly Qiao Jinghua, who often clashed with Lu Zhan in court over differing political views, never suspecting that this man harbored such treacherous ambitions. Lu Zhan, with his scholarly demeanor, appeared similar to the second son and Jinghua, yet he maintained a stoic silence, exuding an aura of a cunning schemer. Just as he was about to greet the Qiao family, he noticed them staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. Master Qiao, Madam, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, Lu Zhan pays his respects. He suppressed his surprise and greeted each member of the family with a smile. Lu Shaoqing, what brings you to the Qiao residence? Qiao Zhongtian inquired nonchalantly, gauging his intent. With a faint smile, Lu Zhan replied, Master Qiao, I have come to deliver someone to your esteemed household. Chapter 17. The fear of a well-executed double act. Deliver someone? The Qiao family exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Zhan, hailing from a humble background, stood in stark contrast to the aristocratic Qiao family, making his claim even more perplexing. Without further elaboration, Lu Zhan turned to the entrance and called out, Why are you all standing outside?
Come in.
Then, a figure stepped through the doorway. The Qiao family soon understood why Qiao Jinghua had looked so peculiar. The newcomer was none other than Fong Yener. Qiao Wanshu stared in disbelief, her pacifier falling to the ground with a thud. How can the favored heroine be so resilient? How has she not met her demise? Oh, I refuse to believe this. I wish to live well. I do not want this. While the other members of the Qiao family were equally shocked, they maintained a semblance of composure, particularly Qiao Zhongtian, whose expression remained inscrutable as he regarded Fong Yener as if she were a stranger. Master Qiao, I have heard that this Miss Yener was cast out after seeking refuge with the Qiao family. I recall her father was a blood relative of the matriarch. At that time, the matriarch took her in, and it was considered a fine matter in the capital. How is it that she was expelled? Lu Zhan's tone was gentle, yet his words bore a sharp edge, directly accusing the Qiao family of bullying the vulnerable. Fong Yener lowered her head, tears streaming down her face as she picked up the thread. Lord Lu, it is I who have erred, causing unhappiness for my entire family. I have become a burden to my aunt, uncle, and relatives. As an orphan, it is only right for them to cast me away. Her words seemed to take the blame upon herself, yet they subtly accused the Qiao family of their harshness toward her plight. Qiao Jingchen could not allow her to tarnish the Qiao family's name, and immediately retorted, Fong Yener, you orchestrated your own fall into the water, using your innocence as a fade. Why do you not clarify your intentions? My family has shown you mercy by merely sending you away, and yet you bite back with slander. How utterly shameless. Fong Yener immediately burst into tears, her eyes glistening with tears. Cousin, I am still your blood relative. Even if you do not wish to take me back, you should not ruin my reputation and sully my honor. I have already explained that my fall was merely an accident. I never had any ill intentions toward you. Must I prove my innocence with my life? Lu Zhan seized the moment perfectly. No sooner had Fong Yenner finished than he smoothly interjected, leaving no room for interruption. General Qiao, do you have any evidence to support your claims? Even if there were, it would merely be the Qiao family as self-justification behind closed doors. The young lady Yenner is indeed willing to present her case at the Dali Temple to clear her name. Why do you refuse her? Instead opting to bind her and send her away? Your Majesty has always governed the realm with benevolence, striving for fairness and integrity in matters of punishment, refusing to coerce confessions through force or resort to private executions. How is it that in your esteemed residence, you have set up a private court and unilaterally declared guilt? Is this a challenge to the imperial authority, a defiance of your Majesty's edicts? His words were layered and forceful, invoking the authority of the emperor as a grand banner. Each phrase seemed to accuse them of treachery against the crown, a tactic far more venomous than Yenner's words. Qiao Wanshu felt a surge of urgency, silently lamenting, "Well done. Lulalu, waiting here for our Qiao family. Your Majesty's benevolence does not imply that the affairs of your subjects must be laid bare for all to see at the Dali Temple. Initially, we were unafraid to visit the Dali Temple, simply wishing to preserve some dignity and give Yenner a semblance of respect.
But now,
who knows if you two conspired on the way here, laying a trap for us? Perhaps this was part of your scheme, to have Yenner serve as your informant, further unsettling the Qiao residents. Cursed, are you truly that formidable?" The Qiao family members, upon hearing Wanshu's thoughts, shared her unease. Given Qiao Zhongtian's status, they should not have been in such a passive position. Yet behind Lu Zhan stood a faction of commoners, ever ready to seize any opportunity to hinder the gentry. If they could find a way to trouble the aristocracy, they would pounce like sharks sensing blood. Moreover, the Ministry of Justice had a concubine he embroiled in treasonous matters. Qiao Jinghua had yet to uncover the truth, and should this come to light, concubine he might retaliate, complicating matters further. Qiao Zhongtian had already attained a second-rank position, inciting the emperor's wariness. Otherwise, he would not have personally bestowed a favored concubine upon him, clearly intending to place a spy near him. Should there be a genuine desire to trouble the Qiao family, it would indeed stir significant trouble. The silence of the Qiao family filled Lu Zhan with a sense of triumph. Spotting Yenner sneaking along the wall, he recognized an opportunity. This distant cousin of the Qiao family, once welcomed by the old matriarch, had basked in glory, but now appeared disheveled and frightened, like a rabbit startled into submission. Something must have transpired within the Qiao household. Unexpectedly, after revealing her identity, she directly negotiated terms with him. "Lu Shaoqing, how bold you are! To presume you can deliberate on my family's affairs?" Qiao Jinghua snorted coldly. His father held a high-ranking position, and though the Dali Temple's Shaoqing was not of low status, engaging in dialogue with him would only diminish his own status. His elder brother was a military officer, yet in a dynasty that favored culture over martial prowess. His influence paled in comparison to Lu Zhan's. Ultimately, only he, as a fellow Shaoqing of the Dali Temple and of the same generation, was most suitable to speak. Lu Zhan maintained his smile, though his gaze grew icy. "Qiao Shaoqing, I serve at the behest of the emperor. Your family has bullied a solitary girl and disrespected the imperial authority. Anyone with a shred of conscience would speak out for Yenner and seek justice. Though my position is modest, I cannot stand to witness such egregious behavior, and I will take charge of this matter." Yenner, playing her part, began to cry more loudly, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Lu Zhan. "Sir Lu, please do not involve yourself in my affairs. My life is worthless, reduced to that of a solitary girl, and I should be prepared for mistreatment. Why should I implicate you further and invite misfortune?" Qiao Wanshu, witnessing their synchronized performance, felt nauseated, as if her insides were in turmoil. However, Lu Zhan suddenly wore a sinister smile, producing a folded document from his cloak. "Having accepted your case, I am naturally obliged to see it through." Chapter 18. Playing dead is the best strategy fake. That document is a forgery. Wanshu cried inwardly. She recalled that this plot would only unfold after Yenna married into the Qiao family, seizing control during Chen's moment of confusion. Lu Zhan was a man who would only act when assured of tangible benefits. The timeline had been accelerated, likely due to the unforeseen ripple effect of her actions. Qiao Zhongtian cast a glance at his youngest daughter, maintaining his composure as he remarked, Lu Shaoqing's literary talent is well regarded by the emperor. I wonder how the document written on behalf of another will fare. I shall await it with great interest. If the emperor were to learn of it, he would surely share my curiosity. Wanshu clapped her hands, laughing. Father, your strategy of using their own tactics against them is simply splendid. Everyone treats the emperor's authority as a mere facade. Isn't that just hypocrisy? Zhongtian, delighted by his precious daughter's praise, felt a smile creeping across his face. Though he exerted all his restraint to maintain a neutral expression, ensuring Lu Zhan did not perceive any hint of his amusement. The two men exchanged glances for a moment before Lu Zhan's smile finally faded. Just as he was about to speak, Wanshu burst into tears, her cries reverberating like thunder. Blinding the sun. Despite Chen's attempts to console her, there were no signs of her stopping. The calm demeanor of the Qiao family crumbled, chaos ensued, and amidst the turmoil, Wanshu's thoughts emerged. Prolonging this serves no purpose. Keeping this trouble hidden away only invites uncertainty. It would be wiser to keep it under close watch. To detect any signs of trouble at the earliest. You see how distressed my dear is. She may be ill. Let us not keep Lu Shaoqing any longer. Someone, escort him out. With just a few words, she sought to dismiss Lu Zhan. However, he remained rooted to the spot, glancing at Yen'er and silently conveying a message. He then addressed the old matriarch, Madam, this matter concerns Yen'er's honor. Enough. Qiao Zhongtian's voice thundered, his expression dark and eyes sharp. Lu Zhan, this is the Qiao residence, not a place for anyone to act recklessly. Do you wish for my precious daughter to endure her suffering just to provide you with a satisfactory resolution? Lu Zhan fell silent. He understood that today, this matter could only come to a close. No matter what Yen'er said, she held no evidence in her hands. Yet, Wanshu's cries were so fervent, her face flushed. If anything were to happen, the Qiao family would surely hold him accountable. Yen'er's weight was not yet sufficient for him to completely offend the Qiao family. He smiled gently, bowing to Zhongtian. In that case, I shall take my leave. Should Miss Yen encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall remain obligated to assist. With that, he turned to leave. His graceful exit left Yen'er in a state of disbelief. Is he really leaving just like that? What about me? My protection has yet to be secured. She mentally cursed Lu Zhan, only to suddenly notice the room had grown silent. The once wailing Wanshu now nestled in Chen's embrace, her tear-streaked face appearing unaffected. Her eyes fixed on Yen'er with a look of disdain. Unable to suppress her disbelief, Yen'er rubbed her eyes. Had she truly seen disdain in the gaze of a mere child? What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a great beauty before? If it weren't for my quick thinking, who knows how long that sticky plaster would have stayed. Qiao Jingyue couldn't contain a laugh, hastily wiping his face, pretending it was not him. Qiao Zhongtian furrowed his brow. What are you laughing at? It's nothing, father. I was just choked by some saliva and couldn't help a cough. He casually fabricated an excuse. After all, he couldn't reveal that he could hear Shuer's innermost thoughts. Surely, it would be perceived as adorably innocent, bringing immense joy. Fang Yen'er observed the harmonious family scene, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Once she was a part of this. What could have transpired to reduce her to being loathed by her entire family? Fang Yen'er, you have truly fallen from grace. Old Madame Qiao had been subtly monitoring her reactions and certainly did not miss that fleeting look. Aunt, I had no choice. Fang Yen'er immediately knelt, crawling a few steps to prostrate at old Madame Qiao's feet. You have shown me kindness beyond measure, and all I desire is to serve you dutifully, with no other wishes. Aunt, I am wronged. Her emotions seemed to overwhelm her, and before she could finish her sentence, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Ah, she has fainted. I thought it was about time. Qiao Wanshu yawned, feeling bored. When one cannot think of a solution, feigning death is the best strategy. Fang Yen'er excels at this. The crowd shared her sentiments in agreement. Regardless, since she was already in the residence, there would be ample time ahead. If she dared to stir trouble, they would deal with her then. Take her away, provide her with a casual place to rest, and keep a close watch on her. As she spoke, fatigue was evident on her face, yet whenever she looked at Qiao Wanshu, her eyes brimmed with affection. Zhongtian, Shuer is our Qiao family's blessing. You must take good care of my precious one. She reminded Qiao Zhongtian several times, though a sense of unease lingered in her heart, as if something significant was about to unfold. Qiao Wanshu promptly playfully turned around, extending her little hands, yearning to be held by old Madame Qiao. Grandmother, Shuer loves you the most. I will protect you well and safeguard the Qiao family. You must live a long life, granting Shuer the chance to repay your kindness. The soft, tender voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. Old Madame Qiao was moved to the brink of tears, while the others looked on with envy at the old matriarch. Who wouldn't want the affectionate embrace of such a sweet child? Just as Qiao Wanshu was being all cuddly with old Madame Qiao, she suddenly kicked her legs, nearly toppling from her embrace. Oh no! I forgot about second brother's wife. Chapter 19. I will ensure you marry a wife. Qiao Jingchen was taken aback. He didn't even know where his elder brother's wife was. So how could he have a wife of his own? The marriages of sons from prominent families involved numerous considerations. Their father was a second-rank official, wielding significant power in the court. It was only natural that many suitors would be vying for connections, circling the capital twice over. Yet even with that, their grandmother and mother were still meticulously selecting, without a clear decision in sight. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a weight on his lap. Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Wanshu had climbed onto his leg, plopping herself in his lap, and was now energetically attempting to crawl further up. Second brother, hey, second brother. There's a lantern festival today, and your wife is coming. Take me to play, take me. The realization struck her. The Empress Dowager's birthday was approaching. To create a scene of national prosperity and harmony, the emperor had ordered a 3-day lantern festival in the capital. Tonight marked the first of these celebrations. It was at this lantern festival that Qiao Jinghua had first encountered the woman he admired. Yet, that connection was later disrupted by Fang Yenner, preventing the lovers from becoming a couple. One married off to another, the other perishing prematurely, their fates grotesquely intertwined. Qiao Jinghua felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Meanwhile, Chen Shi and old Madame Qiao gazed at Qiao Wanshu with eager eyes, desperate to learn which family would be blessed with Qiao Jinghua's future wife. However, they could not directly inquire from Qiao Wanshu, which left them feeling quite stifled. Shuer, come here, stop bothering your second brother. He has official matters to attend to. Though Qiao Zhongtian was equally curious about who his future daughter-in-law would be, he prioritized the matter of Aunt He still being imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. Qiao Jinghua also recalled he had tasks to attend to, forcing him to temporarily suppress his curiosity. His future wife. Oh, how he longed to know her identity. This matter is rather important. Qiao Wanshu noticed her father reaching out to embrace her and quickly turned her head, diving into Qiao Jinghua's arms. Her little arms wrapped tightly around his neck. Had her legs been longer, she would have surely clung to his waist. If second brother doesn't go, his wife will be taken away. Upon hearing this, old Madame Qiao immediately changed her mind. Aunt He was merely a minor character, already locked away in the Ministry of Justice, unable to cause any more trouble. However, if they were to lose the future granddaughter-in-law, when would she ever have the chance to hold her great-grandson? Enough of the official matters every day. You two have been busy since the morning without a moment of respite. Once the old matriarch spoke, Qiao Zhongtian ceased to argue further. Qiao Wanshu, having her wishes fulfilled, broke into a radiant smile, clapping her hands and bouncing joyfully in Qiao Jinghua's embrace. Mother, Shuer is still too young. The lantern festival will be crowded, and there are flames and smoke. It is too dangerous. Chen Shi expressed her concerns, still reluctant to take Qiao Wanshu out. If I don't go, how will second brother know which one is his wife? Qiao Wanshu immediately grew anxious. She was incredibly eager to attend the lantern festival. Previously, she had only watched it on television, and now she finally had the chance to experience it firsthand. How could she let it slip away? Let the maids and servants bring along more people. We will be in the carriage, not mingling with the common folk. It should be fine. Old Madame Qiao, unwilling to see her granddaughter suffer, found herself unable to voice her objections upon witnessing Shuer's eagerness and anticipation. Mother, with me and second brother around, do you still worry that Shuer will encounter trouble? Even Qiao Jingchen chimed in, prompting Chen Shi to reluctantly nod in agreement. She reasoned that she would hold her daughter tightly, surrounded by attendants. It would indeed be difficult for anything to go awry. Her personal maid, Qing Wan, had gone to show and hall. A few other maids were tidying up the room and organizing items. Chunshi held Qiao Wanshu, hoping to coax her to sleep for a while. Yet, the thought of a lantern festival made Qiao Wanshu so exuberant that she felt like jumping up. After much coaxing, she still stared wide-eyed at Chunshi, engaging in a silent stare-off. Sure isn't asleep yet? Qiao Zhongtian entered to find Chunshi pacing with their daughter in her arms. No, this girl is unusually excited. I've almost lulled myself to sleep. Yet she remains spirited. Chunshi replied with a hint of playful annoyance. Having been married to Qiao Zhongtian for many years, their love remained strong. In his presence, she occasionally displayed the youthful charm and affection that was uniquely hers. You've worked hard. Qiao Zhongtian embraced his wife and daughter, his heart inexplicably swelling with warmth. This is what it meant to have children. Everything felt complete. Qiao Wanshu, sandwiched between her parents, tried to diminish her presence. She covered her eyes with her chubby little hands, though her fingers were spread wide apart, symbolically shielding her view, while brazenly acting as a light bulb. This isn't how I wanted to be a light bulb. I'm being squeezed. If you cannot resist, then embrace it. One must admit, the sight of a handsome man and beautiful woman together was truly a feast for the eyes. Though her parents had reached middle age, they maintained their appearances well, exuding the charm and grace that came with life experience. They remained an enviable couple, admired by many. Wow, the live version is so much better. Give a kiss. Give a kiss. I want to see a kiss. The couple, influenced by the atmosphere, found themselves unconsciously leaning closer. Qiao Wanshu's thoughts interrupted the moment, her excited enthusiasm making it hard for them to ignore. Chunshi shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, just in time to catch a glimpse of Qiao Wanshu's peculiar expression. She playfully swiped her daughter as small nose, exclaiming, "Little rascal." Qiao Zhongtian clenched his fist and gently coughed into it, attempting to mask his earlier lapse in composure. By the way, you mentioned you had something important to discuss with me earlier, but it was interrupted. What was it? He suddenly recalled the serious manner in which his wife had addressed him about the matter, suggesting its significance. Chunshi shook her head. She had initially intended to inquire whether he, too, could hear Shu'er's thoughts. However, upon reflection, she deemed the subject too extraordinary. Speaking of it might not be beneficial for either Shu'er or herself. I shall observe discreetly for now. There is no need to rush into conversation, she reassured herself, then smiled sweetly at Qiao Zhongtian. I wanted to mention that Jingchun is no longer a child. By your age, he was already a year old. Shouldn't we start arranging his marriage? Chapter 20. The unexpected visitor. Qiao Wanshu listened quietly as her parents conversed softly, soon drifting off to sleep. Her youthful body, sustained only by sheer vitality, succumbed to slumber. She was awakened by Chunshi, who cradled her and informed her that night had fallen, urging her to dress so they could go out to admire the lanterns. Still in a haze, Qiao Wanshu leaned against her mother, allowing Chunshi and Qingyuan to wash her face and help her change. Her mind lingered on the conversation she had overheard between her parents. I wonder what they concluded. My elder brother's romantic endeavors have been fraught with challenges, and those around him seem to have ulterior motives. Moreover, he was harmed by Fang Yener, leaving him without offspring even after marriage. Chunshi tightened the waist tie a bit too much, causing Qiao Wanshu to exclaim, "Oh dear, be gentle. This is my waist, not a piece of pork." She squirmed, preparing to cry. At that moment, Qiao Zhongtian entered, his face etched with concern. "Madam, a decree has arrived from the palace. The emperor wishes to host a banquet for the officials to celebrate with the people. We must depart for the palace immediately, and the Lantern Festival will have to be missed." Chunshi was taken aback. Though reluctant, she felt powerless to oppose the emperor's command. Who would dare defy such a royal decree, unless they were willing to risk their heads? She attempted to explain the situation to Qiao Wanshu, hoping her daughter would understand their predicament. At this point, Qiao Wanshu had fully awakened. While she felt disappointed about missing the lanterns with her parents, she still had her elder and second brother. The elderly matriarch, feeling somewhat weary, did not want to hinder the younger one's enjoyment. She had already sent a message with Inga, suggesting an early rest and opting out of the lantern viewing. Now that her parents were heading to the palace, it meant no one would be watching her, and she could simply gaze at the lanterns from a carriage. Listening to Chen Shi's explanation, her thoughts had already drifted to the streets outside the Qiao residence. Regardless of what was said, she nodded eagerly, her obedient demeanor endearing to all. Yet, Qiao Wanshu overlooked an important detail. Her elder brother, Qiao Jingchen, was the son of a general, and her second brother held a position as a junior official in the Ministry of Justice. They could not escape the banquet either. Thus, while she was in the midst of changing her clothes, she saw her two brothers approach, their smiles appearing somewhat forced. Elder brother, second brother, I'm almost ready. Wait for me, she called out, waving her small hand at them, already plotting how to extract treats from them once they were on the streets. Although she could see delicacies from afar, she could not indulge. Surely, she could manage to acquire a few silks and treasures. The Qiao family wielded power and wealth. Chen Shi's dowry alone could purchase a substantial portion of the capital. This was no exaggeration. Qiao Jingchen knelt beside the bed, taking her small hand and shaking it gently. Sure, dear, your elder brother is quite pleased today and has prepared some gifts for you. Would you like to see them?
Gifts.
Qiao Wanshu's ears perked up immediately. She nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. What gifts? Are they delicious or fun? She gripped Qiao Jingchen's fingers tightly, attempting to leap into his embrace.
Ah!
The embrace of a handsome man. I must seize the moment while I can, for once I grow up, there will be no more hugs. She thought wistfully. Those present exchanged glances of disbelief. It seemed this girl was not only a money grubber, but also quite the flirt. Chen Shi watched her precious daughter with a hint of concern. If she placed such importance on looks, what if she were to be ensnared by someone who was merely gilded on the outside but rotten within? Qiao Jingwei gazed at his elder brother with envy. What was this? He was handsome too, was he not? Why was it that Shu'er did not cling to him? He longed for a hug as well. However, he only dared to voice these thoughts internally, not wanting his elder brother to monopolize Shu'er's attention. So, he approached and boldly snatched one of Qiao Wanshu's tiny hands from his brother's grasp. Shu'er, dear, I have gifts for you too. Would you like to see mine first? Let us see them all. Don't rush, they're all mine. Qiao Wanshu beamed, her smile wide, though her teeth had not yet grown in. Giggling, she unexpectedly leaned forward and planted a kiss on Qiao Jingyue's cheek. Ah, your face is so smooth, she exclaimed. Indeed, being handsome makes one cherished in every way. Qiao Wanshu knew how to flatter, and her words sent Qiao Jingyue soaring with delight, momentarily forgetting their purpose. Ahem. Dear brother, let Shu'er see her gifts. Our time is limited. It was Qiao Jingchen who maintained a semblance of composure, reminding them of their urgency. Time is running out? Oh, right, the Lantern Festival is about to begin. Hurry, hurry. Qiao Wanshu echoed, peeking around her brothers to see what was happening behind them. Several servants entered, carrying 2 boxes. When they lifted the lids, a dazzling array of jewels and treasures nearly blinded Qiao Wanshu. She gazed at the 2 large chests overflowing with gold and silver, her eyes wide with astonishment. Though she was aware of the Qiao family's wealth, witnessing such an abundance of treasures for the first time was a striking experience. Qiao and Chen exchanged glances, realizing their sons felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Shu'er, as they had revealed their hidden treasures. However, such a grand display now raised concerns about what they would do in the future should they err. Once she saw the treasures, Qiao Wanshu forgot all about the handsome brothers. What was a handsome face compared to money? With money, who needed handsome men? She flailed her arms as if swimming, eager to dive into the chests of gold and jewels. Qiao Jingchen steadied her little form, fearful she might fall, while finally seizing the opportunity to confess their intentions. Shu'er, I'm sorry, your second brother, and I must go to the palace. We won't be able to attend the Lantern Festival tonight. Qiao Wanshu's flailing slowed, though she appeared somewhat disappointed. Are you joking? If you can't go, then what about me? Should I go alone? She understood that defying the Emperor's will was no trivial matter, yet her heart felt a wave of sadness. This was her first Lantern Festival since arriving here. Ah, elder brother, second brother, what are you all doing in mother and father's room? A clear voice rang out like a mountain stream, vibrant and cheerful. Upon seeing the person enter from outside, Qiao Wanshu's expression brightened. Ah, my unexpected visitor has arrived. Chapter 21. His clear foolishness. The young man who entered had striking features and vibrant expressions. His eyes were filled with emotion, and a smile danced on his lips. In his hand, he twirled a folding fan with a carefree grace, embodying the exuberance of youth. He was none other than Qiao Jingtian, the third son of the Qiao family. Although he possessed an extraordinary intellect and remarkable talents, he had no desire to pursue an official career. His only wish was to revel in the beauty of nature and live a carefree life. While Qiao Zhongtian and Chen Shi lamented this choice, they were enlightened parents who imposed no constraints on him. Thus, the capital gained a new figure, a talented yet frivolous young man, eliciting mixed opinions from the public. As Qiao Jingtian entered with a cheerful demeanor, he quickly noticed the peculiar gazes of his parents and two brothers fixed upon him. Lowering his head to assess himself, he wondered if his striking handsomeness had rendered them speechless. Hadn't he been modest enough? The Qiao couple and his brothers rolled their eyes, clearly uninterested in his self-admiration. However, Qiao Wanshu bounced towards him, her voice filled with excitement. My dear wallet, my human carriage, and my personal guard, your timing is impeccable. You've saved my lantern festival from disaster. Hurry, take me out to play. Qiao Jingtian had never seen Qiao Wanshu so enthusiastic. He was taken aback and awkwardly embraced her, unsure of how to hold her properly. Dear Wanshu, you've missed your third brother. Haven to you? He exclaimed, marveling at how delightful she felt in his arms. Wanshu pushed his handsome face away, directing her tiny fingers towards the clothes on the bed. Third brother, my little cloak. Put it on quickly, or we'll be late. He grasped her small hand and playfully lifted her a few times. Be good, Wanshu. Let me hold you just a little longer, and I promise I'll return you to mother. To his surprise, she was irked by his assumption that she clung to their mother, unable to stay in anyone else's arms, and rolled her eyes in annoyance. With this lack of discernment, you dare call yourself the understanding flower among the beauties of the capital? You're more like a rotten stump. I want to see the fireworks. I want to see the fireworks. With her small hand held captive, she could only watch through the window, craning her neck in anticipation. Qiao Jingtian, however, looked thoughtfully at the open window, furrowing his brow. Although it is midsummer, the evening air can still be a bit chilly for a little one. Perhaps we should close the window to protect Wanshu from the cold.
Vans Husaid, tired.
Why is communication so difficult? Determined to be held by someone else. She feared that Qiao Jingtian's current foolishness would rub off on her. Qiao Zhongtian could no longer bear to watch. Wanshu's little face was turning as pale as a pot bottom, while his third son remained blissfully ignorant. Was this what they called being foolish and unaware? Shaking his head, he addressed Qiao Jingtian. Jingtian, His Majesty is hosting a banquet for the officials. Your mother, your two brothers, and I will be going to the palace for the feast. You will take Wanshu with you to the Lantern Festival tonight. Just be vigilant. Don't let any unsavory characters disturb your sister. Qiao Jingtian's elder brother, Qiao Jingyue, could no longer watch his brother's obliviousness. He stepped forward and slapped him on the shoulder with force. Can't you see Wanshu's little face is fallen? If you don't hurry, she will cry, and no one will come to comfort you. Finally, Qiao Jingtian registered the situation and looked more closely at Qiao Wanshu. Is that so? Then I must accompany you. Satisfied. Qiao Zhongtian nodded. It was a family tradition that all Qiao men must learn martial arts, so even though Qiao Zhongtian and Qiao Jingyue were civil officials, they were quite capable. The third and fourth brothers had been trained by Qiao Jingyue himself, only lacking battlefield experience. With Qiao Jingtian accompanying her, he felt more at ease. A smile finally returned to Qiao Wanshu's face as she giggled at her father and elder brother. Father and second brother are the best. They are smart, steady, and reliable. Simply the best. The two praised by her words returned her smile, silently thanking their stars for hearing Wanshu's sweet voice. Otherwise, not only would they disappoint their precious little sister, but they would also be at a loss for how to console her, ending up like the third brother, thoroughly scorned. Dressed in a vibrant red cloak adorned with colorful embroidery, Qiao Wanshu appeared even more delicate and charming, like a lovely little dumpling. Xiao Jingtian held her tightly as they made their way to the carriage, showcasing her as they headed towards the bustling marketplace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last hint of orange was swiftly consumed by the encroaching night. The lanterns lining the streets flickered to life, illuminating the grand capital with a dazzling glow, echoing the splendor of the Milky Way above. Countless stalls selling food and entertainment lined the streets, their vendors calling out in a lively chorus. There were those guessing lantern riddles, performing tricks, telling stories, singing songs, and even fortune-telling, creating a bustling atmosphere. Qiao Wanshu pressed her face against the carriage window, wishing she could grow eyes all over her body to take in the sights. Her delicate little mouth hardly closed, as Qiao Jingtian dabbed at the drool trickling down with a handkerchief. This is the Lantern Festival, as bright as day. The ancients truly do not deceive me. She shook her head and recited the famous poem, Sheng Chaji Yuanxi. Regrettably, Qiao Jingtian did not hear her, missing the chance to be impressed. As the throngs of people increased, the carriage could not advance. Qiao Jingtian decided to carry his little sister out and walk. After just a few steps, they stumbled upon a gathering around a riddle stall where excitement filled the air. The stall owner held a lantern with a riddle. Clouds follow the geese. What single character does it represent? Several confident scholars stepped up, only to return in defeat. Observing the crowd's furrowed brows, it seemed no one had solved it for quite some time. Suddenly, Qiao Wanshu remembered that this was the scene where Fang Yenu made her dazzling debut as a talented young woman. However, she was currently confined within the Qiao estate and unlikely to appear. Before she could finish her thought, she spotted Fang Yener peeking from the crowd and was at a loss for words. Damn, that main character's luck. How can she be out again? Disregarding her grievances with the Qiao estate's guards, Qiao Wanshu patted her brother's chest. Third brother, you can do it. Just say the answer quickly. If Qiao Jingtian got there first, Fang Yener would have no chance to shine. Yet, in Qiao Jingtian's eyes, Wanshu's sudden exclamations seemed like childish babble. He thought she was merely learning to talk and imitated her, grinning widely with his bright white teeth, thoroughly enjoying himself. Qiao Wanshu was so frustrated she nearly choked, wishing she could send his laughter flying. Meanwhile, Fang Yener scanned the crowd, waiting for a few wrong guesses before raising her hand triumphantly. Without waiting for her to speak, another voice preemptively chimed in, a geese flies high, clouds rise with the people. The answer is meeting. Chapter 22. Stealing Her Thunder. The stall owner's eyes lit up as he quickly announced, this young man has guessed correctly. The answer is indeed meeting. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Some protested, claiming they had also guessed but were merely a step behind. However, the stall owner paid them no mind and eagerly invited the correct guesser onto the stage. I shall forego the prize, as I found a note with the answer slipped into my hand. Out of curiosity, I merely tried it, he said, retreating into the throng, unwilling to reveal himself. Qiao Wanshu couldn't care less about who had solved the riddle and received the prize. As long as it wasn't Fang Yener stealing the spotlight, she was more than happy to clap her hands. Though the riddle stall seemed modest, its background was anything but. It was organized by a well-known literary society in the capital. If Fang Yener had solved the riddle, she would have gained notoriety by solving several tricky riddles, solidifying her reputation as a talented woman in the capital. Now that someone had stolen her thunder, disrupting her plans, finding a suitable opportunity would be no easy task. Qiao Wanshu kept a keen eye on Fang Yener, relishing the sight of her gritting her teeth in frustration, her exquisite features twisted in irritation, filling her heart with delight. Embracing Qiao Jingen's neck, she laughed uncontrollably, her chubby little hands clapping until they turned rosy. However, Fang Yener was unwilling to concede, raising her voice. Since the gentleman has solved the riddle, he ought to come forth and let everyone see him. Otherwise, if you seize the prize only to discard it like a worn-out shoe, would that not dampen the spirits of both the host and the participants? If you merely guessed at random, then just admit it. How can we accept this otherwise? Her words were incisive, compelling the man to reveal himself and solve a few more riddles to satisfy the crowd. Yet, he insisted he was merely enjoying the festivities and had no intention of guessing further, leading to a stalemate between the two. The stall owner, wishing to mediate, found himself thwarted by Fang Yenner's insistence, subtly implying there might be ulterior motives at play, suggesting a collusion that did not genuinely intend to award the prize. This caused the stall owner to become irate, while the onlookers whispered among themselves, scrutinizing Fang Yenner. What a pretty girl, yet her words are so sharp. Indeed. Even if she guessed first, it was her own delay in speaking that cost her the chance. Is she accusing others of collusion because she cannot bear to lose? She seems to be trying to show off but is merely embarrassing herself. What kind of upbringing allows such behavior without fear of ridicule? The murmurs penetrated Qiao Wan's ears, gradually dimming her smile. Regardless of the situation, Fang Yenna still bore the name of a distant relative of the Qiao family. While her current embarrassment might bring some satisfaction to the onlookers, if word spread that it was connected to the Qiao family, it would tarnish their reputation. Her delicate, snow-white face fell, and she frowned discontentedly at Fang Yenna, oblivious to the fact that someone in the crowd was observing her intently. A child, no more than 6 or 7 years old, stood several people away, possessing a poise that belied his tender age. Behind him stood several tall men dressed modestly, subtly forming a protective circle around him. Little master, why would you easily surrender what you so cleverly deduced? How could she, who is supposed to be dead, still be here? Everything truly feels different now, the young boy murmured, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qiao Wan, causing both siblings to feel a jolt of surprise. Qiao Jinghan quickly squeezed over, bowing respectfully to the boy. I am honored to meet your highness, the 9th prince. Today the emperor has hosted a banquet, yet you are not in the palace. How? His sentence trailed off, clearly indicating the boy had snuck out. The 9th prince, however, replied nonchalantly, the palace banquet was dull. I felt stifled and decided to come out for some fresh air. He then shifted his attention to Qiao Wan. I heard the Qiao family has welcomed a new young lady. This must be her. Indeed, she is as lovely as the rumors suggest, a true gem. Qiao Wan had recognized the boy's identity early on, but she could not speak, conveniently avoiding the need for pleasantries. However, the way the 9th prince regarded her sent a shiver down her spine. His gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul, leaving her with a sense of vulnerability. The 9th prince was a peripheral character in the original narrative, mentioned only briefly. It was known that he lacked favor, hardly appearing even in the background. Thus, Qiao Wan could not foresee his future. The 9th prince stepped forward, seemingly about to say something more when a guard suddenly leaned in, whispering a few words in his ear. His expression shifted, and he addressed the Qiao siblings. This prince has matters to attend to and must take my leave. I shall visit your residence another day, when I have the leisure to do so. Oh, he intends to visit my home? I do not recall any such arrangement. Qiao Wan mused, her attention suddenly caught by a graceful and charming young woman being harassed by a group of ruffians who were brazenly attempting to push and shove her. I must go, second sister. Her eyes lit up, fixated on the distressed beauty. That was none other than Wu Qingyun, the daughter of the Minister of War, the destined beloved of Qiao Jingyue in the original plot. With the hero absent to rescue the damsel in distress, perhaps her third brother could step in to save the day. She began to make a commotion, her small hands gesturing animatedly. Unfortunately, Qiao Jinghan could not hear her thoughts and assumed she was simply excited by the spectacle, amusing her with a newly bought rattledrum. What nonsense! Qiao Wan lamented, her eyes rolling in exasperation. If you do not rescue second sister soon and allow her to be assaulted by these ruffians, you will be in for a beating from second brother. It was imperative to rein in Qiao Jinghan. Luckily, the commotion in the crowd was growing louder, and with Qiao Wan's fervent gestures towards the scene, he finally caught sight of the harassment unfolding. Cease this at once. How dare you brazenly assault a respectable lady under the emperor's gaze? Have you all lost your minds? Qiao Jinghan's furious roar reverberated through the crowd, startling those nearby. He immediately stepped forward, shielding Qiao Wan as he positioned himself protectively in front of Wu Qingyun. Chapter 23. How did you know I saved a beauty?
Who are you?
One of the ruffians demanded, but his companion quickly restrained him, whispering urgently, Are you mad? Do you know who that is? He is Qiao Jinghan, the renowned playboy of the capital. Who? Qiao Jinghan? The ruffian was taken aback. Everyone knew the third son of the Qiao family was famed for his talents, but was also known for his leisurely pursuits, leading to his reputation as a debauched scion. Were they truly so foolish as to provoke someone of such high standing? They dared not utter another threat, forcing a smile as they were pulled away by their companions, disappearing into the crowd. Qiao Wan had hoped to bask in her brother's glory, ready to cheer him on, but the ruffians fled after a mere threat. What a letdown! As she sulked, Wu Qingyan approached, gracefully bowing in appreciation. "Thank you, young sir, for your timely assistance." Her voice was melodious, akin to a nightingale's song, causing Qiao Wan's eyes to narrow in delight as she showered her with compliments.
Wow.
"Your voice is absolutely enchanting. No wonder you will be my future second sister-in-law. Your standards are truly extraordinary. Who could resist such a charming sound?" Wu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback by the youthful voice, glancing around to find only this little girl grinning at her, revealing a mouthful of rosy gums. Could it be that this child was speaking? As she pondered this, she heard the voice continue, "No joke, truly, a beauty like you is flawless in every respect. You are a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. How infuriating that my worthless second brother does not appreciate you." Qiao Wan adored beautiful women even more than handsome men. Wouldn't it be delightful to be close to a sweet and gentle sister? Wu Qingyan finally realized that she could indeed hear this little girl's thoughts. Though the reason remained a mystery, the flattery had left her cheeks flushed, a blend of embarrassment and amusement tugging at the corners of her lips. However, her expression was misinterpreted by the Qiao siblings. Qiao Jinghan, handsome and charming, had grown accustomed to the bashful admiration of young ladies. He assumed Wu Qingyan was smitten by his demeanor, and given her striking beauty, he felt a swell of pride. He slightly turned, adopting a stance that accentuated his impressive stature, lowering his voice to speak humbly. "There is no need for such formality, my lady. It is our duty to assist those in distress." Qiao Wan, however, blinked in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping. "What is happening? Third brother, I asked you to be a hero and save the damsel, not to steal someone else's love. If second brother finds out that you dared to covet his wife, I will make sure to peel your skin off." She was busy criticizing in her heart, and upon hearing Qiao Jinghan speak, she immediately rolled her eyes. "Spit out the frog stuck in your throat. Now that your voice has changed, you're feeling uncomfortable, aren't you? Truly an eyesore." Qiao Wanshu's inner thoughts sounded like a barrage of cannon fire. Although Wu Qingyan couldn't grasp all the words, she roughly guessed that the little girl was worried that her third brother might make her heart flutter and cause her to miss her destined union with her second brother. This child was indeed amusing, but was it merely about fate? A shadow floated in Wu Qingyan's mind, resembling the man who had just rescued her, sharing similar features and contours. Qiao Jinghan coughed lightly, donned his signature charming smile, and said to Wu Qingyan, "It is rare to encounter such a kindred spirit. Would you allow me to treat you to a meal and enjoy the Lantern Festival together?" Qiao Wanshu slapped her hand over his mouth. "What do you think you're doing inviting someone to dinner? No, this situation is spiraling out of control." She was so anxious that she felt like her head was on fire, unsure of how to stop Qiao Jinghan. "Perhaps I should pay a visit to express my gratitude another day." She suggested this, hoping to see who this future husband mentioned by the little girl truly was. Although Qiao Jinghan felt a tinge of disappointment at being rejected, he quickly brushed it aside. There were countless flowers in the world. Besides, when she came to thank him later, there would still be opportunities. He cheerfully replied, "Very well, I shall not pressure you. I am Qiao Jinghan, the third son of the Qiao family. Let us part ways here, and I hope to see you again." With that, he unexpectedly embraced Qiao Wanshu and turned to leave, completely oblivious to Wu Qingyan's astonished expression upon hearing him introduce himself. Qiao Wanshu was too exasperated to criticize him further. She was quite certain that this third brother, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, was actually an unromantic and oblivious man. What would happen if they encountered a rogue again? Just as Qiao Jinghan walked away, he continued to boast about his charm to his precious sister. "So, what do you think, dear Wanshu? Am I not quite the catch? How about that girl from earlier? Wasn't she lovely and gentle? Did you see how shy she was when she looked at me? Quite the sight, isn't it?" Qiao Wanshu simply lay in his arms, feigning death, ignoring his incessant chatter, while her inner monologue of criticism persisted unabated. Remember your arrogance now. When second brother punishes you, don't cry. Don't say I didn't help you. It's just too much to handle. The siblings conversed among themselves, managing to explore the entirety of the Lantern Festival. As Qiao Wanshu was being carried down by Qiao Jinghan, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness upon hearing his words. The Qiao couple and the two brothers froze, suddenly turning to stare at Qiao Jinghan. Not understanding the situation, Qiao Jinghan was about to greet his parents and brother, but he was abruptly met with 8 piercing gazes, especially from second brother, whose eyes seemed to harbor a hint of menace. He instinctively shrank his neck, feeling a chill creep down his back. Third son, what good deed have you done? Qiao Zhongtian questioned coldly. Chapter 24. Is he that unlucky fellow? Qiao Jinghan never anticipated that a single remark would lead him to be summoned to his father's study. Still cradling Qiao Wanshu, he stood in the center of the room with a bewildered gaze. Before he could speak, Chunshi took his little sister from him. Father. Qiao Jinghan called softly. The feeling of hairs standing up on the back of his neck had not subsided. Particularly, the cold and somewhat sinister gaze from second brother made him shiver involuntarily. I must have walked too much today. Why do my legs feel so weak? As he turned to glance at the empty chair beside him, he was met with a sharp command from Qiao Zhongtian. Stand there. Chunshi, concerned about Qiao Jinghan's expression, quickly added, Jinghan, which young lady did you save? Please tell us for our peace of mind. Hearing this, Qiao Jinghan felt relieved. He promptly recounted the events of the evening. Qiao Wanshu chimed in, continuously criticizing in her mind. That's the legitimate daughter of Minister Wu Qingyan. Third brother saved someone and then introduced himself without even asking who she was, leaving my future sister-in-law stranded on the street. And he boasts about being a charming savior. I think he is more like a wooden flower. Upon hearing the first sentence, Qiao Jinghan's second brother leaped up, astonished. Is it her? Is she all right? Qiao Jinghan, unaware of the gravity of the situation, instinctively replied, She is fine. After all, I acted heroically and all malevolent spirits must retreat. Qiao Wanshu was equally startled by second brother's reaction. She shot a glance at Qiao Jinghan and pursed her lips, shifting her target for criticism. Oh, now you're worried? I told you earlier that you would encounter your future wife at the Lantern Festival, but you didn't believe me. Now look, the beauty you were supposed to save has been rescued by third brother. When the time comes, second sister-in-law will become third sister-in-law, and you'll have plenty to cry about. Her remarks left their parents and two brothers utterly speechless, especially Qiao Jinghan, whose face shifted through a spectrum of colors, akin to a palette overturned. Chunshi, noticing his reaction, suspected he wasn't unfamiliar with Wu Qingyan. She longed to clarify, but since Qiao Jinghan had not inquired about Wu Qingyan's identity, it presented a bit of a dilemma. Jinghan, what does that girl look like? She subtly probed. The moment this topic arose, Qiao Jinghan perked up, singing praises of Wu Qingyan that placed her above the heavens and beneath the earth. Chunshi recalled having seen the legitimate daughter of Minister Wu, remembering a beauty mark beneath her right eye, and casually mentioned it. Qiao Jinghan slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Mother, you could be a fortune-teller. How could you possibly deduce that? Then it must be her. Chunshi turned to Qiao Zhongtian, saying, It seems Jinghan saved the legitimate daughter of Minister Wu Qingyan. Jingyue, do you know her? Qiao Zhongtian, following the thread of the conversation, asked the question everyone was eager to know. Qiao Wanshu yawned lazily, thinking, not just acquainted, he even orchestrated an introduction to Wu Zhao, the eldest son of the Wu family, all for the purpose of approaching her sister. That little scheme has been in play for quite some time. Qiao Jingyue, caught off guard by the revelation, felt his face flush a deep shade of red. Though Qiao Jinghan couldn't hear his sister's thoughts, he noticed how second brother blushed at just one inquiry from their father, finally piecing it together. He glared, Second brother, wait a minute. You've known Miss Wu all along and have been harboring feelings for her? This is none of your business. Qiao Jingyue glared back at him. In that moment, among those present, he dared only to confront his third brother, for none other would he challenge. Of course, second brother has been smitten with Miss Wu for quite some time. When she hadn't even come of age, They climbed trees together to fetch a bird's nest. And he was already enamored. How is that fair? The Qiao couple looked at their second son with disappointment. How could such a bright and astute young man be so oblivious when it came to matters of the heart? Qiao Jingchen nudged his second brother with his elbow. Squinting as he said, You know that Jinghan is quite popular among those young ladies, so aren't you worried? What he could say, Qiao Jingyue could certainly deduce as well. His gaze towards Qiao Jinghan grew increasingly unfriendly. Even the dullest of minds would have realized the implications in such a situation. Qiao Jinghan wished to provide an explanation, yet he found himself unable to do so, as Qiao Wanshu interjected with snide remarks at every turn. She painted a vivid picture of Wu Qingyun's bashful demeanor, making Qiao Jinghan's attempts at clarification seem more like boastful displays, only exacerbating the situation. Observing his second brother's fists, which were clenched tightly and bulging with veins, Qiao Jinghan suddenly had a moment of inspiration and exclaimed, Father, Mother, I encountered the 9th prince today. He mentioned intending to pay a visit soon. This diversion proved effective. Upon hearing the mention of the 9th prince, Qiao Zhongtian's brows immediately knitted together. The 9th prince? What else did he say? Not much, just that he praised my younger sister a few times, Qiao Jinghan replied. And Qiao Wanshu nodded in agreement. She was perplexed. How could a prince of little favor command such a grave expression from their esteemed father? Qiao Jingchen, who had long been stationed at the borders and was thus unaware of court intrigues, curiously inquired, Father, what makes the 9th prince so special that it elicits such a reaction from you? The 9th prince, Qiao Zhongtian explained, is rumored to be the result of a drunken encounter between His Majesty and a disfigured palace maid. Following the birth, all those present were executed, ostensibly for incurring the emperor's wrath. Shortly thereafter, the empress bore another son, the 9th prince. Only His Majesty and the empress know the full truth. What is perceived as neglect by outsiders may not reflect reality. With a sigh, he continued, the Qiao family had no prior connection to the 9th prince. Even if Qiao Jinghan happened to meet him during the Lantern Festival, it would not have sparked thoughts of a visit. One wonders what intentions a mere child of 7 or 8 might harbor. Suddenly, Qiao Wanshu trembled, her mind racing. Could it be that the 9th prince is the unfortunate offspring of the emperor's favored consort from the previous dynasty? Chapter 25. A new complication. Who is this unfortunate child? The 4 members of the Qiao family were momentarily stunned. Except for Qiao Jinghan, who remained oblivious, the others exchanged astonished glances at Qiao Wanshu.
Indeed.
After Liu Zhan usurped the throne, he openly mocked the imprisoned crown prince. He claimed that had the crown prince not schemed against that individual, the throne would not have been his. Moreover, after the emperor's passing, rumors circulated that the crown prince lashed out at the late emperor's spirit, denouncing him for his coldness and for favoring the former consort and her illegitimate child. He even entrusted that woman's child to the empress for upbringing, clearly with intentions of claiming the throne himself. Had the crown prince not fought for his survival, he might have been the one to perish. If what father says is true, and the 9th prince is indeed the child the emperor entrusted to the empress, then it is highly likely he is the son of the former consort. Qiao Wanshu pieced together this narrative, unaware of the tumult it stirred within her listeners. Each was reluctant to voice their thoughts, fearing how they might explain the source of their insights. The 4 of them collectively chose silence. After a prolonged contemplation, Qiao Zhongtian spoke again. Regardless of the circumstances, our family has become a target for scrutiny, having drawn the emperor's suspicion. If we were to associate with the 9th prince, we would inevitably face accusations of forming factions. You must all heed my words. Do not grow too close to the 9th prince. As for his expressed desire to visit, we shall treat him with courtesy and allow it to pass. If he does not come, so much the better. The others nodded in agreement, understanding that they had no choice but to tread carefully for now. Seeing that his father, mother, and brother were preoccupied with discussions about the 9th prince, Qiao Jinghan felt a wave of relief wash over him, believing that the matter concerning Wu Qingyun had been laid to rest. However, he could still sense the sharp gaze of his second brother lingering on him. Fortunately, Qiao Wanshu suddenly began yawning, her eyelids growing heavy. She nodded off repeatedly, as if on the verge of falling asleep. Noticing her exhaustion, Chen Shi quickly gathered her up. Come, I shall take Wanshu to rest. After a night of play, she cannot bear to forgo her rest. The Qiao men, filled with concern, urged the mother and daughter to retire. Once Chen Shi departed with Qiao Wanshu, Xiao Zhongtian's expression darkened again. Jingchen, you three brothers must listen carefully. The court is fraught with peril. To avoid drawing ire, you must learn to navigate these treacherous waters wisely. The Qiao family must remain steadfast and loyal to the emperor. We shall not waver from this principle. Do you understand? The three brothers recognized the gravity of the situation, and even Qiao Jinghan, who had previously been oblivious, nodded solemnly in agreement. The four of them lingered in the study until the flickering candles extinguished with the dawn. That night, she swam through a sea of gold and silver, paddling and diving with glee. Just as she surfaced, cradling a nugget of gold larger than her head, a rustling sound interrupted her, pulling her body upward. The gold slipped from her grasp, and in a panic, Qiao Wanshu kicked her legs and opened her eyes wide, only to find herself awakening from a fleeting dream. The room was silent. She was alone in her bed. Outside, two maidservants whispered, the same sounds she had heard in her dream. Who could blame them? Anyone caught with unclean hands would have been expelled from the estate long ago. The old matriarch keeps her here out of nostalgia, but she shows no gratitude. Who knows? The exchange captivated Qiao Wanshu. Suddenly, both maids gasped, Madam. Just then, Chen Shi emerged from behind the screen. Wanshu, you're awake. How wonderful. Initially, Chen Shi's face bore a hint of displeasure, but upon seeing Qiao Wanshu awake, her expression softened into a warm smile. Mother, what trouble is Lin Jinger stirring up now? I long to witness the commotion. Qiao Wanshu rubbed her eyes, still a bit groggy but eager for excitement.
Come.
Let us go meet your grandmother. She has been quite upset. I believe only you can soothe her. Chen Shi lifted Qiao Wanshu, summoning a maid to assist with her attire and wash her up before heading to the main hall.
Lin Jinger is intolerable.
The old matriarch has forgiven her time and again, but now she not only pilfers, but also dares to conspire with Fang Yener to facilitate her escape. Chen Shi muttered, seemingly to herself, but intended for Qiao Wanshu's ears. She, too, was eager to learn how this situation had unfolded and what might transpire next. Her precious daughter seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee events. Thus far, everything she had mentioned had proven remarkably accurate. Perhaps, as the old matriarch suggested, Wanshu was indeed a blessing, a savior bestowed upon the Qiao family. I wondered how Fang Yener could have escaped, only to discover such a fool was her accomplice. Qiao Wanshu clicked her tongue. While in the original narrative, these two ultimately allied for their own interests, the circumstances were not yet aligned. It seemed her presence had altered many outcomes, yet the overarching narrative remained largely intact. Otherwise, Qiao Wanshu could hardly predict what might unfold next. She looked up at Chen Shi, meeting her gaze filled with maternal affection. Qiao Wanshu waved her small hand, cooing and smiling at her mother. Mother, do not worry. Our family will be well. No evil spirits or monsters can withstand me. Chen Shi, charmed by her child's innocent babble, felt her spirits lift. Before she could tease her daughter further, an authoritative voice echoed from the front hall. Lin Jinger, do you still not recognize your mistakes? As soon as the words left her lips, a mocking laugh followed. Mistakes? What mistakes do I have?
Lin Jinger.
Have only reached this point due to the pressure from you hypocrites. Chapter 26. Can she also foresee? Lin Jinger, clarify your words. Who has pressured you? Chen Shi, carrying Qiao Wanshu, entered the front hall and spoke sharply. Her usual gentle demeanor was overshadowed by her authority as the matriarch of the family, her presence imposing even without anger. Lin Jinger flinched, as if recalling something, then defiantly replied, It was all of you who pressured me. Yes. The old lady took pity on me, a stray, and welcomed me into her home, providing me with food and comfort. But what do I truly mean to her? Am I a human being or merely a pet for her amusement? When she is pleased, she rewards me with small trinkets. When displeased, I am scolded. What difference is there from raising a cat or dog? Seated in her grand armchair, old Madame Qiao's eyes were filled with disappointment and sorrow. Lin Jinger's words struck her like a blow, causing her breath to quicken. She pressed her hand to her chest and clenched her fist, seemingly trying to regain her composure. Qiao Wanshu, infuriated by such shameless words, struggled to leap from Chen Shi's embrace, eager to confront Lin Jing'er. Is this even human speech? You throw a bone to a dog, and it knows to wag its tail. How is it my grandmother's fault for raising you from childhood? Look at what you wear. What adornments you have. Are they not all befitting the standards of a noble lady? Without grandmother, you would have been among the beggars on the streets. And your survival would have been uncertain. Let us not forget that grandmother has long prepared a substantial dowry for your future, waiting only for a suitable match to send you off in style. And yet, you have not uttered a single word of gratitude, but instead accuse us of pressuring you to steal and deceive, to conspire with treacherous individuals to send your benefactor's family to their doom. Her fury was palpable. In the original narrative, she had always felt that old Madame Qiao was a good person who received no reward for her kindness, a matriarch who takes in an orphan and nurtures her without expecting anything in return, merely wishing to provide a stable and prosperous life. Such a person did not deserve to be betrayed, to suffer both physically and emotionally, leading to the destruction of her family and a tragic end. Old Madame Qiao and Chen Shi listened in silence, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. This was not the first time they had heard of the Qiao family's grim fate, nor had they been strangers to the darker side of human nature. Yet, each time they were reminded, it sent chills down their spines. Fortunately, none of this had come to pass. Thankfully, they still had Wanshu, their blessing from above. Old Madame Qiao wished to turn away from Lin Jing'er, but her breath was rapid, each gasp a struggle, making it difficult to confront the instigator of this turmoil. Chen Shi, noticing her distress, immediately instructed Inge to fetch water for the old lady and to assist her in taking a calming pill. She then turned her cold gaze upon Lin Jing'er and said, "I will not waste words with you. The evidence is clear, and you are not a first-time offender. There are no old affections to speak of. I shall have the steward accompany you to face the authorities." Lin Jing'er was taken aback, attempting to rise from the ground but was forcibly held down by the servants. Struggling, she exclaimed, "Madam, you cannot take me to the authorities. Fang Yener told me that no matter what I did, the old lady would never let me be taken away. Moreover, I was influenced by her to bribe the household servants into aiding her. Why should I be the only one punished?" She had not intended to drag Fang Yener into this. But Fang Yener, who had initially sought her assistance, remained silent, refusing to speak since the beginning. This was not what they had agreed upon. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, Lin Jing'er cast aside all caution and implicated Fang Yener without hesitation. "Lin Jing'er, do not speak recklessly. I have been confined by my aunt and uncle in the courtyard, and aside from the maid who brings food and water, I have not seen anyone else. How could I have possibly conspired with you?" Fang Yener vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Yet Lin Jing'er, seeing her as a last resort, clung to the hope that Fang Yener would share the blame for the anger directed at them from old Madame Qiao and Chen Shi. "Did I instruct you to steal jewelry and sell it, then bribe the servants to let me escape?" Fang Yener, knowing she could not evade the situation, deftly shifted the blame back onto Lin Jing'er, distancing herself from any culpability. Lin Jing'er stared at Fang Yener in disbelief. How could this woman lie so effortlessly? A chill ran through her as she belatedly realized that perhaps Fang Yener had already calculated this step when she first approached her, intending to discard her as a pawn. A fleeting glint of malice flickered in Lin Jing'er's eyes. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, pointing at Fang Yener and addressing Chen Shi, "Madam, you must not be unaware that this Fang Yener is a witch. Just yesterday, we were both locked in the woodshed, and as we brushed past each other, she slipped me a note claiming that the stableman, old Wang, would die in an hour. She intended to prove her foresight, assuring me that if I could help her escape, she would achieve great success and one day rise to power, and I would not go unnoticed." "Enough!" Old Madame Qiao slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising in anger. "What blasphemous words you dare utter! Do you wish to drag the Qiao family down with you?" Fang Yener, tears brimming in her eyes, protested, "I know you wish to absolve yourself, but you can only implicate me. But what proof do you have to support your claims? If I gave you a note, where is it? Why do you not present it to substantiate your accusations?" Lin Jing'er was left speechless, having disposed of the note as per Fang Yener's instructions. Where could she possibly find it now? Realizing the futility of her situation, she found herself increasingly at a loss for words. The more she defended herself, the more she inadvertently exonerated Fang Yener. Qiao Wanshu, observing the scene with keen eyes, could see through the charade.
Haha, Lin Yinger is truly foolish.
I suppose she now realizes she has been used as a pawn by Fang Yener. Yet there was another doubt in her mind. Fang Yener's escape from the manor had initially seemed like an attempt to flee, but upon inadvertently discovering the riddle booth and understanding the background of its organizers, she had devised a plan. However, in Lin Jinger's words, it appeared as if Fang Yener had always known she would achieve remarkable success at the Lantern Festival and rise to prominence alongside Lu Zhan. Could it be that she had awakened some ability to foresee future events? Chapter 27. The failed prophetic dream. Although Lin Jinger may be foolish, she would need Fang Yener to present tangible evidence to sway her. Could it be that she truly possesses the gift of foresight? Qiao Wanshu's heart raced with anxiety. Fang Yener was already the embodiment of fortune in the narrative, blessed with the halo of a protagonist. If she could foresee the plot's developments, would she not ascend to greatness? What hope would remain for rescuing the Qiao family? In a moment of desperation, Qiao Wanshu clung to old Madame Qiao, gesturing fervently. The soft babble of words from her mouth allowed her to discern a few vague sounds. In her heart, she had long since torn her throat, crying out for the elderly Lady Qiao and Madame Chen to swiftly deal with these two troublemakers. Seeing her daughter's forehead glistening with sweat, Madame Chen could not help but subtly signal to Lady Qiao. However, Lady Qiao merely lowered her gaze to the infant in her arms, her expression seemingly vacant, as if lost in thought. Madam, I am wronged. I admit I have a certain greed for wealth, but that is only because I have been impoverished before, fearing further misfortune. Yet to say I would conspire against the Qiao household is something I would never dare. Fang Yener, on the other hand, was quick to counter every word, exploiting the gaps in her argument, primarily focused on clearing her own name, indifferent to the fate of others. The two women put on quite the performance, their quarrel becoming increasingly irksome. The two mistresses of the residence felt a heavy weight in their hearts. With Qiao Wanshu's warning echoing in their minds, they were not as troubled by the potential foresight of Fang Yener. Yet, this only deepened their wariness of her. Unbeknownst to Fang Yener, who was preoccupied with her own schemes, she was not blindly seeking to ruin her ally. Despite her efforts to undermine Lin Jinger, she was not intent on destroying the very support she relied upon. It was unclear what enchantment Lin Jinger had cast upon Lady Qiao. For no matter how many mistakes she made, or how outrageous they were, Lady Qiao always seemed to forgive her in the end. Compared to the disasters Lin Jinger would later cause, her current transgressions were but trifles. Fang Yener intended to establish herself as the wronged party first, then turn around to plead for those who defamed her. She aimed to ensure that Lin Jinger would owe her a favor after falling into her trap, thus securing goodwill in the eyes of Lady Qiao. Therefore, after successfully silencing Lin Jinger, she turned to Lady Qiao and gently said, "Aunt, this matter is entirely a misunderstanding. Jinger intends to sell those jewels not to bribe servants on my behalf, but to procure a birthday gift for you. With your birthday approaching in just over a month, she has her eye on a white jade guanyin, which costs quite a sum." Lady Qiao, her gaze lowered as she fiddled with the Buddhist prayer beads in her hands, merely offered a fleeting glance in response. She then instructed Gu Mama, bind Lin Jinger and take her along with evidence and the complaint. You and the steward shall personally escort her to the magistrate. Gu Mama, a lifelong maidservant to Lady Qiao who had never married, held a position of such stature that even Xiao Zhongtian treated her with great deference. She nodded and waved her hand, watching as the servants bound Lin Jinger and dragged her away. "Lady, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Lin Jinger's pleas echoed as she was dragged away, her body limp. Fang Yener stared in shock at the scene, utterly unprepared for Lady Qiao's reaction. No, this cannot be right. It should not have turned out this way. Where did it all go wrong? As she murmured to herself in search of answers, she failed to notice that Lady Qiao's attention had shifted to her. "Take Miss Biao away as well. No one is to let her out without my say." Lady Qiao's sharp command cut through the air, emphasizing her point. "Those of you with shallow wits, tighten your resolve. When has the Qiao residence ever allowed outsiders to stir trouble? Know who your master is. Now leave. Seeing this, Qiao Wanshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grandmother is indeed formidable. These greedy individuals need to be firmly reprimanded. But Fong Yener is not to be underestimated. Even if she can foresee the future, she still displays a facade of innocence and pettiness, hardly befitting of the grand stage. Fong Yener remained oblivious to Qiao Wanshu's disdain. That day on the street when she encountered Lu Zhan, peculiar visions flashed through her mind, him conspiring with others, and scenes of her standing beside him, overlooking the imperial city and its officials. After forging a pact of cooperation with Lu Zhan, she began to dream each night. The dreams were a chaotic collage of images, yet the following day, they would come to fruition, almost precisely as she had envisioned. She distinctly dreamed of today's events, where Lin Jinger was forgiven by Lady Qiao. How could the outcomes suddenly change? Suddenly, a cooing sound resonated from outside the window. Fong Yener quickly approached and opened it, allowing a carrier pigeon to flutter in and land on the table. This was the pigeon Lu Zhan had provided for communication, regardless of the circumstances. With the situation having taken a turn, she decided to adapt accordingly. Fong Yener swiftly penned a note, knowing she must rescue Lin Jinger, her future ally. Upon receiving the message, Lu Zhan's brow furrowed. A girl without any blood ties to the Qiao family, sent to the authorities for her misdeeds. Warranted his intervention as the Deputy Minister of Justice? While he was reluctant, he recalled Fong Yener's previous words, suppressing his doubts as he made his way to the magistrate's office. However, he was a moment too late. Just as he arrived at the prison, preparing to intervene, he saw Qiao Jingyue emerge from within. Lu Shaoqing, what brings you to this dreary place? Do you have an affinity for the prison? Qiao Jingyue remarked pointedly.
Qiao Shaoqing.
Can I not come here if you do? Lu Zhan felt a sinking sensation in his heart, suddenly sensing that Fong Yener's request might not come to fruition. Of course you can come. Whatever compels you to lower yourself here, I only hope it is not in vain. Qiao Jingyue, pleased with his swiftness in arriving before Lu Zhan, was interrupted by a soldier rushing in. Qiao Shaoqing, there are summons from the palace. You and Lu Shaoqing are to enter the palace at once. Chapter 28. Trouble for the second brother. The unexpected summons gradually wiped the smile from Qiao Jingyue's face. He sensed something was amiss. There had been no signs of the emperor's reaction during court. Why the sudden summons right after? Lu Zhan's lips curled into a cold smile as he said to Qiao Jingyue, Qiao Shaoqing, should you not hasten? Do you wish to keep His Majesty waiting? Qiao Jingyue, disinterested in banter, quickly changed into his formal attire and departed on horseback, racing toward the palace. As he approached the palace gates, he suddenly spotted his family's carriage. Through the half-open window, he could see Madame Chen holding Qiao Wanshu inside. Mother, you're holding Shuer. Where are you headed? Jingyue, I have received the Empress's decree to bring Shuer into the palace to pay our respects.
And you?
Just as Qiao Jingyue was about to respond, he noticed Qiao Wanshu reaching out to him. Second brother, it's so good to see you. I was sleeping soundly, but now I must be roused to change clothes and wash up. Such heavy garments are hard to bear. Regardless, I need a hug to feel better. Seeing her in her formal attire, Qiao Jingyue couldn't help but admire how the little one looked quite noble. Coupled with her exquisitely delicate face, she was undeniably endearing. He was about to reach out and gently pinch Qiao Wanshu's cheek when a eunuch behind him urged, Qiao Shaoqing, please hurry, His Majesty is still waiting. Qiao Wanshu craned her neck to glance outside, just in time to spot Lu Zhan galloping up from behind.
Oh?
Why is he with you? Could it be that you are to enter the palace? A sudden alarm surged within her, and she clutched Qiao Jingyue's arm tighter. This is bad, second brother. This must be a trap set by that scoundrel Lu. The case of the kidnapped infants will surely make you renowned in the capital, garnering the gratitude of countless citizens. Lu must be scheming to create a cult of personality around you. He has forged your likeness and sent people to pretend to worship and burn incense, all in an effort to incite the emperor's suspicions about you. After that, the second brother found himself in an inextricable predicament, ultimately stripped of his position and exiled. The only recourse lies in locating the blacksmith's heir, the Jarli, to testify on his behalf, or unearthing the buried silver marked with the Lu family insignia to ensure the second brother's safety. Yet, how could I communicate this urgent matter to him? My inability to speak is an impediment. Qiao Wanshu was in a state of frantic anxiety, while Chen Shi and Qiao Jingyue were equally alarmed. Who could have anticipated that he would be embroiled in such a calamitous affair? Qiao Shaoqing, why are you not hastening your departure? Urged the eunuch. With no time to spare, Qiao Jingyue could only nod to his mother before swiftly mounting his horse and riding away. Qiao Wanshu, having missed her chance, could only watch helplessly as he receded into the distance. Her heart was a tumult of worry, and she could no longer remain in Chen Shi's embrace. In a flurry of agitation, she was at a loss for what to do. Chen Shi, distressed for her daughter, was equally concerned for her second son's safety. Although Wanshu mentioned that the emperor had dismissed Qiao Jinghan from his post, serving the emperor is akin to walking a tightrope. Who could predict whether he might unleash his wrath and resort to violence? While speaking, she discreetly slipped off her jade bracelet and handed it over. The messenger matron, not wishing to offend Chen Shi, graciously accepted the gesture. Upon entering the palace, Chen Shi immediately took Qiao Wanshu to the entrance of the cabinet. This was a place of significant affairs. Even the prime minister's wife could not intrude without permission. She waited outside, contemplating whether to inform the prime minister of Wanshu's thoughts. Matters concerning Qiao Jingyue's career and life were beyond the purview of a mere woman of the inner chambers. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly stood frozen, as if carved from clay. Wait, was I not meant to visit the empress in the rear palace? How did I end up here in the cabinet? At that moment, Qiao Zhongtian happened to receive a report from a servant and emerged, softly inquiring of Chen Shi, "Madam, what brings you here?" "Father, mother is thinking of you," Qiao Wanshu impulsively interjected, causing both Qiao Zhongtian and Chen Shi to blush with embarrassment. "Madam, I have received a decree from Her Majesty the Empress, summoning the ladies to discuss the upcoming birthday banquet for the Empress Dowager." Chen Shi had intended to subtly mention Qiao Jingyue's situation to Qiao Zhongtian, but the messenger matron suddenly urged, "Madam, we have delayed too long. We must make haste." Helpless, Chen Shi could only smile at Qiao Zhongtian, clutching Qiao Wanshu as they turned to leave. This was Qiao Wanshu's first visit to the palace, and she was overwhelmed by the opulence and splendor around her. As she traveled, she was too engrossed in the sights to speak. The current empress, though just over 30, appeared to possess the youthful charm of a woman in her 20s, thanks to her careful maintenance and privileged lifestyle. Seated upon the phoenix throne, she emanated an air of majestic dignity. When Qiao Wanshu, held by Chen Shi, performed a bow, she mimicked her mother's gestures, which elicited a faint smile from the empress, who casually gifted her a jade pendant to play with. "My, what a charming little figure," Qiao Wanshu exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Yet her tone shifted abruptly. Though she possesses a lovely exterior, her heart is as venomous as a snake's. Chen Shi nearly lost her grip on Qiao Wanshu, quickly steadying herself and grasping a nearby teacup to mask her earlier embarrassment. This child. How could she speak so indiscreetly about the empress? How could anyone dare to speak ill of the reigning empress? Chen Shi felt relieved that Qiao Wanshu remained silent, for had those audacious words been overheard, it could have led to dire consequences. But Qiao Wanshu remained oblivious to her mother's concerns. Continuing to ponder aloud, she appears gentle and delicate, seemingly amiable and easy to approach. Yet how could she so stealthily administer slow-acting poison to her subjects' wives and the concubines in the harem? Is she envious of others' flourishing offspring? Thankfully, she managed to cover her mouth just in time, avoiding a messy incident. "Madam, are you unwell? Could it be that the tea I have served is unsuitable? Or perhaps too hot, causing you distress?" The empress inquired with concern, refraining from reprimanding Chen Shi for her earlier faux pas. Chapter 29. A small injustice leads to major disarray. What? The empress abruptly rose, disregarding the other ladies, and hurried towards the imperial garden. Chen Shi and the others felt compelled to follow, unable to remain idle within the palace. Upon entering the garden, they could hear the emperor's furious voice from a distance, interspersed with the sounds of shattered cups and dishes. Qiao Wanshu discerned the old emperor lamenting the disloyalty of his subjects who failed to alleviate his burdens. Amidst widespread public discontent, they remained inactive, mere vessels of incompetence. More critically, Lu Zhan had inadvertently revealed that the populace held gratitude towards Qiao Jinghan for the matter of child trafficking, even going so far as to create effigies in his honor. This was a direct affront to the emperor, inciting his wrath. Is it not your own failing mind that has led to this turmoil? Your obsession with alchemy and the pursuit of rare herbs has only stirred public ire. How can you blame your ministers for not alleviating your burdens? Who has the time to follow you around and clean up your mess? You seek trouble for my second brother? You are a foolish and capricious monarch. Chunshi, her heart heavy with concern for Qiao Jingyue's safety, did not fully register her daughter's audacious remarks. Had she comprehended the gravity of those words, she might have fainted from shock. Despite kneeling before the emperor, Qiao Jingyue stood tall and composed, revealing no signs of fear. He caught a glimpse of the malice flickering in Lu Zhan's eyes, realizing that his sister's foreboding words were coming to fruition. Fortunately, he was already aware of the means to counter this predicament and had prepared in advance. Your Majesty, I possess evidence that proves I am being deliberately framed, and that public sentiment is not what it seems. Qiao Jingyue's declaration left both the emperor and Lu Zhan momentarily stunned, particularly Lu Zhan, whose eyes flickered with uncertainty. Sensing an imminent threat. You have evidence? The emperor's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he nodded. Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to prove your innocence. He then commanded the palace guards to follow the clues provided by Qiao Jingyue to retrieve the evidence without delay. Qiao Jingyue merely whispered the details to the guards, ensuring Lu Zhan did not overhear. However, his significant glance only heightened the unease in Lu Zhan's heart. Finally, the empress found a moment to approach, holding a cup of tea, and advised the emperor, Your Majesty, regardless of your minister's actions, it is imperative to prioritize your own health above all else. The stability of the realm relies on your continued reign for generations to come. Indeed, as expected of the empress, your words are both timely and prudent. No wonder you can so easily sway the emperor, Qiao Wanshu mused. She had just witnessed her brother's spirited attempt to assert his innocence, filling her with immense joy. Although she was unaware of how he had sensed this looming crisis, it was evident that he had come prepared, which boded well for their circumstances. Thus, she allowed herself to indulge in the palace gossip. Imperial physician, how fares His Majesty? Have you discerned anything? The empress promptly inquired of the physician. The physician's hesitation did not escape Qiao Wanshu's notice. She scoffed lightly, continuing her critique. What heart troubles? He has merely fallen victim to the toxins in those elixirs. Although slow-acting, poison it remains. Chunshi's heart skipped a beat, instinctively glancing at the emperor. To her surprise, the emperor's gaze also shifted toward Qiao Wanshu. A flicker of amusement surfacing in his eyes as he addressed Chunshi. Is this your youngest daughter? I have heard she is as lovely as jade, clever and charming. Bring her forth for me to see. Chunshi, unable to refuse, had no choice but to present Qiao Wanshu to him. The emperor has many sons but no daughters. Thus, upon seeing the charming and adorable Qiao Wanshu, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming joy, holding her tightly and refusing to let go. Although Qiao Wanshu often expressed her grievances about the emperor, she was acutely aware of whose favor mattered most in this court. Even if it was merely to earn some goodwill for the Qiao family, she knew she had to work hard to please him. As their interactions continued, the emperor was greatly amused, showering her with lavish rewards that made the little money-loving Qiao Wanshu beam with delight. Kneeling before the emperor, she presented a jar and reported, Your Majesty, I followed the clues provided by Qiao Shaoqing and excavated a jar of silver beneath the tree of the Li family at the blacksmith shop in the western part of the city. Indeed, it bears the inscription of the character Lu. The emperor returned Qiao Wanshu to Chunshi and examined the engraved silver carefully. With a sudden motion, he smashed the jar at Lu Zhan's feet, exclaiming, Lu Zhan, do you take me for a fool? How dare you set such a treacherous trap to harm my loyal subjects? Guards, seize him and throw him into the dungeons for rigorous interrogation. Though Lu Zhan had an inkling of what was to come, witnessing the emperor's furious demeanor made him tremble. Yet he quickly composed himself, forcing a calm fade as he addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, there is more to this matter. May I have a moment to explain? The emperor, still furious, retorted. Evidence is abundant. Do you still wish to argue? Very well. I shall grant you a chance to see how you can further deceive me. Surprisingly, the emperor followed Lu Zhan aside, neglecting to allow Qiao Jingwe to rise. Although Qiao Jingwe heard his sister's unvoiced concerns, he could hardly believe it. Soon, however, he found himself confronted by a stark reality. The statue was indeed carved by the late son of the Li family, a memento of his memory. And the silver was a token of gratitude from Lu Aiqing for past favors. The misunderstanding had spiraled out of control. Why not let bygones be bygones for the emperor's sake? Qiao Jingwe thought, bewildered, and prepared to argue. Qiao Wanshu urgently implored in her heart, "Second brother, do not act rashly. The old emperor seeks to downplay this. It is merely a facade. As for Lu Zhan, he is of humble origins without substantial backing. The emperor can easily discard him whenever he pleases. Second brother, patience is key to greater plans." Ultimately, Qiao Jingwe proved to be receptive to her counsel. He soon regained his composure, respectfully bowing his head. "Yes, your majesty, as you say, since this is a misunderstanding, I shall not hold Lu Shaoqing accountable." The emperor nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. You are both my cherished ministers, and I am greatly comforted by your reconciliation. Let us host a banquet. I shall treat you both well, and all the ladies shall join us." Before long, they followed the emperor to the viewing platform in the imperial garden. Tables laden with sumptuous delicacies awaited them, allowing for the appreciation of the royal landscape, a favored spot for the emperor to entertain his trusted officials. Qiao Wanshu had never encountered such opulent royal cuisine before. She stared in awe at the delightful dishes, her mouth watering without her realizing it. Wow, so much delicious food. The emperor truly lives splendidly. I want to eat it all. Her playful antics amused both Qin Shi and Qiao Jingyue, while the emperor, ever watchful, found joy in her innocence, instructing the eunuchs to present a tribute of sheep's milk soup for her to savor. Not stopping there, he commanded Li Da, "Summon the 9th prince. Tell him I have just made a delightful new friend, charming and clever, who he must meet." The empress's expression shifted dramatically, her smile tinged with strain. Yet, Qiao Wanshu mused, in such a setting, inviting an unprivileged prince seems illogical. Could it be that he truly intends to support the 9th prince's rise to power and is now forging connections? Qin Shi and Qiao Jingwe understood the emperor's underlying intentions. If he genuinely sought to elevate the 9th prince, finding a powerful ally through marriage would be the first step towards stabilizing his position. Looking around the court, none could rival the Qiao family in suitability. They feigned ignorance, observing quietly to avoid giving the emperor any opportunity to elaborate on his thoughts. Soon, the 9th prince arrived, accompanied by the head eunuch, bowing respectfully to the emperor and empress. At such a tender age, he exuded an air of elegance and composure, unmistakably destined for greatness. The emperor's demeanor, however, was somewhat aloof as he merely gestured, "Go sit beside the Lady Qiao. Sister Wanshu, you shall be under his care." The 9th prince complied and took his place beside Qin Shi. This was Qiao Wanshu's second encounter with him, and in the sunlight, his striking features appeared even clearer, radiating warmth and grace, truly resembling a jade-like gentleman. How can the 9th prince be so exceptionally handsome at such a young age? What will he become as an adult? She thought, admiring his every feature. Look at those brows, the nose, the mouth. Not a single flaw to be found. I once thought my 4 brothers to be exceptional, but they may pale in comparison to this 9th prince. Though still a child, he possessed a remarkable allure, and she could not help but fantasize about his future potential. Unbeknownst to her, her admiration stirred concern in her mother and brother. They had not anticipated that Wanshu would be both money-minded and unable to resist the allure of beauty. Now, witnessing her infatuation, they envisioned her in bridal attire, adorned for a grand wedding, making them feel a pang of jealousy and frustration, not knowing whom to blame. The emperor observed quietly, noting Qiao Wanshu's captivated gaze directed at the 9th prince, secretly approving. Suddenly, he spoke. "Wanshu has been listening to us adults for too long. She must be bored. Little 9th, why not take her for a stroll to refresh her spirits?" Qin Shi gasped, instinctively wanting to refuse. But upon meeting the emperor's keen gaze, her words caught in her throat, and she reluctantly yielded Wanshu to him. Though still young, the 9th prince carried the infant with surprising grace, walking steadily as if leading her in a leisurely exploration. However, a young eunuch awaited nearby, bowing as the ninth prince approached, subtly guiding him towards a hidden path. His personal attendants dispersed, blending into the shadows. The ninth prince then led Qiao Wanshu down that secluded route, where the scenery gradually became desolate, ultimately arriving at an abandoned palace. Young master, several shadowy figures appeared, kneeling before the ninth prince with utmost respect. The emperor is not well today. He has coughed up blood. You must make arrangements swiftly. I have this jade pendant. Deliver it to the king of the West, and he will provide specific instructions for you to follow.
Oh,
There is indeed something amiss. Qiao Wanshu perked up her ears, realizing this was a crucial subplot not found in the original narrative. It seemed the young ninth prince, despite his tender age of 7 or 8, harbored considerable ambition and was already scheming significant matters, executing plans with meticulous precision. Look at him, at just 7 years old, already involved in such substantial affairs, while I am still playing in the mud. She lamented, but deep down, she was masking her own apprehension. She is but a mere infant. Even if she were to overhear any conspiratorial discussions, she would likely not comprehend their significance, allowing the words to pass through one ear and out the other. Surely, they wouldn't resort to silencing her, would they? Moreover, it was not her choice to accompany the ninth prince. She was unceremoniously embraced and brought here as a shield. She finds herself in quite the predicament. At this moment, Qiao Wanshu's mind was in turmoil, oblivious to the fact that the ninth prince had completed his intentions and was now fixated on her with keen interest. Little Shuer, he mused, your eyes are sparkling. What thoughts occupy your mind? Only then did she realize that the depths of the ninth prince's gaze were profound, far beyond that of a mere 7 or 8-year-old child. Your demeanor is so mature that I often forget you are still an infant. Is it merely my imagination? Or do I sense that you fully grasp everything I just said? What do you think, little Shuer? Suddenly, he reached out and affectionately brushed her small nose. To ensure that what transpired remains a secret, I must find a way to silence you, he stated. What manner of silence would best assure one's peace of mind? His words flowed like lines from a play, yet Qiao Wanshu could unmistakably see a fleeting glimmer of malice in his deep-set eyes. Chapter 31. Each sentence a death sentence in that moment, Qiao Wanshu admitted to feeling genuinely intimidated. Her body trembled uncontrollably as her tiny hands inadvertently clutched the ninth prince's garments. Haha, can this little one truly understand my words? Earlier, in my father's embrace, she displayed no fear of his imperial might, frolicking about without a care. Now, she seems frightened by a few of my remarks? Qiao Wanshu's expression shifted, becoming bewildered and vacant. She blew a bubble and poked the ninth prince's face with her finger, giggling uncontrollably. Yet within her mind, she berated him. Are you out of your mind? How can you frighten an infant younger than a year old? What kind of twisted persona is this? What a ridiculous sight you are. Perhaps shaken by the earlier fright, just as she began to relax, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. The ninth prince, noticing the little girl in his arms had grown still, couldn't help but glance down, a smile creeping upon his lips. Just moments ago, she appeared terrified, and now she was sound asleep, completely unconcerned. This charming and adorable demeanor was indeed endearing. His personal guard cautiously offered a reminder. Understood. The ninth prince replied, concealing the smile from his eyes as he carried Qiao Wanshu from the cold palace. Lady Chen had already exited the palace and was anxiously waiting in her carriage. Xiao Jing was mounted beside the carriage, straining his neck to peer into the palace gates. At last, they spotted the small figure, walking steadily towards them with poise. She truly is adorable and well-behaved. I couldn't help but play with her a bit longer. I apologize for causing you concern, he said, gently tapping Qiao Wanshu's face before handing her back to Xiao Jing. Then, without further ado, he turned to leave. Lady Chen could not restrain herself from reaching through the carriage window to take her precious daughter into her arms. The two stood silently, watching the receding figure, unable to find words. Qiao Wanshu's slumber was deep and prolonged. Even when she awakened briefly, she remained dazed and disoriented. The physician suggested she had been startled, and her spirit was unsettled. After administering a calming potion, she was unable to partake in dinner. Curiously observing the surroundings, she was suddenly taken aback as the ninth prince pivoted sharply, a glint of cold steel aimed directly at her. What manner of silence would most assure one's tranquility? The veiled threat echoed in her ears, causing Qiao Wanshu to stumble backwards, raising her hands to shield her face.
Chaya.
My precious. Familiar voices roused her, and she slowly opened her eyes to find her parents and older brothers gathered around her. She lay in her little bed, realizing that the perilous scene just moments ago had merely been a fleeting nightmare.
Oh my.
You nearly frightened me to death. Qiao Wanshu pouted, bursting into tears.
What?
I shall never leave the house again. I want to go anywhere. As an infant, how can I be privy to plots and schemes? Is that reasonable? That Wang of the West, was he not a former general from the last dynasty? How can he still hold power in this reign? Right. The ninth prince had someone deliver a jade pendant to the Wang of the West, inscribed with a small character that appeared to be a butterfly.
Could it be?
Could it truly be that the ninth prince is the son of the former dynasty's princess? She cried out, her heart racing with anxiety. Each word she uttered felt like a harbinger of doom. Lady Chen embraced her daughter tightly, unsure how to soothe or console her. She could only repeatedly pat the tender body and whisper, "My dear, mother is here. Father and your brothers are here. Do not fear, my darling." Qiao Wanshu nestled closely against Lady Chen, still trembling from the fright. The image of the grown ninth prince haunted her thoughts, sending shivers down her spine. Father, mother, brother. Could it be that the ninth prince is indeed conspiring for rebellion in the future? But I recall that it was Lu Zhan who ultimately usurped the throne. Moreover, the deposed crown prince mentioned that the ninth prince's rebellion was orchestrated by someone else. Yet now, it seems he is not merely a pawn but rather the mastermind. Woe is me. Why must I be so astute? This is certainly a harrowing predicament. If the ninth prince discovers my awareness, I shall be doomed. Her three brothers exchanged grave glances, realizing they had inadvertently brushed against a monumental secret that could spell disaster. As Qiao Wanshu had pointed out, should the ninth prince catch wind of anything amiss, even her status as an infant would not spare her from silencing. After all, while infants may not speak, they inevitably grow. Any risk of a secret being unveiled must be stifled in its infancy. Yet, they silently vowed to protect Qiao Wanshu. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, they would strive to find a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, with her ability to foresee the future, she had previously helped them evade crises. As long as they remained cautious and vigilant, it would not be so easy for others to scheme against them. Each harbored their own thoughts, contemplating the unpredictable future, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. Father, mother, have you not yet roused Shu'er? Xiao Jing'an's voice drifted in from outside, and he soon entered in response to his own call. Dressed in a simple yet refined manner, he eschewed the extravagant garments of the past, appearing fresh and elegant, exuding a unique grace. Why must I be awakened? I wish to sleep. Sleeping would spare one from such worries, allowing for a peaceful existence. Is that not delightful? Qiao Wanshu declared, resolute in her desire to remain indoors. She feared encountering that bizarre ninth prince again, for she was certain it would only lead to a series of nightmares.
Wait.
Why has Shu'er not changed her clothes? Why is she still crying so fiercely? Is she still battling sleep? However, if they lingered any longer, they would surely be pressed for time. Qiao Wanshu was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by pressed for time? Her third brother spoke rather cryptically. If he did not amend his habit of speaking in riddles, he would surely drive her to distraction. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, her eyes lit up, and her cries abruptly ceased. Oh my, how could I have forgotten such an important matter? Chapter 32, A Glimmer in the Eyes at the East City Gate. When the Qiao family arrived, they found themselves amidst a throng of people, the streets overflowing with a sea of bodies. It was only thanks to the soldiers who managed to create a pathway that the main road remained accessible. General Chen, Qiao Wanshu's maternal grandfather, was a highly esteemed general of this dynasty. For decades, he has guarded the borders and emerged victorious on the battlefield, revered by the people as a war deity. Although Lord Chen is nearing 60, his years of combat have not diminished his vigor, and he possesses a spirit that rivals that of a youthful man. With a straight back and commanding presence, he sits astride his horse, exuding an undeniable aura of martial ferocity. Yet, at this moment, a smile graces his face, and the joy in his eyes is unmistakable. His keen gaze scans the crowd, recalling his daughter's letter in which she mentioned bringing his granddaughter to welcome him home. Is that my grandfather? How majestic and impressive he is. A cherubic voice suddenly breaks through, clear and distinct above the cheers of the onlookers. Lord Qin directs his attention toward the source of the sound and sees his daughter, holding a swaddled infant. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears of joy and laughter as she gazes at him. Could it be merely an illusion? He shakes his head slightly, attributing it to his longing for his daughter, dismissing the notion as mere fantasy. Indeed, it must be my grandfather. This tall horse is much higher than me, and I barely reach half its hoof. Oh, what must it feel like to sit up there? It must be incredibly splendid, just like my grandfather looks now. The voice rings out once more. Lord Chen's gaze remains fixed on the infant in the swaddle, and he is certain that the little one mirrors the anticipation expressed in her voice. How is it possible that I can hear the thoughts of this child? He is astonished, yet feels no aversion. Perhaps it is because the infant is simply adorable, instantly captivating him. Or perhaps it is the innocence and untainted purity of her thoughts that resonate deeply within him. With just one glance, he feels an overwhelming affection for Qiao Wanshu. Looking at his beloved daughter, a wave of sentiment washes over him. She is the sole legacy left by his late wife and his most cherished treasure. Judging by her appearance, it seems she has lived quite well in the Qiao household. Father, this is Shuer. I have brought her to welcome you, his daughter says, carefully lifting her child into his arms, which he receives with equal care, cradling her securely. Ah, how wonderful! She is a perfect replica of you as a child, not a single detail amiss. Earlier, while outside the city, a palace eunuch had come to deliver a decree from the emperor, stating that the sovereign, recognizing the old general's arduous service, had granted him the privilege to delay entering the palace. It felt as if she were the one receiving the adoration of the people while mounted on a noble steed. He could not help but indulge in thoughts of grandeur. What kind of high virtue must I have possessed in my previous life to be blessed with such a valiant, loyal, and righteous grandfather? In his youth, he defended his homeland, willingly forsaking wealth and luxury to guard the desolate borders. Alas, such a noble and loyal figure as my grandfather deserves my utmost filial piety. I must ensure he enjoys the familial bliss he rightfully deserves. Lord Qin quietly listens to his granddaughter's heartfelt thoughts, though he does not reveal his emotions outwardly. His heart stirs with tumultuous waves. He is a man of iron will, yet he possesses the softest of familial ties. In dedicating himself to the defense of his country, he missed the entirety of his daughter's upbringing, unable even to remain by his beloved wife's side. Thus, the sincere and heartfelt words of Qiao Wanshu strike right at his core, melting the steely resolve of the old general. He yearns to protect Qiao Wanshu from all harm, wishing to keep her safe for all eternity. Just as he is about to express his affection with a simple good child, Qiao Wanshu suddenly pivots in her thoughts. What a pity, such a wonderful grandfather, yet I may not have the chance to bask in his affection. At the birthday banquet, he will be betrayed by his most trusted confidant and ultimately succumb to his injuries.
I do not want that.
I want to grow up properly and show my grandfather my filial devotion. How can I warn him? Lord Qin is momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his granddaughter's grave words. He dismisses it as childish naivete, reasoning that she has never encountered his deputy and thus could not know his character or the potential for treachery. Before long, they approached the Grand General's residence, bustling with the activity of the Qin family members managing the estate. As Lord Qin dismounts, his deputy steps forward, eagerly taking the reins of the horse. He then turns to Qiao Wanshu, playfully remarking, "General, your granddaughter is truly a gem, a reflection of your lineage. She will undoubtedly grow into a breathtaking beauty, renowned across the realm." However, Qiao Wanshu is not swayed by his flattery. Upon catching sight of the deputy, she scrunches her little nose, and her lips gradually curl into a frown before bursting into tears. This startles Lord Qin, for his precious granddaughter had been so well behaved, her laughter sweet and charming throughout the journey. Yet now, tears flow freely, as if they were a waterfall. What is the matter? Sure, dear. You are making your grandfather worry. It is all to gain your trust so that at the right moment he can strike you down, shaking the very foundations of our kingdom's morale. My birthday banquet is when he has chosen to act. Without you, not only will the capital be thrown into chaos, but the borders will also ignite with flames of war, leaving us vulnerable to enemy invasion, with the fires of conflict raging on for years. Grandfather, look closely at him. The area around his eyes holds a faint green hue, because he is of mixed blood from both nations. A jolt runs through Lord Chen as he discreetly observes the deputy's smiling eyes. The deputy's gaze is clear, yet when he looks at others, he instinctively lowers his eyelids, directing attention elsewhere. Upon closer inspection, he indeed notices a faint greenish hue bordering his pupils. So it is true. Lord Chen's pupils constrict, and he subtly steps aside to create distance between himself and the deputy, shielding Qiao Wanshu in his embrace. You may leave now. Such trivial matters do not require your presence. Besides, my granddaughter is shy. Do not frighten her. The deputy looks at the old general in surprise, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. Was it merely his imagination, or did that step seem to be a precaution against him? But why would that be? Qiao Wanshu perceives the confusion in the deputy's expression, thinking disdainfully, "You may have deceived my grandfather before, but now you shall not succeed. Do be cautious. My eyes are fixed upon you." Just as the deputy contemplates further probing, a young boy hurriedly emerges from the residence, bowing to him and saying, "Deputy, all preparations have been made at the estate." Upon seeing the boy, Qiao Wanshu immediately stirs again, tugging at Lord Chen's garment and exclaiming, "Grandfather, this one is truly loyal and steadfast. After the deputy betrays you, it will be this young man who pursues the enemy for 1,000 miles, even infiltrating their territory to avenge you, shedding his last drop of blood in the process. Grandfather, you must see clearly." Lord Chen shifts his gaze to the young man, who appears to be around 16 or 17, his demeanor resolute and clear, indicative of an upright character. He nods inwardly, then inquires of the youth, "Wait, what is your name?" Lord Chen scrutinizes the young man closely. Having slain countless enemies and saved many lives throughout his lifetime, he struggles to recall specifics. However, he notes the cross-shaped scar on the boy's left cheek, which evokes memories of a horrific massacre. At that time, the enemy nation had used a small town as bait to lure out the defending forces, intending to invade while they were distracted. Lord Chen had turned the tables on them, executing a cunning strategy that led his troops to a grand display of support for the town, splitting forces at a narrow pass. As he awaited his arrival, the enemy forces were mercilessly slaughtering innocent civilians in the small town. Despite their desperate efforts to combat the foes, only 4 or 5 survivors emerged from the carnage. Among them was a 6-year-old child, appearing as if he had crawled from a sea of blood. Shielded by his parents, he narrowly escaped the massacre, yet his cheek bore a scar, a cross-shaped mark left by blades. It seemed he was destined to fulfill this task, and in retrospect, Bai Mingfeng appeared to be a commendable choice for it. The deputy commander paused, sensing something amiss. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and prepared to lead Bai Mingfeng away. Noticing Qiao Wanshu reaching out to Bai Mingfeng with an affectionate demeanor, he harbored no suspicions, opting instead to leave Bai Mingfeng behind as he departed alone. General Chen carried Qiao Wanshu into the estate, with Bai Mingfeng following closely behind. It was only when they reached a secluded spot that the old general halted. "Mingfeng, I have a task to entrust to you. I wonder if you are capable?" Bai Mingfeng immediately knelt on one knee, declaring, "At your command, General, I dare not refuse. I shall exert every effort to honor your trust." A fleeting crack appeared on Bai Mingfeng's expressionless face. Though confusion flickered in his eyes, he responded without hesitation, "Yes, I will obey the general's orders." The more the old general observed Bai Mingfeng, the more he appreciated him, nurturing thoughts of fostering his talent. Qiao Wanshu, in her heart, exclaimed her approval. "Wonderful. Grandfather is indeed wise and formidable." Did he foresee the deputy commander's treachery, prompting his vigilance? Moreover, he has unearthed such a loyal and valiant aide in Bai Mingfeng. I need not fear for grandfather's safety from ambush. Listening to his granddaughter's internal cheer, the old general smiled faintly. He did not perceive the unusual events surrounding Qiao Wanshu as a stroke of misfortune, but rather as a blessing. While saving his life was secondary, exposing the enemy's spies and sparing the common folk from the ravages of war was truly virtuous. He wished to reward Qiao Wanshu, yet she was still but a year old, leaving him momentarily at a loss for an appropriate gift. As Qiao Wanshu played with her golden necklace, it sparked an idea for the old general. In correspondence from the Chen family, it was noted that Qiao Wanshu had a fondness for wealth, blooming with joy at the sight of gold and jewels. It appeared to be true. He promptly instructed the steward, who was nearby, to open the storeroom and select exquisite treasures to bring to his quarters. Although the Qiao family had accompanied the old general, the front hall was still bustling with officials come to offer their congratulations, necessitating the assistance of Qiao Zhongtian and others. Once everyone was settled, they found a moment to converse with General Chen. Upon reaching the entrance of the main house, they were greeted by the exuberant laughter of Qiao Wanshu.
Wow.
So many treasures. Are they all for me?
They're all mine, right?
And this golden lock, goodness. It's so large and heavy. It must be worth a fortune. The others stifled their laughter as they entered, finding Qiao Wanshu adorned with jewels, resembling a radiant figure of prosperity. The 34th chapter. The unintentional supporting role of a light bulb father. How could you? Chen was rendered speechless by the scene, envisioning a future where the general's storeroom would be entirely emptied. Haha, Wanshu, my dear, you are truly delightful. My affection for you runs deep. He intended to discuss matters with them, but instead suggested, why not keep her here at the general's residence for a few more days to accompany me? Qiao Zhongtian was taken aback by his father-in-law's request, feeling reluctant. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind as he glanced at his three sons, saying to the old general, if you wish to keep Wanshu, that is certainly acceptable. However, she can be a bit restless at night, requiring familiar company. How about we let the three brothers stay? Not only to accompany Wanshu, but also to benefit from your guidance. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions turning sour. Everyone knew General Chen was strict with his troops, and his training regimen exceeded that of other armies by threefold. Realizing the implications of Qiao Zhongtian's words, they began to grumble about their father. Teach, if you are reluctant, just admit it. Why drag us down with you, hoping we'll refuse, and thus take him away? The Qiao brothers couldn't help but express their mixed feelings of grievance and agreement, thinking that their father was less discerning than their younger sister. General Chen, however, had already seen through Qiao Zhongtian's intentions and chose not to expose him. The innocent words of his granddaughter only served to amuse him further, and he burst into hearty laughter. Enough, I know you are reluctant. Wanshu is still at an age where she cannot be away from her mother. And I was merely jesting. When Wanshu's first birthday banquet arrives in a few days, I shall visit the residence and stay for a few days. With his concession, everyone released a sigh of relief. In the carriage, Chen held Qiao Wanshu while playfully waving a finely crafted jade bracelet. Qiao Jinghan, filled with envy, remarked, Mother, Wanshu has only met her grandfather once and already received so many treasures. Will the general storeroom be emptied into our Qiao residence? Chen laughed and chided. Wanshu is delightful and charming, being a girl. Even you would wish to empty your own coffers. What? Are you afraid she will outshine you with her grandfather's gifts? As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their mother, and her words struck a chord with Qiao Jinghan. Amidst their banter, they suddenly heard a commotion outside, as if a dispute was brewing. Qiao Jingchen half pushed the carriage window open and peered out, noticing a nearby porridge stall surrounded by beggars waiting for their share. Qiao Wanshu, glancing through the window, immediately recognized the beautiful girl serving porridge. It was Wu Qingyun. Her excitement bubbled over. Second sister-in-law. It's second sister-in-law. Qiao Jingyuan hesitated, pondering if it was too deliberate to disembark. Yet Qiao Jinghan, spotting Wu Qingyun, called out joyfully, Father, Mother, it's the girl I saved that day. What a coincidence to see her here. I'm going to greet her. Wait for me. He flung open the door and dashed toward the porridge stall. Qiao Jingchen shot a glance at his younger brother, deliberately trying to provoke jealousy, calling out to their parents. Father, Mother, look how eager third brother is. Does he have feelings for that girl? Since learning that Wu Qingyun would be their future sister-in-law, Qiao Jingyuan and his wife regarded her with favor, appreciating the integrity of her father, Wu Shangshu. A union between their families would indeed be a delightful affair. Thus, they encouraged Qiao Jingyuan, second son. Why not go down and see? If she needs any assistance, you can lend a hand. Qiao Wanshu, in a flurry of anticipation, grasped Qiao Jingyuan's sleeve, urging him to go outside. Qiao Jingyuan, clever enough to seize the opportunity, declared, I see Wanshu wants to join in the excitement. So I'll take her along to see and get some fresh air. Qiao Wanshu pouted, "Tsh, do you see me as your tool? Did you pay me to help you pursue your wife?" Qiao Jingyuan's parents could barely contain their laughter and hurriedly urged him out of the carriage. Qiao Wanshu, unable to bear his unworthy demeanor, called out to alert Wu Qingyun of their arrival. Hearing the child's voice, Wu Qingyun turned her gaze. Meeting the dazed eyes of Qiao Jingyuan, he stood tall and graceful, radiating an aura of nobility and gentleness, akin to a fine jade or a pristine bamboo. Exuding an air of refined elegance, Wu Qingyun felt a stirring within her heart, unable to divert her gaze from him. Oh, my dear sister-in-law, it seems you are utterly captivated by the charm of your brother-in-law. Your cheeks are flushed. I knew it. The teasing voice of Qiao Wanshu echoed in her ears, intensifying the warmth on Wu Qingyun's face as she couldn't help but recall her brother's ambiguous remarks. It was all about how the second son of the Qiao family was a paragon among men, exceptionally talented, perfectly matched with her, a match made in heaven. As Qiao Jingyu approached, unable to bow properly while holding Qiao Wanshu, he could only smile and introduce himself. I am Qiao Jingyu, the second brother of Jing Han. It is a pleasure to meet you, young lady. His stammering words prompted another round of mockery from Qiao Wanshu. Is this all you've got? Second brother, where is that eloquence of yours when you are in court? Did you forget it on the carriage? Just as Qiao Wanshu was about to remind her brother to make arrangements, she noticed Qiao Jinghan smiling brightly, inquiring, Miss Wu, do you happen to have time today? Chapter 35. The peacock spreads its feathers. Wu Qingyun graciously declined. Not only in front of Qiao Jingyu, but even in the company of Qiao Jinghan, she would not acquiesce. Third brother, are you blatantly trying to compete with second brother for wife? Yet, second brother, that silent tortoise, has evidently harbored feelings for her for a long time without uttering a word. If sister-in-law remains oblivious to his affections, wouldn't that be a missed opportunity? Oh dear, this fool, unable to even initiate a courtship. Must I teach him? Wu Qingyun listened to the little one's inner monologue while secretly glancing at Qiao Jingyu. She caught him exhaling a sigh of relief, having been spared from the advances of Qiao Jinghan, only to roll his eyes at the clumsy goose. She could hardly contain her amusement, covering her mouth with her sleeve and stifling a laugh. Unaware of the subtle dynamics, Qiao Jinghan offered to assist, only to suddenly feel a sharp tug at his hair, courtesy of Qiao Wanshu. Oh, my third brother, do not meddle. If second brother fails to find a bride, you ought to be cautious with your own skin. She gripped his hair tightly, preventing Qiao Jinghan from intervening further. The pain caused him to lose his charming smile, and he cried out in distress. Finally, Qiao Jingyu grasped the situation, allowing Qiao Wanshu to breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, what on earth has gotten into second brother today? I merely wanted to greet Miss Wu and invite her to a meal. Yet he glares at me as if I have committed a grave offense. He gestured as if to illustrate the enormity of Qiao Jinghan's glare. Continuing his jest, if his eyes could shoot daggers, I would be left as perforated as a colander. Are you trying to steal second brother's future wife? Who else should he glare at? Qiao Wanshu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her third brother, renowned for his talents and adept at navigating romantic entanglements, seemed surprisingly dense, leaving her exasperated. Jing Han, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for that Miss Wu, would you? Chun sure couldn't help but inquire. After all, she was destined to be the future bride of the second son. If the third brother truly harbored feelings for her, it would complicate matters. What? I'm merely a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. It isn't that I have feelings for Miss Wu. Rather, it is she who secretly harbors affection for me. Qiao Jinghan proclaimed, brimming with self-satisfaction. His expression darkened as he crushed the doorframe with his fingers, splintering the wood. The self-absorbed peacock, once more. You think her affection is directed at you? who expresses their feelings through constant rejection. Miss Wu is clearly enamored with second brother. Have you not observed how she blushes only in his presence? Qiao Wanshu's teasing brought a semblance of color back to his face. Regaining his composure, he shook off the wood shavings and boarded the carriage. Father, mother, may I request an additional seat for the upcoming celebration of my sister's first birthday? Miss Wu will be in attendance to extend her congratulations. Really? How could Miss Wu agree to come? Qiao Jingyu's words filled Chen Shi with joy, prompting her to beckon him closer for further inquiries. My irresistible charm. It is simply overwhelming. The expressions of the Qiao family members froze, particularly that of Qiao Jingyu, whose face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Third brother, Miss Wu is fond of our sister. Did you not see the adoration in her gaze when she looked at her? You must have mistaken her feelings. He attempted to clarify, while Qiao Wanshu enthusiastically echoed in her heart, Second brother, do not waver. You are right. Your little sister is so charming and lovely that she must be adored, blooming like a flower. Unlike third brother, who is perpetually preening, lost in his own self-importance. Even if he is indeed handsome, not everyone will fall for him. After all, he is not currency. Although the Qiao family was unfamiliar with the term currency, Qiao Wanshu's banter and Qiao Jinghan's playful antics lightened the atmosphere in the carriage. Outside the porridge shed, beggars had begun to disperse in small groups. Wu Qingyun stood still, watching the departing carriage, a sense of melancholy rising within her. Miss, why did you so eagerly express your desire to visit the Qiao residence? We have not received an invitation. Could it be inappropriate? Her attentive maid cautiously reminded her. I merely found Qiao Wanshu to be utterly delightful, Wu Qingyun reflected, feeling heat rise to her cheeks as she recalled her earlier words. As her maid pointed out, the Qiao family had not sent her an invitation. Her eagerness to attend the banquet could indeed leave an impression of impropriety. If that were the case, how would she face the Qiao family again? As Wu Qingyun lamented her impulsiveness, there was stirrings within the residence of General Qin. While he was engaged in his usual military duties, inspecting the camp, it was evident that White Ming Feng had sensed something amiss, yet refrained from further investigation for fear of alarming the deputy general. So, you merely suspect his identity but lack evidence? General Qin pondered upon hearing his report. He recalled Qiao Wanshu's musings about the deputy general being of mixed heritage and the series of coincidences that had led to the deputy's presence by his side. In hindsight, it seemed there were orchestrated motives behind it all. A mixed heritage should not have escaped my notice, indicating someone was concealing the truth. But who possesses such influence? The possibilities are few. Could it be that the deputy general is? A thought flickered in General Chen's mind, only to be quickly dismissed. That notion seemed far-fetched and too convoluted. Without sufficient evidence, he dared not delve further. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed White Ming Feng. Tomorrow, I will assign you a new task. You shall take the finest scouts under my command and venture into enemy territory to uncover the whereabouts of the missing fourth prince. Chapter 36. An opportunity presents itself 3 days later. Qiao Wanshu celebrated her first birthday. The Qiao residence was adorned with festive decorations, more lively than the new year itself. Early in the morning, Qiao Wanshu was roused from her slumber, spending an inordinate amount of time grooming and dressing. Far more than usual. By the time the old matriarch carried her to the flower hall in the back courtyard, 2 hours had passed. The two finally made their grand entrance before the gathered crowd, instantly greeted by a chorus of praises. Look at the little treasure of the Prime Minister. She is truly exquisite, a gem. Indeed, the Prime Minister and his wife are a match made in heaven, and their daughter embodies the best of both parents. She is destined to be a breathtaking beauty. They say 3 years reveals the child, 7 years reveals the adult. I can already tell that our little one is a beauty in the making, with an elegant disposition and innate grace. It cannot be mistaken. Qiao Wanshu stifled a yawn, blowing a stream of bubbles from her mouth.
How noisy.
Everyone pretends to be dignified, a golden statue in public, yet behind closed doors, they are capable of the most sordid deeds. This Lady Li appears amiable and gentle, a picture of harmony. In order to safeguard the interests of her legitimate daughter, she had ruthlessly caused the demise of several concubines in the inner courtyard. Furthermore, Madame Jiang, unable to capture her husband as heart and unwilling to let another woman sent from a different household steal his affections, resorted to recruiting individuals from the brothel to fill her backyard, transforming what should have been a dignified household into a veritable brothel. Then there was Madame Chen who, despite her sweet words of compassion, harbored a heart of malice, unable to tolerate anyone surpassing her. The moment the Qiao family faced adversity, she would be the first to strike. As she vented her frustrations, both old Madame Qiao and Madame Chen were left speechless. In the noble circles of the capital, whispers of such private matters from various households were easily exchanged. What was once mere rumor was now confirmed by Qiao Wanshu's words. Looking around at the room filled with noble women and young ladies, they found each countenance unappealing, with hardly any deserving of admiration. "Mother, there are many guests here today to offer their congratulations. I shall take Wanshu to greet them," said Madame Chen, fearing that among these noble women, someone might harbor ill intentions towards Qiao Wanshu. She thought it best to carry her daughter away to avoid potential harm. Old Madame Qiao shared this sentiment, and they swiftly agreed upon this course of action, allowing Madame Chen to depart. Qiao Wanshu also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling stifled in the presence of such company. Regrettably, her grandmother could not leave, forcing her to endure the pretense of civility. As Madame Chen reached the entrance, the doorman announced, "The eldest son of the Minister of War, Wu Zhao, and his elder sister, Wu Qingyun, have arrived."
Ah,
"My sister-in-law has come," Qiao Wanshu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze upon Wu Qingyun. "Master Wu, Miss Wu, I have heard much about you both from Jingyue. Today's meeting is a testament that his words do not do justice. Truly, seeing is believing." Madame Chen had been enamored with Wu Qingyun since their last encounter and was captivated anew by her beauty and poise. Wishing to secure a match for Qiao Jingyue without delay, "Mother, look at my sister-in-law. In terms of grace, beauty, and character, she is undoubtedly among the finest in the capital. My elder brother has exquisite taste," Qiao Wanshu remarked, her cheeks flushed with admiration for Wu Qingyun. Wu Qingyun, feeling both flattered and shy, gracefully curtsied. "Madam, on behalf of the Minister of War's family, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Miss Qiao on her birthday. Wishing her peace and happiness." She presented a beautifully crafted box which, upon opening, revealed an exquisite hairpiece adorned with emeralds. "Such a lavish gift, Miss Wu. It is truly too generous," Madame Chen exclaimed, surprised by the extravagance of the Wu family's present. "Mother, I will surely find a use for it soon," Qiao Wanshu declared, gripping the box tightly. Being a young child, she felt no embarrassment in expressing her desires. With her other hand, she grasped Wu Qingyun's fingers, pleading, "Sister-in-law, hold me. Wanshu wishes to be close to you." Seeing her daughter's affection toward Wu Qingyun, Madame Chen sought to foster their bond, gently placing Qiao Wanshu into Wu Qingyun's arms. "Miss Wu, I see that Wanshu is quite taken with you. Might I ask you to hold her for a moment while I change into another outfit?" "Mother, I can help you, and also greet the Wu siblings." "I would be delighted." Qiao Jinghan appeared suddenly, eager to take Qiao Wanshu into his arms. However, an arm swiftly blocked his path, covering his mouth and pulling him back. "Third brother, what are you saying? We are to greet our grandfather. Leave the entertaining of guests to Jingyue," Qiao Jingchen said with a smile, pushing his younger brother aside. Before Qiao Jinghan could protest, his elder brother had already whisked him away. Qiao Wanshu waved her tiny hand, giving Qiao Jingchen a thumbs up from afar. "Brother Wu, Miss Wu, please follow me," Qiao Jingyue said with a calm smile, appearing composed amidst the gathering. Wu Zhao leaned closer to him, whispering, "Jingyue, since my sister has come in person, how can you remain so unfazed? This is not the time to shy away, as you once did when intoxicated, revealing all your feelings for my sister." Qiao Jingyue's ears turned crimson, yet he replied, "Brother Wu, with so many eyes upon us, it is prudent to guard against any words that might tarnish your sister's reputation." Qiao Wanshu, anxious, waved her hands, exclaiming, "Brother, what time is it? A young lady's reputation must be protected, but you must also make your feelings known. Clearly, there is mutual affection. A golden opportunity should not be squandered. If you do not act soon, I might suspect you have some hidden ailment." This audacious statement caused both Qiao Jingyue and Wu Qingyun to exchange startled glances. One was eager to explain, while the other believed they shared mutual feelings. In that moment of mutual understanding, both blushed deeply and hastily averted their gazes.
Ah, Jinghua.
Let us go. As the host, where will you arrange for Qingyun and me? Wu Zhao teased, and as laughter ensued, they arrived at the front hall of the Qiao residence. Madame Chen had just re-emerged from changing her attire and was preparing to guide Wu Qingyun towards the flower hall in the rear. She turned to Qiao Jingyue, saying, Jingyue, after you have settled Master Wu, take Wanshu to greet the guests. With so many attending today, we cannot afford to neglect anyone. Qiao Jingyue quickly glanced at Wu Qingyun, agreed, and turned to carry Qiao Wanshu away. Just as they were about to leave, the doorman announced, the 9th prince has arrived. Chapter 37. He is truly the apple of our eye. The young boy, now considerably taller, approached with a dignified gait, wrapped in a cloak embroidered with golden cloud patterns. Behind him followed Qiao Jingchen and Qiao Jinghan, their expressions markedly different, one bearing a hint of worry, while the other was full of joy. Madam, this prince has come uninvited and hopes you will not take offense, the 9th prince said as he approached Madame Chen, his gaze lingering on Qiao Wanshu. With a casual wave of his hand, 8 servants stepped forward, carrying boxes, which they set before Madame Chen. This is a gift from this prince to celebrate your daughter's birthday, wishing her peace and tranquility. Madame Chen expressed her gratitude, though her mind recalled her daughter's assessment of the 9th prince. This one must be kept at a distance. For the Qiao family, he brought only trouble, not benefit. It is indeed an honor for our Qiao residents to host His Highness on this significant occasion, she said, turning to Qiao Jingchen. You must take good care of the 9th prince. Do not let him feel neglected. Noticing that the 9th prince's gaze was fixated on Qiao Wanshu, she became increasingly alarmed. It was imperative to separate them. He could not linger in the company of the womenfolk in the inner courtyard. Thus, she quickly directed the 9th prince to Qiao Jingchen, avoiding any mention of sending Qiao Wanshu to greet the guests again, instead taking her daughter to the flower hall at the back. She claimed they were delayed by certain matters and would arrive later. What matters could father have? Upon hearing this, Madame Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. In the past, while he was stationed at the border, he had missed witnessing their 4 sons grow up. Though her grievances were subtle, old Madame Qiao heard every word. You must also consider your father's hardships. It was not intentional. Suddenly, Qiao Wanshu jolted, scrambling out of Madame Chen's embrace, tightly clutching her mother's garment in anxiety. No way. I distinctly heard grandfather say he would send someone to investigate that deputy general. Could it be that nothing was uncovered and grandfather has been attacked?
What?
Madame Chen was taken aback by the dreadful news, her mind reeling, and she blurted out in shock. Upon seeing the astonished expressions of old Madame Qiao and others, she realized she had lost her composure. Quickly feigning calmness, she addressed Ingo. I mean, did the messenger mention what my father was doing at that time? Was there something of great importance that delayed him? Ingo shook her head, replying, from what the messenger implied. It seems they have apprehended a spy and are currently interrogating him. Due to the seriousness of the matter, they did not provide further details. Chen's heart was slightly eased by this news. Qiao Wanshu let out a substantial sigh of relief. Phew. It seems that Bai Mingfeng has indeed been efficient in uncovering the true identity of the deputy general. Who would have thought that a prince of the enemy nation could stoop so low as to infiltrate our country and even ascend to the position of deputy general? If this matter is not handled properly, it could pose new threats to my grandfather and the Qiao family. Both the old matriarch and Chen were momentarily taken aback. They did not expect the situation to have worsened rather than improved. However, as mere women, they found it challenging to remind General Chen of the spy's true identity, especially since it involved the enemy country. Just as they were pondering this, another maid rushed in, her expression fraught with anxiety. She reported to the 2, Old Madam, it's terrible. Princess Minglai and the 9th prince have gotten into a quarrel in the main hall, and it's become quite chaotic. Enraged, the old matriarch sprang to her feet. The sudden movement caused her to feel dizzy, nearly toppling over, but fortunately, Chen was there to steady her. Mother, please do not be anxious. The Prime Minister is still in the main hall and can manage the situation. Let us go see if we can be of assistance. She then addressed the noble women gathered in the flower hall, saying, Ladies, please remain calm and wait a moment. Madam, how can we simply wait here while the ninth prince and Princess Minglai are clashing? It would seem as if we disregard the royal family. One person took the lead in saying this, clearly eager to witness the spectacle. Chun found herself unable to refute this statement and could only turn to follow the old matriarch towards the main hall in haste.
Indeed.
Those born of lowly origins often lack decorum and shame. Though the Qiao family is merely a ministerial household and not as esteemed as the royal family, they are still a prominent family, a crucial pillar of our dynasty. How could a base-born child like you dare to tarnish our reputation? Of course. If you are willing to kneel and clean the mud off my embroidered shoes, perhaps I might be in a good mood to say a few words on your behalf. Urging the Qiao family not to hold your insults against you, the brazen and arrogant voice echoed from afar. Even before they set eyes on Princess Minglai, her domineering presence had already imposed itself upon everyone. Qiao Wanshu involuntarily conjured an image of a haughty and unreasonable character in her mind. As she observed the silence around her, with no one stepping forward to defend the ninth prince, her heart could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. It seems that disdainful behavior knows no bounds, occurring in both common folk and noble houses alike, even within the depths of the palace. Yet, how long can Princess Minglai continue to flaunt her status as the daughter of a favored consort, behaving so shamelessly? Soon enough, she will be sent to the enemy nation to marry. Once she is far removed from the imperial court, who will indulge her princess whims. Those who flatter Princess Minglai and deliberately create difficulties for the ninth prince will surely meet a dismal end. Qiao Wanshu suddenly paused, her face revealing a look of confusion before dawning realization. Could it be? Those who meet tragic fates do so because they once troubled the ninth prince, and the emperor has remembered and sought retribution? If that is the case, then the ninth prince is undoubtedly the emperor's favored one. Several members of the Qiao family who could hear Qiao Wanshu's thoughts exchanged peculiar glances, discreetly shifting their gaze toward the ninth prince. Chapter 38. The Might of Grandfather. Despite my circumstances, I am still a recognized royal descendant, born into the imperial family. The ninth prince spoke calmly. Although he was not as tall as Princess Minglai, he stood upright, exuding a composed demeanor. In terms of seniority, I am your elder sister. In terms of status, I am the legitimate daughter of a favored consort. How could you, a base-born child of uncertain parentage raised under the empress's care, even dare to mock me? She scolded him a few times, still unsatisfied, and lifted her hand to slap the ninth prince. However, in her fervor, she inadvertently shoved Wu Qingyun, who was standing nearby. Qiao Jingyu swiftly stepped forward to support Wu Qingyun's elbow just in time. Are you all right? He asked quietly. Your Highness, in this public setting, I implore you to consider your status and the dignity of the royal family. The old matriarch also approached, her displeasure evident, yet she managed to smile, saying, Your Highness, today is my granddaughter's birthday celebration, a joyous occasion. Let us not allow a minor misunderstanding to disrupt our harmony. Yet, Princess Minglai, accustomed to her haughty ways, felt humiliated by Qiao Jingchen's words. Observing the noble ladies and gentlemen gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves, she sensed they were mocking her for losing face in front of the Qiao family, thus diminishing her royal authority. With a cold huff, she raised her chin defiantly. I deign to visit your household out of respect for the Qiao family. Yet, that base-born child dares to arrive before me and has even been seated in the main hall. Is this a deliberate affront to me? To slap my face? This matter must be resolved. Either he kneels and begs for mercy, or the Qiao family must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall consider you all as colluding with him and seeking to oppose me. The old matriarch's expression darkened, her displeasure no longer concealed. After all, she too bore royal blood, being the aunt of the late emperor, and she and the late emperor were cousins. By lineage, Princess Minglai ought to address her as aunt. However, Princess Minglai, favored by the consort, had been indulged in her unruliness by the emperor, and the officials dared not provoke her. This did not mean the old matriarch lacked pride as a member of the royal family. Princess Minglai, this is the Qiao residence. Even if His Majesty were to visit, he would treat my family with respect. Do you believe yourself to be more exalted than His Majesty, thus looking down upon us? Princess Minglai snorted. You think to use my father to intimidate me? Old matriarch Qiao, are you truly so unreasonable? Which of my words was mistaken? Your Highness, this is merely a misunderstanding. Let us end it here. Xiao Zhongtian stepped forward, positioning himself between his mother and wife. He had been momentarily delayed by certain matters, but had been informed of the events unfolding and had witnessed Princess Minglai's disrespect towards the old matriarch. As the Prime Minister, he wished to quell the matter without delving deeper, but clearly, Princess Minglai was not one to be easily appeased. If the Prime Minister says it is a misunderstanding, then it is. But if I say it is not, must I then bow to you? The Qiao family's influence is evidently so great that my father must be unaware of it. Her insinuation caused a collective pallor among the Qiao family members. Qiao Wanshu couldn't help but mutter, this wretched woman seeks to fan the flames before the emperor. If she conveys these words to him with embellishments, what good will come to the Qiao family? This concern echoed in the hearts of the Qiao family. Princess Minglai had clearly capitalized on this vulnerability, a triumphant expression spreading across her face. A princess of a nation, behaving so arrogantly at a birthday celebration hosted by her subjects. Such behavior has never been recorded in the annals of our dynasty. Just as the atmosphere grew tense with her commanding words, General Chen finally arrived, clad in armor, a sword glimmering ominously at his waist. The moment he appeared, he captivated the attention of all present. Shuer is the beloved granddaughter of this general. I shall not allow anyone to disrupt her first birthday celebration. Even if you are a noble princess, I will seek an audience with His Majesty to inquire about the rationale behind your audacity. The old general, Chen, strode forward with an imposing presence, halting before the Qiao family. He turned to Princess Minglai, his disdain unmistakable in his gaze. What is that look, General Chen? Do you hold my words and actions in contempt? Princess Minglai retorted sharply. I am of royal blood, the cherished daughter of my father, the emperor. How dare you show such disrespect? Do you seek to protect that illegitimate child? Her gaze shifted coldly to the 9th prince, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Do you too believe the rumor circulating, thinking he is the favored one of my father, and thus wish to place your bets on him? General Chen laughed heartily. Since your highness is aware they are mere rumors, why then do you cling to them so fervently, casting suspicion upon the Qiao family? It is well known that the Qiao family does not engage in conspiracies or alliances. Are you attempting to brand them with the stain of factionalism based solely on your words? If so, why not accompany me to present our case before the emperor and clarify this matter? The old general emanated an aura of deadly intent. Even though he did not fully unleash his power, it was far beyond what a sheltered princess like Minglai could withstand. Though she managed to keep her posture upright, her body trembled uncontrollably. Earlier, she had been provoked into a fit of rage by the 9th prince, momentarily losing her composure. Now, with a clearer mind, she realized she had entangled herself in a twofold predicament. The Qiao family and General Chen were akin to a dual carriage in the court. If her reckless words forced an alliance with the 9th prince, she would be aiding him immensely. She resolved to regain her composure. I shall not waste more breath on you. I will attend this banquet, but I shall remember the indignities I have suffered today. You all should tread carefully. With that, she turned and swept away. Qiao Wanshu gazed at General Chen with wide eyes, her first encounter with a true general's might leaving her in awe. The grandeur and authority were indeed unlike anything depicted on television. As she marveled at General Chen, Qiao Jinghan suddenly exclaimed, "Grandfather, you have blood on you. Are you injured?" Chapter 39. A complete sweep. Father, you are hurt? The Chen family was taken aback, rushing to examine him closely. The atmosphere grew even tenser than before. I am fine. I merely dealt with some military affairs earlier and must have gotten it then, General Chen replied, casting a warning glance at Qiao Jinghan. Though he understood his grandson's concern, the presence of so many eyes could lead to unnecessary complications. Qiao Wanshu scrutinized General Chen, thinking to herself, grandfather must have dealt with that deputy. For this blood is clearly not his. He bears no wounds. General Chen looked down at Qiao Wanshu and could not resist affectionately scratching her cheek. Thankfully, He had heard his granddaughter's unspoken thoughts, remained vigilant, and had arranged for Bai Mingfeng to investigate, secretly fortifying their defenses before the birthday celebration. As expected, they had managed to unearth the assassin harboring ill intentions. Well then, since all is well, let us prepare to begin the birthday ceremony. If we miss the auspicious hour, it will not bode well, Chen urged. The guests had not yet departed, and upon hearing this, they all gathered closer. The maids brought forth the prepared ceremonial items, setting up a luxurious couch on which Qiao Wanshu and all the items were placed. Though merely for play, the Qiao family presented nothing but the finest. Whether it was the 4 treasures of the study, abacuses, embroidery, jewels, or weapons, each item could fetch a handsome price. Qiao Wanshu, being discerning, admired each piece, wishing to have them all. She thought, why should I be limited to just one? Whatever is placed near me is all mine. With that thought, she swiftly pounced, gathering the corners of the fabric beneath the items and pulling everything towards her. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that the ceremony could be approached in such a way? This little lady, having just turned 1, already understood the concept of seizing everything at once. Her intelligence was truly remarkable. Indeed, who among them only aimed to grab one item, even when attempting to gather more? It was akin to picking a watermelon and then a sesame seed, yet here she was, taking everything in one go. Hearing the murmurs of admiration, the Qiao family could hardly contain their amusement. No one knew better than them how much of a glutton for wealth Qiao Wanshu was. Her current display was still somewhat restrained. Bring forth my gift as well, General Chen commanded, and a servant promptly presented a tray. Lifting the covering cloth, the crowd gasped in unison. It was a luminous pearl, larger than a man's fist, a sight even the wealthiest nobles had never beheld. The Chen family, being a prominent clan, possessed treasures that could purchase half the capital. Father, this luminous pearl was your betrothal gift to mother. It is far too precious. Chen recognized the origins of the pearl immediately. Upon hearing this, the matriarch of the Qiao family exclaimed in agreement. General Chen stroked his beard and chuckled. My granddaughter is worthy of the best. As long as I possess it, if she desires it, it shall be hers. Qiao Wanshu immediately reached out her tiny hand, desperately trying to grasp the luminous pearl. I want it. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? My grandfather dotes on me. This gift is not merely a trinket, but a symbol of his affection. How could I possibly refuse? Her flattery sent General Chen into hearty laughter while the Qiao family members exchanged wry smiles. Just as the celebration reached a crescendo, unexpected visitors from the palace arrived. A eunuch announced a decree. Qiao Wanshu was to be bestowed the title of Shunning County Princess. This imperial favor drew envious glances. Yet the Qiao family understood that the 9th prince's influence was likely at play. The higher Qiao Wanshu's status, the more stable the 9th prince's position would be. Such a favor was indeed a burning hot potato. The 9th prince stepped forward, addressing Qiao Zhongtian. Lord Qiao, I am grateful for your family's righteous words today. This kindness shall be remembered. In the future, I will repay it in whatever way I can. Qiao Zhongtian hastily replied, Your Highness need not be so formal. Our family merely wishes for harmony during these festive times, with no intention of favoring anyone. The 9th prince perceived the underlying meaning in his words, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lord Qiao should be well aware that those who stand out will inevitably attract envy. One cannot merely wish to remain aloof and uninvolved. This is a truth that does not require my elucidation. Qiao Zhongtian fell silent, his gaze fixed on the 9th prince. He sensed a maturity and shrewdness in him that belied his years, causing his heart to sink slightly. After bestowing generous red envelopes, Qiao Zhongtian sent the decree-bearing eunuch away and promptly announced the commencement of the banquet. The guests were once again divided by gender, seated in the front hall and the rear flower hall. Having risen early, Qiao Wanshu had only a light meal and was now quite hungry. Upon hearing that the feast was about to begin, her eyes sparkled with excitement. A variety of sumptuous dishes were swiftly brought forth, filling the table to the brim. Qiao Wanshu had always been an unabashed carnivore, and her gaze was immediately drawn to the large pork knuckle on the table. Pork knuckle? Oh, how delicious! Come to my bowl. Drool trickled down her chin, soaking the bib around her neck. Seizing the moment when Chen was distracted, she reached out to grab the plate of braised pork. "Oh, my little ancestor, you cannot eat this yet." Chen's quick reflexes intercepted her daughter's small hand. "I don't want milk. I want meat. So much meat." The elderly Lady Qiao, witnessing her granddaughter's pitiful demeanor, felt a pang of compassion and was about to offer some comforting words. Suddenly, a maid hurriedly approached, whispering into Gu's ear. Gu's expression changed abruptly, and she leaned closer to Lady Qiao, murmuring something softly. "What is this that we cannot even hear?" Qiao Wanshu, in a fit of temper, suddenly recalled something. "I know. They must have discovered Fang Yener and Lu Zhan meeting secretly, caught in the act." Wu Qingyun choked on her drink, hastily covering her mouth with a handkerchief. What had she just heard? If news of such scandalous behavior in the Qiao family's courtyard spread, it would be disastrous. The elderly Lady Qiao feigned fatigue from the festivities and announced her intention to rest in the back, allowing the other noble ladies to continue enjoying the feast. She hurried away to the innermost courtyard of the Qiao residence. Fang Yener was disheveled, her hair in disarray, her lips smeared with rouge that had stained her cheeks, her eyes still reflecting the remnants of youthful allure. In contrast, Lu Zhan stood beside her, impeccably dressed, his hair neatly tied, wearing an expression devoid of shame, exuding confidence instead. Chapter 40. Someone is cursing me. Lady Qiao regarded the two, one standing, the other kneeling, with a countenance as dark as water. She stepped inside, preparing to take her seat at the head of the table, but Lu Zhan interrupted her. "Lady Qiao, I wish to inquire about the hospitality of the Qiao residence. Is it customary for your maidservants to engage in such flirtations and then detain guests? I merely came to attend her granddaughter's first birthday celebration, and before I could even take my seat, a maid approached me, claiming there was a matter in the rear courtyard requiring assistance. To my surprise, Miss Fang immediately clung to me, disheveled and feigning victimhood. Subsequently, your kin barged in and detained me. Are you attempting to coerce me into a trap?" His aggressive words caused Fang Yener to shake her head and murmur, "No, it's not like that. In my dreams, Lu Shaoqing and I were deeply in love, intertwined in romance. How could this be?" Lady Qiao, observing her delusion, was horrified as Fang unwittingly revealed her fantasies. She struggled to catch her breath, her face turning crimson. "Mother, please sit. We shall discuss this matter in detail." At that moment, Chen entered, cradling Qiao Wanshu, and quickly came to support Lady Qiao, ensuring she settled comfortably into her chair. Qiao Wanshu glared at Fang Yener with contempt, silently mocking her. How pitiful that she returns only to be oblivious. She was once able to manipulate the Qiao family effortlessly, yet now she's a fool. How could the entire Qiao family be so bewitched to lead to such a tragic outcome? Perhaps her reckless behavior now will hasten her removal from our household. Lady Qiao and Chen both silently concurred with her thoughts. Fang Yener sat on the ground, covering her face in tears, protesting, "I did not pursue Lu Shaoqing. He invited me, promising me marriage and a rightful place." The room fell silent. Only her broken sobs could be heard. Lu Zhan, growing irritated, coldly declared, "Since Lady Qiao has no further words, I shall take my leave." Just as he turned to depart, Lady Qiao stopped him.
"Wait."
"Lu Shaoqing, regardless of the circumstances, Fang's reputation lies tarnished due to your actions. Without your support, she faces ruin. The only solution is for you to fulfill your prior promise and bring her into your household." Lu Zhan scoffed. "What nonsense. Do you have any evidence of my promises to her? How could I be responsible for her disgrace? Did she not tear her own clothing and throw herself at me?" "Lu Shaoqing, you should save such words for the magistrate. This matter involves Fang's reputation, and given her relation to the Qiao family, it cannot simply be brushed aside." Chen, realizing neither she nor Lady Qiao could dissuade Lu Zhan, sought to stall with words while sending for Qiao Zhongtian from the front courtyard. Soon, the four men arrived together. With General Chen present in the front courtyard, there was no fear of neglecting the guests due to their absence. Upon entering, they saw Fang Yener collapsed by Lu Zhan's feet, clutching his garments and weeping. "Lu, how can you abandon your vows and sever ties with me?" Lu Zhan forcefully shook her off, exclaiming, "Miss Fang, please maintain your dignity. I am not your lifeline. nor shall I allow my reputation to be sullied. Qiao Jingyu watched the two with disdain, not hiding his contempt. The Wu siblings had left under the pretense of business, likely sensing trouble in the rear courtyard, thus avoiding complications. He had barely managed to meet with Wu Qingyun, only for it to end so abruptly. He had shown remarkable restraint in not severing ties with the illicit couple himself. Furthermore, there were witnesses who could attest to her repeated secretive escapades, all to meet with Lu Zhan. Now, if he sought to distance himself, he would find it difficult to earn their trust. As for whether they had consummated their union, it would be easy to verify with a midwife. Such words caused Lu Zhan's expression to change. The Qiao family members exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, the third son was still of some use. Qiao Jinghan seized the opportunity, pressing on Lu Shaoqing. You must consider your next steps carefully. You must acknowledge your commitment publicly and declare that you and Fong Yener are a match made in heaven. Otherwise, we shall bring Fong and all witnesses to the Dali Temple. I refuse to believe we cannot find justice for her. Lu Zhan, understanding the Qiao family's resolve, felt a twinge of panic. If they truly pursued this, his career could very well be at stake. Very well. I see you have come prepared and have skillfully devised this situation. I admit my oversight. No, even if you do not take her away today, you must write a letter of acknowledgement. Otherwise, if you turn your back, we will suffer in silence. Lady Qiao interjected. In that case, Lu Shaoqing, please draft a letter of acknowledgement. For the sake of both our reputations, we must not overlook the formalities of marriage, lest we fail to silence the gossip outside. Lu Zhan's eyes flashed coldly, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossing his features before he suppressed it. Very well, I shall comply. He took the paper and pen, swiftly drafting the acknowledgement, summarizing the events of the day and promising to take Fong Yener as his wife, signing his name in the end. This act effectively handed his leverage to the Qiao family. Lu Zhan left in a huff, while Fong Yener was taken away and securely locked up. Qiao Jingchen, cradling Qiao Wanshu, glanced at Qiao Jingyu, teasing, second brother, how could you not impress the lady you've longed for upon seeing her today? At this rate, when will you finally win her heart?
Huh.
Does second brother have someone special in mind? Which family does she belong to? Qiao Jinghan asked innocently. Qiao Wanshu rolled her eyes in disbelief. Oh my, third brother is quite dim-witted. Isn't he a romantic scholar? How can he be so oblivious to matters of the heart? Even a blockhead would be wiser than him.
Kia Yinghan Pus.
Did someone just insult me? Chapter 41. Do you think I am bewitched? Third brother, when will you realize that the one you have been so attentive to is none other than your future sister-in-law? You might as well dance on a grave, for you are truly exasperating. As Qiao Wanshu continued to grumble, she remained oblivious to the shift in Qiao Jing'an's gaze. Second sister-in-law?
Who is that?
The girl I am so attentive to? Isn't that Wu Qingyun? A flurry of questions arose in his mind, leaving Qiao Jinghan momentarily perplexed. Yet he was fortunate to possess the gift of speech. Second brother, do you have someone special in your heart? Is it the young lady from the Wu family? His inquiry was blunt, earning him a disdainful snort from Qiao Jingyue. Qiao Wanshu, exasperated, held her forehead in disbelief, thinking, oh, third brother, your tongue is certainly not idle, bringing up subjects that should remain untouched. He couldn't help but cast a suspicious glance at Qiao Wanshu. However, his younger sister, with her innocent, beady eyes, looked up at him as if unaware of any conversation at all. His travels had exposed him to countless bizarre occurrences, leading him to suspect that he might be under some malevolent influence. With that thought, he felt an insatiable urge to act. Yet, his muscle memory allowed him to conceal his unease, betraying no sign of distress. But once the banquet concluded and the guests departed, he collapsed onto his bed, feeling an unsettling fluctuation of warmth and chill coursing through him, unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Qiao Jinghan rolled over and summoned his personal attendant, issuing a series of commands. The birthday celebration had concluded splendidly, with Qiao Wanshu reveling in her abundant success, dreaming of rolling in mountains of gold and swimming in seas of silver. Yet, she was abruptly pulled from her reverie by a jarring ringing sound, accompanied by an incessant buzzing that refused to dissipate. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a bell suspended from a handle above her head. An unkempt old woman, eyes tightly shut, shook the bell while murmuring incantations. Several oddly dressed individuals busily plastered talismans around the room and sprinkled fragrant ash water, creating a thick haze. What on earth is third brother doing? Is he trying to bring me bad luck first thing in the morning? How unfortunate. Qiao Jinghan heard this clearly. It was certainly not a figment of his imagination. The shamans, hired at great expense, were utterly ineffective in their rituals. No matter what had possessed his sister, it must be expelled. He immediately turned and dashed away. If these individuals were incapable, he had to find new ones without delay. As he hurried away, he collided with Qiao Jingchen and the matriarch of the Qiao family, who were drawn by the commotion. However, Qiao Jinghan was so focused on assisting Qiao Wanshu in exorcising the evil spirit that he neglected to pay his respects, swiftly fleeing. What is wrong with the third son? He is behaving quite inappropriately, the matriarch remarked, her words trailing off as she took in the sight of the talismans and the acrid smoke filling the room. Shocked, she rushed to Qiao Wanshu, who lay bewildered on the bed, and swiftly lifted her into her arms. Get these people out of here. Clean this place immediately. Just as a Taoist priest entered, he bellowed, Indeed, there is an evil presence. It dares to hide within the residence, thinking I cannot find you. Qiao Jinghan grasped the priest's arm tightly, pleading, Master, please, perform your magic swiftly and vanquish the malevolent spirit. Third brother, this is clearly a fraud. His attire is incorrect. And he does not even chant the proper incantations. He is merely a charlatan. Qiao Wanshu's complaints fell on Qiao Jing'an's ears like whispers from a sinister entity. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow, his heart racing with concern for his sister, who might be in danger from possession. Hurry, master. Perform your spell. The evil spirit is still causing havoc. The matriarch, unable to contain herself, scolded, Jinghan, what nonsense are you spouting? What evil could possibly be in her home? And you? Where did you find these people? This is chaos. Qiao Jinghan winced as the matriarch pinched his ear, his brow furrowing as he protested, Grandmother, I am not speaking nonsense. I heard strange voices just now. He was dismissed as rambling, accused of being duped by wandering sorcerers. Grandmother, you have no idea. During my travels, I heard of a malevolent spirit that mimics human speech. Once it possesses a person, it can speak through them. That is why I sought out the priest to exorcise the evil. Qiao Jingchen's heart sank. Oh no, could Jinghan also be hearing Shuer's thoughts? He seems unable to accept it. Fearing that if this continued, should he inadvertently reveal something inappropriate, the world might view Shuer as a monstrous entity, jeopardizing her safety. Seeing Qiao Jinghan poised to speak again, he quickly interjected. Enough with the irrelevant chatter. Where did you find these shamans and priests? On the street, Qiao Jinghan replied. They have all been vetted by me. They are capable individuals. He pointed at the last priest he had hired. This one can reveal the spirit with just a spray of water. Qiao Wanshu's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? You were deceived by such a simple trick? The diagram is drawn with alum beforehand, and once dried, it leaves no trace. When water is sprayed on it, it naturally reveals itself. Third brother, haven't you studied chemistry? Such basic knowledge eludes you? Qiao Jinghan cast a puzzled look at Qiao Wanshu. He recalled having read about such knowledge in a booklet. Yet, it now seemed that he truly could hear his sister's thoughts, and it was no mere illusion. Master, perform your spell now so my family can see your true abilities. He turned to the priest, his command leaving no room for refusal. The priest, with no choice, held a peachwood sword in one hand and ignited yellow paper in the other, beginning to chant. The burning paper hovered an inch above the sword's tip, swaying with the sword's movements. However, Qiao Jingchen keenly noticed a slight indentation on the yellow paper. Chapter 42. The last straw to his shock. The sword's tip was tied with a fine string. Qiao Jingchen swiftly snatched the peachwood sword and flung it aside. The burning yellow paper was cast away, revealing something dangling from the sword's tip. The thread, resembling silk yet transparent, explained why it had gone unnoticed. A fraud! You dare deceive me? Refund my money, or else I will not spare you. Qiao Jing'an's fists clenched as he seized the priest's collar. He had spent 2 pieces of gold. Please spare me, young master. The fake priest pleaded, quickly kneeling in submission. I am merely a wandering sorcerer who knows a few tricks. I never anticipated you would genuinely request an exorcism. I beg you, spare my life, and I will return all the money. As he trembled and produced 2 pieces of gold from his pocket, Qiao Wanshu's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 pieces of gold? Third brother, is your money so easily swindled? Alas, I have just turned a year old, yet I must assist the Qiao family in averting calamity and overcoming disaster. I must also help third brother discern frauds. This is too much for me. Qiao Jinghan felt embarrassed and shot a glare at the fake priest. Aren't you leaving? Am I supposed to invite you to stay? The fake priest scrambled away in a panic. Watching him flee, Qiao Wanshu sighed. I wonder if third brother will learn his lesson. If he remains so gullible, it will be disastrous. He does not realize that the final straw that will break the Qiao family will be his naive trust in others to rescue him from the prison, resulting not only in the loss of money, but also in providing them with leverage. Both the matriarch and Qiao Jingchen stared in shock at Qiao Jinghan, realizing that such actions were indeed within his character. Qiao Jinghan felt a jolt of anxiety, unsure of what Qiao Wanshu meant when she suggested he would ultimately harm the Qiao family. Yet, upon reflection, if the Qiao family faced peril, he would likely take risks to save them, even offering money for their release. Jinghan, your behavior today is truly unacceptable. You are to be confined in the ancestral hall for 3 days, tasked with copying the family teachings of the Qiao clan and the Heart Sutra 100 times each. To awaken your mind, the matriarch of the Qiao family seized the opportunity to address the matter and prepared to reprimand Qiao Jinghan thoroughly. Grandmother, the room of Shu'er still requires cleaning and tidying up. Since the sun shines brightly today, why not allow me and Shu'er to accompany you for a stroll in the garden to lighten your spirits? Today happens to be Qiao Jingchen's day off, which affords him the luxury of staying at home during daylight hours. Very well, remaining indoors too long can be stifling. Let us take a walk. The matriarch consented with pleasure, allowing Qiao Jingchen to carry Qiao Wanshu as they ventured into the garden. It was the height of summer, with lush greenery and a profusion of blooming flowers. The Qiao residence was designed in the style of the Jiangnan water towns, emphasizing the beauty of changing scenery with every step. As the trio strolled leisurely, they playfully teased Qiao Wanshu, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. Tentatively, the matriarch inquired, Jingchen, I notice that although Jingyue is younger than you by a few years, he has already captured the affection of a young lady. If this union comes to fruition, their grand wedding will likely occur within the next couple of years. What of you, as the elder brother? Do you have a lady whom you hold in regard? Qiao Wanshu's tiny hands reached out and withdrew as she chased after the flower in Qiao Jingchen's grasp. Upon hearing this, she mused inwardly. Elder brother too has a destined beloved. Though she has yet to make her entrance, her path to him has been obstructed. It is all the fault of that Fang Yena, who schemed to ruin my elder brother's reputation, thus marrying into our family. That woman is clearly ill-fitted to my elder brother. What a pity. Qiao Jingchen's ears perked up at this. He had previously encountered Bai Lu, a suspected spy from an enemy nation, followed by Fang Yena, who harbored ulterior motives and plotted against him. He felt his romantic journey was fraught with misfortune and secretly envied his younger brother's harmonious relationship with a lady from the Wu family. Now, hearing Wanshu's implication, could it be that he, too, had a destined beloved? He contemplated how to extract more information from Wanshu. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance captured Qiao Wanshu's attention. She raised her little hand, babbling, as if eager to see what was happening. Before they approached, they spotted Fang Yener scolding a maid. You wretched servant. This wedding gown is pink, and the pearl ornaments appear to be nothing but cheap trinkets. I, Fang Yener, am at least a cousin of the Qiao family. And yet, I am not worthy of a proper red wedding gown and exquisite jewelry? The maid, kneeling with a tray, hurriedly explained, Cousin, you misunderstand me. This is what Granny Gu instructed for you to wear. The jewelry was procured by the matriarch for your dowry. It was merely scaled down. But it is not of inferior quality. Fang Yener, however, would not listen, striking the maid with a slap.
How dare you?
Are you implying that my aunt is deliberately making things difficult for me? Or do you think I lack self-awareness? Qiao Wanshu interjected. Though Lu Zhan has come to fetch you, he has not declared his intention to marry you as a principal wife. A concubine must wear pink, and you wish to don red?
How na, ve.
As for those ornaments, even if they were cheap, I would feel distressed parting with them for you. Do you think you deserve them? You once had the opportunity to resonate harmoniously with Lu Zhan, but now that I have arrived, you shall not succeed in your schemes. The matriarch had long since held a deep-seated disdain for Fang Yenu and was disinclined to witness her continue her tyrannical behavior within the residence. She stepped forward and sternly commanded, "Enough. Although the Qiao family upholds strict values and governance, we have no precedent for unjustly striking or berating our servants. She was merely following orders to bring you your wedding gown and dowry. Do you not fear the Lu family's impatience, which may lead them to reconsider?"
Fang Yanea.
Regarding the matriarch with a cold smile, replied, "Aunt, now you choose to play the benevolent one. If outsiders were to learn that you treat the servants better than your own kin, who would be the one to suffer disgrace?" Fang Yener was no match for the matriarch, and upon hearing this, she became flustered. "Aunt, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, and I must thank you for preparing my dowry. I shall go change and prepare myself." She snatched the tray and hurried away. The matriarch let out a cold huff and turned to leave. However, the kneeling maid suddenly crawled forward a couple of steps, speaking softly. "Matriarch, I have something to report." "Rise and speak," the matriarch gestured. The maid produced a letter from her sleeve, holding it high above her head. "I dare not, matriarch. Please first read this." Qiao Jingchen took the letter, opened it, and was immediately struck with alarm. The matriarch observed closely and realized it was a collection of correspondences involving Qiao Jingchen. The first letter was signed by Bai Lu, the very enemy spy previously exposed, though the matriarch did not delve into the contents. She recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly pressed the maid for details. The maid, trembling on the ground, stammered, "These were given to me by the cousin. She promised me riches and said that once she establishes herself in the Lu household, she would take me as a concubine to share in her fortune. All the masters in the household treat their servants well. I could never betray my masters in this manner. I beg for your mercy." Hearing this, Qiao Jingchen felt a cold sweat break out. Should the maid follow through, Lu Zhan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to accuse his father of treason. If these letters were discovered, it would result in the annihilation of the Qiao family. Qiao Wanshu could not help but sigh, "Elder brother, your infatuation truly endangers the Qiao family without your awareness." The matriarch, however, remained composed and addressed the maid, "You are a clever girl and loyal to the Qiao family. What crime have you committed? Rise, and from now on your monthly allowance will be doubled. You shall be promoted from a mere cleaner to a second-tier maidservant." The maid was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude before departing. "Grandmother, I am filled with regret," Qiao Jingchen began, intending to explain to the matriarch, but was met with a significant eye roll. "I have come to realize that among all my grandchildren, it is my precious Wanshu who is the most considerate and least troublesome. You have all grown up with your own ideas, and I can no longer manage you." Had it not been for that maid's cleverness, steering clear of Fang Yener's treachery. Do you know what calamity awaited the Qiao family? Qiao Jingchen stood speechless, head bowed, resembling a dejected puppy. "Grandmother, it is all my fault. Please do not be angry. I promise it will not happen again." Despite being a formidable general outside, he could not assert himself in front of the matriarch. "Grandmother, please do not hold a grudge against me. Your health is paramount. If it pleases you, I am willing to accept any punishment." The matriarch deemed that he still required a lesson. Nodding, she stated, "You shall also be confined in the ancestral hall for a day. Reflect upon the ancestral tablets regarding what should and should not be done. Now go." Upon concluding her words, she took Qiao Wanshu in her arms and turned to leave. Qiao Wanshu leaned against the matriarch's shoulder and waved to Qiao Jingchen, "Elder brother, take time to reflect. Only when you rid yourself of this infatuation will the troubles you have brought upon the Qiao family be resolved." Qiao Jingchen watched the grandmother and granddaughter depart, then trudged towards the ancestral hall with a heavy heart. Upon reaching its entrance, he saw Qiao Jinghan kneeling behind a low table, facing the ancestral tablets while copying scriptures, muttering to himself, "But why is it me? Could it be that I possess extraordinary talents, And heaven has bestowed upon me this ability to save the Qiao family from peril? No. It must be so that I can join forces with Wanshu to achieve greatness and bring glory to the Qiao family. Qiao Jingchen did not catch what his brother had said and assumed he was merely rambling. Clearing his throat, he stepped inside. Qiao Jinghan turned, surprised to see him. Elder brother, what brings you here? Have you come to bring me some delicious food? He peered at Qiao Jingchen, noticing his empty hands, his eyes immediately filling with questions. I fear you might feel lonely, so I came to keep you company. Qiao Jingchen found it difficult to admit that he had been punished to reflect in confinement, so he casually used Qiao Jinghan as an excuse. Oh, I see. Have you also committed some wrongdoing, leading grandmother to confine you to the ancestral hall? Qiao Jinghan, however, quickly saw through his brother's deception. What are you thinking? Go copy your scriptures. Qiao Jingchen playfully slapped him on the back of the head and then walked over to another mat, kneeling before the ancestral spirit tablets. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Jinghan could no longer remain seated. He set down his brush and leaned over to Qiao Jingchen, winking mischievously. Brother, I must tell you, I have just realized that I am indeed favored by the heavens. Do you believe that I bear a divine mission destined to achieve greatness? Qiao Jingchen looked at his brother in bewilderment. He suddenly felt that the perception of Qiao Jinghan as a charming talent, wise beyond measure, was perhaps the greatest illusion held by the world. How could he perceive him as nothing more than a complete fool? The members of the Qiao household continued to live their stable lives in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Fang Yenner, having been carried into the Lu residence through a side door in a small sedan, was now considered a member of the Lu family. However, since the day she entered, she had not seen Lu Zhan's face. Initially, she thought he was merely preoccupied with official duties, so he lacked time to visit her. Yet, Fang Yenner soon sensed something amiss. Could it be that he intended to sever ties and leave her abandoned in the side courtyard, ignoring her plight? She clenched her silver teeth, her heart aching like a cat scratching at her insides. In her dreams, she and Lu Zhan were in perfect harmony, deeply entwined, a pair admired by all as celestial lovers. Yet now, how could reality deviate so drastically from her dreams, evolving into such an absurd situation? No, I cannot sit idly by. Fang Yenner's eyes twinkled as she quickly devised another plan. After several attempts to sneak away under various pretexts, the steward of the Lu residence increased the number of guards to closely monitor the side courtyard. To see Lu Zhan, her first step was to lower the vigilance of those watching her. In the following days, she maintained a fixed routine, not even approaching the courtyard gate. Sure enough, she gradually noticed that the number of guards monitoring the side courtyard had diminished. One night, after dinner, Fang Yenner feigned a headache and went to bed early. Once the courtyard fell silent, she stealthily approached the wall, stepping on a stone to climb over. She had previously visited the Lu study and remembered the way, carefully making her way there. The study was bustling with figures. Lu Zhan was not the only one present. Hiding beneath the window, she pressed her ear against it and overheard a peculiar voice. Lu Shaoqing, if you succeed in this matter, it will certainly earn my lord's admiration. The rewards may be minor, yet it will greatly assist you in establishing your dominion. The voice was robust and boisterous, unmistakably foreign. Fang Yenner was shocked beyond measure. She could assert with certainty that enemies from a rival nation were indeed present. Although she did not know their identity, they must have held some rank. So, Lu Zhan truly harbored ambitions of usurping the throne. After her astonishment, her heart surged with exhilaration. This aligned perfectly with her dreams. Lu Zhan had evidently struck a deal with foreign adversaries. If her dreams were to unfold, he would inevitably ascend to the coveted throne, and she would become the revered empress. In her excitement, Fang Yenner failed to notice that the conversation in the study had ceased. A cold glint flashed, and a chilling aura approached swiftly. Just as she caught a glimpse and attempted to evade, the icy tip of a sword pressed against her throat. Who dares eavesdrop outside the study of Shaoqing? Barked the guard, compelling Fang Yenner to stand slowly. I am the lady of the Lu residence. How dare you treat me with disrespect? Fang Yenner mustered her courage to retort, but her lack of assertiveness made her words seem feeble. My lady? You, a concubine, cannot even discern your own status. How can you possess any sincerity towards me? Lu Zhan emerged from the study, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Fang Yenu.
Speak.
Are you a spy sent by the Qiao family? How long have you been lurking beneath my study window, and what have you heard? His voice was cold, concealing a murderous intent. Fang Yener suddenly realized that her dreams might not have been mere fantasies, but rather echoes of a past life. The deviations from her dreams were simply because Lu Zhan had yet to fall in love with her. Thus, he would not hesitate to draw his sword against her. She had no doubt that he could truly kill her with a single stroke. Is that so? It seems your loyalty to the Qiao family is unwavering. Lu Zhan misinterpreted her silence. After all, the dead would reveal no secrets, so he gestured to the guard. No need to ask further. If she does not wish to speak, let her remain silent. Suddenly, she mentioned the names of 2 or 3 court officials, causing Lu Zhan's pupils to constrict as he raised his hand to halt the guard's sword arm.
What did you just say?
He looked at Fang Yener with suspicion. Could it be mere coincidence that she named those individuals? Have them withdraw. I wish to discuss this matter further.
Fang Yaner,
Not wanting to be threatened by a sword any longer, was gambling on the fact that those officials were indeed colluding with Lu Zhan. It appeared her gamble was correct. Lu Zhan, filled with suspicion, only ordered the guard to step back a little.
now speak.
What is it? Fang Yener whispered. Lu Xiaoqing, you may not be aware, but in our past lives, we were once a pair admired by all as celestial lovers. Before she could finish, Lu Zhan impatiently interrupted. Fang Yener, do you intend to seduce me with your beauty? I advise you to abandon that thought. I have not finished speaking. I know that a significant gold theft will soon occur in the capital, and you, Lu Xiaoqing, will seize this opportunity to frame the third son of the Qiao family. Qiao Jinghan. Lu Zhan's eyes flickered, his sharp gaze seemingly penetrating Fang Yener's soul. How do you know this?
Who are you, truly?
He demanded sharply. These matters had been conducted in utmost secrecy, especially regarding the placement of personnel near the crown prince, known only to him, his strategists, and a few pawns. Fang Yener could not possibly have gleaned any information. As I mentioned, this occurred in my past life. And I have returned in this life to assist you in achieving greatness once more and reclaiming that esteemed position. Lu Zhan did not believe in such supernatural claims, finding them utterly absurd. Yet, upon further contemplation, this seemed to be the only explanation for how Fang Yener could know those clandestine matters. However, he was not yet ready to accept this entirely and sought to probe further. Thus, he scoffed derisively at Fang Yener, saying, "Nonsense. What nonsense about strange powers and spirits? If such words were to spread, they would surely bring me calamity. It would be best to cleanse the air now." He had assumed that Fang Yener would reveal her fear and expose herself, yet she merely smiled coldly, appearing even more composed than before. Lu Xiaoqing, I am but a weak woman. You, holding great power, may kill me at will. But I advise you to consider carefully, should you take my life. Your aspirations to ascend to the esteemed throne will be fraught with peril, facing countless obstacles, ultimately leading to failure and regret. Lu Zhan had begun to believe her to some extent, yet recalling the prior 2 encounters with the Qiao family, new doubts arose. You insist that you can dream of past events. Then why, when I followed your advice to trouble the Qiao family, did I leave in disgrace? Regarding the discrepancies, what could she possibly explain?
Fang Yaner var sequali perplext.
After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly replied, I suspect that there may have been unforeseen variables on the Qiao family side as well. In a previous life dream, little Qiao Wanshu should have perished long ago, yet she continues to thrive, showing no signs of impending demise. Perhaps she is the variable within the Qiao family. At that time, he merely regarded the charming child as a precious gem, too adorable to resist. However, upon reflection, some of her expressions seemed beyond that of a mere infant. They were too vivid and almost as if she comprehended the adult conversations around her. Could it be that the variable of the Qiao family truly lies within this child? He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanshu lay in bed, clutching a string of tourmaline bracelets, attempting to bring them to her mouth, biting down with her toothless gums. Suddenly, she sneezed several times, causing tears to well up in her eyes. How strange. Is someone talking about me? Could it be that I'm catching a cold? Qiao Zhongtian, nearby, immediately approached her with concern, asking, Why is Shuer sneezing? Is she catching a cold? Chen also expressed her worries. Although it was still midsummer, the nights were gradually growing cooler. Qiao Wanshu is frail. She must not truly be catching a cold. As she approached to hold her daughter, intending to check her forehead, Qiao Wanshu suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted in her arms. Chapter 45. A narrow escape from death. It was unbearably hot. Qiao Wanshu felt as if she were engulfed in flames, her very blood boiling. Her lips cracked and blistered, and her throat burned fiercely. Each swallow felt like a blade scraping her bones, an unbearable agony. Her eyelids felt as though glued shut, heavy and unyielding. With immense effort, she managed to pry them open just a sliver. Shadows danced before her, gradually coming into focus. She saw her grandmother sitting by the bed, fingers deftly manipulating a smooth, glossy shell bracelet while reciting Buddhist chants. Her mother held her close, tears streaming down her face. Yet those tears, too, burned as they fell upon her. "Mother, I will go out and see if there are any open clinics in the city. Shengjing is bustling. I refuse to believe there isn't a doctor who can treat my little sister." Xiao Jingchen stood by the bed, his face etched with worry. Dressed in a long robe and cloak, he lacked the usual calm demeanor he carried. "Am I ill? Is it possible that I cannot escape the fate of early demise and am destined to die?" The silent cries of Qiao Wanshu echoed in the ears of those present. Chen let out a sob, her tears flowing more freely. The old matriarch of the Qiao family felt a jolt in her heart, nearly dropping her bracelet to the ground. Qiao's father and son held back their tears, struggling to maintain composure. "Mother, I remember there is still snow ginseng in the storeroom that His Majesty bestowed upon us last year. I will fetch it to make soup. It may help replenish my little sister's strength," Xiao Jingyu declared before swiftly turning to leave. In his desperate state, he felt that even the slightest assistance would be akin to a lifesaver. Qiao Jinghan, however, knelt by the bed and wept for Qiao Wanshu. "Sure, my dear, you cannot abandon your third brother like this. I still wish to take you around Xingjing, to savor the world's delicacies, and to gather all the delightful wonders for you. I have yet to shower you with enough love." Qiao Wanshu, already suffering greatly, felt suffocated by Qiao Jing'an's embrace, his cries piercing her ears, his words laden with ominous foreboding. She felt a surge of irritation, internally screaming, "Third brother, are you wishing for my swift demise? Do you wish to suffocate me, or drive me mad with your wailing? If so, might as well grant me a swift end." Chen hastily pulled Qiao Wanshu from his grasp, while Qiao Zhongtian and others firmly restrained him, dragging him back. Qiao Jinghan, still yearning to be near Qiao Wanshu, struggled against their hold. "Father, elder brother, let me go. I want to see Shuer." Qiao Zhongtian, exasperated, delivered a sharp smack to the back of his son's neck. "Be quiet. Your sister has yet to take her last breath. Is there a need for you to mourn her prematurely?" Despite his words, tears streamed down his face. He quickly turned away, wiping his eyes with his sleeve, yet his vision remained blurred. The room was filled with sorrow when suddenly a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from outside. The steward hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Sir, the 9th prince has arrived with the imperial physician, and they are at the door." "The 9th prince?" Xiao Zhongtian was taken aback. "Indeed. He claims that the physician has a way to save the young miss." The steward's words lit up the eyes of everyone present. "Quickly let them in." Before long, the 9th prince entered, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal presence. When he saw Qiao Zhongtian and the others preparing to bow, he waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Let the physician attend to Miss Qiao's illness first." Qiao Wanshu had already slipped back into a daze. She vaguely sensed someone manipulating her body, lingering at her wrist for a moment. "Is this the end? Am I to perish in my slumber? But I cherish this family so dearly. I am not ready to leave just yet. Child, Shuer, do not sleep. You must not succumb." A voice seemed to resonate from the heavens. Qiao Wanshu thought she was dreaming, leading to various auditory hallucinations. "I do not wish to sleep either. But I am so weary. I cannot resist." Her thoughts gradually faded, becoming imperceptible. The Qiao family stepped aside, watching as the physician examined Qiao Wanshu's pulse and administered medicine. It was a small pill, glossy and the size of a sesame seed. The physician dissolved it in warm water, slowly feeding it to Qiao Wanshu. Lu, how long until my daughter awakens? Qiao Zhongtian could not help but inquire. He dared not ask if she would be cured, instead bypassing that question, perhaps hoping for a bit of luck. Sir, I have done my utmost to treat her and have administered a miraculous medicine. However, your daughter is still very young. I cannot increase the dosage for fear of harming her with the potency of the medicine. Thus, it remains uncertain whether she can withstand the battle between her illness and the medicine. Everything hinges on the fortune of your daughter. Physician Lu was renowned for his exceptional skills and moral integrity, often referred to as a miraculous healer among the people. His words seemed to declare that all hope was lost for Qiao Wanshu. My sure, Chen could not contain herself, letting out a whimper. Yet no one would dare to chastise her. They all shared the same heavy hearts. Her cries pierced through the layers of despair, reaching Qiao Wanshu's ears. Mother, please do not cry. I cannot bear to leave you. In her heart, Qiao Wanshu wept and struggled to rise. Mother, please do not cry. Mother! With a faint murmur, Qiao Wanshu suddenly opened her eyes, gazing blankly at those around her. She has awakened. Thank goodness. She has awakened. Physician Lu repeatedly affirmed, if she can awaken, it signifies she is out of danger. Qiao Zhongtian was overjoyed, turning to bow deeply to the ninth prince, gratefully stating, Today, we are indebted to the ninth prince for your assistance. The Qiao family shall repay this kindness in the future. The ninth prince merely cast a deep glance at Qiao Wanshu, calmly replying, There is no need for such formalities, sir. I share a bond with your daughter, and could not bear to witness her demise. He soon took his leave with Physician Lu. Qiao Wanshu looked at the soup covered with ginseng slices, and could not help but mutter, My second brother is quite generous. Is he afraid I bleed profusely from my nose and lose too much blood? Xiao Jingyu also realized he had perhaps overreacted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. The old matriarch, hearing this, became even more convinced that her granddaughter was indeed a blessing sent from the heavens. She suggested, Shu'er must have divine protection to recover. Once she regains her health, let us take her to pray together. Qiao Wanshu paused. Pray? Surely. We are not going to that temple known for its gruesome history? Chapter 46, An Unorthodox Antidote Eating People? How could a temple consume people? The old matriarch was taken aback by her words. However, before she could ponder further, Chen spoke up to remind her, Mother, how could you forget? The Empress Dowager's birthday is in just a few days. Even if we wish to pray for blessings, it should be after the birthday banquet. Indeed, in my excitement, I nearly overlooked this matter. Let us wait until after the Empress Dowager's celebration and when Shu'er has fully recovered before we discuss it further. As the old matriarch of the Qiao family spoke, Qiao Wanshu suddenly began to wail. Could it be? Is the old emperor really about to set a trap so soon? Everyone immediately perked up their ears. Fearing that his sudden appearance might disrupt her, he held his breath and stood outside the door, listening intently. The emperor is indeed waiting to ensnare the Qiao family during the Empress Dowager's banquet. At that time, he will bestow marriage upon the third brother and Princess Wanning, who is notoriously arrogant and disruptive, causing chaos even within her own household. After her marriage, she has become the emperor's informant, bringing trouble to the Qiao family at every turn. How pitiful my third brother, a charming and reputable man, could not escape her clutches even until his death. Not to mention that our grandfather has also been deprived of his military power by the emperor. The Qiao family has been beset by continuous turmoil. It truly attracts attention. Upon hearing these words, everyone had their own thoughts, particularly Qiao Jinghan, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qiao Wanshu. Could he truly be destined for such a tragic fate? The notorious reputation of Princess Wanning was known throughout the capital. To force him to marry that fiend? He would rather die. Qiao Zhongtian pondered silently. Now that it is known that the emperor intends to arrange a marriage for the third brother, preparations must be made early. The old General Chen felt a chill in his heart upon hearing that the emperor sought to seize his military power. He had devoted his life to the nation, guarding the borders for decades, sacrificing countless moments of familial joy. In the end, what he received was the emperor's suspicion of his meritorious service, leading to a tragic fate where he was cast aside once his usefulness had expired. He could easily imagine how the emperor would manipulate the Qin family once he was stripped of his military authority. "General, are you not entering?" A voice inquired from behind. It was a maid delivering medicine, who noticed General Chen hesitating at the door. "Is this the medicine for Shuer? Hand it to me." General Chen accepted the bowl of medicine and stepped inside. "Madam, I have heard that Shuer is well again, so I came to check on her." He handed the bowl over. "This was delivered by a maid from your household, and I thought to take it for her." Seeing her grandfather's sweaty forehead and labored breathing, Qiao Wanshu understood his anxiety. Thinking of his old age and his concern for her well-being made her heart ache. "Grandfather, you have worked hard. Shuer fell ill suddenly, and you even had to trouble yourself to enter the palace for fever medicine." The old matriarch's words reminded Qiao Wanshu. "Fever? Indeed. The emperor is using the pretext of your grandfather's negligence in managing the troops, which led to many soldiers contracting fever, causing significant casualties. Using this as an excuse to strip grandfather of his military power. But who would have thought that the cruel emperor, unable to find fault with grandfather, would resort to sending spies into the army to poison the soldiers' water supply?" Chan involuntarily moved his fingers, instinctively wanting to cover his mouth in shock. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it in time, merely reaching out to tuck Qiao Wanshu's hair behind her ear and check her forehead's temperature, thus concealing his earlier lapse. Meanwhile, General Chen's expression grew grim. He had sensed that the sudden outbreak of illness among the troops was suspicious. Yet, he could never have imagined that the mastermind behind it would be the emperor, the very person he had sworn to protect with his life. In a bid to weaken the Qin family and seize his military power, the emperor was willing to sacrifice the lives of countless soldiers and the hopes and sorrows of thousands of families behind them. At that moment, General Chen's heart turned to ice. Though strict in his military governance, he loved his soldiers as if they were his own children. He had never been careless regarding their sustenance and care. Thus, when a disease resembling fever, but with slight differences, suddenly emerged among the troops, he began to suspect where the fault lay. It turned out not to be an infectious disease, but rather an act of poisoning. Noticing that her parents and others had suddenly fallen silent, Qiao Wanshu felt curious. "What's the matter? Why is everyone so quiet? Taking medicine?" Startled, Qiao Wanshu began to struggle. "Didn't I just drink medicine? What is this? I won't drink it. It's too bitter." Qin could only gently coax her. "Shuer, dear.
You are still too weak.
The previous medicine was potent. Though diluted, it is still too much for your frail body. This medicine strengthens your core and replenishes your energy. You must drink it to counteract the previous medicine and avoid any aftereffects." She spoke as if treating Qiao Wanshu like an adult, believing she would comprehend her explanation. And indeed, Qiao Wanshu's struggles lessened. Although her face was still filled with reluctance, she steeled herself to drink the medicinal soup, her face contorting in distaste.
See,
Shuer is so obedient. As long as you explain it well, she understands everything. Qin couldn't help but praise her, and everyone echoed in agreement, particularly Qiao Jinghan, who leaned closer to Qiao Wanshu and gently poked her chubby cheek with his finger. "Sure. All I ask is for you to be free of illness and misfortune in the future. Do you know? You nearly frightened us all just now." However, Qiao Wanshu could not focus on her third brother's clumsy affection. Pouting and with a furrowed brow, she complained, "Wow, this medicine is so bitter. Is all traditional medicine this bitter? Could you perhaps add some honey, or just give me a piece of candy to sweeten my mouth?" The sight of her little face scrunched up in distress was both pitiable and amusing, eliciting smiles from everyone. Then, they heard Qiao Wanshu let out a long sigh. "You know, the misty herb is a poison, right? If it's poison, there must be an antidote, right? Genuine antidotes are all bitter. How could the misty herb be an exception? The antidote is something utterly unthinkable. Who could have imagined that the antidote for that poison would be something so simple? Even a common plant." Chapter 47. She has arrived. There is an antidote. Upon hearing this, General Qin's eyes brightened. He focused intently on Qiao Wanshu's lips, waiting for the celestial words he longed to hear. Yet, Qiao Wanshu merely yawned and fell silent. Being so young and just recovering from a serious illness, her body could not withstand it, and she was overwhelmed by drowsiness. General Qin, though pained for his granddaughter, understood that this matter concerned the lives of thousands of soldiers. Thus, he concocted a method to entice her to continue speaking. Sure, your illness came unexpectedly. It reminds me that many soldiers in the army have inexplicably fallen ill, resembling a fever. Tomorrow, I must again enter the palace to seek fever medicine from His Majesty. Qiao Wanshu, struggling to keep her heavy eyelids open, nodded slowly towards General Chen. How do I let grandfather know that the antidote to the misty herb's poison is actually potatoes? Eating 3 boiled potatoes with the skin on is sufficient for severe poisoning, and just a few bites can cure lighter cases. Isn't infuriating? Why must I drink this bitter traditional medicine? With just a few complaints, she tilted her head and fell asleep. General Chen, having received the answer, could no longer remain seated. He hastily found an excuse and took his leave. Perhaps his reaction was too direct, drawing the attention of the Qiao family. Could it be? How coincidental that Shu'er mentioned the suspected poisoning in the army, and General Chen suddenly spoke of poisoning as well. Just moments ago, grandfather casually mentioned a possible case of typhoid fever. Did he truly hear Shu'er's innermost thoughts? What could father be doing? Could it be that he has gone to prepare the antidote after hearing Shu'er's voice? Each person harbored their own thoughts, inadvertently exchanging glances, and they all fell silent in astonishment. Could it be that they too could hear Shu'er's heart? The unintentional actions of General Chen left a veil of mystery among the Qiao family, yet due to their reservations, they remained uncommunicative with one another. Days later, the Empress Dowager's birthday arrived. The entire capital had already adorned itself with festive decorations days in advance, exuding an atmosphere of joy and prosperity. Qiao Wanshu had nearly recovered, and she was extracted from her bed early in the morning, dressed in a vibrant red gown embroidered with golden floral patterns. This attire complemented her fair and rosy complexion, rendering her utterly charming. Due to the early hour, Qiao Wanshu appeared somewhat drowsy and listless. Chunshi remembered that on the day of Qiao Wanshu's illness, she had called out mother. In the days that followed, she had been trying to coax Qiao Wanshu into calling her mother once more. However, perhaps due to her illness and discomfort, Qiao Wanshu had uttered it without thinking. In the subsequent days, no matter how much Chunshi teased her, Qiao Wanshu merely babbled incoherently, unable to articulate a single word. Mother, I wish to call you mother again. Moreover, I have so much to say to you all, but I cannot express it, and I am anxious. Qiao Wanshu thought helplessly. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Chunshi feared that her anxiety might exacerbate her condition. So she comforted Qiao Wanshu, saying, "Be good. Mother is just teasing you. When you grow a bit more, you will call out to mother. There's no rush." Soon, their carriage arrived outside the palace gates, where all the women had to disembark and proceed on foot. As Chunshi held Qiao Wanshu and stepped down, she turned to greet old Madame Qiao when she suddenly noticed a carriage beside them. To her surprise, it was Lu Zhan and Fang Yener alighting from the vehicle. What? Why is he here too?
Qiao Wanshu gazed at Fang Yanar in astonishment.
Dressed in a pink gown, she clearly bore the appearance of a concubine. When did a mere concubine gain entry to the palace? Lu Zhan must have lost his mind. In her previous life, Lu Zhan indeed brought Fang Yener to the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. However, at that time, Fang Yener was his legally wedded wife, thus included in the guest list.
Now,
Lu Zhan had brazenly brought a concubine to the palace for the Empress Dowager's celebration. Did he not fear the emperor's wrath for such an affront to imperial dignity? Lu Zhan alighted first, and then affectionately assisted Fang Yener down. Qiao Wanshu pursed her lips. These two seemed to get along quite well, truly. Birds of a feather flock together. They are indeed a match made in heaven. The Qiao family could not help but chuckle upon hearing this, particularly Qiao Jinghan, whose laughter drew the attention of Lu Zhan and Fang Yener. Fang Yener, upon spotting the Qiao family, quickly flashed a glimmer of resentment in her eyes. Though she had successfully persuaded Lu Zhan to spare her life, even sacrificing her innocence to entice him into her bed, the man remained distant, exhibiting a cool detachment and a hint of wariness. Even after sharing the bed multiple times, it felt more like a mere formality to maintain a semblance of connection. The notion of him developing feelings for her was utterly unfathomable. In his indifferent eyes, there was an icy void, devoid of any warmth. Fang Yener found herself contemplating that once Lu Zhan deemed her devoid of value, he would undoubtedly eliminate her without hesitation. The notion of seizing power and basking in glory was nothing but a farce. On this very day of the banquet, in her past life, Fang Yener had entered the palace as Lu Zhan's legitimate wife, holding the title of a fourth-rank consort. In this lifetime, had she not claimed to possess incriminating evidence against the Qiao family, Lu Zhan would never have risked defending the emperor by bringing a mere concubine into the palace. All of this chaos was thanks to old Madame Qiao. Had she not disrupted Fang Yener's plans, she would not have fallen into such a predicament. Lost in her thoughts, Fang Yener inadvertently stepped on her gown and stumbled forward. Lu Zhan stood beside her, but did not extend a hand to assist her. Nor did he even spare her a glance as he briskly walked away. Fang Yener, who had been weeping on the ground, suddenly bit her lip and clumsily scrambled to her feet. She quickly checked herself and hurried after Lu Zhan toward the palace gates. Qiao Wanshu spat in disdain. What a disgrace. It seems her relationship with Lu Zhan is nothing more than that. They are certainly not the couple in love. Nor have they been caught in a compromising situation in some hidden palace corner. Even if passion drives them, there ought to be some decorum regarding time and place. No? Lost in her thoughts, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She spat several times in revulsion. However, the Qiao family, who could hear her thoughts, wore expressions of awkward embarrassment. How could such a young child speak so brazenly? As the Qiao family approached the palace gates, they awaited the moment to enter. According to their rank, they were to stand at the forefront of the line. As they passed by Fang Yener, a faint scoff was heard. Your good days are about to come to an end. Qiao Wanshu peered ahead and locked eyes with Fang Yener. Fool. It is you whose good days are drawing to a close. Chapter 48. Joy turns to sorrow as the banquet commenced. The emperor took his seat, followed by the Empress Dowager and the Empress, with the remaining royal relatives and high-ranking officials taking their places. The Qiao family, led by Qiao Zhongtian, positioned themselves immediately after the first-rank officials. The ministerial entourage greeted and praised Qiao Zhongtian for having raised several fine sons, and they did not forget to mention Qiao Wanshu, remarking on her adorableness and expressing interest in a potential marriage alliance. Qiao Jingchen and the others turned pale at this. How could these people be so brazen? Eager to arrange a marriage for Wanshu at such a tender age? The cherished Qiao Wanshu was currently fixated on the pastries on the table, sucking her fingers. Pastries. Royal pastries. I want to eat, I want to eat. Chunshi glanced down at her and affectionately tapped her nose, calling her a little glutton. Having celebrated her first birthday, and with teeth beginning to emerge, her appetite had recently surged. Chunshi pinched a pastry to ensure its softness and finally placed a small piece in her palm to savor slowly. Qiao Wanshu looked up at her, beaming with delight as she held the pastry. Mother is so wonderful. I want to be Mother's little cotton-padded jacket for a lifetime. Chunshi felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. Qiao Jingchen and Qiao Jinghua also felt envious and offered their pastries to her, saying, Wanshu, have this too. Quickly say that your brother is wonderful and that you want to be your brother's good little sister for life. Only Qiao Jinghan, who had just established a connection with Qiao Wanshu, was somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't he also offer something? But was this sister really still his sister? Fortunately, Chunshi collected the pastries one by one, knowing Wanshu was still too young to eat so much. Wanshu's outstretched little hands grasped at nothing, leaving her feeling quite wronged. Pastries. The pastries I can eat right away. Ooh, I am no longer Mother's little cotton-padded jacket today. Hearing her words, the four of them could not help but laugh. While the Qiao family enjoyed this harmonious moment, a dissonant voice suddenly pierced through the banquet hall. Your Majesty, I wish to report that the Qiao family has colluded with foreign enemies. Upon hearing their names, the Qiao family members turned to see Fang Yener had somehow made her way to the emperor's side. Kneeling, she asserted her claim with conviction, causing Qiao Wanshu to cough in shock. Chunshi hurriedly offered her sheep's milk to soothe her, feeding her small sips. As Qiao Wanshu caught her breath, Fang Yener had already begun her lengthy tirade. The eldest son of the Qiao family, Qiao Jingchen, had previously brought an enemy spy into the capital and now maintained a tenuous connection with that spy. Qiao Zhongtian, his father, had even concealed evidence of this in his own chambers. After catching her breath, Qiao Wanshu understood the gravity of the situation. Could it be what I think it is? The item that grandmother confiscated and then burned? The members of the Qiao family shared the same thought. If that were the case, they would indeed feel more confident. The emperor, seated high above, turned his gaze towards the Qiao family, inquiring if his loyal subjects had anything to say. Qiao Zhongtian rose to kneel before the emperor, his posture straight and resolute. The Qiao family is loyal and righteous, and our devotion to your majesty is as clear as day. I implore your majesty not to heed the slander of petty individuals. Moreover, how could a married concubine possibly know what is hidden in my chambers? Father is truly clever, turning their accusation against them. If it weren't for the emperor's stern countenance, Qiao Wanshu would have applauded him. However, Chunshi noticed her intent and quickly pressed her hand down. Fang Yener, too, was flustered by Qiao Zhongtian's words, claiming that as a woman from the Qiao family, she had acquaintances there and was willing to stake her life as a guarantee that this matter was without falsehood. Lu Zhan, seeing her panic, approached calmly. The truth would soon reveal itself. Surely, Qiao Xiang would not fear an investigation. Qiao Wanshu pouted. These two are so in sync. It's as if they want everyone to know they are colluding. Qiao Zhongtian thought similarly. He scorned the notion of quibbling with others. Then let your majesty send someone to investigate. Lord Lu seems to trust your concubine greatly. Are you prepared for the consequences of that trust? Lu Zhan exchanged a glance with Fang Yener, noting her nod of agreement, and felt certain she had arranged this before her marriage, emboldening her claims. Today would mark the downfall of the Qiao family. With a smirk, he remarked, I am merely stating facts. Qiao Xiang should consider the repercussions of his actions. The emperor had already dispatched the imperial guards to search the Qiao residence, merely to confirm the truth. There was no need for alarm among the officials. Qiao Wanshu scoffed lightly, feigning fierceness, while the Qiao family remained composed, even playfully teasing her. However, the other court officials and noblewomen were visibly anxious. Their expressions darkened at the thought of actual evidence of treason. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd were filled with sympathy for the Qiao family. Fang Yener, seeing the letter, was elated. Your Majesty, what I've said is no mere fabrication. The Qiao family indeed harbors treasonous intentions. The thought of the Qiao family's impending ruin filled her with delight, and she shot a venomous glare at Qiao Wanshu, dismissing her as a mere child who could stir no real trouble. Qiao Wanshu, however, yawned leisurely. Having memories from a past life, but lacking intelligence, is utterly useless. I truly do not comprehend why those reincarnation tales grant the protagonist such advantages. Chunshi had grown accustomed to her quirky expressions and, having previously questioned Fang Yener's actions, now understood. It appeared that Fang Yener had been reborn. Qiao Zhongtian calmly stated, Your Majesty, these letters are but family correspondences written by my son during his travels. Please feel free to open and scrutinize them. Fang Yener's eyes widened in disbelief. It was impossible. She had instructed someone to place those letters. How could he allow the emperor to read them himself? The emperor, with a composed expression, opened the letters and, as he read their contents, his face grew increasingly grim. He cast a cold glare at Fang Yener and commanded, Seize this treacherous woman and take her away. The emperor's attitude made it clear that the letters contained serious implications, and Fang Yener could hardly believe her ears. Muttering in disbelief, Impossible, impossible. As the imperial guards prepared to surround her, she suddenly lost her breath and fainted. Despite her disdain for Fang Yener, Lu Zhan recognized her as a member of the Lu family and felt compelled to defend her. Your Majesty, my concubine speaks out of turn due to her ill health. I beseech you to show her mercy. The emperor, having been mocked, was displeased with him as well, stating that if she was indeed unwell, a royal physician should be summoned to examine her properly. Today, someone must serve as his outlet for frustration. The physician was summoned swiftly, and Lu Zhan, suppressing his annoyance, helped Fang Yener to her feet. The physician examined her pulse carefully and declared, Congratulations, Lord Lu. Your concubine has been with child for over a month. Qiao Wanshu's mouth fell open in astonishment. The child, heralded by the songs of 100 birds at birth, is finally on the way. Chapter 49. One storm passes. Another arises. The Qiao family frowned at this news. How could they, of all people, be worthy of such a child? Clearly, it should be their own Wanshu who bore such auspicious offspring. Lu Zhan's expression was peculiar. Though indifferent to Fang Yener, she carried his child, and he felt compelled to protect her for the sake of the unborn. The emperor frowned. Executing a concubine was inconsequential, but executing one who was pregnant might wound Lu Zhan's heart. The Empress Dowager, sensing his thoughts, interjected, I, too, have experienced this. A pregnant woman is prone to irrationality. Lord Lu, you must take better care of her. Seeing the Empress Dowager speak in defense of Fang Yener, Lu Zhan quickly nodded in agreement. What the Empress Dowager says is true. I beg your majesty to pardon her this once. The Empress, joining in, added, Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday. It is ill-fated to shed blood. We implore your majesty to show leniency, for Qiao Xiang's loyalty is unwavering. He would surely not wish for discord between your majesty and Lord Lu. Qiao Wanshu bit into a pastry, speechless. With such words, both the good and bad are cast upon us. Alas, as subjects, my father cannot defy the emperor's will. The Qiao family sighed in unison. A spark of mischief lit in Qiao Wanshu's eyes. But we can seize this opportunity to request compensation from the emperor. My second brother, with his thick skull, will take ages to speak up. We should instead ask the emperor for a marital decree, and my second sister-in-law will be here in no time. Qiao Jinghua flushed at her words, instinctively glancing at the noblewoman across from him, Wu Qingyun. The banquet hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Wu Qingyun, having caught Qiao Wanshu's thoughts, blushed in response to Qiao Jinghua's gaze. The Qiao family members exchanged delighted glances. The emperor intended to protect Lu Zhan, and they could not go against his wishes, but they certainly would not suffer in silence. Qiao Jingchen was still contemplating how to subtly remind his younger brother, while Qiao Zhongtian had also overheard Qiao Wanshu's suggestion. Since the second son and the Wu family girl were mutually enamored, a marriage decree would be entirely appropriate and could even yield some royal gifts. The empress had a valid point. Today was the Empress Dowager's birthday, and it was not the time for violence. As I am loyal to your majesty, I shall not voice any objections, but should this news spread, it may dampen the spirits of the people and the court. The emperor understood. Qiao Zhongtian was seeking a favor. Your words hold merit, and I find comfort in Qiao Qing's loyalty. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. Qiao Wanshu's eyes sparkled at the mention of gold. 1,000 taels of gold. That is a veritable mountain of wealth. This foolish emperor is quite generous. I desire it so much. Qiao Jinghua cast her a resentful glance, having thought that she sought a sister-in-law instead. Qiao Jinghua immediately donned a smile, but this sudden shift aroused Qiao Jing'an's suspicion. Had the second brother heard his sister's thoughts? Qiao Zhongtian certainly had. He cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, your majesty, and I would like to request one more thing. Ha ha ha, it must be my father. Children make choices, but adults want everything. Qiao Jinghua felt a twinge of unease, realizing he was still a child at heart. The emperor, growing impatient, pressed. What further requests do you have, Qiao Qing? My sons are now of age, and especially my second son Jinghua, who now serves alongside Lord Lu as a junior official. While Lord Lu is about to become a father, Jinghua has yet to secure a marriage. I humbly request your majesty to grant a union between Jinghua and the daughter of Minister Wu. To avoid the emperor's ire, he directly named his son and the daughter of the specified family. The emperor's expression darkened. That is indeed a splendid match. It is granted. The empress chimed in. Allow me to add a touch of color to this marriage proposal. As she spoke, she beckoned her maid to present a golden hairpin as a wedding gift for Wu Qingyun. The Qiao family was filled with joy. A royal marriage bestowed by the emperor was a matter of certainty. Qiao Jinghan deliberately teased his second brother. Congratulations, dear second brother. Your beautiful dream has come true. Qiao Wanshu clapped her hands. Congratulations to the second brother and sister-in-law. May you enjoy a harmonious union for 100 years. Twirl around. The foolishness of their attempts to cast aside their burdens was evident, and they were dismissed from the presence of the emperor. Meanwhile, the emperor's gaze turned to Qiao Jinghan, unable to bear the sight of the Qiao family reveling in happiness. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he mused that Qiao Qing must be pleased with this marriage. He had always favored the fulfillment of others' desires. Why not bestow another marriage upon his third son? Creating a double celebration? A ripple of unease coursed through the crowd. The emperor then called out, "Where is Princess Wanning?" The princess rose from the crowd. "This subject is here. You have known Qiao Jinghan since childhood, and now that you are both of age, allow me to act as your matchmaker." Fortunately, having heard Qiao Wanshu's sentiments, Qiao Zhongtian was prepared. Calmly, he produced a fortune-telling certificate he had carried with him. "Your Majesty, I took Jinghan to the temple a few days ago to seek an oracle, only to discover that the master proclaimed Jinghan bears the fate of a wife killer, and must marry his destined counterpart to resolve this predicament." Qiao Wanshu found this puzzling. If such a thing exists, why did father not present it in his previous life? Does he wish for my third brother to use his fate to eliminate the peculiar princess? The emperor's face turned ashen with anger at Qiao Zhongtian. Consulting the fortune was part of the marriage process, and if it was incompatible, he could not force it. Thus, they would have to reconsider. Qiao Jinghan was aware of this matter. Bearing the public label of a wife killer felt somewhat disheartening, but upon seeing Princess Wanning's expression of loathing directed at him, he felt a sense of relief. If he was to be a wife killer, it was certainly better than marrying that shrewish princess. With a heavy heart, he turned away, only to find Xiao Jingyue and Wu Qingyun exchanging glances filled with affection, deepening his despair. Now, there was no need for further scrutiny. He had already been branded a wife killer. Who would dare approach him now? Qiao Wanshu tilted her head to observe Qiao Jinghan, noticing he was fixated on his second brother, and then followed his gaze to Wu Qingyun, unable to suppress her laughter. Haha, everyone has true love. Poor third brother. Hearing his sister's teasing, Qiao Jinghan felt an urge to hide his face in despair. He could no longer endure this household. Alas, merely bestowing a marriage is not enough. The dog emperor should also set the date. Being the only child is far too dull. I need a nephew to keep me company. Her lamentations were loud enough that Wu Qingyun and Qiao Jingyue's faces flushed, quickly averting their gazes from one another. The emperor, unwilling to relent, turned his attention to General Chen. "General Chen, have you clarified the recent incidents of illness in the army?" General Chen rose and clasped his hands. "Your Majesty, I have investigated this matter. I intended to report it to you, but fearing it might disrupt the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations, I plan to wait until tomorrow. However, since you inquired, I must inform you that it was not an illness but rather an act of poisoning." The moment his words fell, whispers erupted among the crowd. The emperor's expression darkened. What a cunning old fox. To preemptively shield himself from accusations of concealing information, he had learned to deliver his report before being asked. Qiao Wanshu felt compelled to applaud. The dog emperor did not foresee this. Your first statement has thwarted you, and you wish to seize military authority?
Bah.
With such a person who poisons his own soldiers, does he think others are fools? General Chen would have to restrain her spirited remarks. Sensing the emperor's silence, General Chen spoke with composure. Your Majesty, I have also identified the perpetrator of the poisoning. Should I summon them before you? It would not detract from the Empress Dowager's enjoyment, would it? This statement implied that if he did not permit it, he would appear to be deliberately seeking conflict. The emperor's face clouded over. He was well aware of the poisoning incident and certainly could not allow General Chen to present the culprit. Yet, with the matter stated so plainly, to refuse would seem inappropriate. The emperor found himself in a dilemma. The Empress Dowager, sensing his hesitation, understood her son well enough to deduce the situation. She feigned anger and said, "Today is my birthday. Why raise this issue? Since the perpetrator has been captured, it can wait until tomorrow for further questioning." The emperor let out a quiet sigh of relief. The Empress Dowager was right. There was no need to present a criminal and spoil her celebrations. What do you think, General Chen? General Chen had originally been merely probing, but, seeing the emperor's attitude, his heart grew heavy. He had dedicated himself tirelessly to the defense of the nation, yet to the emperor, he appeared a threat, a source of future troubles. The Empress Dowager swiftly changed the subject, turning her gaze to Qiao Wanshu. Is that not Qiao Xiang's youngest daughter in Madame Chen's arms, General Chen's granddaughter? The Empress Dowager waved her hand. Bring her here for me to see. Qiao Wanshu rolled her eyes inwardly. That old witch, having lost her own standing, wishes to drag me down with her. This thought nearly caused Madame Chen to drop her. Fortunately, this was merely Wanshu's inner voice, inaudible to others. Madame Chen carried Qiao Wanshu to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager rose as if to embrace her.
Qiao Wanshu internalis crimen. Ah.
I do not want this old witch to hold me. If she had not caused the death of the previous dynasty's princess, the Dog Emperor would not be so twisted. What if she tries to drop me? I am but a child who cannot speak. This is so unfair. This thought terrified Madame Chen, prompting her to hold the little girl tightly, as she had recently recovered from an illness and might pass on her sickness to the Empress Dowager. It is better for this humble servant to hold her. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager dared not take her, realizing the child needed careful nurturing. At such an age, they were the most challenging to care for. Qiao Wanshu pouted. This old witch is cursing me to die young. I shall not perish, humph. Madame Chen felt a chill in her heart. This little one seemed to understand words, even knowing how to pout. She had intended to ease the atmosphere but found that the child, with her exquisite features, looked quite adorable even when displeased. The Empress Dowager could not help but gaze at her for a moment longer. How old is this child? Oh, how wonderful! The heir from the Dingwa Marquis family is only 2 years old. A betrothal would be perfect. Qiao Wanshu burst into tears. I am young, but not foolish. You wish to betroth me so early. Are you not aiming for my Qiao family? Although she had no recollection of the Dingwa Marquis, she was certain he was no good. She was genuinely saddened. In her past life, she had been pressured into marriage at a young age, and now, as a mere child, she faced the same fate. Was there any justice in this world? The Empress Dowager's expression soured at her tears. Madame Chen also felt awkward, especially after hearing Qiao Wanshu's inner thoughts. Your Majesty, the child is still young. Please forgive her. I will take her away now. The Empress Dowager waved her hand impatiently. She had thought the child cute and wished to act as a matchmaker, but this little one was so ungrateful. The Crown Prince hurriedly presented his carefully prepared grand gift. Royal Grandmother, do not be upset. This is a map of the empire, painstakingly created by your grandson. Please take a look. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's expression softened as she eagerly accepted the map, then hinted to the Emperor, the Crown Prince is no longer a child. Your Majesty might allow him to handle some state affairs. Upon hearing this, the Empress nodded hopefully at the Emperor. The Emperor nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. Turning to the 9th Prince, did you not prepare a gift as well? Why do you not present it? The 9th Prince produced a handwritten manuscript, one he had copied overnight for the Empress Dowager. This is a Buddhist scripture that your grandson copied for you, wishing for your longevity, like the pine trees. The Emperor was quite pleased. The intention behind a birthday gift is what matters. The 9th Prince's personal effort in copying the scripture is a display of filial piety. He shall be rewarded. The Crown Prince's expression darkened. He had gone to great lengths to procure the map, and the Emperor had not even glanced at it. He was indeed biased. Although Qiao Wanshu could not discern the prince's expression, she could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude while listening to the Emperor's words. The Emperor had long prioritized the Crown Prince, but it was the Empress who cared about the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. The Emperor's affections were solely for the 9th Prince, as evidenced by the gift. When Chen Shi saw the Crown Prince, she could not resist glancing behind him. Qiao Jingdang, the 4th son of the Qiao family and the Crown Prince's companion in study, had resided in the Eastern Palace for quite some time. Yet Qiao Wanshu had yet to meet him. Curiously, she stretched her neck to catch a glimpse. The Crown Prince, noticing their gazes, sought to alleviate the awkwardness by explaining. Jingdang has some studies to tend to and will arrive shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Jingtang hurriedly approached. Despite his haste, he retained an air of elegance and nobility. Qiao Wanshu leaned against Chen Shi as she scrutinized Qiao Jingdang. The individual before her was of similar age to the 9th Prince, and having been educated by esteemed mentors, he exuded a more regal presence than the Crown Prince himself. Most importantly, he was exceptionally handsome, a genuinely charming young boy's visage. Wow, 4th brother is quite handsome. The kind that is both cute and charming. So adorable. Qiao Jingtang wore a serious expression. What had you just heard? 4th brother?
Cute?
Surely, they could not be referring to him, for he detested being called cute. How could fourth brother adopt such a mature demeanor with such an adorable face? It is a waste of beauty. Xiao Jingtang was certain that the voice was directed at him. The childlike tone. Was it his little sister? He turned his gaze towards Qiao Wanshu. Oh no. Fourth brother is looking at me. His face appears so soft and plump. I want to pinch it. Chapter 51. Accusations in the midst of an uproar. The empress rushed over, nearly fainting at the sight of the crown prince, who was vomiting blood and had fallen into unconsciousness. The emperor, enraged, immediately summoned the imperial physicians to treat the crown prince. Observing the dark hue of the blood the prince had expelled, a thought crossed his mind. His piercing gaze swept over the officials and their families kneeling at the side, and he thundered, "How dare anyone attempt to poison the crown prince beneath my very eyes? No one shall leave the palace without my permission. Those who defy this order shall be executed." The assembly knelt in submission. Chen Shi, in order to perform the kneeling ritual, had no choice but to place Qiao Wanshu on the ground temporarily. The injury has recurred, affecting the lungs, hence the black blood. Qiao Jingtang turned his head in surprise, glancing at Qiao Wanshu, who lay on the ground, idly playing with her fingers. How could this be? When had the crown prince been attacked? He had been by the crown prince's side the entire time. How could he be unaware of any assassination attempts? A cold glare pierced through, landing on Qiao Wanshu with a slight sting. This is bad. Before she could complete her thought, Princess Minglai exclaimed loudly, "Reporting to your majesty. I believe the crown prince is not poisoned but rather has fallen victim to sorcery." Nonsense, Minglai. Matters concerning the crown prince leave no room for your wild speculations. The emperor, naturally, did not believe her. He was convinced that the crown prince had indeed been poisoned and suspected that someone sought to kill him, with the crown prince merely serving as an unintentional recipient of the attack. Father, Minglai speaks the truth. Minglai has heard that not long ago, the Qiao residents invited numerous shamans and sorcerers, performing rituals and incantations. The house was plastered with talismans, and the air was thick with smoke, surely engaging in sorcery. Qiao Jingtang, the fourth son of the Qiao family, is the crown prince's companion in study and has been inseparable from him. How could it be mere coincidence that the crown prince encountered misfortune at such a time? Her words caused the expressions of the Qiao family to drastically change, and Qiao Jingtang felt immense regret. They had now implicated the Qiao family. If the emperor were to punish the Qiao family as a result, he would become a historical sinner. Qiao Wanshu, witnessing his dismay, felt too weary to offer any retorts.
See?
That Princess Minglai is attempting to take advantage of the situation for revenge. Third brother, you cannot escape this turmoil. Even if not today, it will be tomorrow. That incident is a potential threat. It will inevitably come to light. Clenching his teeth, Qiao Jingtang cast another glance at Princess Minglai's triumphant expression and suddenly rose to clasp his hands before the emperor, declaring, "Your Majesty, this matter originated with me. I implore you to allow me to explain." "Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to explain. Your Majesty, my constitution is peculiar. Not only is my wife subjected to punishment, but I am also prone to attracting malevolent spirits. I feared that revealing this would cause my parents undue concern. Hence I have always claimed it was nothing when they inquired. That night, I awoke abruptly from a nightmare, my spirit unsettled. I had no choice but to send someone to the manor at dawn to seek assistance in calming my mind, but they turned out to be charlatans, frauds. They created quite a spectacle but yielded no results. It was my grandmother who advised me not to trust these frauds and to take refuge at Xiangwa Temple for 2 days. There, I copied scriptures and recited Buddhist texts, which ultimately restored my peace of mind. It was certainly not an act of sorcery or a curse upon the crown prince. I beg your majesty to investigate thoroughly." The emperor, decisive, waved his hand to summon the head eunuch who had previously gone to investigate Qiao Zhongtian's study. Qiao Wanshu lazily thought, indeed. Grandmother was astute. When this farce erupted, she immediately sent third brother to Xiangwa Temple and reprimanded the entire family.
Truly.
It proved advantageous. Your Majesty, this is merely the Qiao family's one-sided account, with the witnesses being their own servants. They can spin the tale however they wish. Lu Zhan immediately stepped forward to oppose. Indeed, Your Majesty, we cannot solely rely on the Qiao family's assertions. Those shamans and charlatans must be identified and questioned thoroughly. To Qiao family's astonishment, even the empress echoed Lu Zhan's sentiments. The Qiao family, powerful as they were, had never offended the empress in any matter. Did she truly intend to condemn the Qiao family based solely on unfounded conjecture? Father, I firmly believe that the Qiao family would never resort to sorcery to curse the crown prince. The 9th prince also rose to speak, choosing instead to defend the Qiao family. Third young master Qiao once saved the crown prince. Have you forgotten, father? The 9th prince's reminder jogged the emperor's memory. At that time, the crown prince had been out incognito and was targeted by assassins. Coincidentally, Qiao Jingtang was exploring nearby and blocked a knife and an arrow for the crown prince, sustaining severe injuries that left him bedridden for 3 months. The emperor nodded. Having the crown prince indebted to the Qiao family for his life was far more beneficial than cursing him to death. He cast a pointed glance at Qiao Jingtang, implying, sorcery is merely a trick to deceive the simple folk of the countryside. How could you, a dignified young master of the Qiao family, be so easily fooled? Such folly could have endangered your entire family. Qiao Jingtang repeatedly called himself foolish, witnessing the matter seemingly reaching a resolution. Yet the empress, anxious, interjected, Your Majesty, shall the matter concerning the crown prince conclude in such ambiguity? Fear not, empress. The emperor reassured, the Qiao family shall remain in the palace until the crown prince awakens, at which point we will seek clarification and reach a resolution. With his decree, the empress could not contest further. Qiao Wanshu, however, fixed her gaze on Princess Minglai, silently wishing, may the emperor send this troublemaker away to form an alliance, to spare my family from further calamity. With events having unfolded thus, the birthday banquet could not continue. The Qiao family awaited outside the Eastern Palace, while Qiao Wanshu was settled in a side hall, temporarily attended to by palace maids. After a day of tension, she soon found herself drowsy. In a half-dream, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure stealthily sneaking into the room, striding directly toward her bedside.
Fang Yan'er.
Qiao Wanshu's heart jolted, instantly banishing her drowsiness. As Fang Yenu approached the bedside, her hand reached toward Qiao Wanshu's neck with malicious intent. Chapter 52. A late affection is worth less than weeds. Qiao Wanshu did not miss the murderous glint in Fang Yenu's eyes and felt a surge of panic. At just 1 year old, she lacked the ability to defend herself. Fang Yenu's fingers had already grazed Qiao Wanshu's skin when a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Qiao Wanshu noticed her mouth opening in alarm, and in a swift motion, Fang Yener pulled her into an embrace, tightly covering her mouth and nose, striving to silence her cries. The footsteps halted at the door before retreating gradually. Qiao Wanshu was drenched in cold sweat, and as Fang Yener became distracted by the commotion outside, she seized the opportunity to loosen her grip and bit down fiercely. Although she had no teeth to inflict pain, Fang Yener instinctively released her hold, allowing Qiao Wanshu to scream for help.
Ah! Help!
Fang Yener, what do you intend to do? The newcomer was none other than the 9th prince. As he questioned her, he swiftly stepped forward to take Qiao Wanshu into his arms, protecting her firmly. Fang Yener was petrified, her mind blank with fear. The 9th prince summoned several palace maids and eunuchs, leading Fang Yener straight to the East Palace main hall where the emperor and empress awaited the crown prince's awakening. The Qiao family, standing outside, looked on in astonishment, eager to inquire but restrained by the emperor's authority from acting on their own accord. Fortunately, the head eunuch soon emerged, beckoning the Qiao family to enter. Inside the main hall, the emperor sat at the head of the table, while the 9th prince held Qiao Wanshu at his side. Fang Yener knelt a few steps away, prostrated and too fearful to rise. Qiao Wanshu pointed at her with her tiny hand, writhing as she cried out, Bad.
Bad.
Her furious demeanor suggested she wished to tear a piece of flesh from Fang Yener. 9th prince, please recount to the Qiao family what you just witnessed. The emperor instructed with a nod. The 9th prince recounted how he had heard the disturbance and found Qiao Wanshu struggling in Fang Yenu's grasp.
Fang Yan'er.
What were you attempting to do to my Shu? Qiao Zhongtian's anger flared instantly. The Qiao family quickly deduced that Fang Yener must have known something and intended to harm Qiao Wanshu. Your Majesty, Fang Yener has repeatedly sought to bring harm to my Qiao family. I implore you to take justice on our behalf. Qiao Zhongtian suppressed his murderous intent, speaking respectfully to the emperor. Rest assured, my loyal minister, I shall investigate thoroughly and grant you justice, replied the emperor, calming Qiao Zhongtian before turning to Fang Yener with a cold reprimand. What were you intending to do to the Qiao family's daughter in the side hall? I was merely waiting outside as my husband had business to discuss with your majesty, she protested. It was merely a misunderstanding when the 9th prince arrived. The emperor then summoned Lu Zhan, who corroborated Fang Yener's account. Seeing this, the emperor turned to Qiao Zhongtian and said, My dear minister, it appears this matter is merely a misunderstanding. Qiao Wanshu vehemently shook her head. It's not a misunderstanding. She wanted to kill me. The Qiao family understood the emperor's bias towards Lu Zhan and his attempts to downplay the matter, feeling deeply dissatisfied. As Qiao Zhongtian prepared to voice his concerns, the 9th prince interjected, Father, Fang Yener has previously slandered Minister Qiao. From what I know, she harbors significant grievances against the Qiao family, rather than the benevolent intentions she claims to have in caring for Qiao Wanshu. Moreover, I distinctly heard Qiao Wanshu calling for help. At once, Qiao Wanshu nodded vigorously, echoing the 9th prince's words. The Qiao family knelt before the emperor, pleading for a thorough investigation to restore justice for Shu'er. Lu Zhan lowered his eyes, concealing his contemplations. He then addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, how could a mere 1-year-old girl call for help? Surely, the 9th prince must have misheard. Chun Shi promptly retorted, Shu'er fell gravely ill and did call for us, albeit with just a few words. Just moments ago. She pointed at Fang Yener and exclaimed bad. Your Majesty must have heard that. The mention of Qiao Wanshu's illness reminded the emperor of the incident at her first birthday banquet, where Princess Ming Lai had caused a scene. Although compensation had been granted, a lingering sense of pity remained in his heart. Yet the emperor replied coolly, A mere infant can barely articulate her words. 9th prince, you must have misheard. After all, Fang Yener has been in the Qiao residence for quite some time, and it is not unusual for a child to call out in excitement upon seeing a familiar face. The 9th prince suddenly smiled. It seems father has already made up his mind. I am merely a meddlesome son, misunderstanding your intent. The emperor's gaze flickered, and for a moment, the 9th prince's visage seemed to merge with another memory. For the sake of the throne, everything can be sacrificed. The 9th prince then lowered his hands from his formal bow, resting them peacefully upon his abdomen, exuding an air of detached tranquility. The emperor's sorrow deepened, while the 9th prince appeared to sense this, lowering his long lashes to conceal the flicker of disdain that arose within him. Qiao Wanshu's gaze shifted to him. This enigmatic prince, who had only been briefly mentioned in the original text, remained an enigma to her. She felt that whenever he appeared, a potent sense of crisis and uncontrollable uncertainty enveloped her. Observing the 9th prince closely, she caught him at last lifting his gaze toward the emperor. In that fleeting moment, a flash of fierce intent seemed to blaze within his eyes. Chapter 53. Concealing from you. Resentful of you. The emperor regarded the 9th prince for a long while before leaning back slightly. In this matter, Fang Yener was not as innocent as she claimed. For her transgressions and unauthorized movements within the palace, it appeared that even my decree could not restrain her. Furthermore, Lu Shaoqing's laxity in managing the women of the inner court also bore culpability. Let it be known, Fang Yener is to copy scriptures for 2 hours daily in the Buddha hall of the Lu residence. Additionally, a matron from the palace shall instruct her in etiquette and repentance through kneeling. Once Fang Yener has served her sentence postpartum, she shall be released. Lu Shaoqing was also to receive 10 strokes of the rod for his dereliction of duty. The emperor, for reasons unknown, had suddenly changed his mind, imposing penalties on both parties. It served as a resolution, providing some accountability to the Qiao family. The Qiao family understood that the emperor's intention was to put the matter to rest. Although they felt it insufficient, they could only suppress their discontent for the time being. Qiao Wanshu, however, continued to scrutinize the 9th prince, who appeared calm and collected, as if the earlier display of murderous intent had merely been her imagination. Footsteps echoed from the inner chamber as the physician emerged from behind the screen, bowing to the emperor. Your Majesty, the crown prince has awakened. Upon careful examination, I found that the Crown Prince's condition was due to a recent injury that had not healed. His hasty movements aggravated the wound, resulting in the expulsion of dark blood resembling poisoning. His statement effectively dispelled the rumors of the Crown Prince being cursed by witchcraft. Yet, the sound of the Empress's cries emerged from within. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's assassination was the result of Qiao Jingyang's inadequate protection. The Qiao family's code mandates that male heirs must be skilled in martial arts. Qiao Jingyang's prowess is unmatched, capable of facing 10 men alone. Had he been vigilant, how could the Crown Prince have been ambushed and injured? Qiao Wanshu glared, her interest in the 9th prince swiftly dissipating. She gazed intently at the screen, as if trying to pierce through the facade of the esteemed woman of grace. Fourth brother, did you hear that? This is the one to whom you have pledged your unwavering loyalty. You once risked your family and life to ensure the safety of the Crown Prince.
But now,
what has become of it? The mother and child have their own schemes. One conceals from you, while the other harbors resentment. They are guarding against you, as well as against the Qiao family. When will you awaken to the truth? Qiao Jingyang was shaken to his core by his sister's heartfelt words. His heart, already wavering upon learning of the Crown Prince's assassination attempt, was now further shattered. The Qiao family had long been loyal to the throne, and he had regarded his allegiance to the Crown Prince as the most important aspect of his life. Qiao Jingyang pressed his lips together, his expression tightening with gravity. From within, the Crown Prince's weak voice emerged. Father, mother, this matter is not Qiao Jingyang's fault. It is I who harbored ulterior motives and slipped away, giving the assassin an opportunity. Jingyang was deceived as well, unaware of my situation. Qiao Wanshu retched at this, disdainfully muttering, deceived. How wicked. Just then, the Empress stepped out from the inner chamber and immediately noticed Qiao Wanshu's conspicuous antics, her anger flaring. Chen, how have you raised your daughter? What place is this for her to cause such a ruckus? Does she think the Emperor and I do not exist? Her misplaced wrath was utterly unwarranted, even causing the Emperor to be taken aback by her sudden outburst. Empress, what are you doing? That is merely a child, free to cry or laugh as she pleases. Innocent and unaware of decorum. You, as the mother of the nation, should not lose your composure over a mere infant. The 9th prince interjected, Mother, Wanshu is still unaware of the world and does not realize where she has offended your royal dignity. The Qiao family members began to speak up, trying to defend Qiao Wanshu's earlier remarks. The Emperor's gaze darkened as he focused on the Empress, pondering her thoughts. In my haste, I did not intend to target the Qiao family's daughter. Yet the Emperor scoffed. Empress, I wonder why the Crown Prince, despite being an elegant young man, still acts with such childish impulsiveness. There are countless outstanding tutors and scholars at his side, devoted to imparting knowledge and the ways of humanity, yet he shows no improvement. Witnessing your recent display finally provides an explanation. If it were not for your indulgence and pampering, how could the Crown Prince have regressed to this state? With such behavior, how can he ever shoulder great responsibilities? His heartfelt words left all present in shock. The Empress's eyes widened in fear, her gaze darting around for help. But she found the Qiao family members avoiding her gaze, showing no intention to come to her or the Crown Prince's defense. She realized she had offended the Qiao family, and without their support, the Crown Prince's position was precariously endangered. Suddenly, a commotion arose from within, as palace maids and eunuchs urged the Crown Prince not to rise. Yet soon, the Crown Prince emerged from behind the screen, kneeling before the Emperor and bowing his head heavily. Father, you are right. It is I who have been unruly and have disappointed your earnest intentions. I acknowledge my mistakes and will strive to improve, never again daring to disappoint your earnest instructions. He then turned to the Qiao family, clasping his hands in respect. Lord Qiao, it was I who, in a moment of folly, sought amusement and played a prank on Jingyang, resulting in not only my own peril, but nearly causing him to suffer as well. I sincerely apologize and hope Lord Qiao can be magnanimous and that Jingyang can forgive my transgressions. He understood that the Qiao family wielded immense power and influence. Should he lose their support now, his already tenuous position as Crown Prince would surely be at risk. However, Qiao Zhongtian remained silent, and the Qiao family members showed no signs of response. Instead, Qiao Jingyang suddenly stepped forward and knelt before the emperor. Your Majesty, I, Qiao Jingyang, have failed in my duty to protect the crown prince. I could not discern the crown prince's unusual condition in time, allowing him to fall into danger and sustain severe injuries. I did not even realize he was hurt, and my culpability is even greater. I am truly ashamed to remain by his side. I humbly request your permission to resign from my role as the crown prince's personal guard and scholar. As an apology to your Majesty and the crown prince. The emperor regarded Qiao Jingyang thoughtfully, saying, My dear Qiao, have you truly considered this? This decision could sever your future in service, requiring you to start anew. Indeed, Qiao, it is no small feat to have reached this point. You and the crown prince have shared countless days together, not merely as brothers, but more akin to kin. Can such a bond be easily cast aside? The empress, realizing her earlier misstep, sought to appeal to emotions, attempting to rectify her prior error. The crown prince, with difficulty, turned his body slightly to face Qiao Jingyang. His complexion was pale, as the movement had aggravated his wounds, and his expression twisted slightly, betraying his pain. Nevertheless, he managed to smile at Qiao Jingyang. Jingyang, as mother just mentioned, we have grown up together, sharing countless days of study and play. The bond we have formed over the years is unparalleled. Now that father has granted me the autonomy to establish my own court, I am in need of capable assistance. If you choose to remain, the positions of Crown Prince's attendant and the head of the Zhan's office would be yours by right. This statement not only arose from their brotherly affection but also touched upon the critical matter of core interests. The roles he mentioned were of utmost importance, effectively entrusting his very fate to Qiao Jingyang. The Qiao family listened, perceiving the crown prince as genuinely valuing their relationship and sincerely apologizing. However, Qiao Wanshu was utterly unimpressed. She rolled her eyes in disdain, internally criticizing, the entire family of that deceitful emperor is despicable. They speak grandly, but only weave illusions. When the Qiao family falls from grace, he will be the first to distance himself. The eastern palace gates are tightly shut, ostensibly for all visitors, but in truth, they are merely guarding against fourth brother. Let him kneel outside for 7 days and nights, starving and fainting at the door, only to be dragged into the imperial prison by the imperial guards alongside his brothers. As Qiao Wanshu's indignation escalated, she gesticulated animatedly, her face contorted in deep resentment. Drawing the attention of the emperor and others, Chun hastily restrained her limbs, whispering a few admonishments. Wanshu, behave. This is not a place for mischief. Do not cause a disturbance. She attempted to kneel in apology, but was halted by the emperor's raised hand. Enough, she is but a child, ignorant of decorum. I bear no grudge. Upon hearing his sister's heartfelt sentiments, Qiao Jingyang's resolve solidified. As the emperor glanced over once more, he declared, the empress's admonition, the crown prince's goodwill, are all gestures of great kindness towards me. Yet I have been away from home since childhood, seldom accompanying my parents and family, and I feel a profound sense of indebtedness. He then bowed deeply, refusing to rise. The emperor's gaze flickered, enigmatic and inscrutable, as he studied Qiao Jingyang for a long moment before turning to Qiao Zhongtian. Lord Qiao, what are your thoughts on this matter? Qiao Zhongtian replied respectfully, Your Majesty, my family has received your immense favor, enjoying honor both in court and in the capital. My sons and I hold positions in the court, and our ranks are respectable. Additionally, our family has noble lineage, and our relatives are also of high standing. This situation is indeed a time of flourishing. If Jingyang were to remain in such a significant role beside the crown prince, we would be at a loss as to how to repay this honor. Your Majesty, since my son wishes to depart, I hope you can grant this wish. In the days to come, he would mature and grow more composed, capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility without dragging the crown prince down with him. At that time, clarity would follow. The emperor felt a weight in his heart upon hearing this. Qiao Zhongtian was acutely aware of the Qiao family's current predicament. His words were laced with subtlety, yet they clearly bore a tinge of resentment. His gaze swept over the empress and the crown prince, his expression darkening. Indeed, the Qiao family instilled in him a deep sense of apprehension. However, for now, the Qiao family still served a purpose for him, and a significant one at that. Should they become wary and withdraw, what excuse would he have to uproot this esteemed family, which held an excellent reputation in the realm, overshadowing even the royal family? As the emperor pondered, the empress and the crown prince were equally anxious. Especially the crown prince, who, while wary of the Qiao family, now realized that winning them over and utilizing their influence was the most prudent course of action. If all else failed, he could always discard them after solidifying his position. However, this strategy was now thrown into disarray due to the empress's momentary impulse. He felt a deep sense of frustration but could not conceive of a better plan. He would have to wait for an opportune moment to discuss matters with Qiao Jingyang and mend their relationship. Minister Qiao, let us set this matter aside for now. I see you all are weary from waiting for the crown prince to awaken. The emperor finally spoke, his words clearly a stalling tactic. Qiao Zhongtian bowed respectfully, while Qiao Jingyang knelt, unwilling to rise. It was evident he was resolute in his request to resign. The emperor, feeling helpless, sighed, "Very well, as you wish." After expressing their gratitude, the Qiao family was permitted to leave the palace. As they exited the East Palace gates, they witnessed Lu Zhan being subdued and punished at the palace entrance. Qiao Wanshu, seeing him beaten and bloodied, clapped her hands in delight. Isn't harming the Qiao family enough? Does he still aspire to usurp the throne? One should beware of a dire end. Qiao Zhongtian and the others listened silently, feeling that Lu Zhan had persistently made life difficult for the Qiao family, evidently having devised a plan to undermine them as a prelude to his ambitions. As Qiao Zhongtian passed by Lu Zhan, he paused and cast a profound glance at him. "Young Master Lu, take care of yourself," he remarked before leading the Qiao family away. No one noticed the chilling malice and resentment lurking in Lu Zhan's downcast eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Yener knelt in a desolate courtyard of an abandoned cold palace. Before her lay an incense table adorned with a statue of Guanyin. A stern-faced old matron stood nearby, observing her coldly, urging her to pray earnestly without neglect. Kneel properly, and do not be perfunctory. Suddenly, a small palace maid exclaimed, pointing at the ground beneath Fang Yener. Speechless for a moment, the old matron scolded. "What is it?" She is bleeding." The palace maid's words had barely left her lips when Fang Yener, in visible agony, swayed and collapsed. "Come, assist her inside to rest." The old matron commanded several palace maids hurriedly. Although this was a forsaken cold palace, it was relatively clean and had bedding, albeit with a musty odor.
I
am fine. Just let me rest for a moment," Fang Yener said, looking anxious, as if reluctant for the maids to summon a physician. Having spent many years in the palace, the old matron had developed a keen ability to discern truth. Noticing Fang Yener's evident pain yet her refusal to call for a physician, she thought it prudent for the sake of both the young woman and her unborn child to take care of her health. "There is something amiss here." She approached.
grasping Fang Yener's wrist.
"Miss Fang, I am here on the Empress's orders to oversee your penance and prayers. If you are unwell, I cannot bear the consequences." The old matron scrutinized her for a long moment before slowly releasing her grip. "If that is the case, I shall not press you. Rest for a quarter of an hour, then we shall continue." With that, she turned and left the room, securing the door tightly behind her. "Keep a close watch on her. You may address any issues that arise." She instructed the palace maids sternly before hastily making her way to the Empress's quarters. The crown prince accompanied the Empress, temporarily visiting her chambers for a discussion. Upon the old matron's arrival, the Empress was handing a bowl of dark medicinal soup to the crown prince, who drank it down with a grim expression. He had not anticipated that Qiao Jingyang, usually loyal and easily swayed, would so decisively distance himself from him in front of the emperor. "I have heard that father intends to marry that little girl Qiao Wanshu to the 9th prince. If such a formidable ally from the Yu family is gained, how can I maintain my position as crown prince?" The Empress, equally puzzled, summoned the old matron, who had always been adept at handling delicate matters for her, to relay the truth. "Your Majesty, as you are aware, I possess medical knowledge. I inadvertently discovered that Fang Yener is not truly pregnant. She has lied."
What?
The Empress gasped, her delicate brows knitting in surprise.
Fang Yener was feigning pregnancy?
But what could her motive be? Despite Lu Zhan's obvious care for her, they appeared a perfectly matched couple. It was conceivable that if she were not truly pregnant, she might have fabricated it to gain Lu Zhan's favor. However, it could also be that her very pregnancy had earned her such affection and attention from him. The Empress raised her beautiful eyes to the pensive Crown Prince. After dismissing the old matron, she inquired, "Crown Prince, what is your opinion of Fang Yener? How does she relate to Lu Zhan?" The Crown Prince shook his head. "She possesses a beautiful exterior, but is rather foolish. Had she not intruded upon the East Palace with intentions to harm that little girl Qiao Wanshu, she would not have been caught by the 9th Prince and brought before father and Qiao Xiang to take credit. Thus, none of the subsequent events would have unfolded." The Empress nodded in agreement, yet she added, "I believe she may still hold potential. Though merely a concubine, perhaps she feigned pregnancy to gain Lu Zhan's attention. But consider, would she dare to influence Lu Zhan to risk treason by attending the birthday banquet?" Lu Zhan was astute. Having risen from humble beginnings to the esteemed position of a deputy in the Dali Temple, his cunning and resourcefulness were exceptional. If Fang Yener lacked the necessary acumen, how could she have achieved such a standing? The Crown Prince nodded repeatedly. "Your Majesty speaks wisely. I had overlooked that aspect."
So,
"Your intention is for Fang Yener to align with us, becoming a piece on the chessboard beside Lu Zhan?" "My son is indeed clever," the Empress replied, nodding in affirmation. "We currently hold leverage over Fang Yener due to her missteps. Moreover, should she serve the Crown Prince and align with me, it would be her greatest fortune. Whether she chooses to follow us to enjoy power and favor, or, if I expose her for treason, leading her to the executioner's block, will be her choice." Finally, a trace of a smile graced the Crown Prince's face as he clasped his hands before the Empress, saying, "In that case, I shall obediently follow your arrangements." At that moment, Fang Yener had just finished cleaning the blood from her body and donned a new dress. While clad only in a wrap, the old matron pushed the door open and entered. She hurriedly covered her chest with her garments and turned to the old matron, speaking coldly, "Madam, you are an elder of the palace and should be most familiar with the rules. Even though this is the cold palace, should you not announce your arrival before entering?" The old matron, a trusted aide to the Empress, was being challenged by a mere concubine of the 4th rank. Her sharp words reflecting a lack of awareness of her own standing. With a cold laugh, she added, "Do you still consider yourself a noble? You should be aware of the sins you have committed. Do you truly believe you can deceive the heavens and go unnoticed?" Fang Yener was momentarily taken aback. She was unaware of what had transpired during the old matron's absence, yet those words filled her with an ominous premonition. The old matron continued, "Consider yourself fortunate. Our kind-hearted Empress intends to grant you a chance for redemption. Will you take it or not?" Chapter 56. Where is the third brother? "Sure, look. These are the little trinkets that third brother bought for you. Aren't they lovely?" Qiao Jinghan smiled as he displayed a collection of finely crafted gold trinkets filling the bed. Qiao Wanshu excitedly lunged forward, only to miscalculate and tumble off the edge of the bed. She flailed her limbs in an attempt to grasp something, and with a sudden jolt, she awoke to realize it was merely a dream. Chen's voice echoed from outside, "Inga, go fetch the freshly picked honeydew melons from the well. Autumn begins tomorrow. We shall distribute them to everyone to alleviate the dryness of the season." "Autumn?" Qiao Wanshu abruptly turned over, preparing to rise from her bed. Alas! Her legs felt weak, and she merely rolled about on the mattress. No wonder she had that dream. It was not merely about her love for wealth, but rather connected to her third brother, Qiao Jinghan. On the eve of autumn, Qiao Jinghan had found himself embroiled in a case of stolen gold. Unbeknownst to her, today was the day. Qiao Wanshu transitioned from lying to propping herself up on the bed, babbling incoherently. Yet the outer room was eerily silent. The newly appointed nursemaid had vanished. Chun had already departed for Qiao Zhongtian's study. Why is it that at this moment, I am left all alone? Qiao Wanshu was utterly speechless. The members of the Qiao family usually clung to her closely, yet in times of urgency, not a single soul could be found. Refusing to be discouraged, her objective was to inch towards the bedside and slide down while holding onto the bedpost. If she could not stand, she would simply crawl out. To her astonishment, as her hands grasped the headboard, her legs, with newfound strength, managed to support her as she shakily stood. Peering down, the floor seemed further away. causing her head to spin. Just as Qiao Wanshu hesitated on how to descend, the nursemaid entered and nearly dropped the milk bottle upon witnessing the scene. Fearing that a scream might startle Qiao Wanshu, she bit her lip and hurried over, scooping her into her arms while exclaiming, "My little ancestor. You nearly frightened me to death. What would happen if you fell?" Ignoring all else, Qiao Wanshu pointed towards the door, straining to escape while urgently calling, "3, 3, 3." The one most attached to Qiao Wanshu was none other than the third master, Qiao Jinghan, who daily brought her various delights to amuse her. Though the nursemaid did not comprehend what Qiao Wanshu wished to convey, she guessed that the child was searching for Qiao Jinghan. "Good? Here, let me bring you some milk," she said, but Qiao Wanshu swatted the bottle away, raising her little hand and insisting, "Mother." The nursemaid was taken aback, her face lighting up with joy. "The young miss can call for her mother now? If the lady hears this, she will surely be delighted." Seeing Qiao Wanshu's urgency to find someone, the nursemaid draped a small cloak over her and carried her towards the study. At that moment, Chen was in the study discussing the autumn festival with Qiao Zhongtian. The royal family and the powerful paid homage to the heavens and their ancestors, praying for favorable weather and a bountiful harvest in the coming year. This year's autumn festival, due to the leap month, would be held in close proximity to the Empress Dowager's birthday, making it all the more grand. As a matron, Chen would enter the palace alongside the elder of the Qiao family, joining the consorts and officials' families in the offering of incense and prayers. While she was discussing her preparations for entering the palace, she heard the nursemaid outside mentioning that Qiao Wanshu was looking for her. "Sure, do you miss your mother? Come here, let me hold you." "Mother, where is third brother? Where has he gone?" Qiao Wanshu anxiously squirmed in the nursemaid's embrace. As Chen took her daughter, she also heard the nursemaid say, "Madam, you have no idea. The young miss just managed to stand up. Look at her little legs, how strong they are. Also, madam, you have been longing to hear her call for you, haven't you? Just now, I heard her call out several times, and it was so clear." The nursemaid's words filled Chen with delight. "Sure, be a good girl and call for me again," she urged with a gentle smile. Though a hint of regret lingered in her heart, had she been by her daughter's side at that moment, she would not have missed it. "Mother, just bring third brother here. I will call for you as many times as you wish." Qiao Wanshu was frantic, her mind racing. Although Chen heard her unspoken thoughts, she assumed it was merely a habit of Qiao Wanshu's to seek comfort in Qiao Jinghan's presence. Today is the day he will be embroiled in the case of stolen gold. Not only will he suffer misfortune, but our family will also incur great losses. "It is all my fault. I can hardly speak properly now, just stammering out 1 or 2 words. What am I to do?" Chen's expression changed dramatically, her hands instinctively loosening. Fortunately, the nursemaid was standing nearby, quick-witted enough to catch Qiao Wanshu's fall before she hit the ground. "Oh my! How could you let go like that?" My little Shuer nearly fell apart. Qiao Wanshu, equally startled, clung tightly to Chen's clothing, unable to let go. Her distress was apparent and did not escape Qiao Zhongtian's notice. In a shock, he overlooked Chen's moment of panic and instead casually inquired, "Madam, why haven't I seen the third brother today? He is usually so attached to Shuer, causing quite a commotion in the residence. Why does it feel particularly quiet today?" Chen responded in agreement, "I find it peculiar as well. Should I send someone to look for him?" Did the nursemaid not mention that Shuer was just calling for him? Qiao Wanshu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, thinking, "Thank goodness, third brother's possessiveness may inadvertently save him this time. Otherwise, not only would he face imprisonment, but our family would also have to part with over 20 chests of gold. That would truly be a case of financial ruin and disaster." However, before she could revel in her thoughts, Qiao Jingchen hurried into the study, his face heavy with concern. "Father, mother, something has happened. Just now, someone from the Court of Judicial Review came, saying that third brother is suspected of stealing gold and has been taken there for questioning." Chapter 57. Take me along to hunt. It's over. I'm too late. Qiao Wanshu closed her eyes in resignation. Despite her haste, she had failed to help her third brother evade this calamity. Qiao Zhongtian glanced at Qiao Wanshu, sensing that she seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet how could he elicit her thoughts? Or rather, how could they prevent the situation from worsening? Thus, he promptly questioned Qiao Jingchen, hoping to guide Qiao Wanshu to express her thoughts on the matter. Qiao Jingchen turned to look at Qiao Wanshu. Suddenly, he remembered that his younger sister seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee future events, so he followed his father's lead and recounted what had just transpired. It turned out that Qiao Jinghan had dragged him out to the streets to buy delightful little trinkets for Qiao Wanshu. As they passed a gold shop, Qiao Jinghan was immediately captivated by the exquisite jewelry and artifacts displayed within. Ignoring Qiao Jingchen's cautions, he boldly declared that he would buy the entire shop, thinking of Qiao Wanshu's fascination with gold and jewels. The Qiao family and their in-laws, the Chung family, were both renowned aristocratic clans. Throughout the ages, vast wealth has accumulated, and the dowry of the Qin family once caused a sensation throughout the capital, remaining a topic of admiration to this day. Thus, Qiao Jing'an's private fortune is sufficient for him to squander for several lifetimes. Securing a whole gold shop is hardly remarkable. Yet, just as he was observing his assistant packing, officials arrived to seal the shop, claiming that the gold artifacts were stolen goods that had been melted down and recast. With Qiao Jing'an's clear intentions and lavish spending, it is exceedingly difficult for him to clear his name. His troubles are only beginning. Brother, you are a general. After mingling with our second brother for so long, do you still not comprehend the nature of the Dali Temple's investigations? Third brother inadvertently purchased stolen goods. There was another group intending to buy them. Upon seeing third brother, they devised a scheme, framing him in the process. Thus, the minister's residence becomes a scapegoat, while they can recoup their losses. The remaining stolen goods will seamlessly vanish into their pockets. Listening to Qiao Wanshu's thoughts, the others were rendered speechless. It is truly unfortunate for someone to be as cursed as Qiao Jinghan, who, of all times, chose the moment just before the thieves intended to dispose of the stolen goods to visit the hiding place and secure the loot. Jingchen, what is your perspective on this matter? He is, after all, someone who could sit as the prime minister. What storms has he not weathered? Is it his style to remain so passively beaten, even when aware of the trap laid for him? Qiao Jingchen pondered briefly before replying, Father, the case of the missing gold must pertain to the 25 boxes of gold recently lost from the Ministry of Revenue. The second brother once told me that, based on the conditions at the theft scene, he is certain it was an inside job. However, he has yet to find evidence. I deduce that now the third brother has unwittingly presented himself, they will certainly alter their original plan and frame him, compelling our Qiao family to fill this void. Qiao Jingchen articulated what Qiao Wanshu felt, leaving both Qiao parents astonished. How could it align so precisely with what Wanshu had said? This thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Yet they quickly found solace in the realization. What are you thinking? 25 boxes of gold. The stolen goods third brother acquired are but 2 or 3 boxes worth of gold. They wish for our family to surrender 25 boxes to fill their pit. Then the remaining 23 boxes of stolen goods will vanish without a trace, saving them the trouble of disposing of the stolen items. What a clever scheme. Qiao Wanshu was nearly beside herself with rage. Her current private fortune could not even amount to 25 boxes of gold.
Now,
they expect the Qiao family to relinquish another 25 boxes? That would create an irreparable rift. A full 25 boxes of gold cannot be converted in a short period. The remaining stolen goods are of utmost importance. Qiao Zhongtian expressed his thoughts. It was not difficult to arrive at this conclusion. If he could think of it, so could others. The sole purpose of his revelation was to ascertain whether Qiao Wanshu knew the hiding place of the remaining stolen goods. Indeed, Wanshu's eyes sparkled. Like a cat spotting a treat, she suddenly exclaimed, Three passages.
Huh?
Wanshu can speak? This was the first time Qiao Jingchen had heard Qiao Wanshu articulate words. Previously, he had only heard of her speech, which was incomparable to hearing it firsthand. Wanshu, what are you saying? Though Chan had embraced her, he could not discern her words.
Passage. East.
3 east. Qiao Wanshu repeated, flustered and unable to express the intended word, mentally berating herself.
Ah.
Why, oh why, am I still a little child? I can't even say a complete sentence, let alone a single word clearly. It is a cave. A cave. There is a pre-dug tunnel within the ministry's rockery. inside a small stone cave. The darkest places are the safest. Who would have thought the gold was never lost, but hidden within the ministry? Qiao Zhongtian's eyes narrowed. The rockery in the ministry was constructed from Taihu stones, each weighing several hundred pounds. If a tunnel were to be excavated after its construction, the cramped space would render it impossible. The only explanation is that the tunnel was dug before the rockery was built. That was over a decade ago. Could it be that they began planning that long ago? Jingchun, come with me to the ministry. He promptly instructed his eldest son. Since it is the ministry's lost gold, and they have falsely accused my son, must I not go and see for myself, rather than suffer this unwarranted grievance? Qiao Wanshu nodded vigorously. Indeed, father is wise. The rockery in the ministry, it is within the tunnel. As Qiao Zhongtian passed by her, Qiao Wanshu clutched a handful of his hair, refusing to let go. Father, you must take me. Otherwise, it could lead to the wrongful accusation of an innocent. Chapter 58. Internal theft. Qiao Zhongtian stumbled slightly before noticing the handful of hair in his daughter's grasp, unable to suppress a grin. My child, you nearly left me bald. Though he did not understand why Qiao Wanshu insisted on accompanying him, he figured it was prudent to have her along. Qiao Wanshu sheepishly gazed at the hair in her hand, placing her small hand on Qiao Zhongtian's face in reconciliation. I apologize, father. I was just anxious and lost control. Regardless, Qiao Wanshu nestled into her father's embrace as they boarded the carriage, speeding toward the ministry. Before they even reached the entrance, they spotted her elder brother being blocked outside, embroiled in an argument. The official hindering Qiao Jingchun was a minor officer from the ministry. He did not show leniency due to Qiao Jingchun's status. Qiao Jingchun argued fervently, yet the minor official remained resolute, refusing him entry. Qiao Zhongtian disembarked from the carriage, pulling his eldest son behind him. The minor official was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that even Qiao Zhongtian had arrived. Everyone knew that the Qiao Prime Minister wielded immense power. He was reluctant to oppose the Qiao family and risk losing his position. Seeing the official's hesitation and the diminishing fervor of his earlier resistance, Qiao Zhongtian added, if you are truly concerned that I may act deceitfully, then feel free to observe closely. Otherwise, you may summon additional personnel for support. The minor official realized he could not prevent them, even if the minister were present. He could not obstruct the esteemed Qiao Prime Minister. He acquiesced to Qiao Zhongtian's proposal and gathered more individuals to accompany Qiao Zhongtian and his sons. Even with Qiao Wanshu's warning that the remaining gold lay within the rockery's tunnel, they could not simply rush there. Qiao Zhongtian first proceeded to the storage room of the ministry, where the gold was kept. The place was heavily guarded, surpassing even the security of a prison. He examined the structure of the storage room, the blueprints, and the locations where the stolen gold had previously been placed. The floor appeared to have been recently refurbished, and upon closer inspection, the color differed slightly from that of the surrounding area. With an entire shipment of gold stolen, there must have been signs of dragging on the floor. The variance in color confirmed Qiao Zhongtian's suspicions. Without revealing any signs of his thoughts, he directly instructed Qiao Jingchun, go and bring 2 teams to secure the scene. Upon hearing this, the accompanying officials from the ministry turned pale, rushing to stop him. Prime Minister Qiao, this is against protocol. This case has already been submitted to the Dali Temple. Even if a re-examination is warranted, it must be conducted by individuals from the Dali Temple. Qiao Zhongtian snorted coldly. You may summon the Dali Temple personnel. They wish to secure the scene, so do I. Gathering evidence to find the culprits requires proof. Does proving one's innocence not require it as well? My third son has been wrongfully accused. Do I not have the right to clear his name? The officials, rendered helpless, could only allow Qiao Jingchun to depart. Shortly thereafter, personnel from the Dali Temple arrived, coinciding with the private soldiers from the residence of the Qiao family at the entrance. Leading them was a young official surnamed Lu from the Dali Temple. With Qiao Jingchun seeking to avoid suspicion and Lu Zhan recuperating at home, this delicate task fell squarely on the shoulders of young official Lu. Qiao Zhongtian wasted no time engaging in idle chatter. He pointed directly at the marks on the ground and stated, observe, it is evident that this area has been recently refurbished, intended to conceal the traces of dragging. It is inconceivable that a single individual could have moved 25 boxes of gold without leaving a trace. Even with a multitude of people, noise is inevitable. and complete stealth is unattainable. Thus, the gold must still be hidden somewhere within the Ministry of Revenue, awaiting a less scrutinous moment for gradual relocation. As soon as he concluded, a physician from the Ministry of Revenue exclaimed excitedly, "Lord Qiao, what do you imply? Are you suggesting we are complicit in this theft?" Qiao Zhongtian cast a cold glance at him, retorting, "Why the agitation? I am merely analyzing the case. Could it be that my deductions strike too close to home?" Young official Liu examined the ground and indeed found traces that had been obscured, difficult to detect unless inspected closely. He then asked Qiao Zhongtian, "Where does Lord Qiao believe the gold should be concealed?" This was tantamount to conceding to his speculation. Following the traces, even if the boxes had been lifted, the footprints of those carrying them would be noticeably deeper than usual. Moreover, unexpected corners might harbor spaces capable of concealing the gold. As he spoke, he kept a keen eye on the physician from the Ministry of Revenue, and indeed, he discerned a flurry of anxiousness in the man's eyes. All the groundwork had been laid, subtly drawing the Dali Temple officials towards the artificial hill, which pertained to Qiao Jingchen's affair. As a battle-hardened young general, he was adept at both overt and covert strategies, handling the situation with ease. Soon, an exclamation arose from the vicinity of the artificial hill. There exists a secret passage. Within that passage lay a mountain of boxes, filled with the stolen gold. Qiao Zhongtian, cradling Qiao Wanshu, observed as the Dali Temple personnel meticulously extracted the gold. Suddenly, the minor official who had previously impeded Qiao Jingchen approached him, bowing deeply and saying, "Lord Qiao, I was rash earlier. I did not realize you could genuinely recover the stolen gold. I have an unwelcome request. Would you be able to assist the ministry in identifying the true culprit?" His request was to help the ministry uncover the thief, as only then could Qiao Jingchen be exonerated, aligning with the Qiao family's intentions. Qiao Wanshu hugged her father's neck and nodded vigorously. "Father, help him. He is a talented official who is yet to be recognized. Once Liu Zhan ascends to the throne, he might discover this hidden gem and promote him to Minister of Revenue. By assisting him now, you may find him beneficial to our Qiao family in the future." Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhongtian feigned contemplation for a moment before acquiescing. He instructed the Qiao family soldiers to secure the scene, ensuring no one approached the evidence of the traces. "Father, now that we have found the gold, we have startled the snake in the grass. What shall we do next to uncover the true culprit?" Both turned their gazes toward Qiao Wanshu. "It's simple. I forget the surname, but it seems to be Fu. However, I recall he has an affection for a girl named Qiu at Tianxiang Tower. If you act swiftly, you may catch him in the act. At that point, you may interrogate him as you wish. But you must act quickly before the news spreads, for he has never been apprehended before." Chapter 59. An unforeseen subplot that night. The Qiao residence was nearly devoid of peaceful slumber. No, there was one, Qiao Wanshu. She went about her eating and sleeping, perhaps the only carefree soul in the Qiao household. The following morning, after a restful night, Qiao Wanshu awakened languidly. With a satisfied yawn, she turned over, only to be met by a pair of sparkling eyes. "Ah, you startled me." Qiao Wanshu opened her mouth as if to cry. The owner of the large eyes, poised to embrace her dear little sister, halted upon witnessing the glistening tears streaming down her cheeks. "Oh, dear. What has happened? Have you had a nightmare? Or has someone bullied you? Third brother will take care of them. Take care of yourself. Ugh. You should deal with your own issues. I nearly had a heart attack seeing your enormous face first thing in the morning." Realizing the cause of her tears, Qiao Jinghan felt embarrassed, scratching the back of his head, regretting not bringing some jewelry to appease his sister. However, he quickly turned to flattery. "Sister, you are truly my lucky star. Without you, I might have faced dire consequences." His exaggerated tone and mannerisms attracted Qiao Wanshu's attention, momentarily distracting her from her tears, leaving her staring blankly at him. Qiao Jinghan was equally bewildered. This was not how he had envisioned their morning reunion. He attempted to feign sarcasm, saying to Qiao Wanshu, "Sister, you have no idea how perilous last night was. Eldest brother apprehended the mastermind behind the gold theft, none other than the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Fu Yuancheng. Moreover, he implicated numerous officials and entangled them in a major scandal involving the imperial harem. For self-preservation, Fu Yuanshan claimed to the emperor that the mother of the ninth prince did not commit suicide, but was murdered by the empress. My goodness, dear sister. You cannot fathom how furious the emperor was. He nearly ordered the empress to be brought forth for questioning on the spot. No wonder I almost lost my head in the process. Oh, how thrilling. I had no idea. Qiao Wanshu murmured to herself. Perhaps she had skipped this portion while reading or failed to grasp the hidden clues. If so, it would explain why the empress was suddenly placed under house arrest and ultimately stripped of her position, disregarding her family's influence. She had initially thought it was merely a plot against the crown prince. The empress was implicated and thus deposed. But how did that scoundrel learn of such secrets? I have no idea. Qiao Jinghan replied, astonished by his sister's assertion that the empress would be deposed and the crown prince rebel. His shock was nearly palpable. Little did they know, that woman was none other than the personal maid of the ninth prince's mother. What a twist of fate. So, the emperor, enraged, confined the empress. And then you were released? Qiao Wanshu regarded Qiao Jinghan with a sidelong glance. Meanwhile, Qiao Jinghan continued to recount his escape from peril. On the other side, the empress, confined within the palace, remained kneeling amidst the chaos, unable to rise. Her ornate hairpin was disheveled, her hair unkempt, and her face bore traces of tears. She was devoid of the dignified demeanor expected of a sovereign. The emperor had just stormed out in a fit of rage, ordering her to reflect upon her actions within the palace and forbidding anyone from entering or leaving without his express permission. The empress knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. She understood all too well that had it not been for the emperor's trepidation regarding her family's power, intended to counterbalance Qiao Zhongtian's influence, she would have been a corpse by the time that maid appeared. Your Majesty, the cold air is strong on the floor. Please rise before you fall ill. An elderly lady swiftly approached to assist her. The empress brushed her hand away, staggering to her feet, her eyes filled with venomous wrath. Why must that woman oppose me even in death? And that little wretch dares to covet my son's throne. She seethed with rage, lamenting that she had not eliminated the threat when she had the chance, for not only had she failed to eradicate that wretch, but she had also allowed another to slip through her fingers. Her heart burned with fury, her body alternating between chills and heat. She felt her resentment welling up within her, yet found no outlet to express it. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. His Majesty intends to arrange a marriage between the ninth prince and the Qiao family. Yet the crown prince finds himself estranged from the fourth young master of the Qiao family. If you remain confined within the palace, bedridden and unwell, the crown prince will truly be besieged on all sides. The old matron knelt on the ground, pleading pitifully. The empress trembled, forcefully wiping away the remnants of her tears, and declared resolutely, Indeed, for the enduring legacy of my son, I cannot falter. How could a mere servant think to bring me down? Never. Yet, she found herself under house arrest, and everyone in the palace was similarly confined. As she hesitated, the old matron leaned in and whispered, Your Highness, have you forgotten? There is still Fong Yan. She has benefited from your grace, receiving the calming medicine and the imperial physician's care, which has confirmed her pregnancy. This has also reassured Lu Zhan. Now is the moment for her to repay your kindness. The empress's eyes brightened. How could she have forgotten her? However, do you have the assurance to leave this chamber and contact her? That night, a figure stealthily mingled with the palace, maids on night watch. After several twists and turns, she managed to escape the palace. Meanwhile, Fong Yan sat in her chamber, lost in thought before the flickering candlelight. When she suddenly saw a hooded figure slip through the door, she cautiously inquired, Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Lu residence? The figure pulled back their hood and coldly replied, Fong Yan, your position is still precarious, and yet you begin to act like a noble lady? Chapter 60, Saving Your Family's Life, Ning Matron. Fong Yan stared in astonishment at the visitor. She had heard whispers from the palace that the empress had inexplicably angered the emperor and was now under house arrest in her chambers. How could Ning Matron, her trusted aide, escape the palace under such tight surveillance? Do you still recognize me, matron? I wonder if you still remember the empress's kindness? Ning matron regarded Fong Yan with a cold gaze, keenly aware of her potential to cry out. Yet, She believed no one would be foolish enough to do so. Even if one could curry favor with the emperor, the empress's family would never let her and Lu Zhan off the hook. What are you saying, matron? The empress has shown Yan her immense kindness. How could she forget? Very well. You are perceptive, Ning matron retorted with a cold huff. Now is the time when the empress requires your repayment of kindness, and the instructions are clearly outlined. Fang Yan looked at the letter being offered, but did not take it. Ning matron's eyes narrowed. What? Do you now dare to refuse the empress's decree? Matron, do not misunderstand, I did not mean that. She could not divulge that she had just had a dream in which the empress faced dire consequences for the death of the 9th prince's mother, leading to her imprisonment and ultimately her deposition. In the end, even her family was ensnared by the emperor's machinations, uprooted entirely. This was akin to a crumbling structure on the verge of collapse. Clinging to it would not elevate one, but rather drag them into irretrievable ruin. Yet, the empress remained the empress. Even under house arrest, she was not someone Fang Yan could contend with. Yan's husband had received 20 lashes from the emperor and was still recuperating in bed. As a mere woman, a lowly concubine at that, she truly did not know how to advocate for the empress. She gently declined, her reasons appearing reasonable. But Ning matron was no fool. She could easily perceive Fang Yan's evasions. With narrowed eyes, she scoffed. Fang Yan, do you think you can fool me with such words? The empress is still in her position. I advise you to keep your wits about you. Do not forget, she can uplift you with a mere gesture or bring about your downfall with the same ease. Just as she finished speaking, a slow footfall echoed from outside. Who dares to intrude upon the Ministry of Justice at night, let alone reprimand someone in my residence? The footsteps, accompanied by the sound of a cane, revealed Lu Zhan, who, despite his injuries, was stepping forward with determination. Husband, how did you get out of bed? The doctor instructed you to rest. You risk reopening your wounds. Fang Yan rushed forward to support Lu Zhan, her face filled with concern. Yet, upon seeing Ning matron, Lu Zhan paused slightly. Humph. I merely came to relay a message from your benefactor. Does Lu Shaoqing have any objections? Before Lu Zhan could respond, Ning matron continued. The benefactor's words were solely for Fang Yan. Does Lu Shaoqing wish to eavesdrop? This statement put Lu Zhan in a difficult position. He could only grunt in acknowledgement and slowly retreat outside. If even Lu Zhan could not refuse Ning matron's words, Fang Yan certainly dared not refuse any longer. Otherwise, Ning matron could easily expose her feigned pregnancy, leading to a disastrous outcome. She took the letter and quickly scanned it. The contents demanded she act as a messenger for the empress and her family, requiring Lu Zhan to collaborate with her family to create a favorable atmosphere in court, compelling the emperor to lift the empress's house arrest and restore her former dignity. Fang Yan felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Any of these demands could cost her life. The private transmission of letters and forming factions were indeed serious offenses. The empress truly did not regard Fang Yan's life as valuable. Yet, under the pressure of the situation, she could only temporarily acquiesce and feign compliance. Ning matron swiftly reviewed the letter before tucking it away and turning to leave without uttering another word. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhan re-entered. Fang Yan was about to speak when he cut her off. Yan were you all right just now? Is the baby well? Husband, I am well. And the baby is too. Do not worry, Fang Yan replied, then suddenly knelt on the ground. Lu Zhan exclaimed, What are you doing? Stand up and speak. He reached out as if to assist her, but did not take a single step forward. Husband, I was punished in the palace and was under Ning matron's supervision. I almost miscarried, and it was the empress who granted medicine to ensure my safety. Now that the empress is in trouble, Ning matron has come to seek favor. Fang Yan explained cautiously, secretly observing Lu Zhan's reaction. After a moment, he slowly approached her, his hand hovering to support her as he smiled gently. Yan, I naturally believe in you. In the Qiao residence, Qiao Wanshu's daughter, under the protection of her nurse, was wobbling on her little legs, attempting to stand. Ever since she had hastily tried to save her third brother, she had begun practicing walking and speaking diligently. Being trapped in the body of a 1-year-old was far from convenient, and she felt a sense of urgency. Finally managing to stand, she hadn't yet stabilized herself when the 9th prince emerged from the garden, accompanied by attendants. His gaze swept the courtyard, and upon spotting her, he made his way directly over. Oh no, why is he here? Well, he has come, but why is he heading straight for me? Qiao Wan's daughter attempted to turn away, but her legs did not cooperate. As she turned her body, her legs tangled, causing her to stumble. Watch out. The ninth prince rushed forward, catching her just in time. You're the one who scared me. If I fall, it is your fault. Qiao Wan's daughter fumed internally. The ninth prince, seeing her chubby little face resembling a soft rice dumpling, couldn't he help but poke her cheek. Then he did it again. Hey, this is a face. A little girl's face. Not a red bean bun. Qiao Wan's daughter protested, swatting at his hand. In their playful tussle, the tassels of her hairpin swayed, catching the ninth prince's attention. His expression changed abruptly, and he reached out to grab it for a closer inspection. However, he miscalculated his strength, not only pulling the hairpin off but also tangling her hair, causing her to yelp in pain. The ninth prince then instructed the nurse to summon Qiao Xiang, before soothingly addressing Qiao Wan's daughter. Sure, do not fret. This prince is here to save your family. Chapter 61. Seizing the opportunity to provide timely assistance, as Qiao Zhongtian hurriedly arrived, he witnessed Qiao Wanshu struggling in the arms of the ninth prince. He promptly rescued his daughter and, with a concerned expression, addressed the ninth prince, saying, Your Highness, I apologize for not being able to welcome you upon your swift arrival. I must inquire whether the urgent matter you mentioned pertains to my weeping daughter? The ninth prince bowed respectfully and replied, Do not blame yourself, Lord Qiao. I have come to you in haste upon discovering a matter of great significance to your family's safety. In my urgency, I may have acted somewhat indiscreetly, but it was not my intention. I found this hairpin worn by your daughter, adorned with tassels that bear the insignia of the former imperial family. I suspect that someone, seeing your daughter favored by the emperor and having many opportunities to pay him respects, has orchestrated a plot to frame your esteemed house as disloyal to the former emperor. Qiao Zhongtian was taken aback and immediately took the hairpin to examine it closely. Indeed, within the intricate weaving of the tassels, there were hidden patterns. The distinction lay in the fact that the former imperial insignia was overtly displayed, while the one worn by Qiao Wanshu was discreetly embedded, giving it a more insidious appearance. Qiao Wanshu reached out to grab it. Had she not been weakened, she would have torn the troublesome hairpin apart. Oh, my heavens! Who could be so malicious as to use my innocent, kind-hearted, and defenseless self to ensnare the Qiao family? She lamented inwardly. If only I knew who it was, I would surely bring them to justice. Qiao Zhongtian then turned to the wet nurse and inquired, Where is the person responsible for procurement in our household? Bring them to me at once. The wet nurse knelt in trepidation and replied, My lord, the procurement is divided into two main categories, food and daily necessities, further subdivided into internal and external courtyards. The person responsible for clothing in the inner courtyard has been on leave since the day before yesterday. The ninth prince nodded and remarked, It appears that this steward is indeed a pawn placed within your household, and likely not the only one. My earlier actions may have drawn attention to our scheme. Lord Qiao, if you wish to eliminate these infiltrators, it is best to act swiftly. Qiao Zhongtian, struck by the ninth prince's maturity and thoughtfulness despite his youth, bowed in acknowledgement. Your Highness, I was in haste and misjudged your intentions. I thank you for your timely warning. Qiao Wanshu silently expressed her gratitude, but felt that there was more to the ninth prince's visit than met the eye. Curiosity piqued. She ventured to ask, Your Highness, may I inquire about the true purpose of your visit? The ninth prince smiled gently and requested, Lord Qiao, please dismiss the servants. I would speak with you privately. Following his instruction, Qiao Zhongtian intended to hand Qiao Wanshu over to the wet nurse. However, she clung tightly to his neck, sobbing at the thought of separation. Fear not, dear one. Even if you were to learn what this prince desires, you would be unable to disclose it to outsiders. And soon enough, you would forget, the ninth prince reassured. Relenting, Qiao Zhongtian embraced Qiao Wanshu and ordered the remaining servants to vacate the garden. Once they were alone, the ninth prince suddenly knelt before Qiao Zhongtian, startling both father and daughter. Your Highness, what is this? Please rise. Qiao Zhongtian hurried to assist him. But the ninth prince firmly pressed his hands to the ground, refusing to stand. Your Highness, let us speak openly. Whatever you require of me, please rise. I cannot accept such deference, Qiao Zhongtian insisted, with Qiao Wanshu also reaching out to help him up. Only then did the ninth prince rise and say, Lord Qiao, I have received news that Lu Zhan has decided to join several officials in petitioning the emperor, arguing that the empress, as the mother of the nation, cannot be placed under house arrest without substantial evidence. Furthermore, Fu Yuansheng, a known criminal, seeks to exonerate himself by fabricating false testimony against the empress. Only you can speak justly on her behalf, even if it means negotiating on her behalf to buy me some time to respond. I shall forever be indebted to you for your kindness. His eyes glimmered with emotion, nearly brimming with tears. Qiao Zhongtian hesitated. His sole desire was to extricate his son from the theft case. The ensuing conflicts involving the empress were matters he wished to avoid. After all, the Qiao family was already under scrutiny, and he had no desire to invite further troubles. Father, you must agree to help him, Qiao Wanshu internally urged. Our family is already at odds with the empress's family. The dog emperor has long used their influence against us. Even if we maintain a neutral stance, they will regard us as a thorn in their side, wishing to eliminate us. The emperor has already sown seeds of doubt regarding the empress in his heart. She is bound to be deposed, and her family will be uprooted as well. Now is the time to offer timely assistance to the ninth prince. Moreover, the dog emperor cannot forget the ninth prince's mother. Your actions would align with his wishes and create a debt of gratitude. After reflecting on his daughter's reasoning, Qiao Zhongtian found it compelling. Furthermore, everything Qiao Wanshu had mentioned thus far had proven true, aiding the Qiao family in evading countless calamities. However, the matter regarding the empress could not be resolved with haste. Ninth prince, allow me to deliberate on this matter further. Given its gravity, we must consider it thoroughly for your sake, your mother's sake, and the Qiao family's. As he prepared to leave, Qiao Wanshu's gaze inadvertently fell upon a jade pendant at the ninth prince's waist, captivated by its intricate, multi-layered design. It was the same token he had displayed during their time in the cold palace when he commanded those mysterious subordinates. The exquisite craftsmanship of the jade pendant left a lasting impression on her. In her recollection, there existed a mysterious organization within the original narrative that Lu Zhan sought to either recruit or eradicate, yet had never succeeded. This organization operated under the command of the Jade Pendant, which no one dared to defy, though she had always harbored a deep suspicion of the ninth prince. Feeling he was an enigma shrouded in layers of intrigue, the original story only offered scant details about him, rendering him a mere background character, not even worthy of being called upon. Could it be that this ninth prince, like Fong Yenner, possessed memories of a past life? Chapter 62. The performance relies on you. His gaze was murky and complex, yet concealed a glimmer of hope. His personal guard approached, and the ninth prince cast a glance before coldly inquiring, "What is the situation within the palace?" "Your Highness." The emperor has remained in the empress's chambers for a full hour, consumed by rage, leaving the place in disarray. Before departing, he ordered the detention of all within the palace, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting without his explicit command. "Your Highness, should we not add fuel to the fire?" the guard suggested, recounting the gathered intelligence from the palace, causing the ninth prince's eyes to gleam with intensity. It seemed that there was some concern regarding the matter of his mother's plight. He contemplated within, then instructed his guard. "Let us wait and observe Lord Qiao's response before making any further plans." Just as they departed, the crown prince's carriage arrived. Before disembarking, the crown prince heard his guard whispering, "Your Highness, it seems I just spotted the ninth prince's carriage." "Oh." The crown prince leaned out, but saw nothing. It had vanished around the corner, and judging by its direction, it must have just departed from the Qiao residence. Upon hearing this, the crown prince stepped down from the carriage, his expression thoughtful. Gazing towards the distant street corner, he raised his eyes to the imposing vermilion gate before him and disdainfully remarked, "That little wretch has come here, undoubtedly connected to his lowly mother. He must be seeking to leverage the hand of Lord Qiao to contend with my mother and maternal family. Humph, though the little wretch is young, he possesses a clever mind, aware enough to cling to a formidable ally." The guard, however, expressed his concerns, saying, "Your Highness, the Empress has been placed under house arrest, and you have also received reprimands from His Majesty. We must exercise caution." Silence. The prince retorted coldly. As the rightful heir to the throne, how could a visit to Lord Qiao's residence be deemed imprudent? Even if my father were to inquire, he would find no fault with me. After speaking, he strode purposefully towards the gates of the residence. Although the ninth prince's actions may align with the emperor's wishes, the situation seems truly precarious. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the steward hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "My lord, the crown prince has arrived, and is making his way to the garden after passing through the main hall."
Ah?
First the ninth prince, now the crown prince. Both are intent on compelling the Qiao family to choose sides. If it were me, I would prefer the lesser-known ninth prince over the crown prince. Qiao Wanshu sighed, clenching her small fists and gesturing in the air. He is narrow-minded, petty, and exceedingly arbitrary, stubbornly self-willed, and woefully foolish. Most importantly, the empress will undoubtedly fall, and even her family will be eradicated. Associating with such a person can only lead to disaster. The emperor seems intent on supporting the ninth prince, subsequently discarding the Qiao family. If we can play the ninth prince's cards well, perhaps the Qiao family might escape unscathed. Qiao Zhongtian listened intently to his daughter's insights, finding their thoughts remarkably aligned. He marveled at her meticulous nature and foresight, considering her a blessing and savior for the Qiao family. He resolved to distance himself from the crown prince, though he knew that establishing this boundary would require a degree of tact. Glancing at the steward patiently awaiting beside him, an idea suddenly struck him, and he smiled, saying, "Go prepare the necessary items for me." The steward exchanged a knowing glance with Qiao Zhongtian and promptly inquired, "My lord, shall we proceed with the same plan as before?" After receiving a nod from Qiao Zhongtian, the steward led him swiftly to the study at the back. Qiao Wanshu watched the two exchange glances that seemed to finalize their plans, her curiosity piqued. "What is going on? Is there a performance of which I am unaware? Father, do tell. What were you discussing just now?" She fidgeted restlessly in her father's arms, her small frame squirming as she attempted to grasp the unfolding situation, intermittently uttering fragmented words. "Dear Wanshu, do not fuss. In a moment, your father will present you with a splendid show, all right?" Qiao Zhongtian placed his daughter on the desk, trying to prevent her from falling while he quickly changed his attire. Upon completing his transformation, Qiao Wanshu was left in awe. "Dear, you must cooperate with your father. Whether we can deceive the crown prince depends on you." Her eyes sparkled with determination as she tightened her small fists. "Just watch, father. I promise I will perform even better than you." The crown prince initially intended to head straight to the study in the rear courtyard, but midway, he was intercepted by the steward, who explained that the courtyard was filled with numerous ladies, all frolicking in the garden, and it would be inappropriate to disturb the crown prince. Thus, when he arrived at the study, he was greeted by the sight of Qiao Zhongtian reclining on the imperial couch, a cloth wrapped around his forehead, one hand resting on his brow, appearing to be in mild distress. Qiao Wanshu, petite as she was, sat beside him, draped across his form. Her small hands explored his figure, while her face displayed evident worry, repeatedly calling out, "Didi, what kind of play was this?" The crown prince stared in astonishment at the scene before him. The steward had not mentioned any illness afflicting Qiao Zhongtian. Could it be that he was feigning illness to avoid him? A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, but he quickly donned a mask of surprise and concern. Rushing forward to inquire, "Lord Qiao, what troubles you?" It appeared that Qiao Zhongtian had only just noticed the newcomer. He lowered his hand, laboriously opening his eyes, still bearing traces of lingering pain. He seemed to struggle to discern who had entered. As he attempted to rise from the couch, Qiao Wanshu suddenly slipped, nearly tumbling to the ground from her father's lap. Qiao Zhongtian hastily reached out to catch her, but it was too late. He had to roll off the couch to cushion her fall, all while remembering to greet the crown prince. "Your Highness, forgive me, my head is troubling me, and I am unable to move properly in your esteemed presence." The crown prince found himself momentarily at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by the father-daughter act unfolding before him. Chapter 63. The tiger does not roar. The crown prince hesitated for a moment before stepping closer, pretending to assist Qiao Zhongtian. Just days earlier, he had seen the prime minister in excellent health. How had he suddenly fallen ill? "Come, be careful. Allow me to help you up." Qiao Wanshu, still perched on her father, swayed slightly, slapping the crown prince's outstretched hand away. Your Highness, forgive me. My daughter did not intend to. It was truly an accident. Qiao Zhongtian shielded his daughter, while struggling to rise. This commotion left no room for the crown prince to speak. There is no need for such alarm, Lord Qiao. I bear no ill will towards an innocent child. The crown prince stood awkwardly to the side, observing as the steward and servants rushed in, collectively assisting Qiao Zhongtian back to his feet, only to inadvertently shove him aside. Forgive me for my indiscretion, Your Highness. Qiao Zhongtian feigned weakness, appearing on the verge of collapsing again if the servants were to loosen their grip. The crown prince, feeling helpless, replied, Please, do not speak so. It is I who intrude upon you in your illness. How could I blame you for any impropriety? Rest and speak comfortably. Do not exert yourself. He watched as Qiao Zhongtian settled back onto the imperial couch, cradling Qiao Wanshu beside him. Even in his illness, he could not bear to be apart from her, revealing a deep affection. Qiao Wanshu's bright, expressive eyes, resembling two glistening pearls, captivated the crown prince,
causing his heart to leap.
This child had just celebrated her first birthday, yet her features already hinted at a future beauty that would be unparalleled. Contemplating the emperor's plans to match her to the ninth prince, hoping to secure the Qiao family's unwavering support, and recalling the guard's earlier remarks about the ninth prince's recent departure from the Qiao residence, the crown prince's expression darkened. With a measured tone, he inquired, Lord Qiao, I believe I saw the ninth prince leaving your residence just moments ago. Might I ask the purpose of his visit? Before he could complete his thought, he noticed Qiao Wanshu's small frame convulsing, her mouth opening wide as she expelled the remnants of her previous meal, covering herself in a mix of undigested milk cake and saliva. Her limbs flailed, and her face turned crimson as tears streamed down, her voice seemingly caught in her throat, unable to produce a sound. Wanshu, my dear, what is the matter? Do not frighten your father. Qiao Zhongtian's expression shifted dramatically, momentarily forgetting his pretense of illness as he attempted to sit up, only to be scratched by his daughter's small hand on his neck. It was then he realized she was signaling to him, her back turned to the crown prince. Could she be performing? Someone quickly. Fetch a physician.
Hurry,
he called out, momentarily neglecting the crown prince as the study descended into chaos, with the steward leading a flurry of servants and maids rushing in. Once again, supporting Qiao Zhongtian and embracing Qiao, Wanshu left little room for breath. When the Qiao family's daughter suddenly fell ill, even the crown prince hesitated to inquire further under such circumstances. He could only offer a few words of comfort to Qiao Zhongtian before taking his leave. Once assured that the crown prince had departed the Qiao residence, Qiao Wanshu gradually ceased her sobbing. Oh my, if that insufferable crown prince doesn't leave soon, I might just spit blood. She lamented. My throat and stomach ache terribly. I will settle this score with him later. Qiao Zhongtian, feeling guilty, gently patted his daughter. It was his inadequacy as a father that compelled him to feign illness to deal with the crown prince. He had not anticipated that Wanshu would not only comprehend the situation but also display such impressive acting skills. Although the crown prince had left, the drama still needed to unfold completely. Numerous physicians had visited the estate, and servants were scurrying about collecting medicine, creating quite the commotion. In the meantime, Qiao Zhongtian listened intently to the steward report on the leads they had uncovered. My lord, we have identified the woman responsible for purchasing clothing for the rear courtyard. Her nephew works as a coachman at the residence of Lu Zhan, young Master Lu. It is likely this is the connection that has been compromised. Both individuals are currently missing, but witnesses claim to have seen two people resembling them driving a carriage towards the northern gate of the city. Qiao Zhongtian, filled with fury, slammed his cup down. Scoundrels. Whether it be the Empress Lu Zhan or even that treacherous Fang Yen-er, they all treat the Qiao family as if we were soft persimmons. I, as a dignified prime minister of the realm, belonging to a venerable family, cannot allow myself to be bullied. Just because the tiger does not roar, do they think I am a sickly cat? Qiao Wanshu felt equally indignant. Exactly, father. Our family possesses wealth and power. Your reputation as an official is impeccable. Yet we have become targets of that vile emperor's jealousy. To avoid trouble, we have remained neutral and discreet, yet they truly believe we are easy to bully. Do they not fear that we might rise against Lu Zhan before he does? Qiao Zhongtian felt a pang of unease at his daughter's words. She had a point. If they were indeed pushed to a dead end, could he truly stand by and watch his family perish? He had witnessed too many foolish acts of blind loyalty throughout history. If the emperor were to apply relentless pressure, A sudden voice from Chen Shi interrupted his thoughts. He hadn't realized that his gentle wife could also exude such formidable presence when incensed. However, she soon softened her tone, gently caressing Qiao Wanshu's face before addressing Qiao Zhongtian. My lord, have you forgotten that tonight, the son of Minister Wu Zhao will be visiting us with Wu Qingyan? His Majesty has arranged a marriage between our families, and we must not neglect our future in-laws during this first formal meeting. Qiao Wanshu clapped her hands in excitement. Sister-in-law. Chen Shi smiled brightly, recognizing her effort to call her sister-in-law. Yes, our Wanshu will soon have a sister-in-law. My lady, how are we preparing the betrothal gifts? Qiao Zhongtian temporarily shifted his focus, acknowledging the importance of the impending visit from their in-laws. Rest assured, the betrothal gifts are being meticulously arranged by myself and your mother. There will be no errors, she assured him. For Wu Qingyan's meeting gift, I thought a bracelet would suffice, neither overly extravagant nor too modest. After all, it is one of the heirlooms my father gifted me upon my marriage to the Qin family. Wanshu, who had been eagerly listening, suddenly sat up straight. A bracelet? That cannot be given. The Qiao couple exchanged bewildered glances. What had their daughter discovered now? Previously, the sister-in-law had not entered our home, yet that willful princess was wed to my third brother and had to be welcomed, Wanshu recounted. However, she was unable to conceive and shamelessly claimed it was my brother's fault. Later, she accidentally broke the bracelet given to her by our mother and discovered it had been tampered with, concealing powdered musk. She even took that to the emperor, claiming the Qiao family had intentionally humiliated her. My brother was punished with 40 strokes, nearly losing his life. If mother were to give that bracelet to the sister-in-law, wouldn't it put her in danger? Chen Shi's face went pale upon hearing this revelation. Yet the bracelet was her dowry. Worn for many years without incident, how could it have been tampered with? Qiao Zhongtian interjected, my lady, it would be prudent to inspect the meeting gifts thoroughly. The Qiao family was akin to a juicy target in the eyes of wolves. Even Wanshu's hairpin had been tampered with, necessitating careful vigilance. Wanshu nodded in agreement, urging her mother to retrieve the bracelet for further examination. Chen Shi instructed Inge to fetch the box containing the bracelet. Upon unveiling it, the bracelet, crafted from a single piece of exquisite emerald jade, bore intricate cloud patterns. As Chen Shi held the bracelet, she brushed a particular design, causing it to crack open along the seam. A puff of smoke erupted from within, revealing hidden powder. My lord, this bracelet has indeed been tampered with. Chen Shi's expression darkened. This bracelet was a pair. It was designed with a mechanism to conceal medicinal powder for self-defense in emergencies. Only my parents, my sister-in-law, and I were aware of this mechanism. After the emperor's marriage decree, I cleaned out the powder, yet now it appears an elderly matron approached, glancing at the powder and her expression shifting dramatically. My lady, this powder contains musk and saffron. It is likely a vile concoction intended to render a woman infertile. Quickly, remove the bracelet before it contaminates Wanshu's breath. Chen Shi was alarmed, hastily ordering the bracelet to be taken away. The elderly matron looked at Chen Shi with an expression of concern. My lady, do you not recall that someone else knows of the mechanism in your bracelet? 2 days ago, at the young Miss' birthday banquet, your cousin, Lady Lin, stayed at our residence for 2 days and had ample opportunity to handle that bracelet. She may not have known you intended to gift it to Miss Wu, but her true target is you, my lady. A look of anguish crossed Chen Shi's face. As the realization struck her, Wanshu sighed. Mother, your cousin is not to be trusted. You treat her like a sister, sharing all your good fortunes. But she must be envious of you. Envious of your maternal family status, envious of your fortunate marriage, and now, even after becoming a widow, she has fixated on my father. Chen Shi shot a glare at Qiao Zhongtian, their gazes meeting, both momentarily stunned. Wanshu continued, the most infuriating part is, after our family's misfortune, she dared to come and provoke my mother, even bringing people to bully her. Recalling the humiliating scene she had witnessed, Wanshu felt a surge of rage. Chen Shi's expression turned sorrowful, disbelief etched across her features. At that time, she had shared all her joys and sorrows, confiding in her cousin as if she were a sister. Every gift sent by her father was also prepared for her cousin. Yet, it seemed she had been the only one to regard their bond as sisterly. This affection had ultimately been misplaced. Qiao Zhongtian approached, gently embracing his wife, tenderly rubbing her back. My lady, while the truth is harsh, it is better to know than to remain in ignorance for a lifetime. Now that we are aware of her ill intentions, we shall remain vigilant and gradually distance ourselves from her. Wanshu, delighted by the sight of her handsome parents, covered her eyes with her small hands, peeking through her fingers. Her eyes twinkled with mischief as she watched her parents with glee.
Oho, a kiss.
It's time for a kiss. The playful voice interrupted the tender moment between the couple, shattering their intimacy. They exchanged shy glances, letting go of each other while adjusting their hair and garments. My dear, Shuer has been through quite the ordeal, from the 9th prince to the crown prince. It's been exhausting for her.
What? Sleep?
I refuse to sleep, Shuer exclaimed. I want to see Daddy and Mommy being affectionate. Why should I sleep? Madame Qin could no longer bear to listen. She was baffled by how such a young child could possess such a whirlwind of whimsical and chaotic thoughts. If she continued speaking, who knew what astonishing declarations might emerge next? The old nanny promptly approached to take little Qiao Wanshu away. Madam, allow me to take the young miss, she said, swiftly departing with the child, whose reluctant complaints echoed in the evening breeze. As soon as they were gone, the study was left with just the couple. Madame Chen hesitantly approached Qiao Zhongtian and asked, My husband, can you hear what Shuer is thinking? Qiao Zhongtian looked at his wife and nodded. My dear, can you hear her too? Madame Chen's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. It was a relief to know that she was not alone in this. Her husband could hear their child's thoughts as well, which made their shared understanding far better than her solitary confusion. Qiao Zhongtian gently caressed his wife's hair and added, I have a feeling that the third and our daughter can hear them too.
How could that be?
Madame Chen's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at her husband. Deep in thought, she was suddenly lifted off her feet by Qiao Zhongtian. My lord, what are you doing? She exclaimed, grasping his shoulders tightly. Qiao Zhongtian smiled tenderly, but his intense gaze made her cheeks flush as she lowered her head. It is not dark yet. Are you not afraid of being seen and ridiculed? Her playful admonishment faded to a whisper. Chapter 65. Lost at home, what did he say he wanted from me? The 9th prince casually inquired. Without hesitation, he hurried towards the Yangxin palace. Upon entering, he was met with a teacup that flew toward him. Fortunately, he skillfully dodged it. The emperor, worried about his son, rushed over to inspect him. My son, did it hit you? Were you scalded by the tea? The 9th prince shook his head, stepping back to bow. Father, I am unharmed. The emperor sighed, noting his son's empty hands. My son, do you remember that maid? Do you find her words credible? The 9th prince lowered his gaze, speaking softly. Father, you should know that I was quite young at that time and do not recall everything. However, you have met my mother's associates, and are thus more aware of the reality than I. The emperor felt slightly embarrassed by his son's indifferent response. I shall not hide this from you. The empress's family has equal influence to that of the Qiao family. For stability in the court, we must balance the relationships between both parties and other powers. The 9th prince remained silent, bowing again and replying, Father, I understand your concerns. The stability of the family and the nation is paramount. I trust your promises as emperor are not trifles. The head eunuch observed his solitary figure and offered comfort. Your Majesty, the 9th prince has a gentle nature. Even if he struggles to comprehend now, he will eventually understand your difficulties. In time, he will be fine. The emperor nodded, sighing, let us hope so. However, he quickly shifted his tone, asking coldly, has the 9th prince just left the Qiao residence? Is there any news from there? The head eunuch leaned in, whispering in the emperor's ear. As night fell, Wu Zhao indeed arrived with Wu Qingyun to pay a visit. The men conversed in the front courtyard while Wu Qingyun entertained Qiao Wanshu in the back. Little Qiao Wanshu clung to the beautiful woman, resembling a sticky rice dumpling. repeatedly trying to say second sister-in-law, be affectionate. However, her words came out garbled, causing Wu Qingyun to chuckle heartily. Yet, her earnest desire to express affection was clear, warming Wu Qingyun's cheeks. "Qingyun, Shuer adores you," came the voice of Qiao Jingyue, who entered the room. "Second young master, why aren't you in the front?" Although Wu Qingyun was engaged to Qiao Jingyue and shared mutual feelings, she felt shy in his presence.
Qingyun.
"You insisted that I bring you here to see Jingyue more often. Why are you suddenly shy upon seeing him?" Wu Zhao teased from behind Qiao Jingyue. "Brother, what are you saying? I just wanted to see Shuer, nothing more." Inside, Qiao Wanshu giggled. Oh. Second sister-in-law is shy. She clearly wants to see big brother. I know that big brother misses her dearly. Qiao Jingyue scratched his head in embarrassment, sneaking a glance at Wu Qingyun only to find her blushing furiously. Her neck flushed as well. Qiao Wanshu continued to mock her brother's awkwardness in her mind. Second sister-in-law definitely doesn't know that big brother carves a wooden figure every day, thinking he hides it well. Everyone knows he is carving a likeness of second sister-in-law, it's just that no one has exposed him. Presumably, he intends to present it to her on their wedding night, he. Suddenly, Wu Qingyun looked up, meeting Qiao Jingyue's furtive gaze.
Cough. Cough.
He coughed repeatedly, struggling to regain composure, while Wu Zhao and Qiao Wanshu continued to tease him. "This place is quite lively." Qiao's couple entered, joyfully observing the room filled with handsome men and beautiful women. "My dear, we were just thinking, could it be that we are lost even in our own home?" Instead, we find the young ones merrily chatting away. Qiao Jingyue quickly clarified, "Father, I genuinely went to the kitchen. They said dinner would be ready shortly. I merely wanted to inform mother, my little sister and grandmother. That is all." Wu Zhao chuckled. "Jingyue, when you pulled me along earlier, you mentioned wanting to introduce me to old Madame Qiao, claiming that juniors should pay their respects. Now facing Qiao Xiang, your story has changed. Moreover, old Madame's residence is not in this direction." Qiao Jingyue wished he could silence Wu Zhao's big mouth. It was said that friends could be detrimental, and he was proving it. Unexpectedly, Wu Zhao's teasing was not enough. He turned to his sister. "Qiao Xiang, madam, you may not know, but my sister insisted on coming today. She felt she had not formally visited before, which was improper. So, she insisted I bring her along." Wu Qingyun shot Wu Zhao an annoyed glance, wishing to hide behind little Qiao Wanshu. Chapter 66. The foot of the wall revealed enough. Do not make it difficult for Qingyun. Qiao Jingyue could no longer stand by, stepping forward to shield Wu Qingyun. Taking on a protective stance, he declared, "It was I who insisted Qingyun come. She could not refuse me. It is not her fault for lacking propriety. The entire reason lies with me."
"No.
That is not true," Wu Qingyun exclaimed, grasping the sleeve of Qiao Jingyue in a flustered manner. As she noticed the gazes of those around her fixated on her hands, she belatedly realized that she had publicly grasped Qiao Jingyue's hand, prompting her to hurriedly release it. "Second master, he did not force me. I came of my own accord, truly voluntary." The mutual defense displayed by the two appeared to the onlookers as a tender exchange between a young couple, symbolizing their deep affection and regard for one another. Even Qiao Wanshu wore a look of satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with joy as she observed the pair. Chun Shi approached, smiling as she took Wu Qingyun's hand, saying, "I have always admired Qingyun. Among the many young ladies, it is rare to find one as serene and graceful as you. Initially, I pondered what kind of family could be fortunate enough to have Qingyun as a daughter-in-law, only to discover it was my own foolish second son." Laughter erupted among the crowd, and even Wu Qingyun could not suppress a shy smile. Qiao Wanshu nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is mother who took the initiative. Not only does it express satisfaction toward our second sister-in-law, but it also teasingly lightens the earlier awkwardness. Mother, do not only talk about Jingyue. Do take a look at Jinghan. This lad once felt quite pleased with himself, unaware of the blunder he had made. Fortunately, he did not boast about it, otherwise, it could have become quite a scandal. As Qiao Wanshu turned around, she saw her elder brother dragging the third brother into the room, one arm around Qiao Jingyun's neck. Laughing heartily as he teased, "Brother, how can you say such things in front of the second brother and sister-in-law? If she finds out, it would be embarrassing in the future." Moreover, the third brother is truly a romantic simpleton, claiming to be a charming gentleman, yet he simply has not encountered true love. When he does, he may appear even more foolish. They all stifled their laughter, careful not to attract attention, feeling quite uncomfortable. Soon, the steward announced that dinner was ready, and everyone moved to the flower hall to take their seats, enjoying the evening. Half an hour later, Wu Zhao prepared to take his leave with Wu Qingyun. Naturally, Qiao Jingwei volunteered to see them off, and the others in the Qiao family did not contest this, allowing him to lead the siblings to the gate of the residence. Wu Zhao boarded the carriage first, leaving space for the young couple. Qiao Jingwei and Wu Qingyun exchanged glances, silently smiling at one another, not uttering a single word. "Speak up, you foolish lad. Why are you dawdling?" Qiao Jingchen peeked through the door, feeling anxious.
Keep your voice down.
Don't let anyone hear. Chun Shi shot a glare at her eldest son. As if he had heard everyone's thoughts, Qiao Jingwei took out a finely crafted statue of a woman from his pocket and handed it to Wu Qingyun. "Qingyun, I intended to give this to you later, but whether early or late, it is yours, just as my heart will always belong to you." Wu Qingyun was taken aback by his sudden confession, staring at him in astonishment. The Qiao family members peeking through the crack in the door nearly burst into cheers. "Wow. Brother is impressive." Qiao Wanshu was unafraid of startling the couple, whispering to herself, "I was worried he wouldn't know what to say to his sister-in-law. But it turns out he is quite the charmer. Look at how red sister-in-law's ears are, like a monkey's bottom. Her face as well. Haha." Her thoughts were so loud that standing beside the carriage, Wu Qingyun could not pretend not to hear. After finishing her comment, she prepared to board the carriage. Qiao Jingwei wanted to keep her from leaving too quickly, fearing she might stumble, and instinctively reached out to assist her. Their hands inadvertently touched, fingers intertwining. Oh my! They are holding hands. Chun Shi, who had just reprimanded her eldest son, was unexpectedly more enthusiastic than Qiao Jingchen as she reveled in the sweet interaction of the young couple. In her excitement, she even patted her son's back, nearly jumping up in delight. However, it seemed Chun Shi was too vigorous, or perhaps Qiao Jingchen leaned too far forward. With a sudden slap, he lost his balance and stumbled towards the door. Hey! Qiao Jingwei attempted to catch something to regain his balance, inadvertently pulling Qiao Jinghan along with him. In an unexpected chain reaction, even the Qiao couple tumbled out the door. The Qiao family, young and old, stood awkwardly at the entrance. Even Qiao Wanshu covered her eyes with her little hands, wishing to bury her head in her mother's embrace. This is a disaster. To eavesdrop and then reveal ourselves. How embarrassing. It's one thing for the elder brother and third brother to have thick skin, but what about our parents? Where can they hide their handsome faces? Wu Qingyun could no longer endure the scene. She quickly bowed to the Qiao couple and turned to enter the carriage. As the carriage gradually disappeared around the corner, Qiao Jingwei turned to the crowd, his expression icy as he regarded them, even his parents receiving little warmth from him.
Cough.
My dear, it is late and chilly. Do take care not to catch a cold. With that, he assisted Chun Shi and turned to leave. Qiao Wanshu silently commended her father for his quick thinking and swift retreat, not wishing to face her brother's sour expression. She even clung to her mother's arm, straining to peek back. Elder brother and third brother, are you not leaving yet? With that, he turned and ran. A furious shout from behind followed. Qiao Jingchen. Chapter 67. News like thunderstrikes. Qiao Wanshu had a delightful sleep, waking early and feeling particularly invigorated. The nurse, roused by her chatter, looked outside to find the first light of dawn breaking. Little ancestor, why are you awake so early today? Qiao Wanshu, known for her love of sleep, was unusually excited today. With the nurse holding her, she strolled through the garden, making an effort to express her thoughts. Straighten your back. Stand firm. How could you give in so soon? A robust voice echoed from the garden's edge, unmistakably that of her grandfather, General Chun. Hearing the voice, she immediately pointed in that direction, urging, "Let us go. Let us go." The nurse, however, hesitated to take her there, knowing it was a training ground for the prince and the four young masters, where weapons were in use, and she did not wish for her charge to be harmed. Seeing no other option, Qiao Wanshu feigned tears, forcing the nurse to relent. She carried Qiao Wanshu to the entrance of the training ground, where the little girl spotted her elder brother, Qiao Jingchen, practicing with his shirt off, while her grandfather stood nearby, sternly supervising. "Grandfather," she called out, waving her tiny hands. Though her speech was still a bit clumsy, it did not diminish her enthusiasm upon seeing General Chen. "Oh my, how did you wake so early, my dear? Be careful not to catch a chill from my armor." The nurse, noticing Qiao Jingchen, turned her head away, closing her eyes tightly, unwilling to look any further. "Grandfather, hold me," Qiao Wanshu declared firmly, reaching out for General Chen. Meanwhile, Qiao Jingchen, seeing that his grandfather's attention was on his little sister, cautiously relaxed his stance. An hour ago, he was dragged from his warm bed by his grandfather and taken to the training grounds to practice his stances. It remains a mystery why the old general, instead of attending to his duties at the general's mansion or the barracks outside the city, chose to come to the Prime Minister's residence solely to supervise his training. General Chen could hardly withstand the sweet, soft voice of Qiao Wanshu, especially when she affectionately called him grandfather. His heart softened immediately, prompting him to remove his armor and scoop her into his arms. Before he could utter a word, he caught a glimpse of Qiao Jingchen slacking off, and he immediately scolded, "Qiao Jingchen, what are you doing? Stand up straight." The sound of his voice was like thunder ringing in their ears. Qiao Wanshu was startled, her ears buzzing, and she couldn't help but complain, "Grandfather, I can't hear. Was that real thunder? Oh, my unfortunate elder brother, why must you be summoned for special training?" General Chen hurriedly checked on his precious granddaughter, saying, "Wanshu, it's my fault. Did I scare you? Don't be afraid. Grandfather will speak softly now." Qiao Jingchen couldn't resist complaining, "Grandfather, this isn't laziness. It was the second brother who reported me, tricking you into catching me." General Chen snorted. "You claim the second brother reported you, but what of your own actions? As a general, how long have you spent with your subordinates? How much of what you learned in the barracks do you still remember?" Qiao Wanshu watched her elder brother finally lower his head in silence, and she silently offered a prayer for him. "Brother, may you find your own fortune. Why did you have to provoke the second brother? Just eavesdropping has led you to this predicament. Not only did you fall out, but you also dragged the whole family into it. It made second sister-in-law run away faster than a horse-drawn carriage. It's no wonder second brother is furious with you." The more Qiao Jingchen listened, the more frustrated he became, cursing Qiao Jingwei thoroughly. That little brat, having a wife, forgot his brothers, such a lack of loyalty. He vowed that once Wu Qingyun entered their family, he would share all of Qiao Jingwei's embarrassing childhood stories with her. General Chen had heard tales of the second granddaughter-in-law from the Qiao family, but had never seen her in person. At Qiao Wanshu's birthday banquet, he had been too busy dealing with that unruly princess, and by the time he had a moment to spare, the girl had already departed with her brother.
Now,
Hearing his precious granddaughter mention Wu Qingyun, his curiosity was piqued, and he playfully asked Qiao Wanshu, "My dear Wanshu, tell grandfather, what is your second sister-in-law like?" Qiao Wanshu immediately raised both thumbs, waving them enthusiastically in front of General Chen.
great.
"Awesome. Second sister-in-law. Wonderful." Her praises were not merely superficial. In her heart, she was singing her own praises. She was one in a million in beauty and character, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and skilled in poetry and songs. Both her parents were thoroughly pleased, wishing they could immediately arrange for Wu's family to bring her home. In short, marrying such a daughter-in-law would be a blessing that the Qiao family had accumulated over several generations. Indeed, if Qiao Wanshu's praises were to be ranked, there would be none who could claim the top spot. General Chen nodded repeatedly. "That's wonderful, indeed. De Ji is a talented individual. Both of his children cannot be wrong. Although I have not seen her in person, in time I shall have the opportunity to meet her." However, Qiao Wanshu felt that the name De Ji sounded very familiar.
Dashi, Udashi.
Is that the birth name of the Minister Wu? She jerked in surprise, nearly leaping out of General Chen's arms. "Oh my, no wonder this name sounds so familiar. He is the one who adopted the direct daughter of the former dynasty's empress. During the chaotic times, the former empress gave birth at a most inopportune moment. To save her daughter's life, she had no choice but to send her out of the palace. She hoped to find a good person to foster her, but tragically, The palace maid was murdered on the way, and the infant was taken away. That person was none other than Wu Dezhi. This revelation left both General Chen and Qiao Jingchen stunned. No wonder, after Lu Zhan ascended the throne, he disregarded the objections of the court officials and forcibly took the already married second sister-in-law, insisting on making her part of his harem. Even when he ultimately forced her to take her own life, he still granted her a posthumous title, inscribed on a jade tablet. So, he must have known of the second sister-in-law's identity as the last remaining legitimate princess of the former dynasty. Chapter 68. The demon monk loves meet. Not only were the two men beside Qiao Wanshu struck by lightning, Qiao Jingyue, standing not far away, also overheard the latter part of the conversation and was equally astonished. He had never imagined that Wu Qingyun was not only not the biological daughter of Minister Wu but also possessed such a shocking identity and tragic fate. The thought of the woman he loved being forced by Lu Zhan and ultimately taking her own life filled him with anguish. He felt as if he were being stabbed by a knife, wishing he could rush out with a sword and chop that beast into pieces. However, Lu Zhan was currently favored by the emperor and was being used to restrain the Qiao family, a third-party force from the empress's family, making it unwise to act against him. He could only suppress his fury for the time being, biding his time for a future opportunity. Qiao Jingyue silently vowed that he would never allow Wu Qingyun to suffer such humiliation again. In this life, he would protect her well, cherish her, and ensure that Lu Zhan would never have the chance to covet her again. Lost in thought, Qiao Jingyue suddenly heard Qiao Wanshu calling from a distance, "Second brother. Brother. Second." He walked over speechlessly, first respectfully greeting General Chen and calling him grandfather. Then, he playfully flicked Qiao Wanshu's little nose and said helplessly, "You little rascal. Just call me second brother properly. Why all this fuss?" Qiao Jingchen shot him a glare. "Can't you see your elder brother here? Or did you choose to ignore him on purpose? Calling you second brother isn't a grievance." Qiao Jingyue pretended not to hear. Last night, Wu Qingyun had left in a near panic, and the embarrassment of that moment still made him want to spar with his elder brother. However, he decided to set that matter aside for now, to be resolved later. He turned to General Chen, saying, "Grandfather, it was grandmother who sent me to find Wanshu." Upon hearing that it was time for a meal, Qiao Wanshu was initially delighted, her hands dancing in excitement, a string of transparent drool hanging from her lips. However, upon learning they were also going to the temple to make offerings, her expression immediately fell. She recalled that it was due to her sudden illness last time that had frightened the family. Grandmother had said that once she felt better, she would take her to the temple to make offerings and express gratitude. But she couldn't go to that temple. She shook her head vigorously in refusal. No. I want to go." Her protest was clear and resolute. Seeing his little sister's firm resistance, Qiao Jingyue coaxed gently, "Wanshu, don't throw a tantrum. That Master Hongjin is a renowned sage, a highly accomplished monk. He holds great influence in the capital, and the number of his followers is immense. Furthermore, this matter was first agreed upon by grandmother with the master, promising offerings and gratitude. If we go back on our word, it would certainly affect the reputation of the Qiao family and grandmother's sincerity." General Chen and Qiao Jingchen nodded in agreement. They lived a life of danger, never knowing when they might sacrifice themselves on the battlefield. Though they did not hold strong beliefs in the supernatural, they still harbored a certain respect for it. Especially when it came to promises, keeping one's word was paramount, and one should never lightly break a vow. Yet, Qiao Wanshu shook her head vehemently.
No.
You all don't understand. That Master Hongjin may be well-versed in Buddhist teachings, but he is undeniably a demon monk. What kind of good monk would believe that consuming human flesh grants immortality and aids in cultivation? If he finds someone he deems delectable, he will go to great lengths to keep them in the temple, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Then he imitates the person's handwriting, sending letters to their family, and even years later, their relatives still believe that the person is living among them, merely devoted to their spiritual practice and indifferent to worldly affairs. You may wonder why the peach blossoms in that temple always bloom so brilliantly. It is solely because beneath them lie countless buried white bones, nourished by the flesh and blood of humanity. Upon this thought, Qiao Wanshu could not help but shudder uncontrollably. After all, I am so fragrant, soft, and fair, clearly appearing as if I would be quite delectable. If the earlier news had merely shocked the three of them, these last two sentences transformed their expressions, darkening their faces profoundly. General Chen, merely imagining the plump little child in his arms being transformed into a dish, served in various flavors for that bald, demonic monk to relish, felt an uncontrollable rage boiling within him. Qiao Wanshu nestled against her grandfather, acutely sensing his tremors, and instinctively tightened her embrace around his neck. Grandfather, if I cannot escape and must accompany grandmother to offer incense, would you come along with me? I am so frightened. I truly do not wish to be served as a dish. The old general, holding the trembling child, felt as if his heart were being pierced by a knife. Swirling with fierce emotions, unable to restrain himself, he embraced Qiao Wanshu tightly and reassured her. Be good, my dear. I will accompany you. Both Qiao Jingchen and Qiao Jingyu echoed in unison. Elder brother will go, and so will second brother. They exchanged a glance. But it was Qiao Jingchen who spoke to Qiao Wanshu. Sister, we will all be with you. Thus, the four of them reached a unanimous agreement. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Qiao Wanshu. With these three grandfathers guarding her, what was there to fear? Let the excitement commence. Meanwhile, old Madame Qiao had already finished her breakfast, which consisted solely of light vegetarian dishes. She was still uneasy and resolved to see for herself. However, before she could exit the flower hall, she spotted General Chen and her two grandsons, swords in hand, striding towards her with an air of menace. Qiao Wanshu, nestled in General Chen's embrace, raised her little head high, displaying an air of arrogance. This striking contrast caused old Madame Qiao's heart to sink. She hurriedly approached and inquired, Father-in-law, what has happened? And you two, Jingchen and Jingyu, why are you carrying swords so early in the morning? She feared calamity had befallen them, only to hear General Chen reply, Dear wife, my two grandsons and I wish to offer incense as well. May we join you? Chapter 69. Remarkable monk originally. The incense-offering procession, including bodyguards, numbered only 20, but it swiftly transformed into a grand entourage of over 100. They marched boldly towards Longfu Temple. Chen pushed open the carriage window and, glancing back, voiced his concerns to old Madame Qiao. Mother, we are merely here to fulfill a vow. Is it necessary to make such a grand display? Old Madame Qiao, her prayer beads in hand, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Qiao family has faced many upheavals lately. It is prudent to remain low-key. However, with your father-in-law and the eldest and second sons suddenly wishing to join, along with some guards, it inevitably draws attention. Qiao Wanshu, like a quail, curled up in Chen's embrace, secretly thought, is this too many? I find it insufficient. Longfu Temple is a den of danger, a place where one is devoured without a trace. Having fewer people may not guarantee a safe return. The two women overheard Qiao Wanshu's inner voice but assumed her reluctance stemmed from laziness, mistaking her trepidation about visiting the temple for fear of danger. They silently prayed that the divine beings would not take offense at such a tender child. At the entrance of Longfu Temple, a young novice monk had been watching the approaching road from afar. Upon seeing the dust cloud from the corner, he noticed the large procession of over 100 people, including 3 fierce-looking men on horseback wielding swords. The novice stammered out his observations, and only then did the abbot of Longfu Temple, Master Hongzheng, slowly open his eyes. Accompanied by soldiers as well? He began to calculate the implications, a playful expression emerging on his face. How intriguing. It seems today will not be dull. As Master Hongzheng approached the temple gates, he saw old Madame Qiao and the other women disembarking from their carriage. She was explaining the protocols for their visit. Amitba. Madame Qiao, we meet again. The sound of his voice drew Qiao Wanshu's attention, and she gasped softly. Not far away stood a young, handsome monk, in his early 20s, with a round head, drooping ears, and a countenance as radiant as jade, truly an embodiment of a serene Buddhist figure. Yet when he lifted his gaze, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance, drawing one into their depths as if submerged in a gentle whirlpool. What a remarkable monk! Qiao Wanshu could not help but exclaim, nearly drooling at the sight. No wonder he is called a demonic monk. Not only is he stunning, but he also exudes a captivating, sinister aura. How can anyone resist such allure? He is the pinnacle of an ascetic ideal. Those scholarly, pretentious types pale in comparison. By comparison, my brothers seem somewhat lacking. Xiao Jingyu, standing beside Chen, glanced at Qiao Wanshu, who had fallen into a state of infatuation. He felt an impulse to facepalm. While it was one thing for his little sister to admire beauty, why did she have to fixate on a monk? He discreetly stepped forward, subtly blocking her line of sight. Master Hongzheng, I come to bother you once again, old Madame Qiao greeted with a smile. Though she had met the master several times, she could not help but marvel at his many admirable qualities, truly a revered monk. Master Hongzheng smiled warmly, hands clasped together. Madame Qiao, your accommodations are ready for you and your companions, and you may rest whenever you wish. However, these attendees were not mentioned beforehand, so we must make some last-minute arrangements. I hope you will not take offense. After exchanging courteous remarks, he instructed the novice to escort the old lady to her resting quarters. Qiao Wanshu leaned on Chen's shoulder, glancing back just in time to meet Master Hongzheng's gaze as he watched her leave. A layer of frost seemed to flicker in his eyes, reflecting a cool, indifferent smile that caused Qiao Wanshu to shudder instinctively. No, it cannot be. That demonic monk's smile is truly breathtaking, yet so chilling. The moment he looked at me felt sharper than a knife. Could it be that he sees me as a delectable dish? No, I fear pain. I wish for delicious food, but I do not wish to become one. Old Madame Qiao turned, her brow unconsciously furrowing. She asked Chen, "Isn't Wanshu feeling much better now?" Yet, I see a hint of gloom in her expression. Chen shared the same concern. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's observation, she replied, "Yes, I understand. She rose early today. Perhaps the excitement has worn off, and now she feels a bit fatigued. She hardly touched her breakfast, and likely lacks energy now. I will send someone to find some vegetarian snacks for her to nibble on temporarily before we proceed to listen to the scriptures and offer incense." Upon hearing of yet another ordeal, Qiao Wanshu's spirit sagged, her head drooping. However, Qiao Jingchen, recalling what he had heard in the training grounds, turned sharply to glare at Master Hongzheng, his keen eyes scanning the monk as if attempting to unmask his true nature. Master Hongzheng remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to Qiao Jingchen's hostility. He simply clasped his hands together, paid a slight bow to Qiao Jingchen, and seemed to murmur incantations under his breath. Yet, within his heart, he silently vowed, "No matter what, I must protect my grandmother, mother, and younger sister at all costs. If that malevolent monk does not comprehend his wicked intentions, then so be it. However, if he truly plots against my sister, at that moment, he may find himself in the blissful realm of the West, but I shall dismantle it and expose him." As he watched the Qiao family depart into the distance, Master Hongzhen remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to leave. The young monks and fellow priests exchanged glances, uncertain and hesitant to inquire further. Suddenly, Master Hongzhen began to calculate with his fingers, swiftly deducing a series of possibilities. Oddly enough, despite several attempts, he could only perceive a veil of fog obscuring his vision. Is it possible that there exists a variable that even I, Hongzhen, cannot decipher? How fascinating this world has become. Chapter 70. A family of delicacies. The Qiao family, of noble lineage, naturally occupied a superior Zen chamber. Upon entering, Qiao Wanshu could not help but exclaim in wonder. Contrary to her impression of the simple and serene Zen rooms, this one was even more opulent than that of her own residence. The incense burner, intricately carved from ivory, produced curling wisps of fragrant smoke, while a magnificent statue of Maitreya and a stunning Guanyin figure crafted from top-quality Hetian jade adorned the space. The bedding was draped in exquisite silk, featuring double-sided embroidery worthy of tribute. Even the 4 treasures of the study were of the finest quality, from various regions. This chamber exuded an air of wealth and splendor. Upon noticing the gleam of gold coins swirling in Qiao Wanshu's eyes, the old matriarch chuckled and teased. "Every time you see jewels and treasures, your gaze becomes so fixed. Are you dazzled by the riches here?" Qiao Wanshu nodded, then shook her head. She was no stranger to the world. The Qiao family's wealth surpassed this by no small margin. However, Such extravagant decor made her question whether this was truly a place of Buddhist tranquility. Sensing her unspoken thoughts, the old matriarch, concerned that Qiao Wanshu might develop any disrespectful notions, quickly elaborated, "My dear, you must understand that many who come to the temple to offer incense are not merely common folk. Numerous nobles and wealthy merchants also partake. They often donate their wealth and treasures to the temple, and over time, these contributions accumulate, forming a significant sum." Qiao Wanshu certainly comprehended these principles. Yet her mind wandered elsewhere. To amass such wealth, Master Hongjin must possess remarkable skills. His demeanor is quite striking indeed. But that does not mitigate the fact that he preys upon people. I believe the most renowned victim was the young master of the Duke's residence in the eastern part of the city. A chill ran through the old matriarch's heart. Years ago, when the young Master Feng visited Fulong Temple to offer incense and listen to Master Hongjin's teachings, he had been inspired to consider renouncing worldly life. After writing a letter to his family, he intended to become a monk at the temple. It was said that Master Hongjin advised him against it, suggesting he should practice within the temple until his worldly attachments were resolved before taking vows. Could it be true, as Wanshu suggested, that he was consumed? A sudden wave of unease washed over her, making the curling smoke and flickering candles appear eerily foreboding. Suddenly, a commotion outside the Zen room interrupted the old matriarch's thoughts. She approached the door, and as she opened it, two figures stumbled in. Had she not reacted quickly by pivoting and stepping aside, they would have collided with her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Qiao Jingchen and Qiao Jingyue. Qiao Wanshu followed closely behind, supported by her nurse and the family matron, eagerly peering around the doorway and calling out cheerfully, "Grandmother." As the old matriarch focused, she noticed General Chen, seated cross-legged at the entrance, his long sword resting beside him. "What are you all doing?" she asked, utterly at a loss. It was one thing for her grandsons to act strangely, but why was the typically composed general behaving oddly as well? "Grandmother, we heard rumors about bandits in the mountains, and we were concerned for your safety, as well as that of Mother and Wanshu. Therefore, we decided it was best to keep watch at your door." Qiao Jingyue quickly offered an excuse. Meanwhile, a young monk delivering vegetarian snacks appeared, looking troubled as he said, "Esteemed patrons, the temple separates male and female guests, and it is improper for you to congregate like this. Moreover, our temple has monks and guards who can ensure your safety." Yet Qiao Jingchen insisted, "I have only one sister. Grandmother and mother are also my closest kin. I cannot entrust their safety to others." Thus a dispute arose. And before the old matriarch could intervene, Master Hongjin approached gracefully with a group of monks. "I understand the concern for loved ones. It is a natural sentiment. As long as no Buddhist precepts are violated, certain customs may be flexible. If you are genuinely worried, then tonight, I shall arrange for you to set up a tent in the courtyard for rest," he proclaimed, his voice resonant and persuasive, even when discussing mundane matters. Qiao Wanshu hid behind her elder brother, Qiao Jingchen, peering out with only half her head visible, and her gaze met the warm, twinkling eyes of Master Hongjin. A chill ran down her spine as she thought, "Oh no, does he possess the same glint in his eyes as when I see delectable dishes? Could it be that not only am I his target, but so are grandmother and the others? Is he planning to gather us all for a feast?" This thought sent a wave of apprehension through the Qiao family. Although it seemed absurd, everything Wanshu had previously mentioned had come true, prompting them to heighten their vigilance. Soon, General Chen and the others set up a makeshift tent in the courtyard. However, whether inside or outside, it was clear that no one would find rest that night. Despite their various concerns, the original plan of visiting the temple to offer incense and seek blessings remained unchanged. The old matriarch led the women in prayer and teachings, and time passed swiftly, soon enveloped in the embrace of night. Qiao Wanshu, determined not to sleep, resisted the urge to succumb, even as fatigue tugged at her eyelids. However, being young, she could not hold out for long, eventually collapsing onto her pillow and drifting into a light slumber, soft snores escaping her lips. Suddenly, she heard hushed voices in the courtyard, and shadows flickered against the window. Unable to find peace in sleep, the old matriarch decided to take a stroll outside. She donned her robe and stepped to the door, only to witness Qiao Jingchen suddenly draw his sword, exclaiming sharply, "Who goes there?" Startled, the old matriarch furrowed her brow. "Jingchen, why are you so rash?" Qiao Jingchen quickly sheathed his sword, apologizing and inquiring, "Grandmother, why are you awake and outside?" Of course, the old matriarch could not reveal that she had been unable to sleep due to hearing Qiao Wanshu's unspoken thoughts. Seeing General Chen and Qiao Jinghan emerge from the tent, she suddenly devised an excuse. "Jingchen, have you heard any rumors about Master Hongzhen? I have heard whispers among the noble women, and I cannot shake the feeling that there is truth to them." Chapter 71. Evidence delivered. To the door, the Qiao brothers exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain why their grandmother suddenly mentioned Master Hongzhen's rumors. General Chen, seizing the opportunity, encouraged, "Dear matriarch, please share whatever you wish to say. The long night stretches ahead, and it would be a good distraction." Qiao Jingchen retrieved his cloak and a meditation cushion from the Zen chamber, assisting the old matriarch in sitting down. The night air was cool as a gentle breeze caressed, alleviating the autumn heat. A chilling sensation swept through the crowd, as if the cool breeze carried an ominous undertone. The heir of the Feng family from the eastern part of the city had once visited the Fulong Temple to pay homage, where he received teachings directly from Master Hongzhen. Enlightened by the profound discourse, he contemplated renouncing worldly ties to embrace monastic life. Yet, persuaded by Master Hongzhen, he opted to remain at the temple temporarily. And it has now been 3 years since he last returned home. Just as old Lady Qiao was midway through her tale, the assembly, enthralled, suddenly beheld the visage of Master Hongzhen. His strikingly handsome, yet almost otherworldly countenance flickered in the firelight, casting an eerie shadow.
"Ah!"
A startled exclamation escaped Qiao Jingchen, nearly prompting him to unsheath his sword once more. Amidst the serene surroundings, Master Hongzhen clasped his hands in reverence and addressed them. "I merely happened to be on my nightly rounds and was drawn to the sound of old Master Qiao recounting a story. I did not intend to frighten you. The fault lies with me." Qiao Jingchen, still clutching his chest, chose to ignore the enigmatic monk. Meanwhile, old Lady Qiao felt the weight of scrutiny upon her, as if she had been caught in a moment of gossip. With a subtle shift in her thoughts, she smiled and remarked, "Master, I was merely sharing with my grandson and our esteemed guest the depth of your understanding of Buddhist teachings, supported by real-life examples." Master Hongzhen replied, "The comprehension of Buddhist philosophy varies among individuals. Much of what circulates in society tends to exaggerate a monk's abilities, thus cannot be taken as absolute." General Chen, seizing the opportunity, interjected, "I too have heard the tale of how young Master Feng, after attending your teachings, experienced profound enlightenment. As a long-time acquaintance of Duke Feng, my visit to this temple feels fated. Might I have the honor of meeting young Master Feng? It would ease the longing of Duke Feng and his wife." Master Hongzhen maintained his smile, though an added hint of regret appeared. "Regrettably, the young master has been diligently studying Buddhist doctrines and is currently in seclusion for contemplation. Once he emerges, General Chen shall have the opportunity to meet him." The commotion outside had awakened Qiao Wanshu, who leaned against the window, internally voicing her grievances. "Oh, indeed, I should have been hanging in the temple's ice cellar, waiting for the moment I craved dried meat. I wonder how long it will take for someone to discover his remains." The gathered crowd felt their stomachs churn in response. Suddenly, a loud retch resonated as Madame Chen leaned against the door, expelling the vegetarian meal from earlier. "Mother, what ails you?" Qiao Jingyue, closest to her, rushed forward to support her. Master Hongzhen, with genuine concern, inquired, "Madam, what troubles you? Would you like me to examine you?" Madame Chen shook her head. "I wouldn't dare trouble the master. Perhaps it's simply the chill of autumn affecting my stomach, compounded by my recent absence from the temple, which has made me unaccustomed to the local water and soil." Master Hongzhen turned to the attendant behind him, instructing, "Go. Prepare some light snacks and millet porridge for our esteemed guests to warm their stomachs. The recent feasts of rich foods may have unsettled their digestive systems. It is best to consume something light to nurture them." Though the guests intended to decline, Master Hongzhen had already articulated their needs. To refuse would seem ungrateful. Soon, the attendant brought forth delicacies and millet porridge for the assembly. Master Hongzhen then respectfully excused himself, vanishing into the night. despite their lack of appetite. The late hour and the exertion of their conversation had left them feeling hollow. They moved a fragrant incense table outdoors to serve as a makeshift dining table and gathered around it. Each person poured a bowl of fragrant millet porridge and was about to partake when Qiao Wanshu suddenly cried out, knocking over Madame Chen's bowl. "Sister!" Madame Chen, disregarding her own bowl, quickly grasped her daughter's hand to inspect it. A bit of porridge had splattered onto her fingers, leaving them red and burned. Yet, Qiao Wanshu appeared oblivious to the pain, desperately reaching for the chopsticks on the table, probing the spilled millet porridge. The onlookers recognized the significance of her actions and allowed her to rummage through the porridge. Soon, a transparent piece of nail emerged. She pushed it aside, pointing and whispering,
Hard.
"Will you eat it?" General Chen's expression shifted as he lowered his voice. "Isn't that a fingernail?" They had witnessed unimaginable horrors on the battlefield, countless corpses in various states of disarray. The object Qiao Wanshu uncovered was unmistakably a human fingernail. Since the fingernail has been revealed, why tarry any longer? Do they intend to wait until they are served as a meal? I only wish to dine, not become the dish. How else could I have alerted them? Any lingering doubts dissipated in the face of Qiao Wanshu's evidence, particularly as they realized that had she not intervened, they might have consumed the tainted porridge. However, they recalled having eaten the temple's vegetarian meals both at noon and in the evening. Who could say what was truly in their food? Consequently, their expressions turned grim, and a visceral urge to purge their stomachs arose. "Let us leave. Why have we not departed yet?" Qiao Wanshu urged anxiously, her feet tapping in impatience. General Chen pondered for a moment before speaking first. "It appears that the water and food at Longfu Temple may not be clean. If Wanshu were to fall ill,
It would not bode well.
Our purpose for visiting was to fulfill a vow, which we have already accomplished during the day." Old Lady Qiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We have fulfilled our vow, and the Bodhisattva will not take offense. Let us gather our belongings and set forth." Chapter 72. He has arrived. The Qiao family swiftly organized their belongings. However, with so many people, the clamor was undeniable. Just as they prepared to depart, Master Hongzheng reappeared, standing silently and gazing at the Qiao family with an expressionless demeanor. The flickering firelight reflected in his eyes, revealing two faint flames within their depths. "Esteemed patrons, the night has grown late. Are you still unable to rest? Where do you intend to go?" Master Hongzheng stated with an impassive countenance. "I have observed the night sky. A heavy rain will fall at midnight. Being deep in the mountains, you may encounter landslides and flash floods, which pose significant dangers. For your safety, it would be prudent to remain here for a few more days." Qiao Jingchen raised an eyebrow, his tone sharp. "As a general, I prioritize the safety of my family above all else." Yet, Master Hongzheng remained steadfast, showing no inclination to yield. "General Qiao, I have devoted myself to my practice within this temple and possess a greater understanding of the unpredictable weather in the mountains than anyone else. Moreover, as night deepens, traversing the mountain paths becomes increasingly perilous. I advise you to reconsider your course of action." Qiao Jingchen unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, brandishing it menacingly, ready to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. Master Hongzheng, however, remained composed, his robe stirring as if caught by an unseen breeze. Witnessing the impending confrontation, Qiao Wanshu felt helpless, her heart racing with despair. Is this how fate conspires against me? That sinister monk possesses unmatched martial prowess. He could easily dispatch hundreds of imperial guards. Without the advantage of sheer numbers, we stand no chance. If my brother engages him now with our 100 guards, we would be utterly defenseless. If that sinister monk truly held the power as described by her sister, any conflict would endanger their grandmother, mother, and sister. The stakes were too high for hesitation. Yet, he bore no such qualms and could easily use their female relatives as leverage, ensuring a foregone conclusion of defeat. Suddenly, General Chen interjected, attempting to mediate. "Jingchen, the master speaks with wisdom. The climate in the mountains is ever-changing, and as it is now the deep of night, we have acted thoughtlessly, treating this endeavor as if it were mere military maneuvering. The esteemed matron is advanced in years, and our dear child has only just reached her tender age of 1. It is indeed unwise to travel with the womenfolk under these circumstances. Following the recent turmoil, none among us can find rest. Qiao Jingwa has been observing the celestial phenomena, yet the sky appears serene, with no signs of imminent rain. In my estimation, the weather does not suggest a downpour, and notions of sudden flash floods are sheer folly. His words have already found consensus among the Qiao family. Qiao Wanshu pondered within her heart. If that malevolent monk merely wishes to retain me, he need only claim that grandmother's ritual of gratitude is insufficient and that we must linger a few more days. With both grandfather and my 2 elder brothers holding official positions, they must attend court and cannot afford to remain here for long. Would this not easily separate us? Yet, he insists on keeping everyone here. Does he intend to ensnare us all? A chilling sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the assembly. Suddenly, Qiao Wanshu gasped, startling everyone. She repeatedly tapped her forehead. Alas, I am growing old and forgetful, she exclaimed. Previously, when the Qiao family fell into disgrace, that malevolent monk was involved, influencing the narrative that the Qiao family harbored a star of calamity. The emperor seized upon this pretext, leading to our swift condemnation to quell public dissent. But how can I warn them that the monk consumes human flesh, burying the bones beneath the peach blossom tree? The onlookers observed Qiao Wanshu's furrowed brow and her distressed expression, wishing to convey that they could indeed hear her thoughts. However, aside from Qin Shi, who knew that Qiao Zhongtian could also hear, they were uncertain whether others shared the same ability. Such revelations would be too shocking to voice,
and she hesitated to take that risk.
Others shared her sentiments. Thus, despite their discomfort, they could only watch in silence. Qiao Wanshu lifted her gaze, gazing vacantly at the sky. Tonight is the night of the full moon, the time when that malevolent monk is at his weakest. Moreover, he will undoubtedly feast upon human flesh tonight. Perhaps if we act, we might capture him. Amidst her dilemma, she suddenly heard Qiao Jingchen remark, "Grandfather, the trees and flowers here are exceptionally vibrant. I have heard it said that vegetation nourished by human remains flourishes remarkably. This temple must harbor some dark secrets. Why not send me to investigate the peach grove to uncover any clues?" Old General Chen nodded in agreement. "I share this sentiment. The abnormality bespeaks malevolence.
Investigating poses no harm.
If nothing is amiss, it will bring us peace of mind.
Go.
Wanshu, you shall accompany him." Qiao Wanshu, suddenly leaning out from Chen Shi's embrace, reached out earnestly towards old General Chen, fervently expressing her desire to partake in the endeavor. Initially, both the matriarch and Chen Shi had reservations about allowing her to take such risks, concerned for her safety amidst the potential dangers. However, as Qiao Wanshu alone seemed to grasp the likely trajectory of events, they acquiesced to her inclusion. As night deepened, the group concealed themselves in a meditation chamber beside the peach grove, holding their breath as they kept a watchful eye. A gentle breeze rustled the peach trees, the leaves whispering and accompanied by the occasional hoot of an owl, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. As the hour of midnight approached, subtle footsteps drew near. In the darkness, a figure gradually materialized, cradling a red cloth bundle, bulging with an unknown content. In her heart, Qiao Wanshu exclaimed, "It is here. I am certain of it." Chapter 73. Your retribution is my own. Everyone's spirits heightened. Qiao Wanshu continued, "That red cloth wraps nothing but bones, surely just consumed. Such a large bundle must contain the entirety of a person's remains." Through the cracks of the meditation chamber's paper window, Qiao Jingchen and the others glimpsed the figure emerging beneath the moonlight. It was none other than Master Hongjin. He strode directly towards the peach grove, seemingly oblivious to the watchers in the shadows. He halted beneath the third peach tree on the left, crouching down to press something at its base. After a slight tremor, a trapdoor emerged, revealing a deep excavation filled with similar red cloth bundles. Deeper within lay an indistinct number of further bundles. Each bore a name and birth date, and some even revealed ghastly white bones. What Qiao Wanshu had stated was indeed true. Witnessing the scene, no one could doubt that Longfu Temple was a den of darkness. Even if Master Hongjin did not consume human flesh, he could not escape the charge of murder. Qiao Jingchen signaled to old General Chen and Qiao Jingwei with gestures, a silent communication akin to that used in military operations. He intended to attempt a surprise attack on Master Hongjin while he remained unaware. Esteemed patrons, since you have arrived, there is no need to remain hidden. You have seen what you came for. I wonder if you are satisfied with the spectacle? A collective shock coursed through them as they turned their gazes towards the figure before them. They could not ascertain whether he was deceiving them or had indeed detected their presence. Soon, the truth would unfold. Master Hongjin leisurely placed the bundle into the pit. Elegantly rising after sealing the mechanism, dusting off his clothes, he turned to face the concealed figures in the meditation chamber. Old General Qin gently set Qiao Wanshu down within the chamber, signaling for her to remain silent and hidden. He then stepped outside with Qiao Jingchen and Qiao Jingyue. Master Qin, it seems our encounters tonight are particularly frequent. Old General Qin replied in a low voice, My grandsons and I thought the moonlight was splendid, and we took a stroll. We also heard the master mention that heavy rain is expected tonight, possibly leading to flash floods and landslides. Thus, we harbored concerns and decided to survey the area for reassurance. Master Hongjin scoffed coldly. I did not expect Master Qin to speak such nonsense. Fabricating tales before my very eyes. I act without obfuscation, yet you dare to deceive me? At that moment, Qiao Wanshu, peering out through the window, retorted, This malevolent monk has never concealed his intentions from us, perhaps thinking that since he intends to kill, there is no need for subterfuge? Before her thought could fully form, Master Hongjin's voice rang out sharply. If you refuse to acknowledge the truth, then remain silent from now on, and join those who sleep beneath the trees, eternally bound to this place. No sooner had the words left his lips than he sprang into action, targeting old General Qin first, the most experienced and capable among them. To capture the leader was to strike at the heart of their resistance. Yet, forewarned by Qiao Wanshu, the three had prepared defenses. They formed a triangular formation, avoiding direct confrontation with the malevolent monk. However, even with their combined efforts, they quickly discerned the formidable strength of the monk. Despite Wanshu's assertion that today marked his weakest moment, the trio felt themselves gradually overwhelmed. The stakes had risen. Should they falter, the consequences for the matriarch and the other women would be dire. Qiao Jingchen and Qiao Jingyue, molded by Qiao Zhongtian's tutelage, could not measure up to old General Qin in skill or experience. They soon found themselves injured and retreating under the relentless pressure of the malevolent monk. Fortunately, General Chen's martial prowess is both fierce and composed, each step taken with unwavering precision. Even the slightest vulnerabilities are swiftly covered by the Qiao brothers. The trio's remarkable synergy has exacted a considerable toll on Hongjin, rendering him equally battered and bruised. Within the peach grove, glints of blades and flashes of swords abound, accompanied by Hongjin's ghostly, darting figure. The heavy scent of blood wafts through the air, causing Qiao Wanshu to retch repeatedly, her palms slick with cold sweat. This cannot continue. The demon monk's power will gradually recover, and the situation will become increasingly dire for grandfather and my brothers. Think. That demon monk has a weakness. But what is it? Why can't I remember? Qiao Wanshu forced herself to regain her composure. The more frantic she became, the more muddled her thoughts. She gazed out the window. Though she could not discern the demon monk's form, it appeared that her grandfather and brothers were engaged in direct combat with Hongjin, unable to maneuver behind him.
Got it.
A spark of inspiration ignited in Qiao Wanshu's mind, and she nearly leapt from her seat. Elder brother, second brother, grandfather. His waist. That scoundrel's waist is his Achilles heel. She remembered clearly now. A member of the Imperial Guard who had once felled the demon monk had reported to his superior that he had inadvertently struck the monk's waist, breaking his defenses and capturing him. Qiao Jingyue, being closest to the meditation chamber, overheard Qiao Wanshu's thoughts. He immediately rallied his spirits, signaling General Qin and Qiao Jingchen to coordinate with him to create an opportunity. Without hesitation, General Qin risked his life to engage Hongjin in close combat. Meanwhile, Qiao Jingchen seized the moment, darting behind Hongjin and thrusting his sword toward the vulnerable area of his lower back. Hongjin's attempt to evade was too late. As the blade struck, a sound akin to something being pierced echoed in the air. With the breach of his defenses, Hongjin's power plummeted like a river in flood. Soon, he found himself at the mercy of the three swords poised at his throat. Even in defeat, Hongjin bore no sign of panic or regret, merely offering a calm smile. Do not presume that I have succumbed to you. I have merely yielded to fate. Yet Qiao Jingchen retorted coldly, what fate? You have harmed so many, committing unspeakable acts. This is merely retribution, and you deserve to fall into our hands. Hongzhen's gaze shifted toward the meditation chamber, as if he could see Qiao Wanshu hiding behind the window. His eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, rendering his already striking features even more captivating. Suddenly, he smiled, a knowing expression gracing his face. Is that so? Truly? Chapter 74. The demon monk is vanquished. Is he looking at me? Surely not. Qiao Wanshu's heart raced. She felt as though those elongated phoenix eyes could pierce through the paper of the window and see directly into her soul. It's fine. No matter how formidable he is still but a mortal. While his skills are commendable and he is adept in the art of divination, he cannot possibly see through my guise. Otherwise, he would have revealed me long ago. Qiao Wanshu, stop scaring yourself. She continually reassured herself, regretting her decision to edge closer to the window. Now, she should simply remain tucked away in bed, awaiting her grandfather's safe return. Observing Hongzhen's unwavering gaze upon the meditation chamber, General Chen felt a wave of unease wash over him. Could it be that this demon monk had discerned Wanshu's extraordinary nature? If he were to expose it, would it not bring calamity upon Wanshu and the Qiao family? No, he must devise a method to silence him. The previous incident with the third brother's summoning of a sorcerer had already drawn the emperor's attention to the Qiao family. A fierce light flickered in the general's eyes. He had made up his mind. The evidence of the demon monk's cannibalism was irrefutable. He must be eradicated. The monk, having studied Buddhist scriptures for years, had achieved a certain level of enlightenment, though not sanctioned by the ethics of this world. How can one, not being a fish, understand the joy of fish? Moreover, I possess divine abilities. What I glean from divination is the will of heaven. Everything has its destiny, and no being may defy it. Those who attempt to defy fate shall not be tolerated and will surely perish. This proclamation sent shivers down the spines of the Qiao family, especially Qiao Wanshu, who was convinced that Hongzhen had unearthed something of great import. Damn the demon monk, facing his own demise, yet seeking to drag me, this innocent, down with him? Is there no justice in this world? I have harmed no one. I only wish to live peacefully. Is that truly a fault? Her thoughts echoed with a sense of helplessness and heartache, prompting Qiao Jingwei to rebuke Hongzhen fiercely. Shameless demon monk, with your honeyed words. In this era of peace, you feast upon men, yet dare to call yourself a child of the Buddha? As he spoke, he raised his sword, prepared to advance, but suddenly, Hongzhen produced a short blade from his monk's robe. What is Buddha, and what is demon? How many have perished at the hands of men? Who will seek justice for them? Hongzhen let out a boisterous laugh before murmuring, Heaven has its ways. Those who seek to disrupt them shall not meet a good end. I shall take my leave first. The path ahead awaits you, young benefactor. With that, he unswervingly plunged the blade into himself. A torrential rain of blood stained the eyes of all present, prompting General Chen and the others to glance toward the meditation chamber. They instinctively understood that Hongzhen's final words were directed at Qiao Wanshu. Yet she was their treasure, the Qiao family's lucky star. Even aware of the events to come, her intent was to protect her loved ones from harm. Thus, they silently resolved that no matter what Hongzhen proclaimed, they would vow to protect their precious one with their lives. The following day, explosive news erupted. The esteemed Hongzhen master of Longfu Temple was revealed to be a cannibalistic demon. Countless skeletal remains, bearing signs of being devoured, were discovered in the temple's peach grove, while a vast quantity of human remains lay frozen in the underground ice cellar of the temple kitchen. It was the Qiao family and General Chen who, during a visit to offer incense, uncovered the truth, bringing it to light. After the revelation, the demon Hongzhen had taken his own life out of fear. This incident sent the capital into a state of panic, as many families whose loved ones had been missing for years suddenly realized that they might have fallen victim to Hongzhen. In the streets, terrified citizens abounded, and anguished cries resounded from within various courtyards, the families of victims grappling with the shocking news. Among the chaotic crowd, a veiled woman hurriedly passed along the wall. She approached the back door of a grand residence, cautiously scanning her surroundings before entering. A seemingly innocuous question caused her to freeze in place.
What?
After stepping out, you can't even recognize my voice? The woman removed her veil, revealing a tragically beautiful visage, the very face of Fong Yenner, who was supposed to be confined at home. My husband's voice. How could I not recognize it? I merely heard a shocking piece of news, and was filled with alarm, which is why. Lu Zhan interrupted her with a cold laugh. Enough. You have been ordered by the emperor to remain at home, yet you dare to sneak out? Are you not afraid of being seen and reported to the emperor, dragging me down with you? Fong Yenner hastily knelt, urgently pleading, Husband, please calm your anger, and allow me to explain. Since I became pregnant, I have been suffering from extreme reactions daily. Especially recently, I have been craving all sorts of peculiar flavors. Although the household has taken great care, it never satisfies my cravings, which is why I could not help but slip out to seek what I desire. I took great care to disguise myself and ensured no one was following me. Please trust me. As she spoke, she deliberately cradled her belly, reminding Lu Zhan of her pregnancy. Pregnant? Lu Zhan cast a glance at her abdomen, his smile devoid of warmth. You are in a critical stage. This is when you must exercise the utmost caution. Moreover, sneaking out is not a new occurrence today. Fong Yenner, are you not afraid that the child in your womb might be lost with all this running around? Soon, a man clad in a long robe was pushed forward, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Upon recognizing his face, Fong Yenner turned pale with rage. The man was none other than the doctor she had once bribed to fake her pregnancy. He repeatedly bowed before Lu Zhan, exclaiming, Lord Lu, I was compelled. It was your esteemed wife who gave me a sum of money and threatened that if I did not cooperate, my household would be thrown into chaos. I have 7 or 8 family members relying on my livelihood. I truly dared not defy her. I implore you, spare my life. Fong Yenner felt her hands and feet turn cold as she looked at Lu Zhan in astonishment. Where had the flaw shown? When did he begin to harbor suspicions? How had she remained utterly unaware and unprepared? Lu Zhan approached slowly, bending down to fiercely grasp Fong Yenner by her collar, lifting her partially off the ground. You wretched woman! Not only did you deceive me, but you also dare to perform for His Majesty. This is treason, not child's play. Do you truly not know how to write the word death? Chapter 75. My lord, trust me once more. Fong Yenner was suspended in a precarious position, unable to support herself. The grip of Lu Zhan's hand on her collar made her face flush and nearly rendered her breathless. She could only grasp his wrist with both hands, struggling for a moment of respite. My lord, I am wronged. That doctor must have been instructed by the Qiao family to deliberately slander me. Consider this. I have repeatedly testified against the Qiao family as treachery, yet I am merely confined at home. How could they allow me to live comfortably? My lord, do not let the words of a woman deceive you, lest our marriage be strained. Lu Zhan listened to her self-defense, his gaze inscrutable. The tumultuous emotions within him were so complex that Fong Yenner could hardly discern whether he had absorbed her words. As she gradually fell silent, Lu Zhan smirked. Have you finished? Then I shall bring in another, and see what excuses you have left. Qiao Chan was brought forth, collapsing at Lu Zhan's feet, trembling and stammering. My lord, spare me. I was indeed instructed by Lady Fong to give the doctor 100 taels of silver, to bribe him into fabricating the false pregnancy. I also secretly disposed of the miscarriage medicine bestowed by the Empress and yourself. I acknowledge my guilt. But all of this was directed by Lady Fong. I dared not disobey her. I plead for your mercy. Fong Yenner stared daggers at Qiao Chan, unable to believe she had dared to betray her. Meeting Lu Zhan's half-smiling gaze, a chill coursed through Fong Yenner, freezing her to the core.
How could this be?
In her dreams, she and Lu Zhan shared deep affections, even risking confrontation with the Qiao family and incurring the emperor's wrath to resolve many troublesome matters for her. Yet now, he was meticulously unearthing her faults. Intent on punishing her? Silent? Or contemplating how to continue your deceit? Lu Zhan's words shattered Fong Yenner's thoughts. His gaze was cold and piercing, revealing unmasked murderous intent. In his eyes, she saw her reflection but not a hint of affection. My lord, whatever I say now, you shall not believe, correct? She asked despondently. The crime of treason must bring about the demise of 9 clans. You deceived me into believing your lies. Did you not consider I would be implicated and punished by His Majesty? Did you not think that my Lu family might face annihilation because of you? His grip tightened, shifting from her collar to her throat. Fong Yener felt death closing in, and she began to struggle violently, crying out, "My lord, I do not wish to harm you. Only I can assist you in your endeavors. Without my alliance, you could never easily topple the Qiao family, let alone achieve great success afterward. Please, trust me once more. I speak the truth. We shall have a precious child, born under auspicious signs. This will be the foundation of your future success, yet you remain indifferent towards me, scarcely even touching me. I was left with no choice but to resort to such measures." Fong Yener, a frail woman, could not match Lu Zhan's strength. After struggling for some time, she could not loosen his grip at all. Instead, he cast her violently to the ground. "I must admit, you possess a tongue that speaks sweetly, but if you think you can continue to deceive me, you are gravely mistaken. Take her to the dungeon and ensure she is strictly guarded. No one is allowed to approach her without permission." Immediately, guards stepped forward, seizing Fong Yener to drag her away. The dungeon? Fong Yener trembled even more violently. In her dreams, she had ventured into the dungeon of Lu's estate more than once. Its eerie atmosphere haunted her, leaving her drenched in sweat upon waking. Now he intended to send her to such a place? Was that not akin to a slow death, subjecting her to endless torment? In a surge of panic, her blood surged, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. The guards reported to Lu Zhan, "My lord, Lady Fong has fainted." And what of it? Merely a ploy to elicit sympathy. Take her away. Lu Zhan had no desire to waste further time on her and needed to address the mess she had left behind, as well as find a way to manage the situation with the Empress. But another guard hesitated, successfully capturing Lu Zhan's attention. "Stop!" Fong Yener screamed as she awakened. She curled up tightly, flailing her arms, attempting to protect herself. "My lady, what troubles you?" A maid hurriedly approached, trying to console the terrified Fong Yener. "This is not the dungeon?" Fong Yener realized she was in her own chamber, lying on warm bedding instead of the cold, foul waters of a dungeon. There were no chains binding her, nor sharp, cold instruments restraining her limbs. "My lady, this is your bedroom. You must have been haunted by a nightmare. May I fetch you some water?" The unfamiliar maid appeared timid, clearly lacking courage. Fong Yener then realized she had merely experienced a nightmare. Yet, just before she fainted, she distinctly heard Lu Zhan declare his intention to cast her into the dungeon. Was I not thrown into the dungeon? Qiao Chan, where is she? Fong Yener could not comprehend how she had escaped this fate, but she was resolute in her determination not to let that traitorous maid go unpunished. Qiao Chan was executed by the master. "The maid was specifically assigned to serve you." "My lady," the new maid said, trembling. "Executed?" Fong Yener's gaze turned cold and sinister. "Good riddance. A traitor deserves no mercy." Before her words could fully escape her lips, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen. Fong Yener gasped, collapsing onto her pillow, clutching her belly in shock.
"What is happening to me?
"Why does my stomach hurt so?" The maid rushed forward, gently resting her hands on Fong Yener's shoulders. "My lady, please do not become agitated. You fainted earlier due to emotional instability, which may have triggered a miscarriage. The doctor warned you repeatedly not to get overly emotional. You must rest quietly, otherwise, you risk losing the child." Chapter 76. Little one, long time no see a miscarriage?
I
am pregnant?
Fang Yener's blankly herdommen.
Previously, she had fabricated a pregnancy to create more opportunities for intimacy with Lu Zhan, hoping to make him fall in love with her. She had used this pretense to attend the Empress's birthday celebration and implicate the Qiao family, only to have the ruse exposed by the Empress. After much difficulty in agreeing to assist him, she managed to conceal the matter, only to be unexpectedly exposed by Lu Zhan himself. But when did this occur? Ever since learning of her pregnancy, Lu Zhan had virtually refrained from sharing a bed with her to ensure her peace of mind. Fong Yener felt a headache coming on, and a dull ache began to throb in her lower abdomen. She quickly lay down, too anxious to let her thoughts wander further. In the Lu residence, she had not been in contact with any other men, so the child could only be Lu Zhan's. Overthinking would only lead to more troubles, for now. The priority was to ensure the safety of her pregnancy. What is your name? Fong Yenner turned to the maid. The maid glanced up at her quickly before lowering her head again, her timid demeanor causing Fong Yenner to furrow her brows. While such a timid nature was easy to manipulate, it could also lead to complications. However, with no one else to rely on, she had no choice but to make do for the time being. Where is the master? Go fetch him for me, and tell him I have something to discuss. Fong Yenner pondered that since she was indeed pregnant and Lu Zhan had not imprisoned her, it indicated that he still harbored some doubts about her words, which could serve as leverage in her negotiations with him. Yet, Chunxia lowered her head almost to the ground. Upon hearing this, Fong Yenner realized that she had once again been confined. The current Lu Zhan was entirely different from the one in her dreams. Many elements from her dreams had changed, and naturally so had he. She could no longer view Lu Zhan through the lens of the past. It was better to rely on herself than to depend on him. As her heart sank and grew cold, Fong Yenner finally repressed her last shred of hope. With a frigid gaze fixed on Chunxia, she spoke slowly. You have witnessed the fate of Qiao Chan. You should know that traitor servants seldom meet a good end. Now that you are with me, serve me well, and you shall not be treated poorly. Otherwise, Fong Yenner let out a cold laugh. I could send you to the afterlife right now. Chunxia trembled and repeatedly bowed her head in fear. After watching her bow several times, Fong Yenner finally called a halt.
Ao Hict, do-me a favor.
She pulled out a 10-tael silver note along with a jade pendant and handed them to Chunxia. Take this jade pendant to the guard Li Meng at the East City Gate and tell him I wish to see Granny Li. Upon success, this silver note will be your reward. Chunxia took the items and hurriedly left, while Fong Yenner stared at her retreating figure, gripping the blanket tightly in her hands. She often envisioned the sinister monk Hongjin, his head tilted on his shoulder, beckoning her with a wicked smile. He would utter, "The souls of other worlds should not disturb the celestial order here. Those who seek to defy fate shall surely meet a grim end." Each time the demon monk lunged at her with his dagger, Qiao Wanshu would awaken in terror, drenched in cold sweat, taking a long while to regain her composure. The Qiao family was deeply concerned, and General Chen felt immense guilt and remorse. Even with everyone watching over Qiao Wanshu, her nightmares and seizures persisted. It's all my fault. I should not have brought Wanshu to the peach grove. Otherwise, she would not have been frightened by the demon monk and lost her spirit. Wanshu had only just begun to recover from a severe illness, and now cradled by her mother, Qiao Wanshu extended her trembling little hand, attempting to comfort General Chen, saying, "Grandfather, it was Wanshu's disobedience that insisted on following you. It has nothing to do with you. This series of events is aimed at taking my life. It seems even heaven does not wish for me to live." Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Chen's heart broke. Tears silently streamed down her face as she held her daughter tightly, unsure of how to protect her from harm. Madam, a leprous monk has come outside claiming to seek the young lady." The steward rushed in without even bothering to bow. "Chase him away," Chen scolded. "Is this residence a place where any stray dog can wander in and see anyone? Must I teach you this?" Qiao Wanshu had suffered another bout of terror because of the demon monk Hongjin, and Chen now loathed all monks, vowing never to engage with them again. However, the steward stood his ground, and suddenly, with a chant of Amitabha, a ragged, leprous monk entered. "Since the lord and lady are unwilling to meet, I took the liberty of coming in." "Presumptuous! This is the residence of a noble. How dare you act so wildly?" Chen rebuked, but her eyes suddenly widened as the monk appeared beside the bed in an instant. General Chen reacted swiftly, attempting to seize the monk's shoulders. Yet despite being right in front of him, his grasp fell empty. Even after several attempts, he could not even brush the monk's robe. "I have come merely to speak a few words with the young lady. Perhaps it will help her spirit find peace." The leprous monk smiled slightly. The onlookers were astonished to find that their bodies had become immobile and unresponsive. "Little one, it has been a long time. How has your little life been?" There was a hint of fondness in his smile. Qiao Wanshu looked at him in astonishment, feeling that this person seemed somewhat familiar.
Yet,
whether in her past or present life, she was certain she had never encountered him. "It seems you do not remember me. That is truly disappointing." Although the leprous monk spoke thus, his expression betrayed no sadness. With a gentle wave of his hand before Qiao Wanshu, scenes flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. Her eyes widened in realization. Before she had entered the story, a voice had incessantly whispered in her ear, speaking of cause and effect, that the time for repayment had arrived. Then she had felt a push, and upon opening her eyes, she had transformed into a tiny infant. The face of the person who had pushed her down gradually became clearer, revealing the very leprous monk before her. Chapter 77. A treasure as precious as jade. Ah, you pushed me. Qiao Wanshu pointed at the leprous monk, nearly blurting out her thoughts. The Qiao family, having heard her inner voice, realized that their precious lucky star had indeed been delivered by this monk. The leprous monk's smile deepened as he poked Qiao Wanshu's small face, creating a shallow dent with his fingertip. Remembered? At least you have a conscience. Everything has its cause and effect. Different paths ultimately lead to the same destination. Little benefactor, do not be troubled by the words of others. Simply preserve your true heart. Since you are here, be at ease. You can hear my thoughts? Is this mind reading? How marvelous! Qiao Wanshu gazed at the leprous monk in surprise. Given her current speech difficulties, the ability to read minds was truly a blessing. The leprous monk merely smiled in silence, pulling a jade pendant from his robe and offering it to her. It was an ordinary oval shape, slightly rough in texture, resembling a cheap trinket one might find at a roadside stall. This should have been given to you long ago, but it is not too late now. It must be worn close to the body. It can nourish your spirit and calm your mind, and when necessary, it will ensure your safety. As the pendant was placed in her hand, a bone-chilling coldness made Qiao Wanshu shiver. Gradually, a warmth enveloped her. The more she held it, the smoother and more comforting it felt. Her breathing steadied, and her spirit became tranquil and joyful. The visage and words of Hongjin seemed to gradually fade, no longer haunting her thoughts. Thank you, thank you. Qiao Wanshu struggled to express her gratitude verbally. Although her inner thoughts were direct, she still felt that voicing them added a sense of ritual. The leprous monk smiled and joined his hands in a gesture of respect before turning and drifting away. At that moment, the Qiao family felt a sudden release and could move freely again. Quick, stop the master, Chen urgently shouted to the steward. After witnessing the exchange between the monk and Qiao Wanshu, they realized he was indeed an extraordinary figure. Let him go, they decided. Madame Qiao shook her head, halting the butler. Such eminent beings always arrive in accordance with fate. When fate ends, they depart. One cannot force their presence, nor can one retain them against their will. They are certainly not swayed by our few words of gratitude or a trifling offering. It is essential to remember that a heart filled with gratitude and kindness will naturally resonate with the universe. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd recognized the wisdom in her words and ceased their insistence. Suddenly, Qiao Wanshu sprang up and wrapped her arms around Chen's neck, sweetly calling out, "Mother." Her small hands gently wiped her mother's cheeks, reassuring her, "Do not cry. Wanshu is good, very good." Chen's tears transformed into a smile, though her vision blurred once more. This child, having just begun to regain her spirit, was already busy comforting her mother. Such a considerate treasure, regardless of her lack of foresight. Even if she were an ordinary child, Chen would willingly lay down her life to protect her. Yet, within her heart, Qiao Wanshu pondered. Why should I be deemed a disruptor of the heavenly order simply because that demon monk said so? My parents are loving and kind. My elder brother is amicable and gentle. My maternal grandmother is even more compassionate and amiable. Even without vast power or wealth, are they not still my cherished family? What is there to criticize in defying fate to save my family? I am innocent, and I dare to stand firm. Her resolve grew stronger, unbeknownst to her words, which moved the entire Qiao family to tears. Qiao Jingchen and Qiao Jinghua swore silently that they would exert every effort to safeguard this home alongside their little sister, ensuring she would not witness the calamities that had been foretold. After comforting her mother, Qiao Wanshu sat quietly in her embrace, fiddling with the jade pendant in her hands. Though the pendant appeared unremarkable, it revealed its extraordinary nature once held. This is a treasure bestowed by a great being. It must possess more power than mere tranquility. Could it activate a system or summon a spirit beast? She examined the jade pendant repeatedly, but found no discernible features for activation. The term system and summon spirit beast left the Qiao family bewildered. They had often heard Qiao Wanshu utter words they could not comprehend, and while they still found themselves lost, they at least grasped that it might be related to her origins. Observing her fascination with the pendant, curiosity drew them closer. As she mentioned, it was a gift from a great being, undoubtedly possessing remarkable qualities. However, the pendant's craftsmanship was rather coarse, inferior even to the jade bracelets worn by maidservants in the residence. "Grandfather, come look. Does this pattern on the pendant resemble the character Yun?" Qiao Jingchen suddenly pointed out a particular design. Qiao Wanshu leaned in to observe. The pendant's uneven surface had felt prickly to her touch. She had not realized it was decorative. "Little Wanshu, may I see the pendant?" asked General Chen, her grandfather.
Certainly.
Qiao Wanshu readily handed it over, eager to discover what her elder brother had noticed. As General Chen examined the pendant, his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he looked at Qiao Wanshu. The little girl sensed his surprise and nodded vigorously. "Isn't it marvelous? I was taken aback when I first received it. Truly, one must not judge by appearances." After closely examining the raised pattern, he finally nodded. "Indeed, it is the character Yun. It is a rare script, used only in limited contexts. Had I not encountered an ancient text in the library, I might not have recognized it. But how could my elder brother understand it? Has he seen that ancient text too?" Qiao Wanshu blinked in confusion. Her grandfather explained, "In military campaigns or governance, there are times when special messages need to be conveyed. Learning some unique scripts can prove useful." General Chen nodded approvingly. "Exactly. When I first saw that ancient text, I had a similar thought. When Wanshu is a bit older, I shall have her learn as well." With her questions answered, Qiao Wanshu settled into a contented silence. However, she soon noticed her grandfather's expression growing serious. "I must say, that master has indeed bestowed a significant gift upon Wanshu." General Chen's gaze swept over the others. Apart from Qiao Wanshu, who remained bewildered, the rest quickly transitioned from shock to understanding. "What is it? What has happened? Can someone explain?" General Chen commanded the bewildered butler. "Relay my orders. No one in the household is to speak of this matter again. The pendant is a gift for Wanshu. It concerns no one else." "Yes, that is precisely what my son-in-law means," declared Madame Qiao. "Grandmother, could it be that the jade is indeed—" Qiao Jingchen began, but was interrupted by Madame Qiao. "That is yet to be determined. It is merely speculation. We must proceed with utmost caution, especially considering its ties to the previous dynasty." At the mention of the previous dynasty, Chen's complexion shifted. "Mother, are you suggesting that this jade poses a risk? Perhaps we should destroy it now," she exclaimed, attempting to seize the pendant from General Chen's grasp. "Nonsense. This is a protective talisman left for Wanshu by a great being. It cannot be casually destroyed." General Chen was taken aback, safeguarding the pendant behind him, and rebuked his daughter's impulsiveness. "However, concerning the previous dynasty, our Qiao family is already entangled in troubles. Must we invite further complications?" Chen hesitated but struggled to overcome her reservations. "What exactly is this matter regarding the previous dynasty? You must clarify. It is driving me to distraction." Qiao Wanshu felt like a bystander, unable to grasp the unfolding drama. Let Wanshu wear the pendant close to her body, unless absolutely necessary. It should not be revealed in public. As for whether it brings fortune or calamity to the Qiao and Chen families, we shall navigate that path as it unfolds. Jade pendant, unique script, previous dynasty, she thought, suddenly struck with inspiration. Could it be that this pendant is the famed Yun jade? General Chen's eyes sharpened. "Wanshu knows of the Yun jade?" He mused, then relaxed, recognizing her awareness of the calamities soon to befall the Qiao family and the identity of Wu Qingyun. Thus, knowing of the Yun jade was not so surprising. Unaware of her grandfather's thoughts, Qiao Wanshu continued to connect the dots. The Yun jade was reputedly sought after by the former emperor at great cost to honor a life-saving benefactor. It is said to warm upon touch and, with continued wear, can grant eternal youth and ward off illness. Moreover, its patterns are innate, not found in any known jade or mineral, and there are no references to it in ancient texts. Most astonishingly, the jade can command a mysterious organization, the the bearer is deemed the leader, regardless of their status. My heavens! Such a fortuitous windfall has landed upon me, Qiao Wanshu? She thought, does this mean I, still an infant, could ascend to the leadership of such an organization? How splendid! How utterly cool! Contrasting Qiao Wanshu's exuberance, Chen's anxiety grew with each revelation. The prospect of having a daughter-in-law from the previous dynasty was already overwhelming enough. But now her little girl was to become the leader of a mysterious organization? She had scarcely celebrated her first birthday. It was hard to envision a toddler still sucking on a pacifier commanding a cadre of trained individuals. Chen quickly shook her head, dismissing the increasingly absurd thoughts swirling in her mind. She shifted her position to hold Qiao Wanshu, kissing her small face gently as she said, "Good baby. It's time to stop playing and take a nap." The dark circles under her eyes were quite pronounced, evoking a deep sense of pity. Yes, let us not linger here. Let Shuer have a good sleep. This notion was also shared by General Chen. The matter of the jade pendant was indeed far-reaching. Even though Wu Qingyun was the legitimate daughter of the former emperor, her identity as a woman rendered her incapable of directly stirring up trouble. However, the jade pendant was a different story. Not only could it command a mysterious power, but its ability to preserve youth would attract countless admirers. In the past, after the former emperor entrusted the jade pendant to his life-saving benefactor, even with the emperor's protection, many were secretly coveting it, eager to seize the pendant for themselves. While the Qiao and Chen families were both prominent and powerful, could they truly protect Qiao Wanshu and that jade pendant in the face of absolute imperial authority? Qiao Wanshu continued to play with the jade pendant in her hands, impervious to even Chen's gentle coaxing. Despite having not slept well for a long time, she showed no signs of drowsiness. No, not sleepy, play. She waved her hand at Chen, utterly enamored with her newly acquired toy. Qiao Jingchen, feeling playful, approached and teased. "Little Shuer, can you show your big brother your jade pendant? Just for a moment." Xiao Jinghua chimed in, "And I, the second brother, would like to see it too. Why not lend it to me first, and let big brother ignore him?" Qiao Wanshu quickly drew the pendant close to her chest, vigilantly eyeing her two mischievous brothers.
No. No. Mean it.
The fluency of her words surprised everyone in the Qiao family. "Oh, our little Shuer is quite articulate when defending her treasures." Xiao Jingchen's teasing elicited laughter from everyone. Qiao Wanshu pouted, "Of course. Give me more time, and I can speak even more fluently." Just as the laughter reached its peak, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Qiao Zhongtian burst in, greeting the old Madame Qiao and General Chen before rushing towards Qiao Wanshu. "My precious little Shuer, have you been good today? Have you missed your daddy?" As he reached out, Chen swiftly swatted his hand away. Qiao Zhongtian chuckled. In front of his wife, he displayed no semblance of the authority held by a high-ranking official. The two brothers exchanged knowing glances and playfully nudged each other. After dutifully washing his hands, he embraced Qiao Wanshu affectionately.
Daddy, me fine.
Qiao Wanshu tried to express that she felt no discomfort, and fortunately, Qiao Zhongtian understood. He raised his hand, intending to pat her head. "Wonderful. My little Shuer feels better, and that reassures me." The red invitation in his hand caught Qiao Wanshu's attention. She reached out eagerly. "Give me." Her mind was racing, wondering, did father set a date today after consulting for an auspicious day yesterday? Chapter 79. All arranged. Qiao Wanshu took the invitation and carefully opened it. Seeing her handle it with care, Qiao Zhongtian did not intervene. Rather, he supported her small frame to prevent her from tumbling. "Oh, it's almost here." After reading, Qiao Wanshu waved the red invitation excitedly. Qiao Jinghua had been watching nervously from the start, fearing that the little girl might tear his shoes in her excitement. "All right, Shuer, hand the invitation to your second brother. Look how tense he is." Chen shot an annoyed glance at her second son. Qiao Wanshu rolled her eyes. "Second brother, look at your worthless expression." Qiao Jinghua, unfazed by his little sister's teasing, took the red invitation and began to examine it. A smile crept onto his lips, which only fueled more of Qiao Wanshu's playful jabs. "Father, mother, I have something to attend to. I'll be stepping out for a moment. Grandmother, grandfather, please forgive me for my brief absence." As soon as the old Madame Qiao nodded, he rushed out, resembling a child who had been set free from confinement. This child is as anxious as if he had a firecracker tied to him, the old madam remarked, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Qiao Wanshu thought to herself, Isn't second brother supposed to be resting at home today? What business could he possibly have? Perhaps he's off to buy some small gifts for his future sister-in-law, planning some little surprise. This realization reminded Qiao Jingchen. He glanced at the auspicious date on the invitation, acknowledging that good things were indeed on the horizon, and sighed. Ah, so quickly, the second brother is to be married. How pitiful that I remain a solitary man. Big brother is anxious. Qiao Wanshu's delicate voice chimed in. She looked at Qiao Jingchen and suddenly smacked her forehead. Oh, dear. How could I forget? Although there hasn't been any talk of second brother's wedding before. Considering the time, that girl Lin, who has pined for Big Brother for years, must be arriving in the capital soon. Qiao Jingchen's ears perked up immediately. What? Someone likes him? And has been pining for him for so long? Who is it? Just then, Qiao Wanshu yawned, her thoughts drifting back to Wu Qingyun. Oh. I really want to visit my sister-in-law's residence. Has she prepared her wedding gown? I heard that during this time, women embroider their own wedding dresses and bed linens. If it were me, I would probably prick my fingers into a mess. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Chen realized the gravity of the matter. As a girl, needlework was an essential skill, a significant asset for her future in-laws. She silently resolved to personally teach her daughter the art of embroidery once she was a bit older. Skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry would also be essential. If her daughter had a penchant for horseback riding or archery, then martial arts would not be out of the question either. In any case, their precious child was a blessing, destined to attract the finest suitors in the future. Unbeknownst to Qiao Wanshu, her mother had already mapped out her future. She was still contemplating how she would stick close to her sister-in-law once she arrived. Qiao Jingchen listened intently, absorbing all of Qiao Wanshu's aspirations to befriend Wu Qingyun, yet he did not utter a single word regarding his future bride. He wished to inquire, but did not want to frighten his little sister or the rest of the family. He could only suppress his curiosity. Never mind. I will see her at the wedding banquet, and we can meet then, he mused. Determined, he resolved to stroll through the market and procure some attire for himself. Although he could not overshadow the groom on the wedding day, he could at least present himself more splendidly to catch the attention of the young ladies. After all, there's a saying, one should dress to please. This principle applies to all, regardless of gender. Seeing that Qiao Zhongtian had already shared affectionate moments with his wife and daughter, General Chen clapped him on the shoulder and said, Zhongtian, I have matters to discuss with you. Let us go to the study. The old Madam Qiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhongtian, this matter is of great importance and requires careful deliberation. Noticing their serious demeanor, Qiao Zhongtian nodded solemnly and followed General Chen to the study. In the courtyard of the Liu residence, Fang Yena reclined against the headboard of her bed, a thin blanket covering her, with a pillow supporting her lower back. Her gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes on Chuanxia, who knelt on the ground. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Explain to me. What do you mean by saying that Li Mama is too busy with palace affairs to meet with me? She still has the responsibility of supervising my transcriptions and prayers. Is that reason not sufficient for her to leave the palace? Chuanxia trembled, unable to lift her head in fear. The servant dared not expect the end of her term, pleading for mercy from her mistress. However, Fang Yener was not deceived by her words. With fierce determination, she sternly reprimanded Chuanxia. Humph. Granny Li is an elder in the palace, and I am the messenger personally chosen by the Empress. Even if you wish to dismiss me, there are surely other matters to convey. If you do not speak the truth, I will report your inadequate service and have the stewardess sell you off. I will tell you. Please do not sell me. Chuanxia, now thoroughly frightened, relayed the original message. Where is the letter?
Fang Yena exclaimed, hurling a cushion ahead.
Chuanxia braced herself and, trembling, retrieved a letter from her bosom, crawling towards Fang Yener on her knees to present it. Fang Yena eagerly tore it open, her face quickly contorting with a mix of shock and anger. Her trembling hands shook the letter as she read. How outrageous! To think I had been cast aside like this. The letter contained a poem, and nothing more could be discerned from it. Yet, Fang Yenu understood that it concealed a covert message from the empress. The scenes described in the poem conveyed the empress's true intentions, expressing her thoughts without leaving any incriminating evidence. Even if Fang Yener were audacious enough to report it, the handwriting would not belong to the empress or Granny Li, as the plan was meticulously crafted to leave no trace. You disdain me. You all look down upon me. Very well.
Fang Yana seated inwardly, clenching her teeth.
She gently caressed her abdomen, silently vowing that her trump cards had not yet been fully revealed. One day, she would make all those who scorned and wronged her pay dearly for their transgressions. Chapter 80. He must not falter. As the wedding date of the second young master Qiao Jingwei approached, the entire Qiao residence became a hive of activity. Chen, as the mistress in charge of the household, was particularly busy. The residence where the second young master resided, Qixia Courtyard, required redecorating, necessitating the addition of numerous furnishings and items. Furthermore, precious silks and brocades had to be retrieved from the storeroom to prepare new garments for Wu Qingyun after her marriage. Chen was exceedingly pleased with her daughter-in-law and generously moved the finest items from the storeroom to Qixia Courtyard. Qiao Wanshu was equally eager not to miss this grand celebration. This was her first time attending an ancient wedding since her arrival, and it was her own dear second brother's wedding. She lamented her short stature and clumsiness, wishing she could assist her mother more actively. However, her thoughts were constantly echoing in Chen's ears, never ceasing. That's green. It's misplaced. Move it a bit. This porcelain vase should not be here. It obstructs the view and ought to be relocated.
Wait.
This painting belongs in the study. Why is it in the hall? It's utterly inappropriate. We must start over. Despite her current lack of finesse, she was diligently involved. It was not until Chen settled down to verify the guest list that Qiao Wanshu finally paused to catch her breath. Oh, I am utterly exhausted. Why must I be so worn out for someone else's wedding? Yet this is the first joyous occasion in many years for the Qiao family. Thus, it must be grand and lively. A little fatigue is only to be expected. Chen wholeheartedly agreed with her daughter's sentiments. Steward, have the wedding invitations been sent out? She inquired while glancing at the original list. Yes, madam, but... The steward's hesitation prompted Chen to look up. But what? Is there a problem? Madam, your cousin, Madam Rong, is not on the guest list. The steward's forehead glistened with sweat. Chen held this cousin in high regard. Her absence from the second young master's wedding list was a significant oversight. Qiao Wanshu tugged at Chen's sleeve, shaking her head vigorously. No. Bad person. Bad person. We cannot invite her. Internally, she shouted, Mother, you must not make a foolish mistake now. That woman has a heart of a viper. She previously sought to harm you with musk and saffron. She wishes to ruin your chances of having children. Such a malicious woman should have been severed from ties long ago. How could we still invite her to the wedding? No, I absolutely do not agree. Chen soothed her daughter in her arms and told the steward, I personally removed her from the list. In the future, any business regarding the house need not involve her. Any invitations from her side should also be disregarded. Qiao Wanshu excitedly clenched her small fists, her heart brimming with admiration for Chen, which kept a smile on her lips. Madam, on the day of the wedding, the young miss needs to rise early. Given her tender age, we fear she may become tired and cry during the ceremony. One of the elderly matrons in Chen's room looked at Qiao Wanshu with concern. Children crying during a wedding ceremony is highly frowned upon, yet as a young miss of the Qiao family, no one dared to teach her proper behavior to prevent such mishaps. I will not. I will be very well behaved and obedient. I will sleep early the night before and wake up early the next day. I will definitely not be tired or cry and bring misfortune to my second brother. Qiao Wanshu fervently vowed within herself. She would not allow any trivial reasons to cause her to miss her second brother's wedding. Chen smiled reassuringly at the elderly matron. Do not worry. Although she may seem naive, she is quite astute and will not cause any issues. The day before the wedding, after dinner, Qiao Wanshu climbed into bed without needing any prompting. Chen watched, both amused and exasperated, as she initially lay flat, then rolled over to grab a small blanket to cover herself. Chen approached, lifting her daughter from the bed, and pointed to her abdomen. Wanshu, you just finished dinner. You must digest for a while before sleeping, or you will feel uncomfortable. Mother, I'm fine. Early to bed and early to rise is good for my health. You needn't worry. I will not cause any trouble at tomorrow's banquet. Seeing her daughter's determination, Chen relented. The lights in the room were extinguished early, yet outside. Preparations for the wedding continued in full swing. Suddenly, Qiao Wanshu found herself wide awake, listening to the hushed footsteps and murmurs outside, her thoughts drifting far away. She had been in this world for neither a short nor long time. Overall, it had been a series of tumultuous events, interspersed with joyful occasions. Each experience was a new chapter in her life. A wedding. To witness a wedding in this world is such a blessing. I wonder if one day I have my own wedding. The murmurs from the room gradually faded, yielding to tranquility. The following day, before dawn, the entire Qiao residence erupted in a lively commotion. The wet nurse, glancing at the time, intended to wait until the last moment to enter, allowing Qiao Wanshu to sleep a bit longer. However, she was surprised to hear sounds coming from within. Upon entering, she discovered Qiao Wanshu wide-eyed and smiling at her. My little ancestor, you truly have captured my heart. The wet nurse hurried forward, summoning the maidservants to assist Qiao Wanshu with her washing, dressing, and grooming. Has the young miss awakened? Let me see. My precious Wanshu, how beautiful you are now. Chen entered with a smile as the maidservants dispersed, revealing the delightful sight of the little girl. She was adorned in a festive red skirt, her soft black hair styled into cute pigtails and decorated with golden floral hairpins. Around her neck hung a precious longevity pendant, while her wrists and ankles were adorned with several exquisite gold bangles. Her delicate face was lightly coated with aromatic balm, her lips tinted with a hint of gloss, giving her an appearance as radiant as jelly. As she made her entrance, Chen was rendered speechless with delight. Mother, you look breathtaking today, 1,000 times more beautiful than she were. Before Chen could utter her praise, Qiao Wanshu's flattery had already commenced. Her gaze remained fixated on Chen, brimming with admiration and affection, aptly embodying the essence of maternal love. Chen felt warmth and tenderness envelop her heart. Had it not been for the fear of disturbing Qiao Wanshu's makeup, she would have cherished the opportunity to embrace her. After showering her mother with compliments for a while, Qiao Wanshu pointed towards the door. Second brother, he must not falter today. Chapter 81. A 10-mile bridal procession at the entrance of the residence. The wedding procession was ready to set forth. Xiao Jingchen donned a splendid crimson robe adorned with cloud patterns, crowned with a hat embellished with exquisite gemstones such as tourmaline and cat's eye. His waist was cinched with a belt of gold and silver threads set with jade, and he wore black leather boots. This attire only accentuated his radiant starry eyes and ruby lips, enhancing the already striking visage of a distinguished gentleman. While he was adjusting the saddle and reins of the white horse he would ride, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Second brother, look at me. Don't I look splendid? Xiao Jingchen proudly extended his arms, twirling before him. Today was Qiao Jingyue's special day, and he certainly could not overshadow the groom. Yet, he had also put in considerable effort into his appearance. Standing taller than Qiao Jingwei and accustomed to the rigors of battle, he exuded a unique and extraordinary charisma. Brother, it's your second brother's big day, yet you're dressed more ostentatiously than he is. Qiao Jinghan interjected, somewhat regretting that he hadn't worn his newly tailored outfit. Otherwise, aside from the second brother, he should have been the most dashing figure on the street. Shut your mouth. Xiao Jingchen shot a glare at his younger brother. This kid truly had a knack for bringing up the wrong topic. This is elegance and refinement. There isn't a single garish color on me. How can that be considered ostentatious? However, Qiao Jingyue cast a cool glance at his elder brother, his silence seemingly conveying a multitude of unspoken words. Second brother, do you truly believe the nonsense of the third? Don't be deceived by his immaculate white attire, which, although layered, only serves to highlight his gaudy nature. Like a peacock displaying its plumage. Qiao Jingchen's explanation was overheard by the hastily arriving Qiao Jingyang, who rushed to him, squinting with curiosity. Elder brother, what is happening? What has third brother said now? Had he known he would miss the excitement, he would have arrived sooner. Your third brother, just as Qiao Jingchen was about to speak. The officiant called out loudly, "The auspicious time for the wedding has arrived." Everyone's expression shifted, and they promptly mounted their horses. The sound of suona and drums filled the air as the wedding procession began to move slowly towards the residence of Minister Wu. Inside Minister Wu's estate, the atmosphere was equally festive, adorned with lanterns and red double happiness characters, radiating joy. Wu Qingyan sat before a copper mirror, admiring her own reflection. Her hair was styled in an elegant high bun, adorned with hairpins and floral decorations, complemented by a stunning peony. Dressed in a green 12-piece bridal gown, all the intricate patterns were meticulously embroidered by her own hands. In the mirror, her hair was styled beautifully, her skin smooth and radiant, her bright eyes sparkling with life, and her lips exuding a delightful fragrance. Despite her breathtaking beauty, she remained cautious, fearing that any oversight could diminish the admiration of her beloved little sister. The Qiao family's wedding procession has arrived. It's time to depart. Wu Qingyun was startled, her cheeks flushing crimson as she picked up a face fan from the dressing table. With the assistance of her nurse, she stood and made her way to the door. Wu Zhao watched her in awe, his eyes filled with excitement but also a profound sense of reluctance. It felt as if the little girl who had played around him just yesterday had suddenly matured overnight and was now about to marry. First, go bid farewell to father. He gently guided his sister towards the floral hall. Minister Wu had suffered severe injuries in battle years ago, almost losing his life. Since then, he had withdrawn from the battlefield to serve as a civil official. In recent years, his health had waned, and he had spent more time bedridden, gradually stepping back from public affairs. Watching his children approach, memories of the years spent nurturing them flashed before his eyes. Qingyun, today as you leave home, you are no longer a maiden of the boudoir, but a wife to another. Your mother, watching from above, would be proud and delighted to witness this moment. Regardless of where life takes you, the Wu family will always be your home, your steadfast support. As a wife, remember to be dutiful and respectful, serving your in-laws and husband with sincerity. Stand tall and cherish yourself. He had countless words to share with his daughter, but time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to keep the future son-in-law waiting too long. With tear-filled eyes, Wu Qingyun bid farewell to her father, who carried her out, personally entrusting her to Qiao Jingyue. You rascal, I'm handing my sister over to you today. If you dare treat her poorly, I don't care who you are, I will ensure you receive a proper lesson. Yet, Qiao Jingyue seemed oblivious to the warning, his gaze entirely fixed on Wu Qingyun. Ignoring the crowd's attention, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "The azure collar. My heart beats softly for you." Wu Qingyun's face flushed instantly, her entire being lifted as she nestled into Qiao Jingyue's embrace, being escorted into the bridal sedan chair. The resounding firecrackers and the sound of suona could not overshadow Qiao Jingyue's exuberant declaration, "Lift the sedan." The swaying bridal chair, carrying the elated Wu Qingyun, began its ceremonial journey around the city. With gongs and drums resounding and firecrackers exploding, the streets were lined with eager onlookers. The handsome groom astride his white horse led the procession, flanked by his equally remarkable brothers from the Qiao family. 8 bearers carried the lavish sedan chair, accompanied by a jubilant entourage. Beautiful maidens scattered flower petals along the route, while a long line of servants followed, bearing the bride's dowry. Every detail captivated the onlookers, evoking gasps of admiration wherever they went. This was a true spectacle of a 10-mile bridal procession, grand and ceremonious. The Qiao family's wedding procession bestowed Wu Qingyun with honor and significance. As the swaying bridal chair moved, the bride could catch glimpses of the jubilant crowd through the gaps in the curtains. The shower of flower petals, along with candies and coins tossed into the air, filled the air with blessings. Her heart raced, and her cheeks burned fiercely. The short journey around the city felt interminable, as if there were no end in sight. I am truly marrying him. She felt as though she were floating on clouds, unable to touch solid ground. If this were a dream, she would willingly remain lost in this reverie forever, never to awaken. Amidst the bustling crowd, a young woman clad in splendid attire stumbled amidst the throng. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on the striking Qiao Jingyue at the forefront of the procession, filled with disbelief and resentment, muttering, "Impossible. How can this be? You are mine. I am the one betrothed to you." That wretched girl dares to usurp my place. I shall ensure she meets an untimely fate. Chapter 82. So foolish. Whom does it resemble? Qiao Jingyue dismounted swiftly and strode towards the bridal sedan chair. The officiant followed closely behind, chuckling, "Groom, do not rush. The bride is within the sedan chair and cannot escape." Laughter erupted from the crowd, yet Qiao Jingyue remained unperturbed, responding with a smile and a bow. "To marry the one I love is the greatest fortune in life. I beg your pardon for the excitement." Wu Qingyun could hear this clearly from inside. Unable to contain her laughter, her face flushing even deeper, as if she were on fire. Suddenly, the sedan door was kicked twice, and the curtain was lifted. Oh dear. Someone is already calling for their bride. How affectionate. Qiao Jinghan teased, prompting Qiao Jingyang to join in the playful banter.
Groom.
It's time to jump over the fire pot with your bride. The matchmaker reminded them of the next steps in the ceremony. Wu Qingyun donned a wedding gown with an elongated hem, yet the skirt clung closely to her legs, restricting her stride. Without hesitation, Qiao Jingyue lifted her in his arms, ready to leap over the ceremonial fire. However, that would disrupt the established customs, prompting the matchmaker to rush forward to intervene. Qiao Jingchen, however, asserted, "In the Qiao family, our men are valiant and cherish their wives. Such oppressive traditions hold no sway here." As the eldest son of the Qiao family and a renowned general, his words were met with silence from those present. The matchmaker, acquiescing, offered auspicious words, allowing Qiao Jingyue to carry the bride across the fire and into the threshold. Qiao Wanshu, cradled by her nurse, watched her elder brother dismount and embrace his bride, giggling throughout the spectacle, her joy radiating in the festive atmosphere. In her heart, she was ecstatic. "Oh my, this is delightful. A true couple is simply enchanting. Isn't he overly indulgent with his wife? Such a charming Princess Carrie. Their height difference, physique, and looks. Ah, my heart is overwhelmed." Her thoughts echoed in the ears of the Qiao family, bringing even more laughter. Qiao Jingyue maintained a composed demeanor, his face unwavering but adorned with a radiant smile, while Wu Qingyun nestled closer into her husband's embrace, feeling increasingly shy. Qiao Jingchen followed closely behind the newlyweds, his gaze scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. Qiao Wanshu, astute and playful, felt the urge to comment, "Look at my brother. He seems eager to catch sight of someone. Could it be he has already taken a liking to another girl and awaits her arrival at the banquet? And what of that girl Lin, who has harbored feelings for him for so long? Is she destined for unrequited love?" The Qiao family, initially focused on the newlyweds, perked up at the mention of Lin, straining to hear more. Even Wu Qingyun was taken aback to hear gossip on her wedding day. She discreetly shared a fragment of her curiosity, while Qiao Jingyue remained singularly focused on the ceremony. The couple, one distracted by gossip and the other engrossed in his bride, nearly transformed into a statue of longing. Thus, they failed to hear the officiant continue with the wedding proceedings. "Dear groom and bride, it is time to bow at the altar." Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Qiao Wanshu rolled her eyes at her brother. Silly second brother. Even on his wedding day, he can lose focus. If he wishes to gaze at his bride, he can do so after the ceremony, during the bridal chamber. Why the rush now? What a pitiful display. Truly, who does he take after? Qiao Jingchen and his brothers stifled their laughter, casting glances at Qiao Zhongtian, who, seated at the head, felt his face flush, suppressing a cough to mask his embarrassment. Wu Qingyun inwardly reproached herself. While indulging in gossip was one thing, doing so on her momentous day, surrounded by guests, was entirely inappropriate. She raised her head, steeling herself to apologize to her in-laws and the esteemed guests. Yet, before she could move, a gentle hand grasped hers. "Fear not, my dear. I am here." The hand, though pale, was strong and enveloped hers completely, a warm current flowing from Qiao Jingyue's palm, soothing her anxiety. She nodded slightly, her lips parting. "Yes, my husband." The term husband resonated in Qiao Jingyue's ears, momentarily startling him, his smile growing ever brighter. Qiao Wanshu could hardly bear to watch, her teasing remarks directed at Qiao Jingyue unceasing. "I hope my brother's wedding ceremony isn't as predictable as this, right? Surely not. Surely not. One has already made a fool of himself. Can they possibly outdo that?" I must remember to mock them thoroughly and capture their foolishness in drawings for my future nephews and nieces. Simultaneously, the three brothers' smiles froze. Who would have thought that while they were amused by others, someone was already plotting against them? They silently vowed to avoid the same embarrassment as their second brother on that day and to keep an eye on Wanshu. It was best she never learned to draw. Otherwise, if she immortalized any of their missteps for their future children, their dignity as fathers would be in jeopardy. Listening to their daughter's heartfelt musings, the Qiao couple felt a wave of nostalgia. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, their second son was wed. Soon, the other three would follow suit. As for Qiao Wanshu, she had a decade to wait before her own marriage, so there was no urgency yet. The officiant again reminded them, newlyweds, if you do not bow soon, the auspicious hour will pass. Qiao Jinghua tightened his grip on her hand and gently asked, Qingyun, do you wish to marry me? Qiao Jinghua, as my wife? To share a lifetime together, never to part? With tears brimming in her eyes, Wu Qingyan fought to regain her clarity. Determined not to let a single tear fall, she nodded vigorously, a radiant smile gracing her face as she firmly declared, I do. Cheers erupted around them. Amid the officiant's chant to bow to heaven and earth, the couple knelt in reverence. As the chant for bowing to their parents began, a sudden uproar arose from the crowd, with someone pushing forward and shouting, no bowing. This marriage cannot proceed. Chapter 83. A pair of troublemakers. The music abruptly ceased. Qiao Jinghua raised his head, anger flashing in his eyes as he scanned the commotion. Who dared disrupt the Qiao family's wedding? Qiao Zhongtian stood, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the source of the disturbance. The crowd parted, revealing a disheveled mother and daughter. Rong, is that you? Qiao Zhongtian's voice was cold as he reprimanded. You are also your elder. How dare you disrupt his wedding? What is your intent? Rong was an alluring woman, her daughter bearing a striking resemblance to her, yet the malice in their eyes was unmistakable.
Disrupt your wedding?
No wonder my cousin didn't send me an invitation. She must have intended to marry him off to another. The unexpected drama left the guests in a state of shock, questioning Rong's claims. Who in the capital was unaware that Qiao Jinghua and Wu Qingyan's union had been personally sanctioned by the emperor? How could it suddenly become a matter of marrying someone else? Qiao Wanshu, enjoying the spectacle, was incensed when these two intruders burst in. She muttered angrily, her mind racing with curses. Who is this old hag? On what grounds does she dare to interfere? Wait, Rong? She the cousin who sought to harm my mother? She resembles a common street brawler, lacking any grace befitting a noble woman. Right, how could I forget? Rong has always craved vanity. Though her family background is not as illustrious as my mother's, it was decent enough. She could have married a fifth-rank official and enjoyed a title. But she, greedy for wealth, turned her nose up at a modest family and insisted on marrying a wealthy merchant instead. Had it not been for my mother's compassion and my father's intercession, would she have enjoyed the affluent life she lives today? And now, this ingrate not only forgets my mother's kindness, but also seeks to ruin my brother's wedding. She is utterly despicable. Although Qiao Wanshu felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart, she could not express her grievances aloud. The other members of the Qiao family, constrained by their ties to the Qin family, remained silent. Qiao Jinghua had already assisted Wu Qingyan to her feet, glaring coldly at Rongshi and rebuking. Qingyun is my legitimate bride, brought in with great ceremony. The notion of marrying another is preposterous. Rongshi immediately redirected her ire, stating, Qiao Jinghua, you must speak with integrity. You and my Jar have been childhood sweethearts. Are you now swayed by the grand lineage of the Wu family, leading you to entertain other intentions? A young girl beside her stepped forward, gazing at Qiao Jinghua with innocent eyes. Brother Yu, it is I, Jar. You once vowed to marry no one but me. How can you now turn your back and take another bride? I have devoted my heart to you, never once glancing at another man. You would forsake me, leaving me to despair. As she spoke, she attempted to snatch the veil from Wu Qingyan. But Qiao Jinghua swiftly intervened. Failing in her attempt, she turned to collide with a pillar. The wedding ceremony descended into chaos, disrupted by the antics of the mother-daughter duo. The old matriarch of the Qiao family struck her cane in anger, exclaiming, This is the Qiao family, not a place for you two to wreak havoc. However, Rome Shi defiantly retorted, "What of the Qiao family? Is it above the law? You bully us, a solitary mother and daughter, because we lack support." She lamented her daughter's unrequited love, claiming it had been wasted on a heartless man. Qiao Zhongtian slammed his hand on the table in fury, asserting, "Jingyue's marriage is a royal decree. Besides, there has never been any romantic involvement between Jingyue and your daughter, so where's the notion of a betrothal?" He accused them of attempting to coerce the Qiao family into accepting this baseless grievance in front of the gathered guests. Rome Shi's eyes darted, and with tears, she claimed, "Is it not true that when my husband was alive, fearing Jar would suffer, he asked a cousin to select Jingyue as her future husband? You promised then, yet now you deny it. It is you, Qiao family, who take advantage of your power and break your promises." Chen Shi looked at Rong Shi in disbelief. Though she had already grown cold towards Rong Shi upon discovering the powder in the bracelet, seeing her now creating a scene to ruin Qiao Jingyue's wedding filled her with disdain and loathing. Qiao Zhongtian reminded Rong Shi once again, "Understand this. This marriage is a decree from the emperor. Should you attempt to disrupt it, you will be committing an act of treason." Rong Shi, while still raucous, understood the gravity of offending the emperor. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes, and her bravado diminished. In her frantic gaze, she turned to Chen Shi and suddenly grasped her hand, pleading, "Cousin, you have always cared for Jar, and you know of her unwavering heart for you. This woman is bestowed by the emperor. You cannot defy the decree. We accept that, for the Wu family's daughter cannot be compared to us. But at the very least, let Jar be a concubine. It is normal for a man to have multiple wives. Allowing Jar to be a concubine would fulfill her devotion." Qiao Wanshu, struggling in the arms of her nurse, wished she could strike Rome Shi. "This is moral coercion. They are using her life to threaten our family. How can such shameless individuals exist in this world? My sister's wedding, long awaited, is now in utter disarray." Rome Shi spoke with feigned sorrow. Yet a glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes. Not only could she vex the Qiao family, but she could also successfully insert her daughter into the family. Afterward, they would not have to worry about enjoying endless wealth and luxury. She slowly pried apart Chen Shi's grip, coldly stating, "Your schemes may be well laid, but it is up to the Qiao family to decide if we will accept this arrangement." Rong Shi, who gave you the confidence that this matter would succeed. Chapter 84. Do you also wish to commit treason? Cousin, what are you saying? Rong Shi felt a chill at Chen Shi's gaze. She realized something was amiss. This was not the reaction she had anticipated. "What I say is clear. Do you not understand, or do you need me to remind you of your past actions?" Upon seeing the box, Rong Shi's expression changed drastically, her eyes darting even more than before. "What? I conduct myself with integrity. Do not attempt to frame me." Chen Shi smiled lightly, her heart resolute, no longer harboring any pity for Rong Shi. The box opened, revealing a bracelet with a hidden compartment, resting quietly on a velvet cushion. Chen Shi turned to the guests and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this occasion should not have been sullied by airing my private matters with Rong Shi. However, she has repeatedly sought to sabotage my son's wedding and tarnish the Qiao family's name. I must unveil her true nature for all to judge her reprehensible actions. For years, I have sympathized with her plight as a widow cast out, helping her in every way possible, allowing her to live in luxury. Yet, Rong Shi concealed musk and saffron in the bracelet she gifted me, attempting to harm my family and ruin my health. Such a treacherous person speaks nothing but lies and now slanders my son's honor with her daughter. Who would believe such fabrications? Who would dare to?" Her accusations sparked a wave of murmurs among the guests, pointing fingers at Rong Shi and her daughter. But that was not the end of it. Chen Shi inhaled deeply, her demeanor chillingly calm. "From now on, I shall sever all ties with Rong Shi. Our sisterhood is at an end, and we shall never interact again." Rong Shi was struck with horror. She could not afford to lose Chen Shi, her lifeline. But before she could protest, Chen Shi issued an eviction order. "Someone, remove this mother and daughter from the residence. They are never to return. Anyone who allows them entry shall be expelled from the household." The guards, with stern expressions and impassive faces, paid no heed to the two women as they were forced to leave, supporting one another in their shame. "Wait!" A sharp voice cut through the crowd. Lord Qiao and his wife, what great authority you wield. Before the matter is resolved, you wish to expel the victims? The crowd parted once more, revealing Princess Minglai, approaching with a mocking disdain. Her attendant whispered, Princess, you are sent by the noble consort to mediate relations with Lord Qiao. This matter does not concern you. Unbeknownst to her, the audacity of Rongshu and her daughter stemmed from Princess Minglai's encouragement. The princess had lavishly rewarded them and promised to defend them before the emperor, securing their confidence to disrupt the wedding. Otherwise, they would not dare to cause such a ruckus at a royal wedding. Princess Minglai shot her attendant a glare, coldly retorting, Are you instructing me on how to act? The attendant retreated in silence, not daring to speak further. Does she wish to hasten her departure from the capital? As if her alliance with a foreign nation is not progressing swiftly enough? As soon as the Rong mother and daughter saw those who supported them arrive, they immediately began to wail and lament with fervor. They fell to the feet of Princess Minglai, resuming their previous narrative of sorrowful pleas. Please, Your Highness, investigate this matter. My Jar and Xiao Jingyue's marriage was arranged during my husband's lifetime. Now that my husband has passed away for many years, Jar and I are left without support, and the Qiao family no longer values us, wishing to annul the engagement. We beseech you, Your Highness, to stand for us. Princess Minglai's eyes flickered as she glanced at the newlywed couple standing side by side, like a pair of perfect match. A fleeting glimmer of resentment crossed her gaze. Oh, such a situation exists? The Qiao family has always prided itself on being an honorable household, adhering to propriety and rules, never giving anyone cause for reproach. Yet, how could they suddenly become the ungrateful villains who had abandoned their betrothal? Suddenly, Princess Minglai clapped her hands, exclaiming, Ah, I see. The Qiao family seeks to marry another while still bound to their first, deceiving my father into granting a marriage without his knowledge. This is a grievous crime against the emperor. Lord Qiao, perhaps you could elucidate this matter to me? Is this accusation one that your family, with nearly 100 members, can endure? Xiao Jingyue grasped Wu Qingyun's hand tightly and called out, Qingyun, believe me, my heart has only ever belonged to you. Rong Jiar has hardly set foot in my home, and any notion of a romantic bond between us is pure fabrication. Wu Qingyun reciprocated his grip, gently affirming, Husband, if I am to marry you, I naturally trust you. She set down her veil fan, stepping forward to meet Princess Minglai's gaze. Your Highness, you claim that the Qiao family seeks to marry anew, while Madame Rome asserts that there was a prior engagement between her late husband and the Qiao family. I must inquire, where is the marriage certificate? At her reminder, the crowd suddenly came to realization. Indeed, marriage is not a trivial matter. Even a verbal agreement requires a token of commitment. Moreover, since Princess Minglai cited such a grave reason for the Qiao family's actions, there must be a marriage certificate to substantiate this claim. Wu Qingyun then turned to Madame Rong. You state that your deceased husband had an engagement with the Qiao family, but I must ask, when did both parties exchange their marriage documents? Where is the matchmaker from that time? Even if you can provide a token of the agreement exchanged between the two families, should the Qiao family refuse to acknowledge it, I would still stand for my husband. If there is no evidence, I would like to inquire, Your Highness, on what basis do you so readily believe hearsay? Why assume the Qiao family to be treacherous and unfaithful? Not only have they disrupted my wedding, but you also wish to accuse them of a crime against the emperor. May I ask, if the Qiao family is innocent, how will you explain this to His Majesty? Are you not intentionally seeking to commit this grave crime? Chapter 85, Coercion and Deception. Bravo. A youthful cheer rang out, clear and bright, in the ears of the crowd. They turned to see Qiao Wanshu, her thumbs raised high, applauding Wu Qingyun enthusiastically. The gathered onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered that the first to cheer was a mere toddler not yet 2 years old. Truly, my sister-in-law is remarkable. Her spirit rivals that of any man. Qiao Wanshu paid no heed to their astonishment. After all, she was just a small child. Did the princess intend to punish her for her perceived disrespect? Princess Minglai, however, directed her gaze at Madame Rong, signaling her to produce something or say something of worth. Yet, Madame Rong could only glance away, her eyes darting in evasion, before collapsing to the ground in a pretense of fainting. Princess Minglai was taken aback, realizing that this fool had not even prepared the most basic items. Yet, the words had already escaped her lips, and any attempts at rebuttal would only serve to further her embarrassment. She steeled herself and scolded, "Wu Qingyun, you are not yet a member of the Qiao family. By what right do you speak so boldly to me? Is this how the Wu family raises its daughters, without decorum or respect for rank?" Wu Qingyun did not falter in the face of her reprimand. Qiao Jingyue stepped forward protectively, declaring, "We have exchanged our marriage documents, and the ceremony is well underway. We have even made our vows before heaven and earth. She is undoubtedly my bride. Sister-in-law, kiss." Qiao Wanshu chimed in, reaching out as if to embrace Wu Qingyun, a tangible gesture of her support. With determination, she rose, casting a sorrowful look at Qiao Jinghan, and bowed respectfully to Princess Minglai. "Your Highness, your noble character shines brightly. You advocate for my mother and me. Yet, the Qiao family is determined to abandon our engagement, and with my father deceased, we were cast out without a penny to our names, let alone a token of our betrothal. The Qiao family is well aware of this, which emboldens them to deceive His Majesty, leading to this marriage. My mother and I, despite our protests, are left helpless in voicing our grievances. Since the Qiao family has shown such cruelty, I, Rongjiar, have no desire to continue living. I shall end my life here to prove my innocence. I shall also absolve the princess from any unjust association." Thus, she once again charged toward the pillar. Madame Rong, understanding her intent, cried out in anguish, "My daughter, it is my fault for not having the family background of the Chen or Qiao families to support you and seek justice. Wait for me. I shall follow you." As the two engaged in their dramatic act of self-harm, others rushed to prevent them, and chaos erupted. Qiao Wanshu observed with cold eyes, musing, "This Rongjiar is no simple opponent. This desperate ploy, while theatrical, is effective. It not only highlights her grievances, but also serves to vindicate the princess. Should anything happen to them, it would be the Qiao family who would be unable to defend themselves." Before her thoughts could fully form, Princess Minglai's voice rang out sharply. "Stop this at once. Enough of this disruption. Since I have chosen to speak, I shall see it through to the end. Given the Emperor's grant of marriage, the Qiao family may consider it settled. However, the original engagement with Rongjiar cannot simply be dismissed without clarity. After all, whether one marries one or two, the matter remains. Let Rongjiar be a concubine and join Wu Qingyun in marriage today." Old Madame Qiao, furious, retorted with a bitter laugh, "Your Highness, do you intend to use royal authority to impose someone upon my Qiao family? This mother and daughter are full of lies, morally corrupt, and have tarnished the reputation of my family at every turn. How could such people ever cross the threshold of my household? Even with your esteemed title, I must refuse." Princess Minglai was about to respond when old Madame Qiao shot her a cold glance, adding, "If you persist in your demands, I would not hesitate to accompany you before His Majesty." Qiao Wanshu could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, not only is my sister-in-law bold and fearless, but even my grandmother exhibits such vigor. This united front, this solidarity against external forces, is simply magnificent.
Who understands?
This is my family, and their unity is unparalleled." Stars sparkled in Qiao Wanshu's eyes, and she couldn't help but extol the virtues of old Madame Qiao and Wu Qingyun. Princess Minglai's expression darkened further. She had not forgotten that old Madame Qiao also possessed royal blood and was her elder. Even when speaking to the Emperor, he would grant her a measure of respect. Yet, she had always maintained a low profile, refraining from leveraging her status for personal gain. Therefore, when she finally spoke to the Emperor, he would invariably grant her leniency, leaving Princess Minglai to bear the consequences of her own actions. Weighing her options, Princess Minglai sought to reclaim some advantage, but before she could voice her thoughts, an announcement rang out from outside. "The 9th prince has arrived." The crowd parted, even the Rong mother and daughter, who moments ago had been seeking to end their lives, now subdued and compliant. The 9th prince, clad in a dragon robe, strode swiftly into the scene. His countenance was somber, though his features retained a youthful innocence. Yet, the regal aura he exuded was impossible to overlook. "Your Highness, Today marks a momentous occasion at the Qiao residence. It is quite inappropriate for you to come here to cause a disturbance. What business is it of yours? Are you here to reprimand me? The ninth prince shook his head. I certainly cannot admonish my elder sister, but that does not imply that no one else is capable of doing so. Princess Minglai narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Before I arrived here, father summoned me. Sister, your misdeeds have already reached father's ears. The ninth prince gestured, and several heavy boxes were brought forth by the palace attendants. When opened, they revealed precious jewels, rare stones, and esteemed artworks. These are gifts from father, meant to express his apologies to the Qiao family for the misunderstanding that just occurred. Instead of meddling in others' marriages, perhaps you should contemplate your own prospects. As his words fell, a palace attendant hurriedly approached Princess Minglai, whispering urgently in her ear.
What? Impossible.
Princess Minglai exclaimed, not bothering to glance at the Rong mother and daughter. She hurriedly turned and dashed out. Your Highness, you cannot disregard us. Mrs. Rong, seeing the princess about to leave, rushed forward and fell at her feet, clutching her skirts tightly. She was acutely aware that if the princess departed, the future would not bode well for her and her daughter. Vile woman, get out of my way. Do not obstruct this princess. Princess Minglai, in a state of turmoil, had no time for these two worthless beings. She forcefully kicked Mrs. Rong aside and swiftly exited the residence. Seeing her distressed demeanor, Qiao Wanshu began to ponder. Could it be that news of her marriage alliance has leaked? Perhaps that wretched emperor can no longer tolerate her, causing her to be dispatched early? If so, that would be splendid. The sooner she leaves, the quieter it will be. She deserves it. Once Princess Minglai departed, the Rong mother and daughter found themselves without allies and dared not cause further trouble, obediently kneeling like quails. The ninth prince paid them no mind. Instead, addressing the gathered guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have come on behalf of the emperor. The second son of the Qiao family, Qiao Jingyue, is to be wed to Wu Qingyun, the daughter of the Minister of War, by the emperor's decree. No one is to obstruct this union under any pretext. To do so would be tantamount to defying imperial wishes, punishable by death. Upon hearing these words, the Rong mother and daughter begged for mercy, filled with regret.
Yet,
the ninth prince entrusted their fate to the Qin family. As I have stated before, my relationship with the Rong mother and daughter has reached its end. They are never to use the Qiao residence's name to deceive others or create discord again. Remove them from the estate at once. I wish never to see them again. The guards seized the Rong mother and daughter, dragging them from the Qiao residence. Such a pity for my sister-in-law. Her wedding has been so maliciously disrupted. I can only imagine her sorrow. Wu Qingyun reflected, yet her initial disappointment gradually dissipated. Though her wedding had been maliciously sabotaged, it had unveiled Qiao Jingyue's genuine affection for her, as well as the respect and protection afforded to her by the Qiao family. Such sentiments were invaluable. Without a trace of regret or sadness, she smiled sweetly and contentedly at Qiao Wanshu. The ninth prince sent the list of gifts to Qiao Zhongtian, accompanied by warm wishes, expressing that he came merely to congratulate Qiao Jingyue on his marriage before taking his leave. As he departed, he cast a lingering glance at Qiao Wanshu, leaving her perplexed, unable to decipher the meaning behind his gaze. With the storm having passed, Qiao Zhongtian announced that the wedding ceremony would continue. The interrupted rites could at last be completed. After exchanging vows, it was time to enter the bridal chamber. The ninth prince, however, once more swept Wu Qingyun into his arms, striding purposefully toward the wedding quarters. Oh, dear. Why is our second brother in such a hurry? Can't he wait for his bride to take a few steps? Men can be insatiably impatient. Even our parents, who are so affectionate, never rush like this. Chun Shi's cheeks flushed crimson, her restlessness palpable. Meanwhile, Qiao Zhongtian's gaze upon her rendered her too shy to meet his eyes. The Qiao brothers struggled to suppress their laughter, nearly bursting from the amusement their little sister brought with her audacious remarks, leaving them in awe. Chun Shi resolved that when Qiao Wanshu turned 2 years old, she would arrange for her to begin her education, ensuring that she would no longer speak so freely without restraint. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanshu nestled in her nurse's embrace, contemplating how she might stir trouble in the bridal chamber. Yet, She failed to consider how a wobbly, unsteady toddler could possibly create a ruckus. Her heart and mind were solely occupied with Wu Qingyun. The fan was once again held by Wu Qingyun, delicately veiling her stunning visage. Although Qiao Jingyue had already seen her bridal makeup, he was still rendered speechless by her beauty as he gently lowered her hand. Wu Qingyun, captivated by his intense gaze, felt her palms grow clammy.
Please, do not look at me like that.
Regardless, the customary rituals of the bridal chamber had to be observed. He patiently participated in the ceremonial drinking of wine with Wu Qingyun, then, with the assistance of maidservants, partook of the half-cooked dumplings and retrieved dates, longans, and peanuts from beneath the bed. After completing these rituals, a good half-hour had passed. The ninth prince then dismissed the maidservants, leaving only the two of them alone. "Husband, are they not coming?" Wu Qingyun inquired, puzzled. "My brother mentioned that you had been disturbed in the main hall and had been busy with preparations since early morning. You must be exhausted, so they chose not to intrude," Qiao Jingyue explained, hoping she would not feel regret for the absence of certain rituals. "Tonight is a time solely for you and me." He wished to keep her beauty and goodness to himself, not wanting anyone else to intrude upon their cherished solitude. "I will follow my husband's wishes. I harbor no regrets or grievances. Moreover, the affection and respect I have received today are already more than sufficient, leaving me utterly content." Her understanding disposition left Qiao Jingyue profoundly moved. He took her delicate hand, murmuring, "Qingyun, am I dreaming? Have I truly brought you into my home?" As she opened her mouth to respond, Qiao Jingyue's lips brushed against her hand. "You cannot fathom how I fell for you at first sight. It was for the chance to see you that I befriended your brother. To this day, he still teases me for having a woman but no brothers." Wu Qingyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, but she suddenly asked, "Jingyue, did you not promise your brother to drink with him today? Will you not attend to him?" Qiao Jingyue pointed toward the window, where three heads and one small one peeked, barely visible above the window frame. "Why is there no sound? It was quite lively just moments ago." Qiao Qihan questioned in confusion. "Surely they are gazing at each other with lingering affection?" Qiao Qiang scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at his third brother. "You pride yourself as a romantic, yet your skills with the ladies are rather lacking. What nonsense are you talking about?
How old are you?
Can't you learn something good from your elder brother?" Qiao Jingchen scolded, giving his younger brother a light tap on the back of the head. After finishing his reprimand, he noticed Qiao Jinghan grinning mischievously and playfully tapped his third brother as well.
What are you laughing at?
"Do you think this doesn't concern you?" However, Qiao Wanshu was too preoccupied with trying to discern the sounds coming from inside the room to care about her brother's banter. The three brothers continued their chatter, filling her ears with their noise, prompting her to turn around and smack their faces with her tiny hands. "Quiet! Be still!" Despite her tender age, she commanded attention with an undeniable authority. The three brothers immediately fell silent, yet Qiao Wanshu continued to murmur to herself, "Why is there still no noise? Could it be that my second brother has already finished and is now asleep?" As the three of them were lost in their thoughts, the door creaked open. Qiao Jingyue stood at the entrance, his face as dark as a pot's bottom, glaring at the trio. His gaze was fixed on his younger brothers, but often flickered towards Qiao Wanshu. The four of them looked him up and down. He was impeccably dressed, his ceremonial robe showing no signs of having been loosened. Although the brothers dared not glance into the newlywed's chamber, Qiao Wanshu was bold enough to do so. She peeked around Qiao Jingyue's side into the room, where Wu Qingyun was also fully dressed, holding a fan to shield her face. Even without seeing her features, one could sense her bashful nervousness through her slight trembling. "Truly, my second sister-in-law is beautiful, even without revealing her face. Could it be due to her status as a newlywed? Indeed, it must be. Isn't it said that a new bride is the most beautiful woman in the world? The ancients do not deceive me." Hearing these thoughts, Wu Qingyun's face flushed deeper, and her smile widened. Yet, such compliments did little to ease Qiao Jingyue's stern expression. He coldly surveyed his three brothers, asking, "What are you doing here?"
Just taking a walk.
"Just taking a walk. Making a ruckus." The brothers' expressions changed immediately, and they quickly adapted, saying, "Second brother, you've worked hard today. It's getting late, so we'll take our leave. We'll drink the celebratory wine ourselves." "Yes, second brother, I remember that a stunning young lady has just arrived at Jinfeng Tower. We cannot miss this beautiful occasion. Indeed, second brother. I just recalled that I have some studies left to do, and inspiration has struck. I cannot delay. Qiao Wanshu initially found amusement in her brother's predicament, thinking she could remain and eavesdrop a little longer. To her surprise, she suddenly realized that her second brother and the newlywed were moving further away, and she was still being held by her elder brother.
Put me down.
I haven't heard enough. Apologies, Qingyun. They're accustomed to playing around with me, he said. Wu Qingyun shook her head, placing a finger on his lips. Husband, it is their duty to tease during the wedding night. If I were to take offense, wouldn't that show my lack of understanding? Xiao Jingyue grasped her delicate hand, gazing at Wu Qingyun with deep affection. The two drew closer, their shadows merging on the wall, entwined in the flickering candlelight, unable to separate. The night was filled with tenderness, and the dragon and phoenix candles in the bridal chamber burned until dawn, only gradually extinguishing. When Wu Qingyun awoke, Xiao Jingyue was no longer by her side. The moment she moved, her body felt as though it had fallen apart. Even rising became a formidable challenge. It was the maid outside who heard the commotion and entered to assist her with dressing and washing up. Upon learning that it was already midday, Wu Qingyun's movements became hurried. Why didn't you wake me sooner? Second young mistress. The second young master informed us that he has already spoken with the old lady and madam, so you need not rush. The maid's report did not alleviate her urgency, but instead intensified it. After preparing herself, Wu Qingyun headed straight for Showen Hall. Just then, Chen Shi was holding Qiao Wanshu and speaking with the old lady, and they were invited to stay for a meal, sparing Wu Qingyun from a second trip. Grandmother, mother. Please forgive this granddaughter-in-law for being late in greeting you. As soon as Wu Qingyun entered, she hurriedly apologized, only to hear Qiao Wanshu stifling a laugh. My second sister-in-law only just woke up. She must have been worn out by my second brother. Don't let his official demeanor fool you. He has strength comparable to my elder brother. His stamina is truly remarkable. Wu Qingyun's face turned crimson, and even Chen Shi was caught off guard, coughing several times before Ouying hurriedly brought her a cup of tea. The old lady discreetly glanced at Chen Shi, her heart filled with questions. This reaction mirrored Qiao Wanshu's thoughts perfectly. Perhaps Qiao Wanshu was also trying to lighten Chen Shi's mood when she turned her attention to Wu Qingyun's appearance. Her face was blooming like a peach blossom, her eyes sparkling with warmth, clearly well cared for. However, her complexion was pale, and her steps unsteady, indicating she had been through quite a bit. The 3 generations of women were nearly brought to their knees by her startling remarks, and Wu Qingyun wished to bury her face in her chest. She inwardly scolded Qiao Jingyue, thinking that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have to endure such teasing from a child like Wanshu. From this day forward, she could no longer allow his whims to dictate her life. Preoccupied with her thoughts, just as Wu Qingyun was about to kneel to serve tea, she heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Suddenly, someone supported her elbow, preventing her from kneeling. Chapter 88. Retrieving the loan with interest. Wu Qingyun was taken aback, and upon looking up, met Qiao Jingyue's concerned gaze. Qingyun, why are you up so early to pay your respects? Did I not instruct the maid to tell you not to rise early? Qiao Wanshu snorted. Listen. It's already lunchtime. Is this still considered early? What foolish romantic talk. As her thoughts settled, a maid entered to inquire, Old lady, madam. Someone from the small kitchen has come to ask. Lunch is ready. Should we summon everyone? See, what did I say? Qiao Wanshu's thoughts brimmed with satisfaction, and her face radiated joy. Wu Qingyun slightly pulled away from Qiao Jingchen's grasp, saying, It was I who rose late. I have yet to pay my respects to grandmother and mother. I will accompany you. Qiao Jingyue supported Wu Qingyun as they approached the old lady and Chen Shi, both kneeling before them. I, granddaughter-in-law Wu Qingyun, respectfully offer tea and wish grandmother long life and peace. Wu Qingyun took the tea from the servant and presented it to the old lady with both hands. Very good. The old lady took a sip and casually removed a jade hairpin from her head, personally inserting it into Wu Qingyun's hair. This was a piece I wore during my own marriage. I bestow it upon you. After thanking the old lady, Wu Qingyun turned to Chen Shi, offering tea and paying her respects. Chen Shi had long taken a liking to this daughter-in-law and was delighted to be in her presence. After the tea ceremony, she grasped Wu Qingyun's hand and said, "Today, your husband is at court and cannot be here to receive your tea. I will take his place. This is a token from your mother. I hope you will cherish it." She removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and slid it onto Wu Qingyun's arm. Wu Qingyun felt the bracelet was familiar and suddenly recalled that it was the same one Chen Shi had used to reprimand Lady Rong at the wedding. "This bracelet was originally part of my dowry, always kept close. When I chose it to give to you the other day, I discovered it contained harmful powder hidden within. But rest assured, it has been thoroughly cleaned. If you find it objectionable," Wu Qingyun quickly shook her head. "No, mother, your gift carries your affection. This hidden compartment can hold harmful powder or serve as protection. It depends on how one uses it. I am grateful and would never dismiss such a thoughtful gift." Both the old lady and Chen Shi nodded in satisfaction. Qiao Jinghua's smile widened, drawing multiple jabs from Qiao Wanshu. "Look at my second brother's foolish grin. He's happier hearing praise for his sister-in-law than he would be if it were directed at him. It's truly unbearable to watch." The second sister-in-law is truly a sight to behold, her complexion radiant like jade, which only enhances her fair skin to a snowy brilliance. Who could resist being captivated by such beauty? Wu Qingyun, having just recovered from a blush, felt the color rush back to her cheeks once more. The old matriarch Qiao could hardly contain her amusement, nearly bursting into laughter. The Qiao family exuded an atmosphere of warmth and harmony. Yet within a certain corner of the imperial city, a cloud of despair loomed ominously. "You useless lot! You cannot even relay a message. What use are you to me?" Princess Minglai, in a fit of rage, swept all the items from the table to the ground, leaving the room in disarray. Still unsatisfied, she kicked down a eunuch who was kneeling nearby. "Forgive us, Your Highness. It's not that we cannot deliver the message, but the imperial concubine is currently confined within the palace, and no one is allowed to see her. We dare not intrude." One trembling eunuch protested. Yet, Princess Minglai dismissed these excuses with a sharp slap. "Nonsense. My father dotes on my mother. How could he confine her away from the world? I, his favored princess. How could he suddenly betroth me to a foreign land? Someone must be sowing discord. If I uncover that person, they will meet a most unfortunate end." "Are you questioning Father's decision?" The ninth prince's eyes glimmered with mockery, but upon closer inspection, they revealed only a cold indifference. "Humph, what do you want? Come to witness my humiliation?"
Dream on.
Princess Minglai scoffed. "I merely heard that the Phoenix Pavilion is on the verge of being demolished by you. So I came to offer a friendly warning. The marriage alliance has been discussed extensively by Father and the ministers. It is a settled matter, beyond your or the imperial concubine's influence. Your ruckus is tantamount to questioning Father. Do you truly believe he will continue to indulge your whims as he once did?" The ninth prince remained unfazed by her wrath, his tone calm and steady, in stark contrast to his youthful appearance, lending him an air of maturity beyond his years. As Princess Minglai surveyed her surroundings, she seized a nearby lamp and hurled it at him. "What are you, a mere low-born wretch? You think that a glance from Father elevates your status? Today, I shall make you see your true self." The lamp, with its heavy copper base, was a formidable weapon, and should it strike, it would cause significant harm. The ninth prince, though retreating gracefully, evaded her attacks with ease, while Princess Minglai quickly exhausted herself, gasping for breath with her hair disheveled and her appearance in utter disarray. "I need not concern myself with what I am. You should worry about your future in a foreign land. With your intellect, how long do you think you will survive there?" The ninth prince's face suddenly broke into a faint smile. "I am more curious to see how far your antics will drag down the imperial concubine. After all, she is currently confined precisely to plead on your behalf. Should Father discover your defiance, what punishment awaits you?
Tell me.
Will the imperial concubine risk her life or betray some interest to protect you from demise?" Princess Minglai was struck with an intense shock, staring at the ninth prince, who typically remained silent and submissive, even when bullied. Why was he suddenly so loquacious today, his tone so unlike his usual self? Moreover, the air of authority he exuded resembled Father's when he commanded respect, sending a shiver down her spine. The ninth prince took a step closer to her. Stop right there. What do you intend to do? Princess Minglai instinctively retreated, only to trip over a fallen embroidered stool and land on the ground. The ninth prince approached her, leaning in to whisper, "Did you truly think the imperial concubine's actions were without flaw? Sending you off for marriage is merely a small interest owed for her past deeds." Princess Minglai's eyes widened in realization, barely managing to utter, "So it was you." Before the ninth prince struck her unconscious.
Come in.
As his command echoed, a eunuch entered. Princess Minglai had finally come to terms with her fate and agreed to the marriage alliance, urging for swift preparations to avoid delaying the friendship and peace between the two nations. Chapter 89. The arrival of a master. Qiao Wanshu was restless. Ever since attending the Lantern Festival, her spirit had become wild. The expansive residence could no longer contain her. She yearned to escape every day. Gradually, her speech became more fluent, and after breakfast, she would insist someone take her out to play. On this day, it was Qiao Jingchen's turn to take a break. After having breakfast, he intended to head to the study when he spotted the nurse carrying Qiao Wanshu. "Hug. Play," she exclaimed, eagerly reaching out to be embraced by her older brother. "Very well, little ancestor. Today your big brother will take you to a fun place." Soon, Qiao Wanshu discovered where that fun place was. Qiao Jingchen brought her to a tea house to listen to stories and music. "Eft. I thought you were taking me to the Golden Wind Pavilion. What fun is there in a tea house?" Qiao Wanshu exclaimed, causing Qiao Jingchen to spit out his tea. She wrinkled her nose in disdain. "What has happened to you lately, big brother? First choking on saliva, then on tea. Are you aging prematurely?" Qiao Jingchen wished to defend himself, but found no words, feeling increasingly frustrated. Suddenly, he overheard some gossip nearby. "Hey, did you hear? That Princess Minglai was sent away. And it happened overnight."
Sent away? To where?
"That princess is notorious. Where could she possibly be going? I heard she was sent to marry into our enemy nation."
What?
"Nonsense. The emperor hasn't he issued any decree. How could such a significant matter be handled so quietly? Believe it or not, my neighbor's brother-in-law's nephew works at the city gate. He said he saw royal carriages leaving the palace in the dead of night, accompanied by numerous guards and servants, along with 10 carriages filled with treasures, most likely her dowry." Qiao Wanshu was taken aback by this news. "And the imperial concubine Wen Ti just stand by. She will secretly maneuver among the officials. However, when her efforts ultimately fail, she will be confined and neglected, losing favor. Yet she lived well in the palace until Lu Zhan successfully usurped the throne, far better than the deposed empress. But now that Princess Minglai has been sent away prematurely, has something transpired that I am unaware of?" Qiao Jingchen, listening to Qiao Wanshu's words, pondered. "That arrogant princess who causes trouble daily being sent away is for the best. Yet my little sister doesn't know everything. We must remain vigilant to prevent any unexpected changes." As the siblings lost themselves in thought, the tea house manager's voice boomed from below. "Ladies and gentlemen, today you are in for a treat. Our establishment is fortunate to host the Qingyang Theater Troupe. We have a selection of plays, and any new or returning customers who spend a full tael can request a song." The patrons in the tea house erupted in excitement. "The Qingyang Theater? Does that mean Qiao is here?" "Qiao? That's the leading performer for the nobility. We commoners can now hear his performances? Requesting a song costs a full tael, which isn't cheap, but hey, we get to enjoy the same entertainment as the nobility. A tael is nothing." Qiao Wanshu eagerly leaned over the railing to look below. Qiao Jingchen, fearing her fall, could only hold her tightly with both hands. "I wonder how he compares to my 4 elder brothers." Qiao Jingchen raised an eyebrow. How could a distinguished general like him be measured against an actor? Yet, what followed was an unexpected revelation. What a pity that Bai Shaoxing married young and shares a profound love with his wife. They are indeed a rare pair of celestial lovers. Moreover, it is unlikely anyone would guess that this Bai Shaoxing is the most notorious assassin, ranked first on the killer's list. He adopted the guise of an actor to conceal his identity, evading the pursuit of his enemies. Later, when his wife faced danger, it was Lu Zhan who rescued her. She then devoted herself to him, performing countless unsavory tasks. The first assassin? Qiao Jingchen's eyes instantly gleamed. He had not anticipated that the top assassin would be Bai Shaosheng. Even amidst the battlefield, he had heard whispers of this man's prowess. If he could recruit him, it would effectively sever Lu Zhan's most formidable ally, while simultaneously strengthening their own side. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Soon, the sound of drums and music echoed from the stage below, drawing the siblings' attention. The Danjiao performer who took the stage was indeed strikingly beautiful. Qiao Wanshu beamed with delight, which only deepened Zhao Jingchen's frown. His younger sister's infatuation with talent and beauty was quite vexing. Furthermore, Bai Shaosheng was not only an actor but also a killer. And he had a devoted wife. Could his little sister, still just a toddler, possibly harbor any thoughts about him? He silently resolved that if he could win over Bai Shaosheng, he would keep him far away from his sister. The two had been engrossed in the performance from morning until dusk. As the sun set and the last notes of the opera faded, the troupe took their bows, and the audience began to disperse. Zhao Jingchen immediately descended to find the troupe leader, eager to meet Bai Shaosheng. To his surprise, he was informed that Bai Shaosheng had just finished his performance and left without even removing his makeup. Left already? What could be so urgent that he couldn't even spare a moment to change? Zhao Jingchen inquired, astonished. Oh, what a wonderful man. As the top assassin, he even cooks for his wife. That's truly touching. Qiao Wanshu exclaimed, filled with admiration. Zhao Jingchen quickly pressed the troop leader for Bai Shaosheng's whereabouts. After slipping a silver coin into the leader's hand, which he weighed with a grin, the leader eagerly replied, at the end of Huilu Alley. There's a small courtyard without a number. That's his home. With Bai Shaosheng's address in hand, Zhao Jingchen took Zhao Wanshu in his arms and set off to find him. However, as they approached the area, which was a common neighborhood unfamiliar to Zhao Jingchen, he had to inquire several passers-by before finally locating Huilu Alley. Just as they arrived at the alley's entrance, they collided with Bai Shaosheng, who was hastily making his way, burdened with a package. Bai Shaosheng, please wait. Zhao Jingchen thought it fortuitous, realizing that had he been a moment later, he would have missed him. He stood before Bai Shaosheng, unable to bow properly while holding his sister. Step aside. I have matters to attend to. Bai Shaosheng attempted to maneuver past him. I only need to say a couple of words. It won't take long. Zhao Jingchen frowned, observing Bai Shaosheng's hurried demeanor. It was evident he had pressing affairs. The recruitment discussion would have to wait, but he could at least inquire about his return time. Qiao Wanshu clung to Zhao Jingchen's neck and reached out to Bai Shaosheng, saying, "Come home." She had been reminding Zhao Jingchen to keep him around and even suggested a reason involving their grandmother's fondness for opera, hoping to invite him to their residence. Zhao Jingchen realized he might disappoint his sister and could only gently pat her head in comfort. You are quite persistent. Let me through. Bai Shaosheng, losing his patience, swung his fist toward Zhao Jingchen's face, seemingly intending to forcefully push him aside. Concerned for his sister in his arms, Zhao Jingchen swiftly shielded her and retreated. This action inadvertently cleared the path. Unexpectedly, Bai Shaosheng merely feigned the attack. He withdrew his punch midway and, using the gap, swiftly slipped past him, disappearing in an instant. How despicable! To strike at a child without hesitation is truly contemptible. Zhao Jingchen scorned Bai Shaosheng's behavior, but was suddenly pulled by Zhao Wanshu toward the direction Bai Shaosheng had taken. Brother, blood. How frightening! Only then did he notice bloodstains trailing down the path toward Bai Shaosheng's home. Could something have happened at Bai Shaosheng's home, prompting his hasty departure? Big brother, let us hurry and see. The blood appeared dark and thick, indicating it had not just recently leaked from a wound. Zhao Jingchen feared a gruesome scene awaited them, one that might frighten Zhao Wanshu. We must go. I'm not afraid. Zhao Wanshu protested vehemently. She insisted on witnessing the scene firsthand to ascertain what had transpired. Seeing her determination, Zhao Jingchen relented. His little sister was not spoiled. Her insistence on pursuing certain matters often stemmed from valid reasons. After weighing the situation, he decided to take Zhao Wanshu to Bai Shaosheng's residence. As they approached the entrance, a strong smell of blood wafted toward them. Zhao Jingchen halted, his brow furrowing in concern. Such a pungent odor suggested a violent altercation had occurred, possibly involving multiple individuals. He speculated while glancing hesitantly at Zhao Wanshu. Brother, let us go. Qiao Wanshu seemed to sense his apprehension, persistently tugging toward the small courtyard. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Zhao Jingchen acquiesced and carried Qiao Wanshu into the yard. Inside, the scene was chaotic, with blood splattered everywhere, or pooling in large puddles. It was evident that a fierce struggle had taken place. Yet there were no bodies or injured parties in sight. This indicated that his wife was not home. Otherwise, given by Xiaoxing's devotion, he would never have left her behind to rush out. Zhao Jingchen refrained from venturing further inside, concerned that his movements might disrupt the scene. More onlookers began to gather at the entrance, eager to discover what had occurred. Something is amiss. Bai Xiaoxing's wife should have faced danger later. Yet everything seems to have unfolded earlier. Why? Could it be due to Fang Yan'er? Zhao Jingchen pondered, aligning his thoughts with hers. His sister had previously speculated that Fang Yan'er might possess the ability to foresee the future. If that were the case, Lu Zhan could have learned about Bai Xiaoxing in advance and orchestrated a plan to recruit him early, making sense of the situation. It appeared that matters were more complicated than he had imagined. In a side room of the north courtyard of Lu Manor, several injured guards knelt outside, heads bowed, expressions filled with fear and silence. Meanwhile, Fang Yan'er, who should have been confined, approached slowly, supporting herself with a hand on her waist, softly comforting, "Husband, do not be angry. It was I who instructed them to stage this performance." Although Bai Xiaoxing might doubt this was a deliberate trap on their part, in his desperate attempt to save his wife, upon seeing the Lu family emblem at the scene, he would naturally rush to demand answers. As the foremost assassin, he had accumulated countless enemies, making it challenging to deduce the identity of those seeking vengeance within a short time, thus granting them the opportunity to execute their plan. Lu Zhan gazed deeply into her eyes, snorting coldly. "Let us hope it unfolds as you say. Although this person may become the finest chess piece, he could also pose the greatest peril. Should your reckless decisions lead to unforeseen complications, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Fang Yan'er stood rooted to the spot, watching his figure until it vanished, the smile in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a delicate layer of frost. "Lu Zhan, I genuinely intended to join hands with you to achieve great things. Yet your coldness and wariness towards me suggest that you merely wish to regard me as a pawn to be utilized and discarded at your convenience." She had deliberately instructed the guards to act in such a manner, not to add a formidable and loyal follower for Lu Zhan, but rather for her own interests. Just as Lu Zhan reached the courtyard, a servant rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Sir, a man named Bai Xiaoxing wishes to see you." Chapter 91. Deceitful compliance. As he finished speaking, a figure descended swiftly nearby and approached with purpose. "Where is my wife? Hand her over at once." Bai Xiaoxing stated his intent plainly. By the time he finished speaking, the guards of the Lu residence hurriedly arrived. Lu Zhan cast a cold glance and rebuked. "I had no idea that my household was filled with such incompetence. If it weren't for Mr. Bai Xiaoxing's benign intentions, I might have been left to my own devices." The guards hastily knelt in apology, but Bai Xiaoxing impatiently interjected, "How you choose to discipline your guards is of no concern to me. However, my wife is merely an ordinary citizen, guilty of neither theft nor wrongdoing. Whatever the matter, do not involve her. Return her to me immediately." Only then did Lu Zhan turn his gaze towards him, frowning. "Bai Xiaoxing, your wife was saved by me. Is this how you treat your benefactor? I am aware of your talents, which is why I personally visited. It was fortuitous that I encountered your enemies, and my guards fought valiantly to rescue your wife. Yet you dare to intrude upon my residence and speak disrespectfully? Very well." Bai Xiaoxing, sensing the sincerity in Lu Zhan's words, remained cautious but resolute, insisting, "Regardless, let me see my wife first." Lu Zhan then instructed a nearby servant, "Take him to the concubine's quarters, then have him come to my study." Not long after Lu Zhan departed, the woman lying unconscious on the bed slowly opened her eyes. As she realized she was not at home, but in an unfamiliar room, she instinctively struggled to rise. "Madam, do not panic. No one here means you harm." Fang Yan'er approached to comfort her, extending a bowl of soup towards her. "Who are you? Why am I here? Where is my husband?" The woman sat up, warily eyeing Fang Yan'er and refusing to accept the bowl. "Madam, I only know that you are important to my husband, who entrusted me to take care of you. As for your husband's whereabouts, I truly do not know. Fang Yener forced a smile, hinting at an unspoken truth. You lie. I see your eyes flickering, your smile strained. You are concealing something. I am just an ordinary woman, unaware of how I offended you to be brought here. Is there no law in this land? The woman's reaction was precisely what Fang Yener had anticipated. With reddened eyes and barely concealed tears, she lowered her head, saying, I am merely a hapless woman confined to the inner chambers. I do as my husband commands. I once overheard him mention that with you in his grasp, he need not worry about that person disobeying him. At the time, I did not know who that person was, but now I realize it must be your husband. Fang Yener, possessing a beauty that could evoke pity, spoke with enough grace to gradually disarm Bai Xiaoxing's wife, who became less guarded around her. You should eat something to maintain your strength, so you won't be a burden when he arrives. This struck a chord with the woman, who hesitantly nodded, allowing Fang Yener to place the bowl in her hands. Hearing hurried footsteps from outside the door, Fang Yener revealed a subtle smirk. She then turned to bring over a plate of pastries, cheerfully saying, Have some pastries, Wan Ning. A call from outside announced Bai Xiaoxing, followed by a figure bursting through the door, rushing to the bedside and knocking the soup bowl from the woman's hands. What did you give her to drink? He protectively shielded his wife, while casting a cold glare at Fang Yener. Husband, do not be so fierce. This lady has been very kind to me. She merely offered me food, concerned that I might be hungry. Seeing Bai Xiaoxing, Yi Wanning felt a weight lift from her heart, her words becoming softer and more joyful. Bai Xiaoxing glanced at the bowl that had fallen to the ground, yet his expression remained tense as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, madam. I shall take my wife now. He helped Yi Wanning to her feet. But as they took a step, a sudden clanking sound caught their attention. They discovered a chain binding Yi Wanning's ankle to the bedpost. What is the meaning of this? Why is my wife chained? Remembering Fang Yener's words, Yi Wanning gently patted Bai Xiaoxing's hand to reassure him, Husband, it is not this lady's fault. It was her husband who brought me here and instructed her to look after me. This chain must have been placed on me by him. Lu Xiaoqing? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes gleamed with cold fury as he clenched his teeth. He understood that Lu Zhan had seized upon his vulnerability, imprisoning her to force his compliance. But your wife is unharmed, and she was saved by him.
Yevan interjected.
Bai Xiaoxing interrupted her coldly. Whether it was out of benevolence remains to be seen. But it is undeniable that Wan Ning was brought here by him and is indeed chained. It is difficult to believe this is a sign of regard for me. As he spoke, he suddenly grasped the iron chain binding Yi Wanning's ankle and, with a deft display of strength, snapped it in two. He then swept his wife into his arms, preparing to leave. Fang Yener immediately extended her arms to block their path, urgently saying, No, you cannot leave just yet. Even if you do, there is no guarantee this will not happen again. It would be wiser to hear what my husband wishes to discuss with you, resolving matters now to prevent future complications. Yi Wanning added with concern, Husband, this madam once pleaded on my behalf to her husband, but it bore no fruit. If he intends to make things difficult for you, then I, Bai Xiaoxing, am not a soft target to be easily manipulated. Although Bai Xiaoxing spoke bravely, uncertainty crept into his heart. Lu Zhan was a court official of considerable rank. If he were merely a solitary assassin, it would be one thing. However, he now had Yi Wanning by his side. Even disregarding his own safety, he must consider hers. Unless he did nothing and remained by her side at all times, how could he ensure that Lu Zhan would not seize her again? And should he choose to do so, would she be left in Lu's residence once more, presented as an enticing offer? Lost in thought, a servant outside suddenly called out, Bai Xiaoxing, it is time for you to meet my master in the study. Chapter 92. He is in the throes of adolescence. He is simply too young, his heart wild. He has been out all day. Who among the young ones can outrun him? Qiao Wanshu merely brushed aside the words that fell on deaf ears. Yet, she could not allow him to fall into Lu Zhan's grasp, for that would surely bring trouble to the Qiao family. Madame Chun, having gathered the essence of her daughter's concerns, understood the gravity of the situation and deemed it prudent to discuss the matter with Qiao Zhongtian. After instructing the wet nurse to keep a close eye on Qiao Wanshu, she set off towards Qiao Zhongtian's study. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanshu sat on her bed. bored as she gazed at the array of toys piled around her, when suddenly, she sneezed twice in quick succession. Could it be that my brother is talking about me? He goes off to investigate without taking me along, leaving me to amuse myself at home. She casually picked up the rattle and shook it a couple of times, then let out 2 thunderous sneezes. My little ancestor, why are you sneezing so much? Did you catch a chill while playing outside? The wet nurse immediately approached, reaching out to touch Qiao Wanshu's forehead. Not cool, just itchy. Qiao Wanshu pointed at her nose. Could it be that such a young child has developed rhinitis? Why does her nose feel so itchy all the time? Itchy? No way. I must call the physician to take a look, otherwise I cannot rest easy. Qiao Wanshu wanted to protest, but she could not articulate her thoughts clearly and could only watch as the wet nurse left. Well, it doesn't matter. The physician has never found anything wrong with me, and it will put them at ease. Wakinjian entered the inner chamber and saw Qiao Wanshu sitting alone on the bed, playing quietly. Her heart softened, and she walked over to pick her up. Mother, father, wet nurse, husband. Qiao Wanshu exclaimed joyfully, waving her hands. Wakinjian surmised that she was referring to Chen Shi looking for Qiao Zhongtian, but she was puzzled by the meanings of wet nurse and husband. She shook her head and took out a rattle from her bosom, teasing Qiao Wanshu. My dear Wanshu, look, do you like it? Qiao Wanshu was left speechless. She may be trapped in the body of this little child, but she was not a real baby. However, when she saw the rattle, her eyes lit up with delight. The handle and body of the rattle were crafted from pure gold, and the drumhead was made of tanned lambskin. The body was adorned with various gemstones, and even the tassels were woven from gold and silver threads. It was a magnificent sight, perfectly attuned to her preferences. My second sister-in-law truly understands me. I adore it. This unconventional rattle befits my status as a daughter of the Qiao family. Oh, my second sister-in-law is the best. She dotes on me so much. Qiao Wanshu clapped her little hands, mentally showering Wakinjian with compliments. Does my sister-in-law like me so much because I am exceptionally charming and lovable? I wonder when I might have a little nephew or niece, or better yet, a pair of twins would be delightful. Wakinjian's face flushed as she unconsciously placed her hand on her abdomen. Children. It had been some time since she married, and her relationship with Qiao Jingyue had been deeply affectionate. She pondered whether there was any movement within her womb. She felt no particular signs. But should she consult the physician? If she did, the news would surely not remain a secret from the elders, and if nothing were to come of it, it might raise their suspicions. Sigh. My second brother seems to be living a shamelessly sweet life, while my elder brother remains a lonely bachelor. Yet, there is clearly a girl who has harbored feelings for him for a long time. How can he not see it? Such a wonderful girl. And he only notices those treacherous women with ulterior motives. Perhaps it is best for him to remain single. She often heard him mention Miss Lin, yet did not know who this young lady was. Wanshu had once said that Miss Lin might attend her wedding. However, that day was fraught with complications, and she did not know if that lady came, or if her uncle met her. Her heart felt like it was filled with countless restless kittens, their claws gently scratching, leaving her at a loss on how to shoo them away. Wakinjian wished to ask Qiao Wanshu for clarification but feared that broaching the subject might frighten her little sister-in-law. What if Qiao Wanshu discovered that she could hear her thoughts, and then became frightened and distant? Though this path seemed blocked, Wakinjian had other means. Wanshu, you may not know, but your uncle has recently become rather sensitive to the word Lin. While walking in the garden, he would gaze intently at the grove of willows for quite some time. If one were to speak to him and mention anything related to Lin, he would abruptly snap to attention and ask the person to repeat themselves. Do you think he harbors some secret? Qiao Wanshu was indeed intrigued by this remark, thinking disdainfully. What could it be but the pangs of love? Wakinjian suppressed a laugh, struggling to contain her amusement. In truth, her elder brother was even more love-struck than her second brother. Despite his fierce and commanding demeanor, he was utterly clueless about romance. Otherwise, he would not be so easily beguiled by those with ulterior motives. If he were to end up with Miss Lin, his affection for her would undoubtedly surpass that of her second brother. Regrettably, I still do not know if there's been any progress between him and that Miss Lin. From what my second sister-in-law said, it seems they have had some contact. Wakinjian's thoughts stirred, and she provocatively added, "Your second brother and I have been speculating whether your elder brother has found a lady he fancies. Not long ago, your second brother visited the military camp and saw him dazed in broad daylight, sitting in the military tent. Your second brother remarked that he did not seem to have the demeanor of a commander at all. If their grandfather saw him, he would surely put him through rigorous training. Wanshu, what do you think could have happened to make your uncle behave so unusually?" Qiao Wanshu was taken aback, pondering. "So, my elder brother has been acting somewhat strange lately. He appears to be lost in thought while walking, and he has been unusually diligent in running to the military camp. Could it be that he has already discovered that Miss Lin disguised herself as a man to infiltrate the military camp as a medic?" Chapter 93. The Lin family has a daughter. Disguised as a man? Infiltrating the military camp. Wakinjian was greatly shocked. Had she not possessed considerable composure, she would have leaped up in astonishment. Disguising herself was one thing. She had done it herself on numerous occasions while still in the boudoir. However, to infiltrate a military camp was quite another matter. It was filled with men, and for a lady to mix in among them, day in and day out, would undoubtedly jeopardize her reputation and virtue when her identity was eventually revealed. Qiao Wanshu was oblivious to Wakinjian's expression, lost in her thoughts. However, if my elder brother were to see through Miss Lin's disguise, that would indeed be a good thing. The Lin family's apothecary? Wakinjian was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in realization. Could it be that this Miss Lin is Lin Yuer, the daughter of Inspector Lin? Lin Yuer's grandfather was the former head of the Imperial Medical Department. A few years ago, he retired to the countryside and established an apothecary within the capital. Thanks to his esteemed reputation, patrons seeking medical treatment flocked to his establishment, making it a bustling scene, a notable sight in the capital. Lin Yuer is the only daughter of Inspector Lin and is said to have spent her childhood assisting her grandfather at the apothecary, absorbing his knowledge, particularly excelling in matters related to women and childbirth. Wakinjian had heard of Lin Yuer, but the Wu family did not have much interaction with the Lin family. Though she had met Lin Yuer a few times, they were not close due to their differing personalities. It turned out that this Miss Lin was indeed Lin Yuer. Despite not being well acquainted with Lin Yuer, Wakinjian knew her to be a kind and straightforward girl, not the delicate and frail type typical of noble ladies. This made her seem quite compatible with her uncle, Qiao Jingchen. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that if the two were to come together, it would indeed be a match made in heaven. Unable to sit still, she said, "All right, little Wanshu, your second sister-in-law has some matters to attend to, so you can play by yourself for now." Wakinjian stood to leave, but Qiao Wanshu clutched her sleeve tightly. "I want to play too." She did not wish to unwittingly take a large dose of medicine or drink herbal concoctions. Wakinjian initially intended to refuse, but realizing that Qiao Wanshu might glean something from meeting Lin Yuer, she changed her mind. "All right, I will take Wanshu with me. Perhaps there will be some fortuitous encounter," she said with a hint of double entendre. Wu Qingyan wrapped an additional cloak around Qiao Wanshu and left a message for the maid in the house before cradling Qiao Wanshu in her arms as they stepped outside. The carriage rattled along, and nestled in Wu Qingyan's embrace, Qiao Wanshu wore an expression of utter bliss. Wu Qingyan felt her cheeks flush, and her heart brimmed with sweetness. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that, without Qiao Wanshu, she and Qiao Jingyue might still be lost in uncertainty. Since entering the Qiao household, she had gleaned snippets about certain individuals from Qiao Jingyue, particularly about the two women, Fang Yener and Lin Jinger. "Wanshu, if not for you, I might not have found this blissful union," Wu Qingyan mused, tenderly caressing Qiao Wanshu's silky hair, cherishing her delicate form as though she could never have enough. "Well, that's merely fate bringing my second brother and sister-in-law together. It was destined for them to unite. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss," Qiao Wanshu replied. "Oh, if only I had the chance to visit the Lin family pharmacy, perhaps I could facilitate a connection for my elder brother and help him find companionship sooner. If he is capable, who knows, he might even have a child or two with my second brother." She felt warmth radiating from her own body, which even Qiao Wanshu noticed. "Sister-in-law, are you unwell? Why are you so warm? Had I known, I would have let you stay home for the physician to check on you." Little did she know that her unguarded words, filled with playful banter, were what left Wu Qingyan blushing crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. The night breeze gently lifted the curtain of the carriage window, cooling Wu Qingyun's heated demeanor. Qiao Wanshu glanced outside and was momentarily taken aback. This road, could it possibly lead to the Lin family pharmacy? Having frequented the royal city lately, she had nearly memorized its layout, and her keen memory allowed her to recognize the path immediately. Sister-in-law, are we headed to the Lin family pharmacy? What a coincidence, she exclaimed. I wonder if Lin Yuer is at the pharmacy or in the military camp. Wu Qingyun was momentarily stunned. Indeed. Wanshu had mentioned previously that Lin Yuer was disguised as a man and had infiltrated the military camp. She had not verified this, and recklessly coming here might lead to disappointment. However, she couldn't think of a suitable excuse to turn the carriage around now. It seemed prudent to proceed and see what fortune might bring. If they didn't encounter Lin Yuer, they could at least have the physician examine how she was faring. Just as the carriage halted at the entrance of the Lin family pharmacy, a commotion erupted from inside. Shouts and cries of pain grew louder as they approached the door. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out, rolling on the ground before clambering to his feet, disheveled and covered in dirt. The man bore a prominent scar on his face, rendering him quite menacing. He stood at the entrance, hopping in agitation while yelling, "Everyone, come and see. The Lin family's young lady is bullying people and attacking them in public." The scarred man was visibly injured, with wounds that appeared less like those from a fight and more akin to scratches. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." A strikingly beautiful woman emerged from inside, wielding a broom. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, with the upward tilt of her gaze adding an alluring charm. The scarred man flinched at her glare, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. "I'm not lying. Let everyone judge for themselves. Look at my injuries. Aren't they the result of your broom?" The gathering crowd soon recognized that the man's wounds could indeed be traced back to the broom in the woman's hand. Yet she scoffed, "You're just trying to deflect blame. If you hadn't come to my pharmacy to steal ginseng, how could my broom have struck you?" Chapter 94. Weakness is Justice. Qiao Wanshu leaned against the carriage window, captivated by the unfolding drama, mentally assessing the situation. Lin Yue's appearance passes my scrutiny. She is vibrant and fiery, like a blazing flame. Visually, she complements my robust elder brother perfectly. Moreover, despite her medical training, her family has never confined her to outdated conventions, allowing her to learn various martial arts in accordance with her spirited nature. It appears she is more than capable of handling herself, even against multiple opponents. Wu Qingyun, hearing Wanshu's thoughts, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the scarred man was tall and imposing, exuding an intimidating presence. Should a confrontation arise, Lin Yuer might find herself in over her head. While the two women in the carriage harbored different thoughts, the tension between the two individuals outside was palpable. "You stop slandering me. I stand upright and act with integrity. Besides, with so many people coming in and out of your pharmacy, how could you know for certain that I took something?" The woman simply smirked. "I saw you with my own eyes. Do you think I would wrongfully accuse you? If you dare deny it, why not let me search you right here in front of everyone?" The scarred man's face blanched, and his gaze became evasive. Qiao Wanshu immediately quipped, "Look at that. She struck a nerve. This fellow definitely has ginseng hidden on him. Lin Yuer has sharp eyes. She would never wrongfully accuse him." Before she could finish her thought, the scarred man suddenly knelt, pounding his chest and wailing, "I had no choice. I have an 80-year-old mother and 7 or 8 hungry infants at home. Our family is on the brink of starvation, and my mother is gravely ill, relying on ginseng to sustain her. But ginseng costs dozens or hundreds of taels. How could I afford it? That's why I resorted to this desperate measure. Why can't you just show some mercy to us common folk?" His exaggerated lament stirred sympathy among the crowd. "Isn't that true? The medicine here is incredibly expensive. We commoners can only afford the cheap alternatives. A single ginseng root is of little consequence to the Lin family, so why pursue this matter so relentlessly?" Someone chimed in. "Lin miss, why not let this go? After all, a single ginseng root won't collapse your pharmacy and could earn you a good reputation to boot." In an instant, the onlookers who had previously condemned the scarred man for his theft began to rally behind him. Qiao Wanshu scoffed, "Pa. So this is what moral coercion looks like. No matter the time, public opinion always favors the weak, regardless of whether that weakness is genuine or feigned. This was a clear case of catching a thief red-handed. Yet, after his sob story, he managed to flip the narrative and pressure Lin Yuer into submission.
Where is the justice in that?
Wu Qingyun felt a pang of empathy. Such a transparent situation could be so easily twisted by eloquence into a convoluted mess, leaving one speechless. Lin Yuer was equally stunned as she surveyed the crowd, which included many familiar faces who had sought her help at the pharmacy in the past. Yet this did not prevent them from siding with the scarred man, hurling accusations at her. Her fiery temperament could hardly tolerate such injustice, especially as she noticed a smug grin forming on the scarred man's face. What nonsense are you spouting? Regardless of the circumstances at your home, it does not justify your act of thievery. The Lin family pharmacy is renowned, and my grandfather is a highly respected and skilled physician. If you are facing difficulties, you may speak candidly. Furthermore, while ginseng can sustain life, it is also a potent tonic that should not be used indiscriminately. The proper course is to seek a diagnosis from my grandfather or any physician at the pharmacy before procuring medicinal herbs. Are you not concerned that by stealing ginseng, you may inadvertently cause further complications? Although her reasoning was sound, the onlookers had already been swayed by the fabricated claims of the scarred man and refused to listen. They dismissed Lin Yuer as merely attempting to defend herself, and their accusations grew even louder. This is outrageous. It is utterly disgraceful to attack someone simply because they are wealthy. Qiao Wanshu, filled with indignation, shouted, her small fists clenched tightly, her little legs bouncing on the ground. Wu Qingyun could no longer stand by idly. She embraced Qiao Wanshu and stepped out of the carriage, addressing the crowd. It is truly perplexing that one can be scolded for apprehending a thief. Today has certainly opened my eyes. Qiao Wanshu spat in the direction of the scarred man. If only I could speak, I would ask what assistance he requires, should he dare to ask. I would rip off his facade. Although she was unable to voice her thoughts, Wu Qingyun could articulate them for her. She turned her gaze calmly towards the scarred man and inquired, might I ask, you who has an elderly mother and several hungry infants at home, if your mother is indeed gravely ill and your household is in dire straits, could you lead us to your home? If your claims are true, I am willing to provide some funds to assist with medical expenses. However, should you be deceiving us, we shall have to report this to the authorities. Once Wu Qingyun spoke, the din of accusations around them diminished considerably. Some recognized the carriage Wu Qingyun had arrived in belonged to the Qiao family, a prominent household, and they realized that offending such influential figures was unwise. It dawned on them that Lin Yuer's father was a high-ranking official, equally not to be trifled with. The scarred man hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Yuer was pleasantly surprised that someone had come to her defense, but her joy turned to alarm as she recognized Wu Qingyun's face. She hastily dropped the broom and, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, stammered, I didn't mean to hit anyone. I didn't use much force. I only wanted to chase him away, not to resort to violence. Chapter 95, Rising Affection. Haha. She recognized our status and fears leaving a poor impression. How endearing. I wished to tease her further. Qiao Wanshu thought to herself, showering Lin Yuer with unreserved praise in her heart. Wu Qingyun felt a twinge of jealousy. In the past, whenever she appeared, Qiao Wanshu's attention would be predominantly on her, filled with affection and desire for closeness. Now, however, all her focus was on Lin Yuer. Indeed, Lin Yuer was refreshingly candid and charming, evoking a sense of envy and delight even in Wu Qingyun, who foresaw the future events and naturally held a fondness for Lin Yuer. This made her feelings of jealousy difficult to articulate. Miss Lin, there is no need to rush. Let me clarify the matter first, and we shall discuss it afterward. Wu Qingyun said, her voice sweet and gentle, inviting warmth. Lin Yuer instinctively closed her mouth and stood obediently to the side. Qiao Wanshu wrapped her arms around Wu Qingyun's neck, pointing in one direction. Do not worry, dear sister-in-law. I will ensure he does not escape. If we are delayed here, my mother may miss her medication, and if something unfortunate occurs, can you still accompany me in spirit? The onlookers seemed to be stirred by her words, but Wu Qingyun remained composed. There was no need to panic. Clarifying the situation would facilitate assistance. Moreover, could someone from a destitute household afford such finely crafted wax-dyed garments? Not to mention, The absence of calluses on his hands indicated he had not engaged in any laborious work. If one were truly on the brink of starvation, would they maintain such a facade of nonchalance? These inconsistencies piqued my curiosity, and I would like to hear what justifications you can provide. After Wu Qingyun's remarks, others began to realize the discrepancies as well. Indeed, his clothing is more refined than mine. His hands are softer than my face. If he truly were in dire straits, how could he afford such attire? As this realization dawned, the crowd began to murmur. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted, "I know who he is. He is a second-rate dealer in medicinal herbs from the southern part of the city, known for acquiring rare materials through dubious means. It is clear now. He must be stealing. Yes, I remember. He has a distinct scar on his face that looks particularly menacing." The realization that he was both a thief and a fraud ignited the anger of the citizens, who surged forward, intent on apprehending the scarred man and delivering him to the authorities. I realized my mistakes.
Please spare me.
Miss Lin, madam, I beg you, save me. The scarred man, in a panic, fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly before Lin Yue and Wu Qingyun. I will return the ginseng with both hands, and I am willing to compensate you. As long as you release me, I will do anything. Wu Qingyun smiled at Lin Yue and asked, Miss Lin, you are the aggrieved party. What is your decision? Lin Yue regarded the man, who was repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy, his forehead bruised and bleeding. Though she still felt a lingering disgust, she accepted the ginseng and a few pieces of silver. As for the rest, it is ill-gotten wealth. I have no desire for it and find it tainted. The scarred man, seeing that she accepted the ginseng and the money, cautiously stood, nodding and bowing as he retreated into the crowd. Realizing Lin Yue had no further intentions of pursuing the matter, he quickly disappeared among the masses. The onlookers, seeing Lin Yue's leniency, were reluctant to instigate trouble, and instead, they praised her kindness and beauty, extolling her magnanimity. Yet, few among them offered apologies for their earlier misconceptions. Qiao Wanshu could not help but scoff. Now they are not the same people who banded together to slander her earlier. Now they shower her with praise, expecting her to forget the past and forgive their offenses? Wu Qingyun wholeheartedly agreed with Qiao Wanshu's sentiments, though she refrained from voicing them. After all, the Lin family pharmacy still needed to continue its practice. If they were to earn the ire of others and have rumors spread behind their backs, it would be detrimental. Lin Yue exchanged a few words with the crowd, and gradually they dispersed. She approached Wu Qingyun and said, Madam, I attended your wedding banquet. May I inquire what brings you here? Are you feeling unwell? Wu Qingyun's face flushed slightly as she hesitated to respond, first glancing around. Understanding her unease, Lin Yue invited, Madam, please follow me inside. The night is chill. It would be unwise for you and the young lady to catch a chill. Lin Yue guided Wu Qingyun into the inner chamber, where she began to examine her pulse. Madam, there is no need for concern. Aside from some minor disharmony in your vital energies, you are quite well. As she spoke, her hands continued their work. Swiftly, several prescriptions were penned down along with their corresponding precautions.
Wu Qingyun listened attentively, secretly admiring Lin Yue.
This young lady was kind-hearted, sensible, and patient, making her a perfect match for her uncle. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanshu was not idle. Her large eyes darted around the room. Suddenly, she exclaimed, her gaze fixed on a particular spot. Wu Qingyun noticed her unusual behavior and, after stealing a glance at Qiao Wanshu, followed her line of sight to a bamboo couch not far away, where a sky-blue handkerchief lay. Judging by its style and color, it seemed to be a man's. Chapter 96. The lamb's flesh ready to be eaten. Lin Yue also turned her gaze in their direction and, upon seeing the handkerchief, gasped and quickly snatched it up. This isn't mine. I found it by chance and have no idea whose it is. She thought to wash it and place it in the apothecary, hoping the owner might come across it and reclaim it. The more she tried to explain, the more tangled the situation became. Wu Qingyun watched her with a smile, and even Qiao Wanshu wore an expression that said she understood.
See?
This is what we call a case of trying to cover something up, making it even more complicated. Blushing now, are we? Shy, are we?
Haha.
Qiao Wanshu's inner thoughts made Wu Qingyun suppress a laugh as well. She felt a playful urge and casually remarked, Miss Lin, I believe I saw a character in the lower right corner of the handkerchief. Might you allow me a look to see if it belongs to my uncle? Lin Yuer's face instantly turned crimson, stammering to form a complete sentence. However, Qiao Wanshu had a different idea and quickly leaped into Wu Qingyun's embrace.
No, no.
Big brother, come. This is a splendid opportunity. Her heart was shouting, sister-in-law, let big brother take a look himself. What a great chance. Wu Qingyun mused that Wanshu's idea was indeed brilliant. Having Qiao Jingchen come to see it might reveal Lin Yuer's feelings for him. Amused, Wu Qingyun maintained an innocent facade. Indeed, it is my uncle's personal item. I would hate to misidentify it. It would be best if the owner could confirm it. She seemed eager to prevent Lin Yuer from rejecting the idea, hurriedly finishing her statement before embracing Qiao Wanshu and leaving in a flurry. Once they were in the carriage, Wu Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. Wanshu, if my uncle meets Lin Yuer tomorrow, what amusing events might unfold. Perhaps we should find an excuse to tag along and witness the spectacle? Qiao Wanshu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Gossip and excitement were her favorites. After Wu Qingyun's departure, Lin Yuer sat in a daze for a moment before rushing to the apothecary. Old Master Lin was busy preparing herbs when he saw his granddaughter hurriedly entering, grabbing handfuls here and there, causing a bit of chaos among the neatly arranged materials. With a quick glance, he deduced she was concocting a beauty formula from ancient texts known for rapid skin whitening. Yuer, you seem quite anxious. If you're interested, I could find a matchmaker to propose a marriage. Although the Qiao family has high standards, our Lin family is not without its qualifications. Old Master Lin was fully aware of his granddaughter's intentions. His teasing made Lin Yuer's cheeks flush deeply. She stomped her foot in playful admonition before swiftly disappearing from sight. As the carriage approached the Qiao residence, Wu Qingyun spotted Qiao Jingyue emerging from the main gate, preparing to mount his horse. Husband, are you going out again? She couldn't resist leaning out of the window to call out. Qiao Jingyue approached with delight. I heard you took Wanshu out. It's getting late, and I was concerned, so I came to greet you. Thank you for your concern, my dear husband. Wu Qingyun's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with delight, a charm so irresistible that even Qiao Wanshu couldn't help but lean closer and peck her cheek. Sister-in-law is so gentle and fragrant. If I were brother, I'd be thinking of her every day. It said that soft jade and warm fragrance are the graves of heroes, and that one dies under the peony, living a life of romance? The ancients certainly do not deceive me. But what is brother holding? It appears to be something delicious. Qiao Jingyue handed her a package. Qingyun, you mentioned wanting to try the pastries from that shop in the north of the city. Since you didn't specify a flavor, I bought a bit of everything. Wu Qingyun received the pastries, her eyes filled with warmth and joy. I merely mentioned it casually, yet you remembered. Their connection was palpable. Enveloped in a bubble of pink affection, as if the world around them faded away. Inwardly, Qiao Wanshu jested, I am but a candle, burning myself to illuminate others.
Come.
Let me shine brightly for you both. Of course, you may ignore me. I can manage to disembark from the carriage myself. Wu Qingyun held Qiao Wanshu as they descended with Qiao Jingyue's assistance. He seemed to be compensating, spending extra time with Qiao Wanshu. Well then, anything is better than nothing. After all, a wife is paramount, and a sister is secondary. What else can I do but dote on my own brother and sister? Yet, if it weren't for the special bond between brother and sister-in-law, why would she be so eager to bear him children? After all, they are the fruits of love. Which woman would risk her figure, face aging, and flirt with death to bear a child for a man? What if she encounters a scoundrel? Her life would be ruined. Suddenly, Qiao Jingyue turned sharply, his gaze burning into Wu Qingyun's. His grip tightened, causing her to exclaim, Oh dear, husband, what is the matter? As she looked up, she found herself caught in the depths of his dark eyes, the flickering flames within startling her heart. Such a look was typically reserved for intimate moments in their chamber. But now, in front of everyone at the estate's entrance, why was he behaving this way? Could it be that he had overheard Wanshu's thoughts? The notion took root in Wu Qingyun's mind. Qiao Wanshu noticed something awry with Qiao Jingyue, particularly his wolf-like gaze. She mused, look at how brother stares at sister-in-law. Like a hungry wolf eyeing lamb meat. Their affection is bound to flourish. Sister-in-law just needs a bit of nurturing, and soon there will be a little one. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that brother is close to losing control, wanting to pounce on sister-in-law right here and now. Chapter 97. The beauty before him. Qiao Jingwei pulled Wu Qingyan along at an increasingly rapid pace, nearly breaking into a run. Qiao Wanshu watched the couple, nearly pouting enough to hang a bottle of oil on her lips. Very well, you two go indulge in sweet romance, as if the world revolves around you. I suppose I won't see either of you at dinner? Just do your best to hurry, and bless me with a little nephew or niece. If you manage that, I'll consider myself fulfilled. There's still big brother, third brother, and fourth brother's love stories waiting for me to protect. Oh, how busy I am. As she sat on the bed muttering to herself, Qiao Jingchen rode out from the barracks, meandering home. His younger sister once said he would meet the girl who had harbored a secret crush on him during Jingwe's wedding. However, that day was filled with unexpected twists, and he hadn't heard her mention it again, nor could he discern which girl from the Lin family it was from the guest list. Why is it that the most prevalent surname among the officials in the imperial city is precisely this one? Perhaps I should seek another opportunity to subtly probe my younger sister for information? General, please take the shadow into consideration and care for it well. Qiao Jingchen dismounted, handing his beloved horse to the guard, while his thoughts were abruptly interrupted, veering towards another matter. That Lin Yu, with his petite stature, exudes not a trace of masculinity. When he first entered the military camp, I found him unimpressive. Yet, unexpectedly, he possesses remarkable medical skills. Previously, he had led a contingent to suppress bandits and brought Lin Yu along. After several battles, though some soldiers were injured, many serious cases were stabilized thanks to Lin Yu's treatment. During regular training, should anyone be injured or fall ill, they receive his meticulous care. Thus, among the soldiers, Dr. Lin Yu has maintained a commendable reputation. Qiao Jingchen hurriedly entered the courtyard of Qiao Wanshu. Before even crossing the threshold, he heard his sister's thoughts ringing from within. I wonder if my elder brother is still thinking about Miss Lin. It has been so long, yet he shows no urgency in searching for her. Could it be that his obsession with martial arts has resurfaced, leading him to temporarily cast aside matters of love?
No. How could that be?
I am indeed anxious, utterly consumed by it. Qiao Jingchen quickly shook his head. It turns out that my sister is still concerned for me. Truly, she is the most thoughtful little treasure, my lucky star. A smile of profound significance suddenly graced Qiao Jingchen's face as he regarded the items he held. What a fortuitous moment for some discreet inquiries. Little Shuer, dear sibling, have you missed your elder brother? He entered with a beaming smile, warmly greeting Qiao Wanshu. Humph. One who offers unsolicited flattery is either a rogue or a thief. My elder brother grins like a lovesick fool. He must have something dubious brewing within. Qiao Jingchen nearly choked on his own saliva.
Pa.
What a ridiculous term to describe him. His sister's unrestrained remarks are rather daunting. What will become of her in the future? He presented the silk pouch, like a treasure, extracting one golden trinket after another. Delicately crafted longevity locks, fortune and prosperity rings, and various trinkets representing the 12 zodiac signs, all of which were for my dear Shuer. Qiao Wanshu spread her arms wide, striving to gather all the items into her embrace. Yes, all of them belong to Shuer, gifts from your elder brother. When you grow a bit older, your elder brother will bestow upon you even more exquisite jewels, adorning our little Shuer even more beautifully. Qiao Wanshu nodded eagerly. Indeed. Drown me in gold, silver, precious gems, silks, and antique jade. Feeling that the moment was ripe, Qiao Jingchen feigned a sigh.
Alas, Shaya.
What you do not know is that mother is arranging for me to take a wife. Yet, as you know, the noble ladies in this imperial city are all strong-willed, and many are adept at pretense. If they approach me with ulterior motives, revealing their true selves once they cross the threshold, it would bring ruin to the Qiao family. Even if their intentions are not malicious, their constant scheming for personal gain and potential undermining of our relationship would be unfortunate. Qiao Wanshu shot him a sidelong glance, muttering incomprehensible words while internally rolling her eyes. What are you so anxious about? Mother will surely oversee the matter diligently. Besides, there is also the Lin family girl. At worst, before mother decides on a candidate, you could simply settle on the Lin family girl. Today, second sister-in-law has arranged for you to claim your handkerchief at the Lin family pharmacy tomorrow. Lin family pharmacy? Handkerchief? What does any of this mean? Qiao Jingchen felt a momentary confusion. Yet, suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. Lin? Could it be related to the Lin family girl who secretly harbors feelings for him? Qiao Wanshu continued to ponder. Miss Lin, my assistance can only extend this far. As for whether my foolish elder brother will attend or remember his handkerchief, that remains uncertain. Handkerchief? What on earth is this handkerchief?
Yeshaya, to clarify.
Qiao Jingchen felt a wave of urgency when unexpectedly, Qiao Wanshu unveiled the truth. I dare wager that my brother will not recognize her. The charming and kind-hearted maiden at the Lin family pharmacy is none other than the military Dr. Lin Yu, who tirelessly attends to him in the military camp. Chapter 98. Meeting you is not an encounter with a ghost. Qiao Jingchen stood there, as if struck by lightning, utterly bewildered. What? Lin Yu is actually a woman? His mind swirled with images of Lin Yu, who flitted around him, ever attentive, even when he reprimanded her sharply. With tears brimming in her eyes and her lips bitten, she would comply with his every demand. Yet now, his sister claims that the effeminate Lin Yu is indeed a woman? Qiao Jingchen's complexion shifted from red to black, then pale, like an artist's palette undergoing a transformation. Qiao Wanshu glanced up, startled by the rapid changes in her elder brother's expression. What is wrong with you, brother? Are you ill? Your face looks dreadful. If you truly are unwell, how will you go to the Lin family pharmacy tomorrow to claim your handkerchief, or rather, to meet your future wife? Qiao Jingchen abruptly leaped up, as if startled by a ghost, his face turning ashen. Without sparing a moment to greet Qiao Wanshu, he dashed out in a panic, nearly tripping over the threshold and almost falling flat. What has happened? You look utterly lost. Just a moment ago, you were perfectly fine. His appearance startled Qiao Wanshu. Just moments prior, he had seemed so eager, and now, he looked as if possessed. His exit could only be described as a hasty retreat. Qiao Wanshu shook her head. I hope tomorrow's events unfold smoothly without unexpected complications. As that thought crossed her mind, she heard a commotion outside, the sounds emanating from her brother's courtyard. Curiosity piqued, she scooted towards the edge of the bed, eager to discover what was afoot. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Why have you come down again? The nurse rushed over, scooping Qiao Wanshu into her arms. Despite being not yet 2 years old, she was growing rapidly, changing daily. Not only was her speech becoming clearer, allowing her to express her thoughts more accurately, but she could also stand and walk for longer periods, even managing a few quick steps. Her strength was noticeably greater than that of other children her age, prompting her to seize every opportunity to run and play. Elder brother, let us see. What is happening? Qiao Wanshu exclaimed, pointing outside, eager for the nurse to take her out. Second sister-in-law should be enjoying a sweet moment with second brother now. I wonder if she realizes that even if the pharmacy is closed, she cannot simply approach the Lin family? What kind of situation is this? Qiao Wanshu internally lamented, yet found herself at a loss for a solution. In stark contrast to the chaos at her end, Qiao Jingyue and Wu Qingyun were leaving, both flushed with embarrassment. Everyone out. Before morning, none of you are needed, and no one is to disturb us. Wu Qingyun attempted to intervene, but Qiao Jingyue, irritated by the servant's slow movements, shouted, Get out, now. Instantly, the room emptied, leaving only Qiao Jingyue and his wife in the courtyard. My dear husband, how could you be like this? How am I to face others tomorrow? Wu Qingyun's heart raced with anxiety. Although she could sense the intense mutual attraction and need between herself and Qiao Jingyue, the current situation was not appropriate for further developments. My dear, we have more pressing matters at hand. If we do not make an effort, when will we ever hold a well-behaved baby in our arms? Do you not adore a darling little child like Shua? Should we not hasten to have one, to cherish and hold daily? His fervent breath brushed against Wu Qingyun's ear and neck, causing her gaze to grow increasingly dazed. Yet, just as she was about to meet Qiao Jingyue's lips, she suddenly pushed him away with force. Wait, husband, what did you just say? Qiao Jingyue, his eyes ablaze with desire, had not truly listened to Wu Qingyun's words. Assuming his wife was merely shy, he drew her closer, leaning in toward the lips he had long coveted. Just a moment. Although tightly embraced, Wu Qingyun managed to push against his armpits, causing him to loosen his grip and burst into laughter. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped away to maintain a certain distance and inquired again, "You mentioned we needed to make an effort to have our own baby. What did you mean by that?" Yes, what of it? Is there a problem with my words?" Xiao Jingyue felt discomfort at being interrupted in such a moment of enthusiasm. "What do you mean by you?" "My dear, you are acting quite strangely today." Noticing something amiss, Xiao Jingyue finally asked seriously, "What exactly do you wish to ask me?" After a brief struggle, Wu Qingyun resolved to be forthright. "Husband, though you may find my forthcoming words somewhat absurd, I feel it is best to clarify with you. Are you able to hear Shu'er's thoughts?" Xiao Jingyue paused, suddenly recalling how, whenever Shu'er was lost in thought, Wu Qingyun's reactions mirrored an uncanny ability to perceive them. Changing his stance, he pretended to sweep Wu Qingyun into his embrace again. "Care to guess whether I can hear them?" The night was imbued with the essence of spring. Exhausted, Wu Qingyun slumbered deeply until noon. In a hurry, she rushed to the longevity hall to pay respects to the matriarch, but hesitated at the entrance. Since reconciling with Madame Chen, the matriarch had not only relieved her daughter-in-law of morning and evening duties, but had also exempted the granddaughters-in-law. Madame Chen, needless to say, had only offered her tea on the day Wu Qingyun entered the household and had never required her to pay respects or serve since. However, Wu Qingyun was not one to take advantage of her elder's affection. She continued to visit the two matriarchs daily, but was often hindered by Qiao Jingyue, her uncooperative partner. In the 2 months since her marriage, she had repeatedly overslept and missed the time for paying respects due to exhaustion. Each time she saw the knowing smiles of her grandmother and mother-in-law, she longed to disappear. Today, once again, she had slept until noon, even missing lunch. A situation reminiscent of her wedding day. As she stood at the door, conflicted, she suddenly felt something tighten around her leg. Looking down, she found herself face to face with Qiao Wanshu's sparkling eyes. "Sister-in-law, second sister, play." "Sure, how did you get out? Have you eaten?" Wu Qingyun quickly lifted Qiao Wanshu, using this to alleviate her embarrassment. However, soon, an even more awkward situation arose. "Sister-in-law is late again today. It seems you had a rather intense battle with second brother yesterday. Second brother seems quite refined, yet he is so vigorous. If this continues, I'm afraid my little nephew or niece will arrive long before you recover." Wu Qingyun felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably, unable to suppress a few coughs. "Sure, when I arrived, I heard that uncle visited your room last night. It's a pity you are still struggling to articulate. Otherwise, you could have informed him about today's handkerchief meeting." Qiao Wanshu pouted. "I wanted to tell him, but for some reason, eldest brother came with a bunch of little trinkets to play with me. Poor Miss Lin. Her hopes may be dashed." Wu Qingyun found herself at a loss for words. This convoluted path of romance seemed to have no end in sight. "Sister-in-law, take Shu'er to play. Miss Lin, keep her company." Although Qiao Wanshu's words were jumbled, Wu Qingyun understood her intent. She was aware that Qiao Jingchen would likely be late and wished to comfort and accompany Lin Yue. Wu Qingyun shared this sentiment. But the immediate priority was to first pay respects to the matriarch. When the two sisters-in-law entered the longevity hall, Lin Yue was pacing anxiously in her own medicine hall. Unable to settle down, she frequently smoothed her hair or adjusted the creases in her dress, and often ran to the door, tiptoeing to peer outside, seemingly waiting for someone's arrival. She was so engrossed that she failed to notice when Lin's grandfather appeared. You're like a headless fly, wandering back and forth here for ages. It's giving me a headache. Can't you settle down for a moment?" The old man's voice startled Lin Yue. Turning to see him, she couldn't help but complain, "Grandfather, what are you saying? Who would describe their granddaughter as a headless fly?"
I am merely exercising.
"Not aimlessly wandering." The old man snorted. "Indeed. How did yesterday's whitening bath go? Are you any whiter than the day before? Do you truly believe that the one you are eagerly awaiting will come? If he were, would he keep you waiting so long?" He was well aware of his granddaughter's feelings. However, the suitor was not only a renowned young general, but also the eldest son of Qiao Xiang, a man of considerable influence. Despite being a celebrated physician himself, Lin's grandfather recognized the vast chasm that separated their families. Moreover, he could sense that the Qiao family, while currently at the zenith of their power, had also attracted the emperor's scrutiny, and disaster might soon befall them. Therefore, he wished to shield his granddaughter from the perils of associating with such a family. Yet, Lin Yuer was oblivious to these concerns. She simply did not want her youthful feelings to be exposed, instinctively retorting, "Grandfather, I am not waiting for anyone.
Besides,
I did the whitening treatment because I've been too sun-kissed recently. My skin has darkened. If you keep talking nonsense, I will truly ignore you." Her rebuttals coincidentally reached Wu Qingyun and Qiao Wanshu's ears. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared, restrained amusement. Qiao Wanshu could not help but think, this is not merely waiting. It is as if one is gazing through autumn waters in vain. Indeed. It is a pity that my elder brother is a man of misfortune. He may very well disappoint the heartfelt intentions of the fair maiden. As she was lost in thought, Lin Yuer inadvertently caught sight of Wu Qingyun entering the room. Her beautiful eyes brightened, and joy could not help but spill forth. Yet, she feigned composure, greeting them with a smile. "Second young madam, Miss Jiao, you are here again?" Although she did not inquire about Jiao Jingchen, her gaze frequently strayed toward the two behind her, betraying her thoughts. Qiao Wanshu struggled to articulate her words, leaving it to Wu Qingyun to speak. With a hint of regret, she looked at Lin Yuer and took her hand. "Miss Lin, as I mentioned yesterday, I intended to have the owner of the handkerchief come personally. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. He had urgent military matters to attend to last night and has since departed for the barracks outside the city. I fear today's appointment cannot be fulfilled." A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Yuer's eyes. Before she could respond, Wu Qingyun added, "However, I have come today for another matter. Might I invite you to my residence to diagnose my grandmother and mother-in-law?" This was a spontaneous excuse fabricated by Wu Qingyun, merely seeking an opportunity to bring Lin Yuer into her home, allowing the Jiao matriarch and Madame Chen a glimpse of her. Should she win their favor, the endeavor would be 3 parts accomplished. After all, although the Lin family's background pales in comparison to the Jiao family, it might yet be the most suitable match for Jiao Jingchen. The emperor's intentions to wed Qiao Wanshu to the 9th prince are already glaringly evident, as everyone knows. It is merely a means to leverage the Jiao family's influence to bolster the 9th prince's standing. Yet, Wu Qingyun has married Jiao Jingyue, thus aligning the Wu minister's family with the Jiao household. If the remaining 3 sons, particularly the legitimate eldest son Jiao Jingchen, were to forge alliances with highborn ladies, the emperor's balance of power concerning the Jiao family would be significantly disrupted. This is why the Jiao matriarch has perused numerous profiles of noble girls in the capital, yet has not settled on a decision. As Wu Qingyun pondered these matters, she observed Lin Yuer's reaction. Having never told a lie before, this was her first, and it was for the sake of Jiao Jingchen and Lin Yuer's potential union. Wu Qingyun feared that a misstep on her part might sever the bond between the two. Fortunately, she was pleasantly surprised to find that although Lin Yuer appeared somewhat disheartened, a glimmer of anticipation shone in her eyes, and she did not seem to notice Wu Qingyun's tension after her fib, for now, she had successfully navigated this challenge. Though the Jiao residence had its own physician, the fact remained that he was a man, which posed certain inconveniences. This reasoning was, indeed, quite plausible. Qiao Wanshu looked up at Wu Qingyun, pondering, "Does my sister-in-law also wish to facilitate a match between my brother and Miss Lin? If so, that would be splendid. United as sisters-in-law, surely we can ensure this union comes to fruition." Observing her suddenly spirited demeanor, Wu Qingyun could not help but stifle a laugh. Leaning down to plant a kiss on Qiao Wanshu's chubby cheek, Lin Yuer accepted the Jiao family's invitation and began preparing her medical kit. Although the old master of the Lin family did not wish for his granddaughter to become overly entangled with the Jiao residence, he found it difficult to overtly intervene with Wu Qingyun present, and could only sigh internally. Just as the 3 were about to leave the Lin family pharmacy, a group of 7 or 8 individuals suddenly surged in, blocking their path. The leader, a young servant with his chin held high, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yuer and mockingly inquired, "Where's Miss Lin off to?" "Our esteemed uncle is unwell and has specifically sent me to request your presence at the estate. Seeing that you have everything ready, you may as well come with me." With a wave of his hand, the accompanying servants moved to encircle them. Impudent! This is the Lin family's territory. How dare you, a mere servant, act so brazenly? Lin Yuer stepped forward, shielding Wu Qingyun and Qiao Wanshu behind her. She glared at the servant, her voice icy. Not long ago, your esteemed uncle publicly declared me a mere itinerant doctor, claiming that I merely learned a bit of superficial knowledge to peddle my wares, thereby endangering lives. The servant, accustomed to wielding power through his connection to the uncle, showed no regard for Lin Yuer's ire. He grinned insincerely, saying, "Why must Miss Lin be so angry? That was merely a small misunderstanding. Does Miss Lin truly possess such a narrow mind that she holds grudges? Furthermore, even if you do not care about your own reputation, do you not value the integrity of Lin Yuer? After all, no one among the court would dare to disregard our esteemed uncle. Are you not afraid of offending your uncle and causing trouble for Lin Yuer? Wow, this wretched creature is quite adept at his deceit, speaking nonsense without a single coherent word. It is no wonder he is the uncle's lackey." Qiao Wanshu seethed with indignation. During her reading, she had despised these arrogant sycophants even more than the villains themselves. Now, experiencing it firsthand only intensified her sentiments. She spat towards the servant, internally cursing him vehemently. That uncle of yours, besides being old, is also a cripple, and his wits are equally impaired. Relying on his sister, the Empress, and the power of her family, he tyrannizes the capital, more arrogant than a crab. He has repeatedly harassed Lin Yuer, not because of anything else but due to his newly acquired concubine, that shameless Lin Tinger who boldly offers herself. One must admit, Lin Tinger is quite ruthless. Her mother once ensnared Lin Yuer in a trap, successfully bedding him and giving birth to Lin Tinger. Now, the daughter follows in her mother's footsteps, seeking wealth and nobility through the same path. It is true what they say, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and rats beget children who can dig holes. Such inherent qualities are unchangeable. Wu Qingyun listened to Qiao Wanshu's inner thoughts, noting that some of her words aligned with the gossip circulating in the capital. However, that last remark regarding inferior genes, what could that possibly mean? From her earlier statements, it seemed to imply some sort of unfavorable lineage. Help, sister-in-law. Qiao Wanshu suddenly tugged at Wu Qingyun's garment, clearly unwilling to remain a passive observer and eager to speak out. My grandfather's granddaughter's skills do not require external judgment. She has been personally taught by my grandfather, who imparted all his knowledge to her. To this day, she has inherited 7 or 8 parts of his legacy. To question her as an itinerant doctor is to question my grandfather. Otherwise, let your esteemed uncle come forth, and I shall accompany him to the Golden Luan Hall to seek an audience with the emperor and the people for a fair judgment.
I see.
The old master is indeed formidable. Qiao Wanshu cheered inwardly. The old master had not yet finished speaking. Pointing coldly at the pharmacy's entrance, my granddaughter Yuer has already received an invitation from the Jiao residence and has no time to visit your uncle's estate. I suggest your uncle seek someone more capable, lest we delay our efforts to heal the people. However, his rebuke produced little effect. The young servant sneered, waving his hand. Since you refuse to drink the wine offered, do not blame our esteemed uncle for lacking compassion.
Come.
Take Miss Lin away. The uncle has decreed that she must come, whether she wishes to or not. Alive, she must be seen. Dead, she must be found. As the lackeys prepared to advance upon them, a figure suddenly descended from above. He delivered a swift kick, sending the self-satisfied servant flying. With a cold reprimand, he declared, I shall see who dares to act so tyrannically, openly abducting someone beneath the emperor's gaze. Brother, big brother, Qiao Wanshu exclaimed, clapping her hands in glee as she recognized the familiar silhouette. The man, clad in armor and wielding a sword, turned, revealing himself to be none other than Jiao Jingchen, the legitimate eldest son of the Jiao family. Second sister-in-law, Wanshu, have you been frightened? Are you all right? His gaze swiftly flitted over Lin Yuer before settling on the old master of the Lin family, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. Qiao Wanshu could not suppress her eye roll. In a moment of gallant heroism, how could one falter in front of the venerable grandfather of their future father-in-law? Unable to utter a single courteous phrase? Qiao Jingchen found himself momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. Although he held the esteemed title of general, the renowned benevolence of Dr. Lin was celebrated far and wide. Given the disparities in age, status, and reputation, he ought to have approached the situation with greater gravity. Yet, before he could devise a remedy, a servant from the Duke's household recognized his identity, and their demeanor quickly shifted to one of subservience. With a servile grin, the servant approached and bowed. "General Qiao, I am merely following orders. I dare not defy the Duke's wishes. I kindly request that you spare me your ire and allow me to proceed." Silence. "Do you think this is your place to speak?" Qiao Jingchen shot a cold glare, his fierce aura causing the servant to shrink back, rendering him momentarily speechless. Just last night, my elder brother fled to the barracks, as if pursued by phantoms. And now, how fortuitous it is for him to descend from the heavens to rescue a damsel in distress. There must be a hidden agenda. Qiao Jingchen cleared his throat, relieved that his younger sister was still somewhat inept at her speech, or else she might have embarrassed him further. "Sister, you are unaware that unrest looms both within and beyond the city. I have been commanded to patrol the imperial city and happened to pass this way." Qiao Wanshu was not convinced by his explanation. "What patrol? What purpose do the imperial guards and the royal army serve if not to observe Miss Lin? Your excuse is so flimsy it could only deceive our second sister-in-law, but not me." Wu Qingyun, struggling to contain her laughter, realized how excruciatingly amusing the situation was. Just as Qiao Wanshu finished her scathing remarks, she noticed Lin Yuer stealing glances at Qiao Jingchen. The longing in her gaze was palpable, imbued with affection, melancholy, anticipation, and a hint of reproach. It was enough to make anyone's heart flutter. "Look, Miss Lin's eyes are practically glued to my brother, and he remains blissfully unaware. He deserves to be a lifelong bachelor." Qiao Jingchen instinctively glanced at Lin Yuer, only to meet her gaze directly. Her visage began to merge with his memories of the military doctor, Lin Yu. It dawned upon him that his previous impressions of Lin Yu's effeminacy were misplaced. She was, in fact, a woman. Moreover, her eyes held a myriad of emotions, reflecting his image with clarity. His sister was right. He was indeed oblivious. Qiao Jingchen found himself entranced by the depths of her soulful gaze, while Lin Yuer was equally captivated by his increasingly fervent stare. Though shy, she could not bring herself to look away. As the two shared a moment of profound connection, Qiao Wanshu stifled her laughter, desperately trying to suppress her mirth so as not to startle them. She even attempted to cover Wu Qingyun's mouth, but in her contemplation, she overlooked one crucial detail. "General Qiao, I thank you for your gallant assistance." Suddenly, the elder Lin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yuer, discreetly interrupting their gaze. Qiao Wanshu observed this interaction and shook her head. "Oh dear, it seems the elder is not particularly fond of my brother. His subtle intervention speaks volumes. It appears my brother's pursuit of love may not be an easy path." Qiao Jingchen's heart sank as he scrutinized the elder Lin. The elder's expression was inscrutable, yet his demeanor exuded an unmistakable air of aloofness. Was it his earlier attitude that had sown discord in the elder's heart? As he pondered a way to make amends, the Duke's servant once more stepped forward, signaling to his fellows to advance and seize Lin Yuer. Momentarily stunned by Qiao Jingchen's fierce presence, he quickly regained his composure. Although Qiao Jingchen was the esteemed eldest son of the Qiao family and a renowned young general, he still paled in comparison to his uncle. Even Qiao's father would treat the Duke with utmost courtesy, for he was a figure not to be trifled with. Emboldened by this realization, the servant grew bolder. Qiao Wanshu had never encountered such audacity in a servant. How could he, in the presence of a daughter of the imperial censor and the esteemed eldest son of the Qiao family, dare to act so brazenly? What confidence and audacity had his master instilled in him to disregard the hierarchy? As she was musing, the sycophant surged forward, preparing to forcibly take Lin Yuer. Qiao Jingchen's gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, he plunged into the throng. His strikes were swift and decisive, and, in a flurry of movements, he dispatched his assailants without even drawing his sword. Among the moaning and writhing bodies, only the arrogant servant remained standing, his jaw agape and rendered speechless. "I have warned you. Who dares to act recklessly under the emperor's gaze? Qiao Jingchen unsheathed his sword halfway, pressing it against the servant's throat, his voice cold and resolute. Do you disregard my words, or do you believe that having someone to back you allows you to flout the laws of the land? General Qiao, let us speak calmly. This blade knows no mercy. Do you wish to commit murder in broad daylight? The servant, realizing he had stumbled into a precarious situation, attempted to negotiate. While I am but a messenger for the Duke, it is said that one must heed their master's command. Should you harm me, it would surely complicate matters with the Duke. Wu Qingyun shielded Qiao Wanshu's eyes, fearing that the unfolding scene might frighten her. Yet, Qiao Wanshu was determined not to miss a single moment of the spectacle. Uncle, please sheath your sword. Blades are blind. Injury is secondary, but if it frightens Wanshu, that would be regrettable. Wu Qingyun's plea was also a consideration for Qiao Jingchen. Though the Empress was currently confined to her chambers, the Emperor still required her family's influence to counterbalance the Qiao family. Thus, the Duke's actions had not significantly tempered their boldness. Now, with Qiao Jingchen confronting the Duke's servant, though provoked, it would inevitably provide the Emperor with leverage against the Qiao family, be it through house arrest or the confiscation of military power. Qiao Jingchen, acutely aware of this, slowly sheathed his sword. Despite the Duke's servant being a bully, he was quick-witted. So that's why General Qiao rushed to the rescue. It seems you have your own motivations here. But judging by how anxious the second young mistress is for you, General Qiao, you must be quite fortunate. As he spoke, the servant cast knowing glances at both Wu Qingyun and Lin Yuer. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Qiao Jingchen's hand struck the insubordinate servant, sending him sprawling to the ground. You wretched fool, with a mouth like a dog, how dare you utter such vile words? You ought to have your tongue cut out for daring to insult the daughters of the imperial censor and the second young mistress of the Qiao family. In a fit of rage, Qiao Jingchen kicked the servant, sending him tumbling once more. Well done, elder brother. This insolent fool deserves a thorough lesson to understand why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Qiao Wanshu cheered inwardly. Her small fists clenched in excitement as she waved them in the direction of the servant. Qiao Jingchen and Wu Qingyun were both perplexed, unable to discern the connection between chastising someone and the vibrancy of flowers. However, they shared a common sentiment regarding the insolence of the servant, which had reached an unbearable threshold. To their surprise, Lin Yuer proved to be a woman of action. Previously shielded by Qiao Jingchen, she suddenly stepped forward, seizing the servant by the collar. What did you just say? Repeat it. The servant, half lifted off the ground by her grip, struggled to articulate his words. His mouth twisted as he defiantly glared at Lin Yuer. Growing impatient with his mumbling, Lin Yuer brusquely tilted his chin, resetting it with a sharp crack. The servant yelped in pain, glaring at her as he reiterated his earlier remarks. I spoke no falsehood. Your flirtations are evident to all. If you had no guilt, why would you resort to violence against me? If you have the courage, kill me outright. Spare me the torment. Qiao Jingchen, who had sheathed his sword, drew it once more, pressing it against the servant's throat. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? Qiao Wanru, startled by his action, was preoccupied with calling out to her elder brother, while internally lamenting, Elder brother, be cautious. Just moments ago, second sister warned you about the dangers of swords. Yet here you are, shouting for blood. True, the servant deserves punishment, but do not harm my future sister-in-law, she thought. With her delicate skin and a face more beautiful than flowers, what would become of her if you were to injure her? It was then that Qiao Jingchen realized the gravity of his actions. He quickly sheathed his sword, intending to inquire if Lin Yuer had sustained any injuries. But the servant interjected.
See.
You claim there's nothing amiss. Your eyes are glued to one another, who cannot see the affair between you. I now understand. Miss Lin's visit to the Qiao residence for a consultation was merely a ruse to meet General Qiao. He sneered, how surprising that Lin Yuer, known for his integrity and virtue in court, has such a disgraceful family secret that invites disdain. Impudent. A dignified middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor rushed in, revealing himself to be Lin Yuer. Clad in court attire, he had evidently just arrived from the palace. Hearing his daughter's virtue being slandered before he even entered his home was intolerable. This is my Lin family's domain. Should you continue to act unruly here, I will have you thrown out. My daughter's choice of where to seek treatment is her prerogative, and I will not allow anyone to dictate her actions.
Now.
Get as far away from here as possible. Otherwise, I will ensure this matter is settled with your master. Qiao Wanshu observed Lin Yusher's flushed face and felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, he is a man who dares to confront the family of the national uncle directly. That scion, if not for my father's intervention, would have continued his arrogance, aspiring to challenge the heavens themselves. She mused, if only grandfather were present, that national uncle would not dare utter a word. If he fears my father, he would tremble before my grandfather. She pondered, if my brother had such a father-in-law overseeing him, perhaps he would be less prone to romantic folly and avoid unnecessary detours. I firmly believe this marriage must be facilitated. The servant, realizing Lin Yusher meant business, grew timid. After all, the role of an official was to oversee such matters. A moment of rashness could lead him to face the emperor with accusations against the national uncle, jeopardizing his life. He hastily flipped over and knelt, clinging to the ground in a desperate attempt to appease Lin Yusher. In reference to the national uncle, I must address you as father. Your second daughter is his favored concubine. We are indeed related by marriage. If this escalates, it would be unbecoming for all parties involved. Lin Yusher's complexion paled momentarily before darkening with anger. Lin Tinga? The moment she stepped beyond the threshold of the Lin family, she severed all ties with us. Her existence is an enduring disgrace for the entire Lin family. The title of father from the national uncle is one I do not merit. Nor shall we entertain any association with his family. I hereby declare the Lin family pharmacy and all of Lin's household do not welcome any member of the national uncle's household.
Get out now.
Chapter 103. Guarding the cabbage from the pigs. Lin Yusher, let us speak civilly. The servant protested, prostrating himself on the ground and clinging tightly to it, adopting a defiant posture. I admit, I spoke out of turn and have offended both the Lin family and Miss Lin. However, I could not defy the national uncle's orders. Seeing the servant's shameless display, Lin Yusher understood that reason would not prevail. He gestured for the Lin family guards to act. One by one, they seized the servant and his companions, unceremoniously ejecting them from the Lin family pharmacy. The servant cried out in pain as he was thrown out, and the group retreated, grumbling and cursing. Qiao Wanshu watched their retreating figures and suddenly raised 2 middle fingers. Look at that wretched little man, so pleased with himself. It's no wonder when the queen's maternal family faced disgrace, the townsfolk brought their refuse to pelt them. They truly deserve it. She continued, however, their arrogant days are numbered. The queen will not remain imprisoned forever. She must stabilize the crown prince's position. Let us observe and see how this unfolds. Wu Qingyun, listening to Qiao Wanshu's reflections, felt a pang of sympathy. The national uncle's current arrogance stemmed from the indulgence of his maternal family and the queen's sister. A house filled with malice will surely suffer consequences. The words of the ancestors were not spoken in vain. Lin Yusher, glancing at her father's expression, cautiously approached and tugged at his sleeve, speaking softly, "Father, this is the second young lady of the Qiao family, along with the young miss. I owe my safety to General Qiao's timely arrival, preventing me from falling into the hands of villains. It was that servant who sought to abduct me. I did not provoke him first." Wu Qingyun joined her, bowing slightly to Lin Yusher. "Lin Yusher, I intended to invite your daughter to our residence to attend to my grandmother and mother. The servant's intrusion was not your daughter's fault." Lin Yusher nodded, acknowledging, "I am well aware of my daughter's character. I will not wrongfully accuse her." He glanced down, noticing Qiao Wanshu, resembling a glutinous rice ball, smiling up at him with bright eyes, and his heart softened unexpectedly. As he gazed at Qiao Wanshu with tenderness, Wu Qingyun discreetly signaled to Qiao Jingchen. "Lin Yusher, I apologize for the interruption." Qiao Jingchen stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. He observed Lin Yusher's daughter's flushed cheeks and her averted gaze, yet unable to resist stealing glances at him, and suddenly understood everything. "I am grateful to General Qiao for your timely intervention today. I shall prepare a generous gift to express my gratitude in person." Everyone present, perceptive and astute, recognized the underlying intention of Lin Yusher's words, signaling a polite dismissal. Lin Yue, in a moment of urgency, could not restrain herself, saying, "General Qiao, the second young lady mentioned that I possess a handkerchief that may belong to you. However, it is merely something I found, so I cannot ascertain its ownership. Therefore, the second young lady suggested that the general come to identify it personally. Since you are already here, may I fetch the handkerchief for your inspection?" Xiao Jingchen, contemplating how to prolong his stay, eagerly nodded at Lin Yuer's suggestion. However, before he could speak, Lin Yusher interrupted, "Yuer, what nonsense are you speaking? A handkerchief is an intimate possession. How could General Qiao carelessly discard it? Furthermore, the Qiao family wields immense power and wealth, rivaling that of nations, and General Qiao surely does not lack for such trivialities. It is simply that he wishes to avoid any entanglement between Qiao Jingchen and Lin Yue." Qiao Wanshu clicked her tongue, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this is rather unfortunate. It seems that my future father-in-law does not hold him in high regard at all. It's as if he is guarding against a pig that threatens his own cabbage, quite unlike my second brother's father-in-law, who would eagerly deliver my sister-in-law right into his arms. That is a level of affection that surpasses even that of a mother-in-law for her son-in-law." Both Qiao Jingchen and Wu Qingyun's expressions darkened simultaneously. They were grateful that no one could hear Qiao Wanshu's thoughts. Otherwise, they would wish for nothing more than to vanish into the earth, for the embarrassment would be unbearable. Wu Qingyun, sensing that the atmosphere had become tense, recognized that remaining there would only draw further disdain. Thus he spoke up, saying, "Miss Lin has been quite startled today, and it would be inappropriate to continue to intrude. As for our visit to the Qiao residence for consultation, we shall postpone it for the time being. Once Miss Lin has regained her composure, Qingyun will return to extend another invitation. The Lin family has long been in the business of medicine, and Lin Yue frequently assists the imperial physician. By using this excuse, Lin Yusher could hardly object. This strategy was executed with such decorum that it left no room for criticism. Lin Yusher merely cast a fleeting glance, nodding in agreement, saying, "Then I shall not see you off. Lady Qiao, General Qiao, do take care." Although Qiao Jingchen wished to steal one last glance at Lin Yue, he understood the futility of impatience in the face of Lin Yusher's watchful gaze. Besides, with Wu Qingyun having made arrangements, he need not fear the absence of future opportunities. "Father, why are you so cold towards Qiao's second young madam and General Qiao? If they hadn't come to our aid, I fear I would have already been captured and taken to the Duke's residence. Instead of expressing gratitude, you treat them with such disdain. Is this how one should behave?" Lin Yusher gazed at her father, who regarded her with a detached expression. "Isn't General Qiao your beloved? Hence your fervent defense of him. But how can you be certain that he is indeed a suitable match for you?" Lin Yue was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stamped her foot in playful indignation. "Father, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe you are so clever at concealing your thoughts?" Lin Yusher let out a huff, his demeanor suddenly shifting to one of exasperation. You are the apple of my eye. How could I wish for your unhappiness? To marry the one you love, to share mutual affection, is undoubtedly the pinnacle of life's joys. But have you considered that the Qiao family currently enjoys great favor at court, their power soaring to unprecedented heights? They are like flames consuming oil, a spectacle of vibrant flowers amidst thorns. Among the ranks of officials and scholars, who cannot see that the Qiao household is a pit of intrigue. He paused, observing Lin Yuer's astonished expression before slowly continuing. "Yuer, do you not realize that in a few short years, the Qiao family is bound to invite calamity upon themselves?" Chapter 104, Seizing Opportunities in the Lu residence. Within the Fuyun courtyard, Fang Yenner reclined against her bed, a soft pillow supporting her back. With both hands cradling her noticeably rounded belly, she smiled at the elderly matron seated at the nearby table. "Matron, you may not know, but my pregnancy has been somewhat unstable lately. The physician has advised me to rest and avoid excessive worry. While I would love to assist Her Majesty, I find myself quite powerless at the moment." Her smile concealed the cold glint in her lowered eyelashes. The recent revelation of her feigned pregnancy was not only due to Lu Zhan's suspicions, but also the result of the Empress's betrayal, who had offered no help in her time of need. The matron's visit was prompted by the Emperor's imminent inspection of the border troops. With the nation experiencing a period of peace and prosperity, the emperor sought to showcase his benevolence, expressing gratitude for the sacrifices of the soldiers. In essence, it was merely an opportunity to enhance his reputation. Although the empress remained confined to her chambers, she was deeply concerned about the potential instability of the crown prince's position. She hoped to leverage the emperor's visit to the borders to persuade him to appoint the crown prince as a temporary substitute. The empress had sent the matron to seek Feng Yenu's assistance in rallying support among the ministers for the crown prince. The matron, upon hearing Feng Yenu's words, rebuked Lady Feng as a mere concubine of a minor official. Do you dare to openly defy the empress? Do you think your tongue can deceive others? Feng Yenu's complexion paled, as if she intended to rise from her bed, but a slight movement caused her face to contort in pain. Matron, you misunderstand me. The last time my feigned pregnancy was exposed, my husband was furious and nearly struck me down. Had it not been discovered that I was truly with child, I fear I would have already been left to rot in the earth. At that time, I immediately sought the empress's aid, but alas, she claimed to be too busy to assist me. Matron, tell me, had I not suffered that unwarranted calamity and the subsequent shock that affected my pregnancy, would I not be able to rise from my bed and serve Her Majesty properly? The matron was rendered speechless by this line of reasoning. After all, it was indeed the empress who had acted unjustly first. Both were well aware that the empress deemed Feng Yenu of little worth, thus treating her as a discarded pawn. Yet no one could have anticipated that the emperor would suddenly wish to inspect the borders and even consider promoting Lu Zhan. Observing the flicker of indecision in the matron's eyes, Feng Yenu subtly smiled. Matron, as a loyal subject, one must serve the emperor faithfully. Although I am but a woman, I am still aware of this principle. To be able to serve the empress is a blessing for me. However, my current lowly status hampers my ability to be of service. Furthermore, the thought that my future child may only be a mere illegitimate son fills my heart with profound sorrow. With such worries weighing on me, how can I find peace to serve the empress? The matron snorted in disdain. Lady Feng, I will convey your words, but allow me to advise you. Do not be greedy, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. With that, she swept away her sleeves and departed. Feng Yenu, however, fixed her gaze on the matron's retreating figure, her smile turning sinister. Whether I will invite misfortune upon myself is not for you to worry about. When I ascend to the position of empress, I shall remember to place a few sheets of yellow paper atop your graves. The words Feng Yenu exchanged with the matron quickly reached the empress's ears. In a fit of rage, she shattered a teacup, exclaiming, "What a brazen and audacious wretch! How dare she instruct me to serve her? Not only instruct, but also threaten. Does she think that apart from her, no one else is worthy of my attention?" The matron ordered the maids to clean up the remnants of the teacup and approached the empress, advising, "Your Majesty, do not be too agitated. Lady Feng's audacity suggests she has caught wind of certain rumors. Lu Zhan has recently gained the emperor's favor, and the ministers are discussing his potential promotion. Lady Feng would not willingly remain a mere concubine, especially since she is adamant about carrying a son. Whether it be the title of noble consort or the status of a legitimate child, she will not let either slip away. Thus, she feels emboldened to negotiate with your Majesty." And what of it? The empress pinched the bridge of her nose in irritation. Her recent days had been far from pleasant. Ever since her confinement, she had not seen the emperor for quite some time. The only piece of good news was that her rival, the favored consort, had been similarly confined due to the refusal of Princess Minglai to enter into a marriage alliance, and thus had not seen the emperor either. However, the consort could afford to wait, while the empress could not. The emperor favored the ninth prince and remained cold towards the rightful crown prince. With the crown prince's position precarious, the court was awash with intrigue, each party calculating their next moves. These matters weighed heavily on the empress's mind. "Madam, you must be aware that the crown prince's situation is dire. I hardly have the time to concern myself with the trivial matters of Feng Yenu. If she wishes to indulge in her dreams, let her do so. I am disinclined to engage with her." The old matron sighed, understanding that the empress was worried about the crown prince and, in her moment of confusion, would require her assistance to clarify her thoughts. "Your Highness, please listen attentively as I elaborate. You have mentioned that Lu Zhan is currently favored by the emperor. Since His Majesty intends to elevate him, it seems he wishes to balance the power dynamics within the court. In my humble opinion, Lu Zhan's ascent is unlikely to cease here. The Empress, being a noble lady from an esteemed family, began to grasp the implications of the old matron's words. Are you suggesting that Lu Zhan will rise even higher? The matron, bowing her head in silence, conveyed her message without words. Then, what shall we do? According to your reasoning, we cannot discard Fang Yener as a pawn. Rather, we must facilitate her ascent. Only then will her words carry weight, and she will be able to assist me more effectively. The Empress shook her head repeatedly, dismissing her own assertion. That cannot be right. During the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Fang Yener attempted to harm the youngest daughter of the Fang family amidst the chaos, a fact witnessed by the entire court and their families. Although she later claimed it was a momentary lapse of judgment, no one is a fool. The truth is clear to all. If I were to openly elevate her status, would that not push Qiao Xiang into opposition against us? The Empress felt trapped, torn between her options, when she received news of an unexpected visitor. Your Highness, the Duke requests an audience. What does he want? Is he not content with the chaos here? The Empress slammed her hand on the table in frustration, causing the palace maids and eunuchs to lower their heads in fear of repercussions. Your Highness, it would be prudent to allow the Duke to enter. His Majesty has just begun to ease his stance, and it would not reflect well for the Duke to make such a grand entrance, the old matron advised. And the Empress reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, let him come. I am curious to see what he desires at this hour. Before long, a eunuch ushered the Duke through a side door into the inner chamber. Sister, you must advocate on my behalf. Upon entering, the Duke disregarded the Empress's stern demeanor and the disarray within the hall, dropping to his knees and clutching her legs as he wept. Get up.
Stand.
The Empress's opulent attire was sullied by the Duke's tears, inciting a wave of irritation within her. I shall not rise. If you do not support me, I will cry myself to death here. The Duke, despite being in his 50s, resorted to such childlike antics. The Empress could not bear to witness it. Nor could the old matron, who furrowed her brow, recognizing that the Duke had landed himself in yet another predicament he could not resolve alone. With both the Empress and the Crown Prince in precarious positions, it bewildered her how the Duke continued to court trouble. Fine, cry here if you wish. Perhaps the commotion will draw the Emperor's attention, and he might just strip me of my title, allowing us to part ways in peace. The Empress slammed her hand on the table in anger, only to realize it was already bare.
Cough. Cough. Cough.
Suddenly, the Duke released his hold, clutching his mouth, and began to cough violently, his face turning a shade of deep purple as his body curled into a fetal position. Your Highness, it appears the Duke is genuinely unwell. The old matron recognized that the Duke was employing his usual tactics, yet she understood that his past successes in manipulating the family had rendered them powerless against him. Moreover, news of the Duke's visit would undoubtedly reach the Emperor. If he were to remain silent and depart quietly, it could be overlooked. However, if the noise escalated, the blame would fall squarely on the Empress. The Empress, too, understood this implication. The Duke gradually ceased his coughing and struggled to rise from the ground. Sister, you know my constitution is frail. I am prone to ailments. I have been feeling unwell lately, and upon hearing of Miss Yu from the Lin family's exceptional medical skills, I thought to send for her. To my dismay, not only did she refuse to come, but she also conspired with the Qiao family, mocking those I sent to request her presence, and even resorted to violence. Sister, you cannot imagine the insults hurled at me. They claim I exploit your influence to bully others in the capital, that I am merely a fodder for your power. The Empress furrowed her brow. A fodder? Your misuse of such terminology is appalling. How have you not learned? The Duke, wearing a pained expression, defended himself. I speak no falsehood, sister. This is what Qiao Jingchen proclaimed, asserting that while you are embroiled in conflict within the palace, I am the one managing the aftermath and bribing officials to align with the Crown Prince, ultimately fracturing the court. Thus, I am merely a pawn. Enough. The Empress rose in fury, exclaiming, How dare Qiao Jingchen fabricate such slander against me? To accuse me of bribing courtiers and meddling in state affairs? He wishes to ensnare me in treachery, to bring destruction upon my family. His malice knows no bounds. Seeing that he had successfully incited the Empress's anger, the Duke seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Sister, it seems the Qiao family bears a grudge for your previous assistance to Feng Yenu of the Lu family, and they have sought to retaliate at every turn. After all, the Qiao family is a prominent clan, and Qiao Xiong holds immense power. They no longer regard you with any respect. I should have simply sought a common physician instead of involving Lin Yu. That was a grave mistake on my part. The Empress replied with a cold smile. The Qiao family may be thriving now, but how long can they maintain this facade? The Emperor will not allow their influence to grow unchecked. Their days of prosperity are numbered. As for Lin Yu, convey my imperial decree to summon her to the Duke's residence. I wish to see if even my authority as Empress can compel her to comply. The Duke wiped his eyes, which were originally only slightly red, but now glistened with tears. Sister, I know you care for me. In truth, I've been well for some time. It was merely a moment of emotional distress that prompted me to seek your counsel. In our youth, we relied on each other, supporting one another to reach this point. Though you now hold the esteemed title of Empress, I am aware of the burdens you carry. Sister, their contempt and derision do not faze me. But I cannot tolerate their attempts to tarnish your reputation or threaten you and the Crown Prince. Once, her father had favored a concubine over his wife, allowing the concubine's children to bully those born of the legitimate wife. If not for their unity and perseverance in gathering evidence to confront their father and secure their rightful standing, they might have perished in obscurity. As the Empress observed the Duke, who was laboriously rising to sit down with a noticeable limp, she recalled how he had once become crippled while rushing to buy her a sweet when she was too ill to take her medicine. Her heart softened, and the anger she had felt towards him began to dissipate. The Duke, keenly perceptive, noted the change in the Empress's demeanor and inwardly rejoiced. Recognizing that his dual ploy of emotional manipulation had proven effective, he reached into his bosom and pulled out a small, tightly wrapped package of delicacies, presenting it to her. Sister, this is your favorite treat from childhood. I happened to come across it on my way here and thought to bring it for you to taste, to see if it still holds the same flavor as before. Chapter 106. A murderous blade. The Queen gazed at the familiar oil paper package, inhaling the distinctive sweet aroma of the pastries, her gaze softening further. She accepted the package, opened it, and delicately took a small piece of cake to place in her mouth. The soft confection melted instantly, not overly sweet yet sufficiently comforting to every inch of her palate. Very well, I understand you have suffered some grievances. That Linuere is merely the daughter of a mere official. I shall see if she dares to soar high without wings. Thank you, elder sister. The prince, filled with excitement, knelt down, bowing his head 3 times with great reverence. Now you call me elder sister? The Queen's expression of triumph slowly morphed into a flicker of regret as she observed his satisfaction. Yet, having already spoken, she refrained from retracting her words, glancing at the pastries on the table, her hesitation fading unvoiced. Elder sister, no matter the time, you have always protected and cherished me. I bid you farewell now. As he turned to leave, the prince's hurried steps belied any sense of reluctance. The Queen watched his departing figure until it vanished, her smile gradually dissipating, her gaze growing icy and menacing once more. Madam, do those people outside believe that just because I have been confined by His Majesty, I have lost favor and power, that I have been discarded? That a mere Linuere dares to show disdain towards my brother? And that Qiao Jingchen's words represent the Qiao family stance? They audaciously ignore my repeated gestures of goodwill, openly accusing me of forming cliques and sowing discord in the court. They seek to ensnare me and the Crown Prince in their treachery. Having been seduced by the 9th Prince, wanting to bolster his position, her anger escalated with each word, her tone rising sharply. Your Highness, please do not be overly agitated. Be wary of ears behind the walls, the old matron gently cautioned. The Queen finally subdued her fury slightly. Casting a cold gaze at the palace maids and eunuchs standing outside with bowed heads, she spoke icily. His Majesty has not yet revoked my phoenix seal. Do not think that I cannot take action against a few traitor servants. Even if the concubines of the inner palace breach decorum, I can still deal with them. If any of you harbor thoughts beyond your station, do not let me catch wind of it, or else. The maids quaked in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling and pleading for mercy. in contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the queen's chamber. The inner courtyard of the Lu residence resonated with the sound of silk and bamboo instruments.
Melodieux voices s'ensuitly.
Fong Yena reclined on a beauty couch, a luxurious fox fur cloak draped over her burgeoning belly, eyes closed as she swayed gently to the tunes. Ever since discovering her pregnancy, her life had improved exponentially. The servants attending her had been replaced with more capable hands, and her daily needs had risen accordingly. Fong Yener was acutely aware that Lu Zhan's actions stemmed not from affection, but from a gamble on the fortune that her unborn child would bring him. Should the child be born without any auspicious signs, her future with her child would likely be bleak. At the very least, Lu Zhan would never trust her again. Though her eyes were closed, her mind was racing. Madam, Lady Ting from the prince's residence sent a message, saying she heard you were unwell and wishes to visit. Unsure if it would be convenient, a maid approached, bowing her head respectfully. Her arrival was quite timely. Fong Yener smiled coldly. Please do invite her. We wouldn't want others to think our Lu residence is as ill-mannered as the Qiao family. Soon, Lin Ting arrived with the maid. And upon seeing Fong Yener at ease, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Lady Fong, truly living a leisurely life, listening to music and soaking up the sun, without the need to serve parents-in-law or the rightful wife. It's such a comfortable existence. I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Fong Yener silently derided her in her heart. This fool is indeed a shameless harlot, so dim-witted, she doesn't even know what to say. However, when she opened her eyes, her expression transformed into one of joyful delight as she called for the maid to assist her. Lady Ting, how kind of you to come check on me. I find myself growing heavier by the day, and my husband has begun to indulge me more. Meanwhile, Lady Ting, you are favored by the prince and esteemed by the madam. Such blessings are unattainable for us concubines. Her flattery brought a blush to Lin Ting's cheeks, and her previously haughty demeanor softened gradually. Lady Fong, I came not only to check on your health, but also to see if I could be of assistance. Additionally, I wish to know if following your advice might yield any results. Did you inform the prince to clearly convey the Qiao family's stance to Her Majesty? Of course. Having promised you, I shall fulfill it. But why must we involve the Qiao family? Her Majesty does not wish to sever ties with them. Lin Ting's eyes sparkled with hesitation. After all, the Qiao family was currently in a position of great influence, and although they did not align with her husband's maternal family, they were still a prominent clan, warranting caution. Fong Yenu's gaze glimmered coldly, masked by a superficial smile. Lady Ting, if we merely mention the Lin family, with a mere official, the queen might perceive it as using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Including the Qiao family gives her anger a solid foundation, making it justifiable. Lin Ting nodded. Indeed, that makes sense. Though she acknowledged this, her attention was suddenly captivated by the handsome young performer singing in the background. Isn't that the renowned Qiao, famed throughout the capital? I heard he recently left his troupe, but here he is performing for concubine? Fong Yener merely smiled in silence, noting how Lin Ting had become entranced by the young man's charm, completely oblivious to her words. Why waste breath on such a dimwit? Gently caressing her belly, Fong Yenu's expression turned fierce and wild. Though her dreams were often erratic, their greatest benefit was the arrival of a very useful ally in Lin Ting. Just wait. Qiao family, the queen, and even Lu Zhan. For all who have wronged me, I shall keep a ledger and settle the scores in due time. Recently, Qiao Wanshu had been enjoying ample food and restful sleep, and the tranquility within the Qiao family allowed her to focus solely on growing up swiftly. In just half a month, her limbs had strengthened considerably. No longer needing the nurse's assistance, she could run a short distance without stumbling. One morning, after finishing her washing, she dashed toward the training grounds. All the young men of the Qiao family were required to practice martial arts, and at this hour, her elder brothers would certainly be at the training ground. What a splendid sight it was, a feast for the eyes and invigorating for the spirit. Little ancestor, slow down. Don't fall. The nurse chased after her, but Qiao Wanshu was already racing ahead. Slow down? Every moment missed is one less glance. Who will compensate for that? She sprinted toward the training ground, where her second and third brothers were engaged in sparring, while her fourth brother practiced dances on the plum blossom stakes. Her eldest brother stood before a rack of weapons, lost in thought as he stared at a large blade, murmuring softly. Qiao Wanshu tiptoed closer, curious to eavesdrop on her brother's musings, only to hear him recite, "If two hearts are as one for a long time, does it matter if they meet morning or night?" Qiao Wanshu felt a wave of disbelief. Reciting poetic verses to a blade? Truly, you have a talent for the absurd. Now hiding here and sighing, unseen and unheard by others, is nothing but a futile display of emotion. Her heartfelt murmur caught the attention of Qiao Jingchen, and the moment he turned to look, his eyes sparkled with brightness. Qiao Wanshu felt a chill run down her spine, likening herself to a plump little lamb being eyed by a menacing wolf. "What are you doing? I'm your sister. Do not harbor any improper thoughts about me," she exclaimed, wrapping her chubby little arms around herself and cautiously stepping back. "Little sister, you're awake." Qiao Jingchen approached with a beaming smile, squatting before her. "Please don't call me that, it frightens me." Qiao Wanshu shivered slightly and took another step back. In the next moment, she found herself swept into Qiao Jingchen's embrace, her surroundings suddenly appearing much more expansive. The potent scent of masculinity enveloped her, prompting her to push against his handsome face with all her might, exclaiming, "Sweat. Stinky. Bad big brother. I don't want the stink." He vanished in a flash, leaving Qiao Wanshu to frown and complain, "Stinky. Bad big brother. Sister, your face is so flushed and you're burning up. Are you ill? Shall I find a doctor to examine you?" Qiao Jingchen remarked, observing her with concern. Qiao Wanshu cast him a sidelong glance. "I knew it. No good deed goes unpunished. You were lying in wait for me, weren't you? I'm your dear brother. Can't you wish me well?" Qiao Jingchen scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a better approach. The doctors in the camp, though military personnel, could resign at any moment, unlike the soldiers. He had considered approaching the Lin family pharmacy, but the thought of Lin Yushi's cold, indifferent face deterred him. While it was manageable when they were colleagues, the possibility of him becoming his future father-in-law was daunting, leaving Qiao Jingchen feeling somewhat intimidated. "Foolish big brother. What schemes are you concocting? I think my second sister-in-law has been feeling unwell lately, but that's a matter for my second brother. It has nothing to do with you." Although Qiao Jingchen understood this, he was now desperate for a remedy. Muttering, "What? You wish to see your second sister-in-law? Oh dear, I cannot let you go alone. Let me show some kindness and accompany you." "What? I'm not going. My second brother is still around." "Second brother," Qiao Wanshu protested, bewildered as Qiao Jingchen scooped her up and dashed off. However, she did catch a glimpse of Qiao Jingyue, who had been on the training ground, leaving without her noticing. As they reached the courtyard where Qiao Jingyue resided, they spotted Wu Qingyan standing there, pressing her hand to her chest, her brow furrowed in evident discomfort. "Second young mistress. With the cold weather, you must take care of yourself. Don't catch a chill," her maid expressed anxiously. Wu Qingyan was about to respond when a shadow fell nearby. "Is your second sister-in-law unwell? This cannot be delayed. Where is Jingyue? How can he not be here for you?" "By chance, my sister is here to see you. So I brought her along. If you're feeling unwell, we should take you to the Lin family pharmacy for a checkup, at least to ease your mind." Qiao Wanshu turned her head, refusing to witness her brother's scheming ways. "That plan of yours is so transparent. Who can't see through your little intentions? However, I can't shake the feeling that my second sister-in-law might be with child. That could explain the nausea and heaviness. It's best to consult Miss Lin. She is quite adept at treating such ailments." Wu Qingyan felt a stir of realization. Her period had indeed been late recently. Initially, she attributed it to fatigue, but now, considering Qiao Wanshu's words, it seemed plausible. "Where's my second brother?" Qiao Wanshu suddenly inquired. "It's illogical for a husband to leave his wife during her illness. It should be the elder brother accompanying her." While Wu Qingyan dispatched a maid to prepare, she replied, "He is not here. I don't know where he has gone. But no matter, your health and the matter of my brother's future are far more pressing." Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Qiao residence, where a carriage and horses awaited. Wu Qingyan had initially intended to carry Qiao Wanshu but refrained, considering she might be pregnant. With the assistance of her maid, Wu Qingyan boarded the carriage, just as Qiao Jingyue's voice echoed from afar, "Qingyun, Where are you going? Qiao Wanshu eagerly waved her arms from Qiao Jingchen's embrace. Clapping her hands and laughing, second brother, let us go see my little nephew.